The moment this mark appeared on his hand, he thought he was the chosen one, but reality is a harsh beast. While almost all of his classmates successfully pass the hunter certification exam, Minato is left in the dust. He gets a giant fail on his record for 3 consecutive years. Since the limit is 3 years from enrollment, this is Kanagi Minato's absolute final chance. He collapses. His dream of becoming a hunter is officially over. Some transcendent mark, this turned out to be the thing on his hand, is nothing but a useless birthmark. Left alone to clean up while everyone else goes out to celebrate, Minato weeps in absolute silence. He desperately wishes he could be like the legendary founders, with a burning desire to be admired and respected. Take Hijaki Kaizei. Even as a rookie, he causes a massive scene everywhere. Meanwhile, Minato is treated like a mere servant. Run faster, they tell him, asking how long he plans on making the great Hijaki wait. Knowing full well that reporters are watching, Hijaki steps in to play the hero, telling the bullies to stop picking on the weak. While Hijaki selects a cool photo for the press, showcasing how he defeated a massive dragon with a single slash. Minato can only stare at him with deep resentment. Hijaki enrolled at the same time 3 years ago, but he was a genius. He topped every class. Back when they were classmates, he was a total jerk who constantly tormented Minato. Now Hijaki even drags Kanagi Minato's name into his press interview, saying he wants to introduce a fellow classmate. He claims this failure begged for help, taking up all his training time. He goes on about giving advice, guidance, and even financial support. Every single fake word feels like a dagger directly to Minato's chest. What a complete joke. What favors is he even talking about? Minato never had a single peaceful year. Instead, Hijaki constantly beat him up and took everything. He extorted his lunch money without a shred of mercy. Yet only Minato knows the truth, while the reporters behave like lapdogs. They shower him with praise. A truly heartwarming story. They fawn over Hijaki's wonderful heart, leaving Minato standing alone in pure rage. The reporters do not even bother to ask for his name, assuming no one would care about a nobody. Minato stands there tightly, clenching his fists. He knows that no matter how bad things get, becoming a hunter is the only way to gain respect and be remembered. Right after Hijaki puts on another fake show, the promising future hunter publicly vows at the tomb of the founders to protect humanity from all monsters. The press thanks him for the photo shoot despite his busy schedule. But as soon as the fake act ends, Hijaki heads straight inside the tomb, where his lackeys have already dug a massive hole. Have they found the entrance yet? They confirm they have. Minato, unable to hold back any longer, steps forward and demands to know what on earth they are doing. They sneer that it is obvious they are digging for treasure. Minato, completely outraged, confronts them again. Digging for treasure, he yells. You are grave robbers. Do you even know who is laid to rest down there? Hijaki casually pockets his hands. Stomping the ground, he laughs. Is it not just a bunch of long decomposed mummies? Selling just one legendary item from here could make them billionaires. There is no way they are passing this up. He mocks why anyone would bury such treasures with dead bodies anyway. All that talk about founders and sacred tombs is just complete garbage to him. Minato listens to these insulting words, feeling his idols are being deeply disrespected. To Minato, the founders are the greatest heroes of humanity. He always hoped to carve his own name alongside theirs. Now Hijaki is shamelessly spitting on their legacy. Minato snaps. He yells out in rage and charges forward, aiming a desperate punch right at Hijaki's face. But he is absolutely no match. With a single effortless dodge, Hijaki sends him crashing to the floor, coughing up blood, coldly warning him about his insolence. Who does he think he is messing with? Minato's vision starts to fade as his battered body reaches its absolute limit. While Hijaki grinds his boot into Minato's head, the other 2 diggers suddenly scream in excitement that they found it. Minato watches helplessly as they commit this terrible crime. Is this intense aura really radiating from the stolen artifact? This is pure gold. 1 piece is enough to live like royalty. Having secured the prize, Hijaki walks back to Minato, sneering that he will explain things in simple terms. He paints a picture of a desperate failure who could not become a hunter and got caught robbing the founder's tomb. What a bitter tragedy it will make. The headlines tomorrow will shout about a thief dying in the tomb while trying to escape. With a smug grin, Hijaki grabs Minato by the collar, drags him over to the dark pit, and heartlessly drops him in. Bleeding heavily from his countless injuries, Minato slowly sinks to the bottom of the lake, wondering if his journey ends here. All those days of brutal training and exams, were they all for nothing, to just fade away, completely forgotten by everyone? Suddenly, a bright light breaks through the pitch darkness. Mysterious glowing figures appear to catch him. They call out to him, identifying him as the ultimate vessel who can finally fulfill the lingering wishes of the heroic spirits. Resting spirits still lingering here, Minato can barely believe his eyes, wondering whose mysterious voice he is actually hearing. Are these glowing lights the great primordials? The ancient ancestors call him a kid. The glowing sigil on his hand is a completely blank void, meaning it holds absolutely no innate power of its own. But that also means it has the potential to hold any power in existence. They tell him to choose one ancestor and form a contract with them, explaining that each has mastered a different path. From magic and physical martial arts to summoning and alchemy, no matter his choice, they can provide it. They promise to grant him power far beyond his wildest expectations, demanding to know whose legendary strength he desires to claim. Minato hesitates, his mind flashing with images of Hijaiki Kaise. He wants to defeat them. No, he needs something far greater. A power that will never lose to anyone on this earth. An overwhelming force to wipe away all his past humiliation. All the humiliation he suffered must be erased. The crest on his hand flares to life, and a female ancestor urges him to choose quickly. Only kids choose. An adult like Minato gathers his remaining strength and screams his answer. He demands the power of every single one of them, leaving the spirits whispering about his sheer foolish greed. They warn him it is impossible because no vessel, regardless of strength, can withstand the sheer weight of all their powers. Minato has no time for talk, telling them to shut up and stop complaining. He commands them to enter his body, and instantly every single soul and their power is violently sucked inside. The ancestral spirits cannot even stop the pull. Once inside, they start shouting in annoyance, though one finds the space quite comfortable. Squeezing in is definitely irritating, but regardless, Minato successfully absorbs every single drop of their ancient power. Before Hijaiki Kaise can even leave, a sudden massive explosion erupts from the very bottom of the lake, shocking him. He spins around in complete confusion, only to see Minato floating gracefully in midair. Amid the pouring rain, Minato lands on the ground with a freezing glare, staring straight at his enemy. Hijaiki Kaise sneers, calling him a stubborn cockroach for crawling out, while Minato stands silently holding a simple tree branch. He gently strokes the wood, prompting the thugs to laugh, asking if he plans to fight them with a twig. Hijaiki Kaise sighs, ordering his men to finish him off for good and run him through this time. One of them charges forward, bragging that his aura received an A grade during his swordsmanship exam. He boasts about being judged by a true master, telling Minato to be grateful as he prepares to strike. Minato simply stands his ground casually, swinging his branch a few times just as the attacker strikes. Get ready for this. The man instantly freezes, his entire body already sliced into pieces. Minato asks where exactly that pathetic sword of his was recognized, while the remaining thug activates his magic. He chants some ridiculous spell, while Minato calmly stands there watching him make a fool of himself. Minato barely moves a finger. To his eyes, everything is just too slow to matter. He casually triggers a massive lightning strike, obliterating the guy in a sudden flash and a loud explosion. The thug falls charred and twitching, shocking Hijaiki Kaise completely as he grits his teeth in disbelief. Slicing someone with just a twig and casting advanced magic without uttering a single chant. It is impossible. Minato is acting like an entirely different person, reminding him of ancient legends. A legendary swordsman who defeated armies with a mere twig, and a grand mage who casts spells without any chanting. These legendary figures were enshrined in the ancestral tomb, and now their transcendent spirits dwell inside his body. Kanagi Minato now carries every single one of those souls, a total of 106. He slowly approaches Hijaiki Kaise, declaring that their names will never be remembered in history. Only his own legendary tale will be passed down forever, though, as Minato tries to focus, his sealed ancestors start whispering. Centuries locked away makes them pretty excited, marveling at how incredibly spacious his soul space is. Some even start claiming territories inside, but fortunately Minato has already memorized every single one of their legendary biographies. All those ancient pioneers, their very souls are currently dwelling inside him, and they are even growling and fighting each other for control. Now let us see who will seize this kid's body first. Just as he freezes up, the spirit of a legendary swordsman manifests. Hinoki Reichiro, the master who defeated 10,000 men with just a single branch, finally appears. Looking pretty smug that his name is still remembered after all this time, the ancient warrior steps up first. He asks Minato what his plans are for Hijaiki Kaise. With a heavy sigh, Hinoki Reichiro scoffs, who cares about that absolute piece of garbage? That is what I am asking. What are you doing with him? Minato snaps out of it, grabs his stick, and charges at Hijaiki Kaise. The terrified man breaks into a cold sweat, screaming what he is doing. Threatening that he is an A-rank hunter, Hijaiki Kaise gets cut off as Minato lands a brutal punch, sending him flying through the air. Minato warns him to stay back. Suddenly, a massive surge of dark energy erupts from the crater, revealing a terrifying three-headed wolf beast. It starts tearing through the city, leaving the air thick with the stench of blood. Amidst the mass panic, they rely on Kisaragi, who unleashes his roaring battle aura to completely obliterate the threat. One-shotting an A-rank monster proves why he is an S-rank hunter. But just as he is looking cool, he realizes Hijaiki Kaise is nowhere to be found. Everyone assumes Hijaiki Kaise is just off doing an interview, recalling how incredibly smug he looked when praised as a rising young talent. Smirking, Kisaragi crosses his arms and says that if the kid gets famous, the guild benefits too. He suggests they go grab a drink after he submits his report, but before he can even finish his sentence, things take a dark turn. An overwhelming wave of monstrous energy covers the area, forcing everyone to their knees under a pressure so heavy that even B-rank and A-rank hunters cannot stand. There is absolutely no mistake about it, this monstrous presence is way beyond S-rank. Over by the tomb, Hijaki Kaisi is pinned to the ground. He barely manages to open his eyes, only to see a colossal beast towering right in front of Minato. Terrified, he stammers out, "What on earth is that thing?" Minato casually replies that it is because Hijaki Kai's opened the tomb, explaining that this is one of the tower bosses sealed inside. And those highly valuable items Hijaki Kai's and his crew just looted were actually the very things keeping the beasts sealed. Hinoki Reichiro chimes in to explain that some tower monsters possess special hibernation skills to survive the passage of time. This one is a void swarm, a creature far beyond S-rank, emitting an aura so toxic it can kill from miles away. It is a literal walking disaster capable of wiping out ordinary citizens within a several-kilometer radius in seconds. Back in their day, beasts like this were pretty common, but for today's generation it might be a bit too much. Unable to take the crushing pressure anymore, Hijaki Kaz scrambles to his feet. He runs away as fast as he can. Minato remains perfectly still, warning him that moving will make him the target. And just like that, the beast launches its tentacles. They chase down Hijaki Kaizi, who swings his sword in a panic, but his efforts are useless as a tentacle wraps tightly around his chest. It drains every drop of his energy, leaving Hijaki Kaizi as nothing but a dried-up corpse. Minato can only sigh, muttering that he did warn him. Hinoki Reichiro whispers in his ear, asking if Minato can hand over total control of his body, boasting that he is the great founder of the Hinoki style. He is secretly plotting to take over first, knowing that the early bird gets the worm. While the other spirits are still clueless, he wants to claim this vessel. Minato hesitates, saying that borrowing it is fine. The moment he agrees, Hinoki Reichiro's excitement is cut short as the other ancestors manifest and immediately blast him. They yell at him for trying to steal a march while he panics and tells them to calm down as they clash. As the spirits fight, Minato makes a bold declaration telling them all to lend him their power so he can surpass them. He is determined to test them to see his potential. Honestly, this kid has got some serious nerve. Getting fired up, Hinoki Reichiro shouts that this kid is making his blood boil, raising his spectral sword to lead the charge. Every single movement he makes is mirrored instantly and perfectly through Minato's physical body. With this technique, even a simple twig works. The beast is instantly shredded into 100 pieces. One by one, the other ancient progenitors take turns using Minato's body to unleash powerful skills dormant for hundreds of years. Combining their might, even an S-rank beast becomes easy prey. Next, a single spectral arrow shot blows the monster apart. There are still a few basic moves left to try, so Minato tests them out, making sure not a single tentacle remains intact. He breathes fire, unleashes sword, strikes, and channels roaring lightning before leaping high into the air. He then delivers a finishing blow using Hinoki Reichiro's signature ocean-splitting slash technique. The S-rank beast is sliced clean in half and explodes, while a crow watching from above reports the situation. On the phone, a voice asks if it is already dead, complaining about their wasted trip and wondering which hunter nearby is that strong. According to the drone crow footage, the one responsible is actually a student from our training academy. The man on the other end of the line is the strongest awakened being on Earth, Ichihara Midori. Chuckling, Midori says he looks forward to meeting the kid, and he immediately dials up the academy principal. "It has been a while, principal. So about that S-class monster, I actually wasn't the one who defeated it. Our footage shows that the one who defeated it is a student under your care named Kanagi Minato. Apparently, he even failed the hunter exam 3 times. I find that pretty hard to believe, so can you explain?" Word about Minato spreads like wildfire through the academy. Students arrive at class already gossiping about that terrifying power. "That crazy magical aura yesterday completely froze me in place, and I still feel sick just thinking about it. If I told you I was the one who beat it, would you believe me? Of course not. S-class takes 15 years of training. Still, there are whispers going around that a student from our school actually pulled off the impossible. What a complete joke. Killing a monster like that requires an elite hunter, so why would they still be studying here?" Right then, Minato hobbles past on a cane, sweating bullets. He never expected yesterday to become the talk of the school. A student carrying a sword shoves past, knocking Minato down, and glares back with utter contempt. No way a frail weakling like that could slay an S-class threat. Meanwhile, Minato struggles on the ground, unable to stand. He really did defeat that monster, but letting the primordial ancestors borrow his body has left him physically shattered. Every bone in his body aches and his limbs feel like lead. Right on cue, Hinoki Reichiro appears. He asks if the kid is okay, urging Minato to toughen up if he ever hopes to surpass the founders. Recalling his vow to surpass them all, Minato finds a sudden burst of resolve and forces himself off the ground. Reichiro laughs, telling Minato to show him what he's got, while nearby students stare in confusion at his weird behavior. They wonder what the heck Minato is doing. Reichiro silently notes how weak modern-day awakened humans really are. They are just ordinary folks with a tiny bit of power. If the tower ever reappeared, the world would be doomed. Suddenly, a massive blinding flash of light erupts from somewhere, completely engulfing the entire school courtyard in an instant. Minato looks on confused as Reichiro freezes up. The ancient spirit actually felt something incredibly menacing. It was only for a split second, but it was terrifying. Just then, their teacher runs out, calling for Kanagi Minato. Minato prepares himself for the worst, expecting to get expelled, but the teacher delivers some shocking news instead. He tells him to head to the field for a retake. His classmates are stunned at retake for the hunter exam. No one knows how this happened, but despite still being weak, Minato is not letting this chance slip away. The first test is the classic 100-meter sprint. The average passing time is 3.6 seconds. The current record is 2.7 seconds. A guy wearing a backward cap looks down, mocking Minato relentlessly. He asks his friends if they know who that kid is. He calls Minato a pretty famous loser who failed 3 years straight and only got a pity retake. The starting gun fires and Minato blasts forward like a hurricane, crossing the finish line in a complete flash. He clocks in at an unbelievable 1.2 seconds, leaving his bully completely frozen in shock. What on earth was that? He mutters. Next up is the 3,000-meter run with a 4-minute and 20-second average. The current record is 3 minutes 17 seconds, but Minato shatters it entirely, finishing in just 1 minute 17 seconds. Next is the 2-minute push-up test, where the average is 215 and the highest is 418. Minato hits an absurd 840 reps before absolutely crushing the bench press average of 400 kilograms. The school record was 620 kilograms, but Minato hoists 1,280. The crowd is utterly speechless. Who on earth is this guy? They whisper. He is shattering every single record like some absolute monster. Even Minato is pretty stunned by his own explosive growth, wondering if the ancestors are secretly aiding him again. Reichiro just sighs, thinking there is no way they would waste their legendary power on a simple fitness test. Meanwhile, over at the principal's office, a highly intrigued Ichihara Midori is closely watching the unfolding action. The principal nervously presents the data, showing him Minato's unbelievable record-breaking stats from the testing field. Looking over the data, Midori grins, thoroughly impressed by the kid's mind-blowing physical achievements. The principal is still visibly shaken by the sudden retake order, completely baffled by what he's witnessing. It is true his physical abilities have improved significantly, but the real issue is his magic power. In all of his exams over the last 3 years, his results came up as unmeasurable, which means he has zero magic power. Expecting anything from him is just a total waste of time. Even the assistant standing nearby wants to call it quits, but Midori disagrees. Hold on, let's just watch first. There's no rush. Finally, it is time for the magic test. Since Minato knows the drill, he does not need any instructions. He just needs to spin this propeller for 30 seconds using magic with the total rotations as his score. Minato hesitates, feeling quite unsure. According to the school records, the average score is 1,513 and the record is 4,022. Minato stretches, still completely lost. For 3 years, no matter how many times I tried, I could never make it spin. I have never even felt magic, let alone controlled it. But now I can feel the flow. It slowly climbs up my body, starting from my toes, circulating through my entire body and speeding up as I control my breathing and channel it right into my palms. The moment the examiner shouts, "Start," Minato gets to work. He extends his hands and the propeller actually begins to spin rapidly. It is spinning with dizzying, completely uncontrollable speed, and the heavy wind almost blows the examiner away. What on earth is happening? The propeller cannot handle the extreme speed anymore, exploding and sending debris flying straight out. Inside the principal's office, the man stares out in shock as a sudden explosion completely wrecks his room. Only Midori is absolutely thrilled, laughing that they are alike since Minato is now the second unmeasurable person in history. Minato stares at his hands in complete disbelief. Wearing shattered glasses, the examiner gasps out that he has officially passed the exam. The watching students burst into wild cheers. He has managed to break the record in every single category. He actually passed the exam. For the first time ever, Minato feels true, overwhelming happiness. Hinoki Reichiro manifests beside him, fully understanding the situation. By lending them his body, his sleeping potential has finally been awakened. Minato's potential is officially active, proving he is definitely not just an ordinary kid with some useless mark. Waiting hundreds of years has finally paid off, and if anyone can do it, he can. He might actually be the one to fulfill their wish. Just then, a blinding light suddenly erupts on the field. The massive explosion completely startles Hinoki Reichiro. He senses the same terrifying pressure that overwhelmed him this morning. Through the thick cloud of rising dust, Midori appears, scratching his head with a sheepish smile. Minato is completely shocked, gritting his teeth in disbelief. It is Midori, the modern legend, the strongest awakened hunter. Why is he here? The top-ranked superstar walks up and shakes his hand, offering his congratulations on passing the hunter exam. Minato mutters a polite thank you, but his mind is racing, wondering if this is actually a dream. He never expected a global superstar to even know his name. Midori then happily makes an announcement. It is time for a special extra test. It is his chance to enter the world-class tier. At just 23, Midori has been a perfect hunter since age 9. No one denies that he is the absolute strongest. He is capable of wiping out thousands of monsters in the blink of an eye. Weak beasts or elite hunters, they are all swept aside with minimal effort. He even cleared massive global disasters entirely on his own. In Pandemonium 15 years ago and Kyushu 5 years ago, making him a truly extraordinary figure. Hinoki Reichiro suddenly grows irritated and demands control of the body as Midori sets up his special test. The rules are incredibly simple. If Minato can land just one hit within the next 60 seconds, he wins. Even a loss carries absolutely no penalty, plus Midori promises to only strike back once every 10 seconds. Seeing Minato look completely lost, Midori chuckles and tells him not to worry, promising to go easy and let him use any skill. Meanwhile, Midori will use no skills at all, letting Minato choose any weapon he prefers. Minato just stands there completely frozen, unable to process this insane turn of events even if he had a lifetime to think. What is this situation anyway? A special makeup exam? Is it even possible to land a single blow on a legend like Midori in under a minute? Minato double-checks if any weapon is truly allowed and Midori confidently agrees, claiming his own body is incredibly tough anyway, sharper than any blade. Reichiro hovers close by, constantly urging the kid to hurry up and swap bodies with him. How dare you speak to me like that? I will never forgive you, Reichiro, you modern-day pest. Things are getting way too hyped. Even after 100 years, his pride remains intact as Minato locks onto Ichihara Midori. But with Midori's power, rumored to match the progenitors, the kid stands absolutely zero chance of winning. While Reichiro fumes in the background, Minato makes his choice. Their classmates gather around, eager for a show. They are here to witness a true clash against Ichihara Midori. Who do you think takes this? Let's find out. Reichiro keeps yelling in his ear, "What are you doing, you idiot? Hurry up and let me in." Midori holds up his phone as the countdown begins. Minato charges forward alone, sword in hand. Reichiro is stunned. Are you really fighting alone? That is not fair, Minato. He originally thought this was completely pointless. But to become a legend, he cannot just take the easy way. He cannot just rely on the power of the progenitors. He wants to fight alone. He swings once, then again. Midori dodges effortlessly while scrolling his phone. He even casually asks how Minato uses social media, completely ignoring the danger. He is pretty sure this fight will trend online. Watching from the sidelines, the classmates gasp in disbelief. Did he seriously just dodge while on his phone? Midori is insane. Still, Minato stays focused, pouring everything in. He tries to seize every single opening, even though his strikes are completely disconnected and lack any real flow. Yet a classmate notices something strange. Minato is actually testing his own limits, throwing a bait slash to mask his next move. He suddenly shifts into a horizontal slash. Wow, he can move his body exactly how he wants, and he does not feel tired at all. Is this a side effect of letting the ancient ancestors possess him? His physical form is slowly changing as the first 10 seconds end. Now the timer is up, and it is time for Ichihara Midori to throw his first strike. It looks gentle, but feels absolutely terrifying. How is that holding back? A direct hit from that would have obliterated him completely. Midori suddenly freezes up. This is strange. Despite sensing zero bloodlust, he cannot believe he miscalculated his own power output like that. Making a mistake like that is rare. Minato knows he will die at this rate, so he tries to recall that powerful feeling. Channeling the absolute peak version of himself, Minato grips his sword tight and charges straight back at Ichihara Midori. Midori hesitates. The watching students raise their phone cameras to record this sudden massive burst of speed. Minato moves so fast that the cameras cannot even track the two of them. Even though Midori dodges easily, he is surprised to see Minato moving much faster now. Minato keeps telling himself to push harder. To defeat an S-rank hunter, his blade must be swifter. Somehow, his body is growing stronger by the second. Is there some hidden trigger at play here? Regardless, the timer has already ticked up to 41 seconds. Midori effortlessly avoids the strike. With a single flick of his finger, he sends Minato tumbling through the air. He slams hard into the wall, coughing up blood. Despite the severe dizziness, a wave of pride washes over him. This is absolutely incredible. He actually gets to trade blows with the strongest awakened hunter in the world. If his body were still the same as yesterday, a brutal strike like that would have knocked him out cold immediately. He is certainly stronger now, but with his current level of skill passing, this test is still impossible. Even so, he is fine with that. He will give it everything he has left while Midori waits for his next move. Stopwatch still in hand, Midori suddenly speaks up, "Sorry, but I have seen enough. 30 seconds are up." While there is no denying Minato has raw talent, Midori still feels the kid is just not there yet. He is not on the level of his teammates. Exhausted, Minato collapses into sleep, unable to tap into that power again. Midori immediately calls his assistant Jin, telling him they are heading back. He admits that even though it is embarrassing, he is quite disappointed. Before he can even finish the call, Reichiro takes over Minato's body and snaps awake. The weak kid is finally asleep. He is thrilled to finally control this body. Shrugging his shoulders, he lifts the sword and issues a direct challenge. He asks Midori to play a bit more. Midori feels a surge of excitement. This is the exact feeling from before. It is the same aura that threw him off. Is this a completely different soul or a skill? Either way, he is an absolute beast. Talk about a crazy twist, right? Seeing Midori freeze up, Reichiro snaps at him, telling him not to let his guard down now. Midori is stunned by how differently the boy is moving. His speed, power, and swordplay have reached an entirely new elite level. Midori scrambles to dodge the incoming slashes. The raw power behind each swing is becoming absolutely terrifying. The surrounding classmates scramble back to escape the danger, while Ichihara Midori steps up. Minato's blade suddenly becomes completely unpredictable, almost like he is predicting his opponent's every single move. He fights like a seasoned master, fluid like flowing water. No, actually, more like a raging waterfall. Ichihara Midori gets thrilled. Yes, that is what it takes to challenge an S rank like her. 40 seconds begin now. Midori fights with pure passion, and Hinoki Reichiro matches her energy, swinging his blade and mocking her to try and touch him. Hinoki Reichiro finds this incredibly fun, while the watching students stare at Minato in pure shock. What is even happening? Is Ichihara Midori actually on the defensive? Hinoki Reichiro starts getting bored, taunting her to stop holding back. He warns her he will erase her. She keeps holding back, then rushes forward like a total maniac. Midori is forced to draw her own personal weapon, which only makes Hinoki Reichiro smile with absolute satisfaction. She is finally going all out. Watching them now, you would think you were in the middle of a high-octane movie. It is absolutely unreal. Just look at how these two legends clash. Even the spirits of the ancestors watching are getting hyped, noticing how thrilled Hinoki Reichiro seems to be. That kid is going toe-to-toe with Hinoki Reichiro. He might actually match up to number 0. He looks like he is having a blast. It is a bit of a shame, though. Does that mean his body is still not a perfect vessel? Maybe I should jump in and play too. Come on, old man, you are acting way too childish. Meanwhile, Minato's actual soul watches closely from inside the vessel. He is studying every move: vertical cuts, diagonal slashes, thrusts, dodging right, wait, no, dodging left. Then a strike from below, shifting the center of gravity. Suddenly, the sword Hinoki Reichiro is using to fight shatters into pieces. Hinoki Reichiro gets injured, feeling slightly disappointed by the fragile sword, while Ichihara Midori is having the time of her life. This is amazing, her heart is pounding. With his sword gone, she wonders if he will switch to a gun next. With only 10 seconds left, Hinoki Reichiro looks around. He leaps up and snatches a sword from a spectator wearing a backwards cap. He demands the weapon. The moment he takes it, Ichihara Midori is already launching her next strike. She leaps up to close the distance, unleashing a punch that creates a massive shockwave followed by more flawless sword strikes. It is a fierce battle, yet both of them are laughing with pure joy, wanting to play a little longer. It has clearly been a very long time since Ichihara Midori faced an opponent who could actually match her. The students watching from above worry the entire building might collapse. Yet Hinoki Reichiro and Ichihara Midori show no signs of slowing down. Midori grabs a fan blade from above and hurls it down, forcing Hinoki Reichiro to activate his Hinoki First-style sword art. Hinoki Reichiro unleashes a lethal strike, shattering the fan blade into 100 pieces. Even Ichihara Midori is left stunned. She freezes for a few seconds before showering him with praise, but Hinoki Reichiro remains focused, telling her to take this next hit. Suddenly, Hinoki Reichiro's soul sinks into the void. The 10 seconds are up, and Minato finally regains control of his own body. Pushing Hinoki Reichiro's soul aside, Minato fully re-enters the physical world and immediately grabs Ichihara Midori by the neck. Just one more blow. Their incredible battle feels like it has lasted an eternity, with the final outcome completely up in the air. It is like a chess match between absolute equals. Even Hinoki Reichiro, despite losing control of the body, is left in complete shock. He is stunned by what Minato does right in the heat of the moment. In a single split second with just one strike, even Hinoki Reichiro himself could not have foreseen this move. He actually unlocked the door to victory even though his body is at its absolute limit. Bleeding from everywhere, with one arm shattered and twisted, Minato still uses his other hand to push back against Midori. A flash of disappointment crosses his face. It seems like he missed. But his arm keeps pushing forward anyway. He reaches just a bit further, landing his palm right on Midori's cheek, bringing the battle to a sudden halt. Midori approves his pass in pure excitement. All that remains of the arena are cracked walls and Minato's completely exhausted body. He collapses from exhaustion. Midori carries him in her arms while calling her assistant Jin, laughing about the outcome. She tells Jin that Minato passed and was impressive, though she accidentally broke his arm and needs someone to heal him. The students whisper among themselves in disbelief. Did Midori really just say he passed? Suddenly, the entire room erupts in cheers. It feels like witnessing a miracle, since he actually landed a hit on Midori. Meanwhile, Minato starts to slowly drift back to consciousness. Opening his eyes, Minato is confused to find a girl kneeling beside him, promising to heal his broken arm. She tells him to lie still and congratulates him on passing. In his dazed state, Minato can only listen. He enjoys a brief moment of quiet, but a second later, the kid jumps right up like he was never exhausted in the first place. What did it actually succeed? He can't believe he really landed a hit while Midori stands nearby, grinning with excitement. Forgetting someone that quickly is pretty rude, a voice chimes in. Minato flinches. When did this guy even get here? Midori stands up, reminding him it was a tie, so a pass is a pass. He admits he had to get a bit serious halfway through after dealing with the kid's relentless combo attacks. Shocking. Dazed Minato knows only one truth. Hinoki Reichiro did all the work. Midori eagerly goes on praising him for dodging his absolute strongest attack and calling his overall skills nothing short of spectacular. Midori tells him he should be proud of himself, but the naive kid just looks back with innocent wide eyes, asking what exactly comes next in his training. Unbelievable. The question is so innocent that Jin and Midori just stare at the crumbling school. It looks like a literal war zone. Yet back home, his proud mother cooks up a delicious feast for him. She even asks how many guests are coming over, leaving the young man stammering while he frantically scrubs his dirty shirt. He stammers that maybe just one guest is coming, but either way, today is a grand day since he passed his hunter exam. Plus, it was evaluated by the legendary Ichihara Midori. His mother beams, saying she always knew he could accomplish anything with enough effort. This gives Minato a massive boost of motivation, but immediately after his mother begins to look incredibly anxious, repeating her concerns over and over. She mutters some nonsense about whether a famous person visiting might look at their small home and mistake it for a doghouse. He tells her she is overthinking it and that Midori is not that kind of guy before collapsing onto his bed after dinner. Staring at the name card Midori handed him, he recalls their earlier conversation, including the hilarious way Midori screamed when Jin bent his leg. Midori had asked if he did not mention they would become partners upon winning, but Minato was pretty sure that was never brought up. Acknowledging his mistake, Midori noted the crowd around them and suggested stopping by Minato's house tonight to talk over the details in private. He promised to explain all the available options as well as shed some light on who their actual enemy is. Total mystery. His mind keeps looping back to those words, a real enemy. The tower was already destroyed by the progenitors, leaving hunters with the sole task of clearing out monsters escaping through spatial rifts. Could there be any other reason? Just as he starts drifting off to sleep, Hinoki Reishiro's voice suddenly booms out, snapping him awake. Jolt awake, he opens his eyes to find not just Hinoki Reichiro but all the other progenitors gathered. He nervously asks if something is wrong. Hinoki Reichiro explains they just finished a discussion, which instantly makes Minato extremely anxious. He begs them not to say they have already chosen who gets to take over his body. Before they can even finish their sentence, the doorbell rings. Minato has to cut the talk short, expecting Ichihara Midori at the door. Not a soul, but downstairs is empty, pitch black, and completely silent. Suddenly, his heart drops as he spots his mother collapse cold on the floor. Talk about a nightmare scenario, the kid immediately rushes over to check on her. But then he notices a stranger sitting casually at the table eating their freshly fried dinner and complaining about how terrible it tastes. The intruder tells him to teach his old lady some manners, demanding expensive meat whenever they have guests over. Barely holding back his rage, Minato demands to know who the man is and what he did to his mother. The psycho laughs, threatening to slice his tongue before introducing himself as Heitani Gozo. He reveals he is an S-class hunter sent to fetch him as one of Midori's partners, ordering him to pack up his things immediately. Fists clenching, Minato snaps. He cannot tolerate this disgusting trash for another second. Not now. He charges forward with clenched fists, but before he can even land a blow, Gozo instantly teleports directly behind his back. Letting out a sickening laugh, he asks if the kid is trying to challenge him, shattering the nearby plates with pure pressure. Minato freezes as his mother's old words echo in his mind, reminding him of how she raised him all on her own. He vividly remembers her wearing tight, worn-out shoes just so she could buy him a new pair, and how she always cheered him up. Minato completely snaps, screaming at the man to tell him exactly what he did to his mother, while Hinoki Reichiro watches closely from within. The progenitor quickly sizes up the opponent, noting that he is apparently an S-class hunter of this current era. He admits he is already extremely annoyed by the smug face of Midori's annoying lackey standing right in front of them. He decides this fight will be a perfect test to show the progenitors how they should treat Minato from now on. Gozo glares down, mocking his furious face as being cute before swinging his massive hand to deliver a brutal direct slap. But Minato catches the wrist with zero hesitation, slamming the giant down while the watching progenitors react in utter shock. The white-bearded elder realizes the kid is copying his actual skill. Right then, Minato flings the intruder straight through the window without a single shred of mercy. Minato leaps right out after him, refusing to hide. Targeting his mother was definitely the worst mistake this villain could have ever made. It pushed Minato over the edge. Gozo staggers to his feet in complete disbelief, wondering if that move just now was actually Aikido. Gozo recalls watching the kid fight Midori Ichihara earlier. Clearly, this brat possesses far more than just a terrifying aura and flawless swordsmanship. He has plenty of secrets. Minato steps forward, noting that an S-tier hunter like him is quite tough. You are supposed to be tougher than Hijaki Kai's right answer. Me right now, I am only asking once. What did you do to my mother, you bastard? Gozo chuckles wickedly, realizing the kid is still completely in the dark. It was poison. He sneers that the woman stood in his way, so he put her to sleep, hoping she survives the side effects. Holding back his rage, Minato asks why anyone would poison the family of a person they are trying to recruit as an ally. Gozo staggers in disbelief before bursting into a wild, maniacal laugh, suddenly lunging forward to strike Minato across the face. He mocks him as an idiot, telling him he is nothing but a puppet to be ordered around, not an actual ally. The villain boasts that naive punks always obey orders without question, especially when their loved ones are held hostage. Minato dodges, but the villain stomps on his foot. Breaking free, he backs away as his cheek suddenly starts to burn like fire. The toxic hand struck. The deadly poison is rapidly spreading. Gozo sneers that the kid is completely finished. His skill produces a deadly insect toxin. He complains that Midori gave him such a boring mission to handle. If he wanted to, he could easily release lethal gas across a 5-kilometer radius. But doing that in a crowded city is impossible. This poison alone will melt him within 1 minute. Agreeing to join the organization is the only way to get the antidote, otherwise he is as good as dead. Minato stands frozen. A 5-kilometer poison gas cloud is no joke, especially coming from an S-tier hunter. To ordinary citizens, that is basically a walking natural disaster. Minato quickly calls out to the divine Dr. Valentine. The other ancestors look at her as Minato quietly apologizes for needing her help so suddenly. He asks if she can teach him how to purge this toxin later. Valentine readily agrees without hesitation. Gozo gets annoyed seeing the kid mutter to himself, lunging forward again while demanding to know what he is whispering. Asking if the fear of death drove him insane, Minato calmly reveals the earlier strike belonged to Keeper Hyomakadu. The old man is utterly shocked. The kid actually copied Hyoma's technique in that split second. From Hinoki Reichiro, Hinoki's strikes to Kasashima's 6 spears and the legendary bow of Magit, Minato has always studied the legends of these ancestors, the very figures he has looked up to his entire life. Now their spirits dwell within him. Gozo stands completely baffled. Minato makes his stand. He has absolutely no reason to fear him anymore. Gozo sneers, promising to teach this brat a lesson in true agony. His next strike carries a toxin that will force the kid to crawl and beg for mercy. The villain unleashes a relentless barrage of claw strikes, but Minato agilely dodges every single toxic swipe heading his way. Kneeling now might buy a quick, painless death, otherwise the agony will be slow and unbearable. Once the poison takes full effect, his body will be permanently ruined past the point of recovery. Driven crazy by pain, not Minato. He calms himself, then opens his eyes. He channels his entire mana pool to activate a massive holy strike, instantly smashing into Gozo and sending him flying backward while coughing up blood. Minato doesn't stop there, immediately following up with Allison's lightspeed kick before preparing even more ancestral techniques. He unleashes Carol's Thunderbird, Roan's Dragon Power, and Lilac's wrestling moves in rapid succession. After enduring a relentless barrage of copied abilities, Gozo is left utterly battered and broken on the ground. Launched high into the air, a dazed Gozo desperately wonders who this monstrous kid could possibly be. A normal victim's nervous system should have been completely paralyzed by now. Why on earth is this kid still moving with such insane speed? But Minato shows absolutely no signs of slowing down. He immediately prepares the magic of Meltia's the Silent Sage. Along with Silentia's, a storm of devastating magic rains down on Gozo. Watching from within, Reichiro is highly impressed while the other ancestors look on in sheer awe. Reichiro notes how the kid effortlessly copied their magic and physical techniques right after swatting the insect away. He does not care where this infinite potential comes from, he just finds the boy incredibly entertaining to watch. The plan is to train him. Under the guidance of their ancient ancestors, Minato Kanagi will surely awaken. He could become the absolute strongest awakened of all time. Meanwhile, nobody realized that 15 different guilds, these factions are already plotting to snatch the kid, even if it means clashing with Midori Ichihara. They need to act fast. But just as one sneaky scout is creeping around, Midori appears right behind him. He even naively asks if there are really that many stalkers, but if there are indeed 15 of them, then you must be the very last one. The moment the spy sees Midori Ichihara, he completely panics. Right after that is a highly satisfying beatdown. Once this sneaky pest is completely taken care of, Midori immediately calls Jin to check on the situation. Jin reports that he has just arrived. There are no other awakened around here, but someone might have beaten them to the spot. A completely lost Midori listens as Jin explains that the intruder was the S-rank poison hunter Heitani Gozo. He came to cause trouble for young Minato but ended up defeated. Midori stands there in absolute shock. Feeling a bit humbled by this, Midori immediately runs over to find Minato and praises him for being absolutely amazing. Honestly, he never expected the kid to actually pull this off. It seems he really did defeat an S-rank hunter. Asking if Minato is okay or poisoned, Midori gets a confused look as Minato points to his bruised cheek. Minato says they are totally fine. Hearing this, Raichiro crosses his arms and sighs, saying they would be dead without Valentine. The two of them would have crossed over. Valentine looks completely exhausted, panting heavily. Raichiro has to praise her efforts. He admits she did a great job wrapping everything up in just 5 seconds. Valentine looks shy. She stammers that since the culprit was still there, extracting his blood was quite easy, which basically meant stabbing him repeatedly. It was just endless stabbing until she finally succeeded. Meanwhile, Midori is looking pretty awkward. He apologizes for being late, explaining he was busy clearing out the organizations targeting Minato because of that video. Minato is surprised. He asks if that means the attacker was completely lying about being Midori's partner. Midori confirms that many people use his name. Right then he asks Jin if everything has been wrapped up. The girl looks pretty exhausted after wrapping up the work. It turns out that all the damage to Minato's house, everything is fully repaired. It was fixed in an instant, looking even better than it did before. Now that it is done, Midori suggests going inside to discuss Minato's future. After a long, detailed discussion, they wrap things up. The very next morning, Minato gets ready to move out as his mother packs his bags. She asks if he is ready, checking if he has his wallet and phone charger. Minato. He feels perfectly fine and just wants his mother not to worry, though she still looks incredibly anxious. She wonders if her boy is really leaving with Midori. She recalls their previous conversation about her son's massive potential. Midori had urged her to trust him, promising to train her boy into an amazing hunter. In that moment, Minato had jumped up with excitement, thrilled that he was chosen by Midori Ichihara. But no mother is ever happy about sending her beloved son away. She hands him a packed lunch. She tells him to take it since he skipped breakfast, adding he can just throw it away if he does not like it. Honestly, she has a very good reason to be upset. She had deeply questioned Midori about the future. Her son will face extremely dangerous situations, right? Minato has always admired those legendary ancestors. He has been struggling for so long. She feels lucky he is being taken in, but as a parent she cannot help but worry. Midori Ichihara had given her a firm assurance. He knows a hunter's job is to fight monsters and nothing can be guaranteed. Still, he promises to train Minato to become so strong that he will never lose to those ancestors. Hearing those reassuring words, she had bowed in gratitude. Now, on their way back, Jin worriedly asks Midori if making such a promise is wise, since no one knows the future. Midori looks in the rearview mirror, watching the mother give her son some final incredibly careful advice. She warns Minato not to sleep shirtless, so he does not catch a cold, and to separate his colored laundry. Seeing this makes Midori feel a bit emotional, strengthening his resolve to do whatever it takes to keep his promise. Finally, it is time to drive off. He asks if Minato is ready, and the boy replies yes. Worried he might hesitate, Minato looks tense while Midori calmly points out that they have a very long journey ahead of them, telling him to just eat or sleep as he pleases. Midori watches him open the packed lunch his mother sent along. Inside is his absolute favorite meat dish, complete with a message written in sauce, wishing her son good luck on his new journey. Thoughts of his mother bring tears to his eyes, making this simple meal taste incredible as their vehicle travels further into the distance. They soon reach a majestic mountain range, leaving Minato completely speechless before Midori proudly turns to him and welcomes him to their destination. She boasts that only a handful of awakened ones ever set foot here, the secret headquarters of the Prophecy Prevention Unit. Otherwise known as the Nonverbal Envoys, this main base already has a few high-level awakened members waiting for their arrival. The moment Midori's car passes through the gates, signals are sent out to prepare everyone for the arrival of their newest member. The crew gossips in surprise, whispering about the rare arrival of a new recruit, since getting a new partner is highly unusual. One of them smiles, wondering if this rookie is actually worthy of joining the Nonverbal Envoys, deciding a test is definitely in order. Before even stepping inside, Minato is sweating bullets, looking around at the massive facility while trying to process how insanely grand it is. Confused, he asks if this nonverbal envoy place is actually Ichihara-san's guild, still completely in the dark. Jin sighs, apologizing for not explaining earlier because they simply could not discuss these details out in the open. Since his mother was around, keeping quiet was necessary because this is a national secret, which sends Minato into absolute shock. Stuttering in disbelief, Minato asks if he heard that right, while Jin patiently and politely confirms that yes, it is exactly that. Midori chuckles and tells him they will chat later, directing him to take his bags over to the dormitory first. Jin offers to help him carry everything, but the polite gesture only makes Minato feel incredibly awkward and out of place. Insisting he can handle it himself, Minato declines the help when suddenly a figure drops straight down from the sky. A strange guy lunges at them while unleashing a massive burst of energy, yelling for them to wait as he attacks. Screaming that he will explain everything, the attacker aims a massive kick right at Minato, forcing the rookie to drop his bags. He barely blocks the devastating kick, which only excites the attacker, who praises him for actually holding his ground. The force behind the blow is immense, leaving Minato struggling as he demands to know who this crazy guy is. Jumping back with a polite bow, the weirdo introduces himself as Hanada Hikotaru, a member of the agency and his new partner. Wait, who is this guy? Minato stares at his supposed partner, wondering what kind of lunatic he has run into. Meanwhile, Midori calmly sips her freshly poured tea, watching the chaotic battle unfold right outside her car window. Minato demands to know why a teammate is attacking him, and Hikotaru happily replies it is the perfect introduction and a test of his skills. Annoyed to his limit, Minato struggles to defend himself as Hikotaru continues to unleash serious, heavy attacks. Despite being exhausted from the long trip, Minato forces himself to fight back while Hikotaru casually begins his explanation. He offers to explain their history, leaving Minato completely dumbfounded by this bizarre lecture. Wondering why this guy is lecturing him mid-combat, Minato dodges another strike as Hikotaru demands to hear his name first. Introducing himself as Kanagi Minato, the rookie struggles while Midori enjoys her warm tea, amused by the show. And talk about bad luck, he was evaluated by the academy, then by an S-rank, and now faces another test. She asks Jin if he feels pity for the kid always being evaluated, but Jin remains completely unbothered and calm. Jin admits he agrees, especially since Midori handpicked him, while the two fighters continue their high-energy clash nearby. Hikotaru fires off another question mid-swing, demanding to know what the actual job of a hunter is. Minato quickly replies that it is to eliminate monsters from the rifts, which Hikotaru compares to basic pest control. He then asks what could possibly be more dangerous than that, causing Minato to pause in confusion. Smiling with a sharp glint in his eye, Hikotaru warns that far worse threats are currently lurking in their world. He brings up the Pandemonium event 15 years ago and the massive Kyushu outbreak 5 years ago. Realizing the dark truth behind those disasters, Minato points out that they all seem to stem from humans. His answer earns him a brutal kick from Hikotaru, who loudly agrees that humans themselves are indeed the real threat. He explains that while the academy teaches the basic facts, the real world operates on a completely different level. Unleashing in sudden burst of power, his devastating blow cleanly snaps a nearby tree in half. He reveals that hostile forces from other dimensions are invading, much like the legendary Malavalin Tower incident. That crisis from 300 years ago was incredibly dire, and worse, that ancient invasion has never actually ended. Some sinister forces from another world are targeting their world with evil intentions. Hearing this makes Minato go completely pale with fear. Hikotaru confesses that modern awakeners have grown terribly weak compared to their ancient ancestors. Hardly anyone today can even touch the legendary power of the ancient primordials anymore. Minato asks in total confusion what they should do. Smiling brightly, Hikotaru replies that this is the exact reason their organization was founded. Those who can see the future and identify incoming dangers will only share their secrets with a selected group of elite warriors who can destroy them, and that elite group is the non-prophets. While Midori is incredibly pleased with this explanation, Minato is still standing there looking completely and utterly clueless. Fighting against prophets, Hikotaru says that starting today, Minato is officially one of them. Hikotaru adds that Minato is the first person to ever block his kicks, welcoming him. Welcoming him to the non-prophets, the two shake hands in peace while Midori stands by happily clapping for his new ally. Looking up at the Awakeners watching from above, Hikotaru calls out to them as his trusted partners. He officially approves Minato and asks for their opinion, but they remain dead silent. The mysterious watchers simply vanish in a split second, leaving a puzzled Midori to joke that they act exactly like classic villains. Hikotaru laughs, saying they probably just wanted to see for themselves before telling Midori that he will gladly take full responsibility for Minato from now on. Right after, Hikotaru eagerly leads Minato straight to the dormitory, offering to guide the boy to his new room. He kindly helps carry the bags, telling Minato to just call him Hiko. In a flash, night falls. The moon rises as Minato finishes unpacking his things inside his quiet new room at the non-prophet's dormitory. Sitting alone, he sighs heavily about an organization fighting against dark future prophecies. Did the ancient primordials actually face these same terrifying crises back during the legendary Tower era? Everything must have been predicted. He shivers, wondering if he is truly meant to stand against such forces. Anxiety creeps in, but right in his moment of deepest doubt, the ancient primordials suddenly manifest and tell him to simply get stronger. Raichiro speaks up. He apologizes for keeping secrets and promises to share their big decision. They have officially decided to personally train him so he can eventually become the single most powerful awakener alongside Midori. It is truly history-defining. He will become the strongest awakener of all time. History books will record the name Kanagi Minato as the sole successor to the power of the great primordials. He is completely stunned. Everything unfolding feels like a bizarre dream that simply cannot be real at all. He asks if they truly want him as their successor. They confirm that this is the sole reason they are appearing before him tonight. They declare he will be their successor, but Minato blankly asks why they would ever want to choose him. He wonders if they only want to steal his body, prompting Reichiro to flash a very sinister grin, laughing at the idea. Reichiro jokes that they will fight among themselves to possess his body, causing Minato to panic over their ridiculous and childish rivalry. Imagining a brutal battle royale among the primordials, Minato makes a pitiful face and begs them not to fight over him. Seeing the kid lose his mind, Reichiro bursts out laughing, admitting that he was only teasing him. Though they initially planned to take over, watching him closely made them change their minds. Now they want to use his potential for mutual benefit. Training him will be far more entertaining, especially after seeing how he handled that notorious poison user in their previous battle. Minato had successfully copied their advanced skills after seeing them just once. He might lack mastery, but the raw execution was outstanding. Reichiro asks if he realizes how incredible that is. He is unsure if this gift stems from the mysterious imprint on his soul. Either way, Minato's greatest talent is his terrifying learning speed, a gift that completely outshines even the legendary primordials themselves. Minato falls completely silent. Tears begin to stream down his face as he tightly clasps his hands, desperately trying to hold back his emotions. Listening to Reichiro, he simply breaks down. His entire past has been nothing but a painful collection of insults and cold sighs. Everyone used to look down on him as a completely useless failure who did not have a single redeeming quality to his name. Nobody had ever placed any hope in him until this very moment. Being treated like absolute trash for so long makes this feel unreal. People mocked him for failing the Hunter exam 3 times, and his interviewers did not even bother to ask for his name before tossing him aside. Absolutely nobody believed he had a future until Midori and these ancient legendary figures suddenly stepped into his life. Hearing that he can actually become the strongest awakener makes him overflow with an emotional release he has never felt before. Minato continues to weep, completely overwhelmed by the sudden warmth and hope that has flooded into his miserable life. The very legends he admired from afar are now putting their faith and high expectations in him. Seeing the young man half crying and half laughing like that, Ra stepped in to comfort him, telling him to stop crying. Our souls will walk with you. Sleep tight. Use this inner space freely whenever you want. Without having to worry about any limits of time or space, we will grant you 100 hours of training, precious training hours daily. Then in the afternoon you will practice with the non-prophets, and during your sleep, even more practice. I officially declare it from this very moment on. No more peaceful sleep for you. But you are ready, right? Minato stands up even though his tears stream down like a river. He loudly declares his readiness to learn, and just like that, morning arrives. Stepping out to brush his teeth, Minato runs into Hikataru. Good morning, brother Hikataru. Noting how incredibly sleepy the boy looks, Minato honestly admits while brushing that he is still getting used to it. Hikataru laughs warmly. He was the same way on day 1, but staring closely at Minato, he suddenly notices an intense surge of energy radiating off the boy. What on earth is happening here? Locking his focus, Hikataru greets the new day with a strike. It is even faster than yesterday. Incredibly calm, Minato spits his water and dodges effortlessly. He is still far too sleepy for games. He heads off to the cafeteria. Behind him, a completely baffled Hikataru wonders what just happened. His attack was definitely faster than yesterday. Meanwhile, over at the crowded cafeteria of the non-profits, people gather around, offering a silent prayer before eating. As soon as Minato gets his food, Hikataru appears behind him to point out a seat. Suggesting a great spot over there, he leads Minato toward a young woman eating fruit, politely asking if they can join her. He casually asks if they can sit down, and receiving absolutely no answer, he simply decides to take a seat anyway. Telling Minato to sit down, the boy quickly realizes this quiet woman is actually one of Hikataru's partners from yesterday. Running into her at last, the rookie Minato freezes, sensing she does not welcome him at all. Knowing he is the junior here, the young man forces himself to put on a brave face and act friendly. He eagerly introduces himself as Kanagi Minato, trying to be friendly. She coldly tells him to shut up. She claims she has zero interest in learning his name, and until she accepts him, she will not use it. Calling it his personal test, she demands he join her to crush a prophet, just as fate continues to throw endless challenges and trials his way. It seems his life is now just tests after tests, dating back to 1945, when the first prophecy book was discovered. In Antarctica, 3,000 meters deep beneath the ice, they carefully picked up the terrifying Apocalypse book, written in crude, childlike handwriting. It forewarned that 85 years later, the world would face devastating attacks and various other disasters. Because of this, humanity chose to follow its warnings, and now riding inside a moving car, his grumpy partner repeatedly challenges him. Why did the world believe that book? Minato looks visibly uncomfortable. He grumbles that he does not even know her name. She remains completely cold, utterly ignoring him. Why should she tell him? She demands an immediate answer, forcing a reluctant Minato to reply. He suggests it was because those events actually came true. This immediately earns him a sharp head knock. Is he completely stupid? If even one apocalyptic event actually happened, humanity would have been wiped out long ago. Panicked, Minato asks Hikotaru, just how many prophets are actually out there? Somewhere around 200. The naive boy sighs that they are doomed, but Midori happily chimes in. They have already stopped about 180. Minato is left completely wide-eyed in awe. Turning back to the cold girl, he asks once more what truly made the world believe in that mysterious book. She explains that the explorer who originally discovered the Apocalypse book was named Bernard Sasso. The moment he opened the first page, he found a written message welcoming him, specifically detailing his exact name and date. On March 17, 1945 at 11:35 a.m., explorer Bernard Sasso discovered the Apocalypse book. Their car finally pulls up in Tokyo on Sumida Street, right where a primary rift has opened, and she immediately marches straight past the barricades despite police warnings that the area is locked down, with the rest following her inside. The officers yell but refuse to follow them inside, leaving a nervous Minato dealing with his very first time breaking the rules. Luckily, Hikotaru reassures him it is fine as their quiet partner speaks up. Listing World War III, the Black Moon, and the non-tree pandemic, she warns that these threats are incredibly urgent and dangerous. Even with the pandemonium event handled by Ichihara, Midori, and a few exceptions in the Apocalyptic Codex, countless prophet scriptures still remain scattered. To gather world data in time, a special team was formed. The Non-Prophets, a brand new unit. Danger ranges from high to extreme, matching metrics from the Apocalyptic Codex. Level 1 means a global ecological disaster, Level 2 is a national crisis, and Level 3 threatens multiple local territories. But here is the twist. Minato behaves like a total clueless rookie who knows absolutely nothing about the world. Are we seriously the only ones doing this? The older girl snaps back with annoyance. She tells him to figure it out since he joined. Just then, they cross the barricades at Kisaragi Mountain Rift. Seeing them arrive, the guards mistake them for normal citizens, shouting at them to turn back because the area is extremely dangerous. The girl instantly recognizes it. It is a Level 3 prophet threat, a B-rank rift at first glance. Yet it remains a dangerous Level 3 Golden Wolf calamity, and right as she says it, the rift tears wide open. The guards panic in disbelief. It was just a tiny crack a second ago, but now a swarm of A-rank monsters pours out. At this sight, Kisaragi immediately raises his hands to fight. He charges straight at the beasts, expecting a cool one-shot victory. Instead, a monster bites down, shredding his face. The other guard gets chewed up next. Honestly, that is the ultimate reality check for weaklings trying to act tough. He screams for them to run. The girl triggers Cheat Magisters. Puddles manifest on the ground. She reaches inside using Mercury to pull up a massive arsenal. These floating weapons fire directly at the beasts, devouring the guards. Every single shot lands. Now watch Hikotaru show off. His movements look like a playful dance rather than a real battle. He flips through the air effortlessly. Kisaragi stands there totally dumbfounded. Who are these people? Their combat skills easily surpass his own status as an S-rank hunter. The girl stares coldly at Kisaragi. She states that, from their perspective, he is the real civilian. Go retreat now. Only then does he notice her glowing hand mark. What is that crest? Government agents. No time for questions, they continue their sweep. They confidently sweep the remaining monsters. But suddenly, a boss far stronger than an S-rank appears. It is the S+ rank beastman Gilead Unia. Kisaragi panics as Hikotaru immediately charges. He begs them not to charge recklessly. But Hikotaru does not care, leaping straight onto the monster. Cover fire. Hikotaru expects an easy win, but he suddenly freezes. His attack was reflected. It turns out the beast has physical immunity, forcing Hikotaru to retreat. Next is her turn to strike. But before she can act, Minato suddenly steps forward, taking her by surprise. He concentrates raw power, grabbing the beast by its snout with bare hands. Unleashing massive force, the ground shatters as a huge flame erupts, burning the boss to ashes. Hikotaru gasps. Total disbelief. That was the legendary 1-inch punch. He obliterated an S+ rank threat in a single hit. His intuition this morning was spot on. Minato has grown insanely powerful overnight. The older girl stands behind him, left completely speechless. Who even asked you to help? She grumbles. Minato ignores her, analyzing his opponent. Inner energy is the key. Destroy the physical resistant foe from within. Guantex taught him well last night. The absolute fundamentals of the 1-inch punch. He never expected to apply it so soon, but it worked beautifully. Turning around, knowing he passed, he excitedly asks his partner to finally introduce herself. After all, he just saved her life, so she has no reason to hide her identity. Completely dropping her cold attitude, she loudly declares her real name is Shinomiya Akane. Now, only the minor A-rank monsters remain. With the S+ threat gone, they sweep the rest. Hikotaru leaps high, activating physical enhancement before using penetration to destroy them from within. Damage erupts. They drop instantly. Akane activates Mercury. Both are thrilled. Attacking them from the inside is indeed much easier, exactly as Minato explained. Even though Minato showed them such a grand attack method, they still call him a complete rookie. As they prepare to head inside, Kisaragi is left standing there completely lost and confused. They are actually entering the spatial crack. He panics what could possibly be inside. He warns them it is a totally different world and calls them crazy, but Minato is already bursting with sheer excitement. Minato charges in at full speed, shouting that he is coming for his true love, leaving Kisaragi looking completely flabbergasted. Ignoring the stunned bystander, they leap straight into the crack, leaving Kisaragi behind to quietly whisper his admiration. These guys are amazing. As they dash inside, Minato and Hikotaru are ready for action. They are laughing like they are at a festival. Could they really be members of that rumored secret organization? Once inside, they find an entirely different realm where monsters swarm in numbers too massive to count. Sensing the intruders, the beasts charge forward like they have been starving for human flesh, with countless more swarming in from behind. Akan locks in immediately. These pests are just like the ones outside, so it is time to start slicing. She skewers them effortlessly. One by one, they fall while things get crazy on the other side of the field. Minato and Hikotaru run hard to keep up with, Minato still finding time to praise how incredibly strong Akan is. Hikotaru boasts that her area of effect attacks are unmatched just as Akan faces down a gigantic beast. Suddenly, Hikotaru rushes ahead. He eagerly demands to take on this massive monster completely alone. The beast swings its giant arms wildly, but Hikotaru easily plays a game of hide and seek. He taunts the creature and in a flash stands on the ceiling, calling it stupid for looking the wrong way. As it looks up, Hikotaru delivers a blindingly fast kick, striking with perfect precision and leaving Minato completely amazed. Minato gets incredibly hyped watching them. He refuses to miss out on the fun. He leaps forward, hitting the beast with a few extra blows of his own to join the fight. His movements copy Hikotaru's perfectly, and he naively asks if he did the technique right. Hikotaru just laughs it off. With the minor pests cleared, the trio pushes deeper. The monster swarms finally thin out. Akan easily locates their main destination. Minato is amazed by how massive the cavern is, but a sudden rumbling from above cuts his exploration short. Looking up, they see a massive beast far larger than the last, and trust me, they are in deep trouble. It is an S++ rank boss. Yet Akan boldly steps forward without hesitation. She greets the boss. Immediately after speaking, she prepares to unleash an absolute onslaught. Akan activates her high-tier spell, trapping the giant beast in a magic circle as a barrage of weapons rains down. With a serious expression, she reminds the guys of rule number 1, always use your ultimate move against strong enemies first. Never give them a chance. She plans to weaken the beast completely, leaving the final blow to the guys. Hikotaru laughs in excitement at her flashy spell, shouting that he is heading in next to finish the job. Minato stays back. He watches the intense battle closely, making sure not to miss a single detail. This is his very first time witnessing such incredible superhuman abilities being unleashed right in front of him. Their attacks look amazing, but he instinctively knows it is not enough, and honestly, his gut feeling is spot on. Hikotaru is offended. How dare this rookie judge his ultimate move? But that brief distraction costs them. The boss shatters the barriers. It stomps hard, sending massive cracks tearing across the stone floor. Debris falls. The entire cavern shakes violently, signaling that disaster is about to strike. Akan is shocked. The beast took 0 damage, while a voice echoes in Minato's mind space. The alchemist Heliku praises the girl's perfect casting speed, precision, and power, calling her exceptionally talented. What a waste. It would be a tragedy for such brilliant talent to perish so young. Watching her closely, Heliku agrees with her tactic of immediately unleashing her ultimate skill against a powerful enemy. He gives her maximum points for her tactical response against an unknown threat, noting it would normally work. An ordinary boss would have fallen easily, but she completely miscalculated this opponent. Total physical immunity. This monster shrugs off physical strikes like they are absolutely nothing. Minato asks Heliku for advice. What should they do against an enemy with such high defense? The situation is looking incredibly urgent right now. The rampaging monster is completely out of control, launching a frenzy of wild attacks. Hikotaru is in absolute panic. Akan deeply regrets not bringing a magic user along, but they are fresh out of options. Akan has no choice but to keep activating her. Magisters sting desperately, trying to buy them some precious time. Meanwhile, Heliku asks to borrow Minato's body. Lend it to me for a second. I will show this little girl how it is done. Taking over Minato's body, Heliku immediately unleashes Mercurius, striking the massive monster head-on. Sure enough, the devastating blow leaves the beast quite dazed, leaving Akan completely stunned. How is this even possible? How can you use the exact same skill as me? She asks. And what did you even do? Physical attacks are completely useless against it. With a deadpan expression, Heliku glances back. You are pretty foolish, kid, lacking any sort of flexibility. To master alchemy skills, you need to manipulate substances in all 3 states of matter. Immediately after, a mercury blast erupts. The beast instantly bursts into roaring flames, foaming and emitting an awful stench as Akin dodges while deep in thought. Instead of standard physical strikes, he utilized intense heat, which is honestly a brilliant way to handle this thing. Heliku is thrilled to finally find someone with genuine talent for alchemy. "I really like you, Minato," he exclaims. "But now I kind of want this little girl to be my successor instead." Minato breaks his sweat speechless. "Come on, stop joking around," he thinks. All that remains of the beast now is a pair of iron legs. The rest has completely evaporated before it could even burn, and just like that, an actual miracle has occurred. Today's mission to eliminate the blind bull boss and stop the level 3 threat has officially been accomplished. Although the job is done, Akin still cannot bring herself to believe what just unfolded right in front of her. Staring blankly, she is utterly lost in her thoughts. This is impossible since every awakened possesses a unique sigil. Different seals grant completely distinct skills. He looks like a physical fighter, just like Hikotaru, and yet, he is somehow able to perform high-level alchemy. Who on earth is this guy? Seeing her spacing out, Minato reaches out his hand to introduce himself again. "I will say it once more. My name is Kanagi Minato. Please do not forget me, Sister Akin." Though she was pretty hostile earlier, she simply cannot deny his incredible strength now. Swallowing her pride, she awkwardly shakes his hand. "Fine, I will try." Watching this, Hikotaru smiles warmly to himself. He never expected Akin to actually accept Minato. Meanwhile, the survivors waiting outside are still anxiously waiting for news of the 3 brave souls who ventured inside as the rift slowly begins to close. They grow pretty anxious, wondering what on earth is happening. Suddenly, from that tiny crack in space, Minato pokes his head out first. Then Hikotaru leaps out with a joyful shout that was absolutely incredible. Truly a memorable experience. The crowd outside erupts in sheer relief and joy. They made it. The team that went inside has returned completely safe. The rift vanishes forever, leaving Akin quiet while Minato remains quite puzzled. His brain is flooded with a million questions. Is the mission fully finished? Now they just need to head back to headquarters. That was a pretty tough quest. Just then, Kisaragi approaches and bows on behalf of his squad, offering a sincere thank you for saving their lives. "We will not ask you to reveal your identities or explain anything that happened in there," Kisaragi promises. Akin maintains her cold demeanor, but still wants to look a bit cool. "Thanks for understanding," she replies, "and oh, by the way, just draw this emblem in your report and they will understand." Kisaragi excitedly watches them depart, shouting a respectful yes. "If there is ever an emergency, feel free to find us." Honestly, rare incidents like this do not happen very often. In fact, we might never meet again, so just go back to your normal life. Kisaragi scratches his head awkwardly at the harsh truth. On November 5th in N Province's CA village, things have suddenly taken a bizarre turn. The entire area is shrouded in an eerie red glow. Police guard the perimeter day and night as the sun begins to set. Over at headquarters, Akin sighs deeply. Fighting monsters is only half the battle now. She is stuck writing reports. Checking his phone, Hikotaru receives an unexpected alert. It looks like someone is actively calling for his team. Akin is pretty startled. Who could it be right after a mission? The notification directs them straight to the inner laboratory. Stepping into laboratory number 3, they find several awakened waiting. One scoffs at Akin for taking so long with a simple level 3 threat. Minato studies the red-haired man. If his memory serves him right, this guy is actually an old acquaintance of Hikotaru. Akin cannot stand anyone acting arrogant. She snaps back at Suo, telling him to stop acting cool just because a rookie is around. After all, he is not even the captain. Hikotaru is forced to step in and tell them both to calm down. They might look close, but they instantly start roasting each other the moment they meet. Once everyone gathers, they ask the director straight up, "What do you need from us?" Director Kurihara. Right on cue, Kurihara gets serious and turns on the projector screen. "Alright, take a look at this." This footage just came in from the analysis team. On the screen, a glowing red, charred-looking branch appears. It looks like charcoal, but it is not quite charcoal, Akin says, looking a bit confused. The director explains that this is a sacred scripture. They recovered it in this exact condition deep inside a volcanic region, and they started researching it immediately. Minato chimes in, wondering how they are supposed to read a scripture that is completely burned to a crisp. Kurihara explains that with modern technology like AI and advanced scanning, they can partially restore the damaged text. Although the full message remains unclear, there is one specific prophecy that directly mentions Japan. Hearing this, the hunters are instantly stunned. Worried whispers fill the room as tension starts to build. Nobody wants to think about what is coming. Even Akin is shocked that a completely undiscovered prophecy actually exists. Minato turns to ask Hikotaru if this is some kind of ultra-rare find, but honestly, even Hikotaru is stumped. He has never heard of anything like this. It makes no sense because their top-tier research division tracks everything worldwide. They track everything. Every single prophecy across the entire globe. Finding a new one should be impossible, making this a highly unusual case. Suo Shinji cuts straight to the chase. He asks if they just need to go investigate it. Kurihara smiles, praising him for being as sharp as ever. Normally, seasoned pros would handle this, but they are all deployed right now. Minato finally realizes what is going on. No wonder Midori was nowhere to be found when they got back. The director gets right down to business. He is officially assigning the investigation to the four of them with details sent by email. They need to move out immediately. While the others stay calm, Minato completely panics. This is way too sudden for him. Leaving right this second, Hekataru and Aken just shrug it off, knowing that early pain means an early break. They tell him he will get used to it eventually. Even though Minato is utterly exhausted, he has no choice but to agree. After all, the fate of the world waits for no one. Suddenly, Suo Shinji slams his hand down on the table to declare his readiness. He proudly announces that Suo Shinji and his 3 subordinates are ready. Aken instantly snaps, yelling about who he is calling a subordinate. Karma is real. She warns him his massive ego will get him killed one day. The crew makes sure to watch each other's backs since this rush mission has an unknown threat level. Even if things start going sideways, they need to wait for backup. On the ride over, Minato stares out the window. Watching the sunset, he figures an unranked mission is probably just a basic scouting job anyway. Nothing to worry about. But of course, Suo Shinji cannot help but open his mouth to start bragging again, asking if they just got back. He tells them to rest so he does not have to carry 3 dead weights. Aken snaps, telling him to shut up. She insists she is fine without sleep. While everyone is completely stressed, Minato decides to take advantage of the quiet ride. "Well, I am sleeping," Minato cheerfully announces, and Hikataru immediately nods off too. Just like that, Aken is the only one left struggling to stay awake just to protect her pride. Can't sleep. She slaps her own face, desperately fighting the exhaustion. But once darkness hits, she passes out completely, drooling and leaning so heavily on Minato that his face gets totally squished. Before they know it, Suo Shinji is loudly waking them up. Aken bolts upright, desperately pretending like she was awake the whole time. She stammers that she was not sleeping, only to see the 3 guys already outside staring grimly into the distance. She quickly blames Minato for not waking her up. But Minato does not even look back, completely transfixed by the red glow ahead. Things look incredibly bad. The prophetic event is already beginning to take shape. Aken squints to get a closer look. The magic circle is massive. Suo Shinji notes that there are exactly 23 of those massive red pillars rising into the sky. This matches the disaster from 35 years ago when the Wakayama estate vanished without a single trace. Back then, a massive interdimensional rift tore open. Right now, a terrifying structure of frozen skeletons is rapidly taking form. It is assembling at a breakneck speed. The situation is critical. They must move. Sword-drawn Suo Shinji is ready. Of course, we are going to smash them. Aken cannot help but tease him, reminding him that they were ordered to wait for the main backup force. But before anyone can move, a sudden explosion of raw energy erupts from Minato, completely overwhelming everyone standing near him. That makes them turn right back to look at Minato, who asks a pretty innocent question about whether he can play too. Minato is actually way stronger than he was this morning. Suo Shinji looks pretty impressed and tells him to follow along since he is clearly no dead weight. Everyone charges ahead. Aken is hesitant but follows anyway, and there is a very specific reason Minato is so incredibly fired up. It is because this nostalgic scent stimulates the progenitors, a familiar smell from back when they were still living. From the eerie misty ground, a pale hand suddenly reaches up. The progenitors recognize it instantly. It is the scent of a forbidden spell from Bando Shijima, the dark magus leader who caused a terrible genocide. He committed this atrocity during peacetime and was quickly executed by the Onmyoji afterward. Back then, an entire village was nearly wiped out, leaving only blood and corpses behind as Bando Shijima poured away the evidence. He had a savage, satisfied look on his face, claiming his time was up now, but in 1,000 years, he would return. He promised to wipe out all life and rule the world as a demon king. To make that happen, Shijima left behind a secret technique, a forbidden grimoire detailing his resurrection. He survives by sacrificing other living things, so the team must find and stop this heavenly fire scripture immediately. Now Bando Shijima has finally returned, grumbling about how humiliating it is to revive with so little power. He wonders if the sacrifices were not enough, but notes that the world has not changed much after 1,000 years. Seeing fresh prey deliver themselves, he instantly hits Minato and the group with a massive earth-shattering explosion. Getting blown back, Minato worries for Aken and Hikataru, especially with another deadly trap waiting right below them. The two cannot react in time and are completely swallowed, unable to move against this master mage. Bando Shijima is a terrifyingly powerful enemy, and he immediately shifts his cold gaze right over to Minato. The boy launches a quick counterattack, but the villain dodges effortlessly, calmly assessing the physical techniques of his young opponent. He calls Minato a mere brat despite his decent martial arts, but suddenly a glowing circle erupts around the boy. A massive surge of energy shoots into the air, catching the ancient villain completely off guard. Minato unleashes a whole new level of raw power, charging straight ahead to strike Bando Shijima directly. The demon raises a hand to block with a casual smile, teasing that the strike was actually pretty decent. While he is distracted, Suo Shinji seizes the chance to launch a frontal assault, but even this speed is not enough. Shijima just laughs it off, mockingly saying he almost died there, while Suo Shinji silently raises his blade high. Knowing this simple attack would not be enough, he immediately triggers his powerful skill, Autumn Taiso. Brilliant red light rains down from above as Bando laughs, mocking those flashy swords as cheap circus tricks. Suo Shinji completely ignores the villain's arrogant boasting as he keeps pressing the attack with absolute focus. But the very moment his sword gets incredibly close, Shijima casually catches the lethal strike with a single bare hand. The villain praises him as the strongest in the group, while poor Minato remains completely frozen in place. Shijima is just too crazy strong, completely unlike any opponent they have ever faced before. He feels like he is dealing with a high-tier threat on the level of Ichihara. He is in total panic, but wait, look at who is charging in from behind. Aken and Hikotaru charge straight at Shijima, yelling at Minato to stop standing around as they leap in to help Suo Shinji. But Shijima simply summons his dark minions, terrifying bull-headed beasts wearing creepy necklaces made of actual skulls. Looking like massive minotaurs, they block the path while Shijima turns his full attention back to Suo Shinji. He smugly mocks Suo Shinji, laughing about how nobody is coming to save him now. But right then, Suo Shinji delivers a blinding slash across his neck, catching him completely off guard. Suo Shinji growls that he does not need help because the only thing he relies on is his own skill. Shijima sneers in response, saying he doesn't need anyone either, which is exactly why he plans to destroy everything. He rushes forward like a maniac, forcing Suo Shinji to realize that he needs to be even faster to survive. Suddenly, Minato charges in from behind and unleashes a massive burst of power, leaving Shijima completely bewildered. The villain wonders how the boy broke past his bone soldiers, but his thoughts are cut short by a brutal punch. The impact is so strong it sends the demon skidding back, leaving Suo Shinji totally dazed by the sudden save. Minato firmly tells him that fighting alone is too dangerous and calls on him to take this guy down together. Suo Shinji glances over at Aken and Hiko, watching them struggle desperately against the skeletal soldiers. They can barely even keep up. While those two struggle, Minato handles them with absolute ease and is already standing right here. Suo Shinji is completely stunned. Driven by his massive ego, Suo Shinji refuses to accept this. He snaps, "You want us to fight together? Get lost, I do not need anyone helping me. I will defeat him myself." Minato panics seriously. How can he talk like that in a life-or-death situation? Bando Shijima is highly amused by Suo Shinji's pride, practically bursting with anticipation. "You are doing the right thing," he sneers. "I also prefer enjoying things alone," the villain says. He unleashes his power to toy with Suo Shinji, easily brushing Minato aside. Minato collapses onto the wet ground in front of a smoking tree, completely knocked out in the pouring rain. The primordials appear in his subconscious. They explain that his unconscious state is exactly what allowed them to bring him here. Despite his agonizing physical pain, Minato winces and weakly calls out Reichiro's name. He suddenly snaps awake with fierce determination, insisting he must return. But Reichiro stops him, his tone turning dead serious. "You must stay out of this fight." Meanwhile, the battle between Suo Shinji and Bando Shijima grows deadlier by the second. Bando Shijima is clearly just playing around, mockingly noting that they think alike. Suo Shinji sweats, fully aware he is being completely overwhelmed. He is completely outmatched. None of his active skills can even scratch the villain anymore. Bando Shijima loudly declares that since neither of them needs anyone else, he is just going to destroy everything. Suo Shinji draws his blade for a desperate strike, but Bando Shijima easily blocks it, laughing and asking him to play a bit more. Back in the vision, Reichiro points out the massive gap, telling Minato that Suo Shinji is vastly stronger than Hiko or Akan. Yet even Suo Shinji cannot touch Bando Shijima. The gap is simply too massive, and the villain's magic is flawlessly precise. If they were in a city, that monster would already be a demon king. And if he absorbs your life force, it's over. He will grow even more unstoppable, causing unimaginable casualties. He is an unmeasured high-level threat. It was pure luck that you found that grimoire in the first place, so just leave this fight to us. Hand your body over to me. But before Reichiro can finish, Minato flatly shuts him down with a firm no. "I am sorry, but this is not training anymore. This is a real battle, and I have to learn to overcome this. I need to survive this using my own power, right?" The pink-haired primordial frowns, clearly disapproving of his reckless attitude. She tries to stop him, but Reichiro suddenly bursts out laughing, admitting defeat to the kid's stubbornness. Remembering the kid's fierce determination, Reichiro can't help but smile. "That is the spirit, Minato. You really are going to surpass all of us primordials, aren't you?" He pats his shoulder, telling him to use everything he learned. "Do it your own way." With that, Minato steps forward with absolute confidence, ready to face the music. He looks back one last time, clenching his fist in a tight promise, "Just watch over me, masters." Now watch this. He charges straight into the clash as Bando Shijima prepares to deliver the final killing blow. Show me if you have any other tricks, Bando Shijima mocks. If that is all, let's wrap this up. Suo Shinji's sword is knocked away, his face covered in blood as he collapses, just as all hope seems completely lost. Minato suddenly leaps into the fray, casually asking to borrow Suo Shinji's sword for just a quick second. Through the blinding rain, Suo Shinji barely recognizes Minato before the rookie flips forward, while Bando Shijima charges up his ultimate spell. Magetsu Blade, the villain roars. Diving from above, Minato unleashes his Hinoki first style sword technique in a perfect arc. The slash cleanly severs Bando Shijima's arm, sending the villain stumbling back in absolute shock. What kind of move is this? What the hell are you? He screams. Standing tall, Minato meets his gaze and confidently introduces himself. I am Minato Kanagi. Watching from the sidelines, two primordials fold their arms, wondering if the kid can actually win. Can Minato actually pull off a victory against Bando Shijima? Well, they have to watch. The kid is no fool. Perhaps he mastered something while asleep, or maybe even more. His current strikes are incredibly sharp, precise, and brutal. Suo Shinji watches in complete disbelief. Who on earth is this rookie? He thinks, recalling his own arrogant words from earlier. Before the battle, Suo Shinji had proudly claimed he did not need any help from Minato. Now he feels incredibly bitter. Yet here he is completely exhausted while the rookie saves his life. Suddenly, dark energy waves swarm around Minato. Red energy blasts lock onto Minato, relentless and ready to shred him. But the kid quickly leaps into the air. Channeling another primordial skill, he activates the Dragon Stomp, slamming his foot down to make the earth shake. The ground cracks open and he lifts a massive boulder to block Bando Shijima's incoming magic attacks. Right after that, he smashes the boulder to launch an attack, leaving Bando Shijima completely flabbergasted. He cannot comprehend what is happening before his eyes as the tables turn 180 degrees. Then comes the blink skill. Minato uses the skill of another female progenitor, followed by a reflection ability. Bando Shijima is no longer laughing. He is slowly getting overwhelmed, wondering if the kid isn't awakened. Desperate, Bando Shijima draws a yin-yang formation. Refusing to let Minato escape, he detonates everything. Even though he is severely injured, Minato keeps going. He regains his drive by listening to the progenitors inside him, telling him to stick strictly to the basics. They urge Minato to use the skills they taught him and apply everything with absolute undivided concentration. He charges straight down, shocking Bando Shijima, who instantly recognizes the combination of swordsmanship, physical martial arts, magic, and footwork. Every single skill is highly refined, but none of them pose a threat. Yet something feels completely different. Just how many skills does this kid actually possess? Reishiro and the pink-haired female progenitor are completely stunned, their jaws dropping in sheer disbelief. Fighting monsters is one thing, but what this boy is achieving proves he is actually growing at an insane pace. Absolutely terrifying speed. Meanwhile, Bando Shijima feels like everything is turning into a game. He finds it all highly entertaining and immediately activates a forbidden summoning spell for Tulakot, telling the boy that playtime is officially over. Sensing the battle is taking a terrible turn, the two progenitors immediately yell for him to get away. Minato just stands there blankly. Exhausted and desperate, he begins to lose all hope in himself. He realizes his current self is simply not enough to defeat this monster. He needs more power, truly so much more. Minato closes his eyes, recalling his lessons. His mentor's voice echoes, instructing him to take it step by step, starting with the absolute basics of magic. He remembers the fireball spell and how the Hinoki sword technique is split into two schools, the soft style and the hard style. Wave Slash is a devastating strike designed to cut an opponent in half. It is a hard style sword technique that requires total focus. He must cast aside all fear and hesitation, focusing only on his opponent's thread of life. Minato tightly grips his sword once more. He seamlessly blends every lesson together. Instead of running, he decides to stand his ground and fight to the very end. Ignoring the frantic cries of the progenitors, Minato prepares to unleash a unique skill of his own creation called the Colossal Chi Flame. He focuses on his opponent's life. Everyone visualizes life differently, and to Reichiro, it is just a single thread. He simply cuts that thread with his blade. Now, Minato begins to imagine what life looks like to him. Applying this to the enemy in front of him, he wonders what shape Bando Shijima's life force actually takes. It is like a candle with an offensively bright flame. Minato refuses to let it remain a tiny flickering light. He wants to completely swallow it whole with his own powerful blaze, immediately activating his colossal chi flame. The moment his blazing fire erupts, it instantly incinerates Tulakot, leaving Bando Shijima completely frozen in absolute shock. The two progenitors can hardly believe their eyes as they realize the kid just combined magic with high-level swordsmanship. Right then, Killich pops up to observe, laughing about how incredibly interesting this transcendent awakened kid really is. He can fluidly use any type of skill, proving his masteries are definitely not just a series of coincidences. He merged two completely different skills and is clearly capable of much more, though. Killich vanishes again right after saying it. Reichiro merely brushes him off as a complete weirdo, but the pink-haired progenitor feels his words make perfect sense. Perhaps they have seriously underestimated Minato, making her wonder if continuing to raise him like this is actually a safe idea. Reichiro smiles confidently, asking her if she does not want to witness the boy's incredible growth with her own eyes. Watching that kid grow is a rare sight. Meanwhile, Minato is almost completely spent while Bando Shijima keeps regenerating his shattered body. He changes tactics. This boy is proving to be quite a dangerous opponent after all. He taunts that Minato should have aimed for his head, but before he can finish, an ally intervenes. Suo Shinji leaps forward and slices his neck clean off. As his head rolls away, he still tries to speak. He mutters about forgetting Suo Shinji was there. The moment Minato finally collapses, Suo Shinji rushes to catch him. Cold, dark. Painful memories suddenly flood Suo Shinji's mind, taking him back to a freezing winter day of his past. He remembers pleading with someone to wait until morning, promising he would go and find them some food. In that bitter and freezing cold, his little brother Haru passed away, leaving Suo Shinji to survive completely alone. He always felt completely isolated, but holding Minato right now brings a different feeling. He realizes he is no longer truly alone. Just at that moment, Akane and Hiko panic and rush out to meet them. Suo stands nearby, calling out to see if Minato is still alive before calmly confirming his life is not in danger. Akane finally catches her breath, but Hiko looks up toward the sky in absolute panic, just glad they survived. That relief is short-lived because the barrier is collapsing from within, threatened by an overload of unstable energy. If the village energy causes an explosion, Suo replies bluntly that they will all be crushed to death inside. They need an ultimate move to repel the collapse, but their current condition makes that plan highly unlikely. None of them are in any shape to pull off a miracle right now. With no options left, Minato's body suddenly begins to glow, his hand slowly raising his sword into the air. Suo spins around in shock, asking the rookie if he is awake, though Minato is still completely unconscious. The ancient soul of Hinoki Reichiro has taken control of the body, offering warm words of encouragement from within. Hinoki Reichiro tells the sleeping boy he did an amazing job, promising to handle the rest of the battle. As the barrier cracks, Hinoki Reichiro unleashes his ultimate sword style, just as a group of reinforcements approaches. The newcomers watch in absolute horror, realizing they might be too late to stop the destruction from within. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of blue light shoots from Minato directly into the sky, leaving them in awe. The anti-prophecy squad leader Makoto Suo is deeply impressed by the pure hesitation-free power of this strike. The news quickly reaches Midori, who is flying through Peruvian airspace, listening to the report with immense pride. He smiles as he hears that the rookie stopped an unclassified threat, noting that Makoto is still in Japan. Perched casually on the roof of a flying jet, Midori complains that his current target is only a level 1. He admits he might have neglected the team lately, but they seem to be growing incredibly fast on their own. Makoto reiterates the facts, confirming that the key hero of this mission is a brand new recruit. He only joined 2 days ago, and Makoto wants to know who this Kanagi Minato guy really is. Midori smiles with absolute confidence, calling Minato the savior they have been waiting for all this time. Makoto notes that Midori seems to have incredibly high expectations for the kid. Midori suggests that Makoto should go meet him in person, prompting a heavy sigh from the captain. Makoto tells him to finish up his mission quickly and return since nobody else can give him a decent fight. Midori chuckles and looks ahead as the aircraft sensors lock onto an approaching high-threat target. The special-grade threat, the Dawn of Genesis, is waiting below, and their plane dives straight toward the beast. Hanging up the phone, Midori promises to wrap this up quickly, immediately, unleashing a massive storm of gale-force winds. Ready for battle. Meanwhile, Minato finally opens his eyes, shocked to find himself in a hospital. A nurse gently approaches to check on him as he wakes, but the bewildered teenager can only ask where he is. The nurse explains he is at the anti-prophecy medical facility, having been completely unconscious since the mission ended. He has no idea how long he was out, and he cannot even access the inner space of the Founders. Smiling, the nurse pulls back the curtains, relieved to see he is recovering so quickly without any complications. She tells him to call if he needs anything, leaving him with Suo, who is covered in heavy bandages. Minato wonders if Suo stayed by his side the entire time, looking around to see if Hiko and Akane are okay. Suo explains that the others are already back to training, frustrated with their own weakness during the fight. With a hesitant tone, Suo admits he is completely stunned by the sheer scale of Minato's power. He demands to know who the rookie really is, defeating elite-grade threats just 2 days after joining the group. The skills and bizarre combinations Minato used are things Suo has never witnessed in his entire life. He desperately asks what Minato is and how he can obtain that level of power, leaving Minato speechless. As the rookie stares back in confusion, the door swings open and Captain Makoto walks right into the room. Apologizing for the sudden intrusion, the imposing man addresses Minato, who has absolutely no idea this is Suo's older brother. He casually walks right past his younger brother, refusing to even acknowledge Suo's presence in the room. With a sudden burst of overwhelming pressure, Makoto shoves Suo aside and attacks, but Minato leaps from his bed to dodge. Minato coldly asks if this is a test, while Makoto is secretly stunned that a mere rookie could avoid his strike. Makoto simply nods and tells him he passed, leaving a bewildered Minato wondering what kind of game they are playing. The stranger introduces himself as Makoto Suo, captain of the elite Suo unit. Minato looks around in utter confusion. Suo stares in shock, gasping out his stunned big brother. Makoto ignores him, turning to focus entirely on Minato Kanagi's combat performance. Because of your performance against that near Class 1 calamity, you are temporarily joining my squad. Hearing this invitation, Suo is completely stunned. His own brother, the legendary unit captain, is personally stepping up to recruit Minato. He cannot believe what is happening. He was never even allowed near that team. Suo hangs his head in bitter silence while Makoto leads Minato away. Makoto calls for Minato to follow him for a quick rundown. Minato scrambles behind in utter confusion while Suo stands there frozen. He clenches his blood-stained fist in pure resentment towards Minato Kanagi. Meanwhile, in the training room, Akane and Hiko work like absolute beasts. They have not stopped for a single second since returning. Akane grits her teeth, feeling incredibly frustrated with her own weakness. Damn it, she thinks no matter how hard they train, they will never catch up to Minato's insane growth. Just as they are about to collapse from sheer exhaustion, Midori suddenly appears at the doorway looking incredibly cheerful. He greets them warmly, praising their hard work and showing off the gifts he brought back from his trip to Peru. There is chocolate to eat and even alpaca wool rugs. Hearing this, Akane and Hiko immediately rush over, calling out to Ichihara. They ask how long he will stay, and he replies about a week. Akane then makes a dead serious request. She begs him to train them, refusing to be left behind by Minato. Midori is completely taken aback by their intense dedication. He never expected these kids to be this driven, and it is all thanks to Minato. The young prodigy's fiery passion has officially spread to the rest of the group. Smiling warmly, Midori asks the boy standing behind him what he wants to do. Suo steps forward with absolute determination. He declares he will join. Seeing Suo display this level of resolve catches Akane completely off guard. With a firm expression, Suo announces that Minato Kanagi is now under his brother's wing, temporarily joining the legendary Suo unit. Akane's jaw drops in utter disbelief. She had no idea that Minato had already advanced this far ahead of them. But only Midori knows the truth. He was the one who secretly nudged Makoto to recruit Minato. Suo continues, looking a bit downcast, admitting it all comes down to his own weakness compared to Minato. Meanwhile, in another area, Minato is practically running to keep up with Makoto, asking what this is all about. Makoto simply replies it is about their next mission. They are set to deploy tomorrow morning, but first Makoto asks if Minato is close with his younger brother. Thinking back, Minato realizes his memories with Suo are quite limited. They have only known each other for barely 2 days, but fighting side by side seems to have quickly bridged the gap between them. He recalls Suo lending him a sword and watching over him while he was unconscious. After a brief silence, Minato answers confidently that they are definitely close. Yet there is a strange lack of harmony between the two actual brothers. Neither of them realizes how much the other deeply cares. On one hand, Suo feels terribly neglected, believing his brother does not care about him at all, attributing it to a fundamental clash in their personalities. Meanwhile, Makoto confesses to Minato how much he constantly worries about Suo, admitting that seeing his brother in pain breaks his heart, but Suo believes his only option to gain his brother's approval is to risk his life to obtain greater power. In stark contrast, Makoto only wishes for his brother to stay safe, caring nothing for his strength. Listening to Makoto, Minato assumes the siblings are incredibly close, while the captain proudly boasts about their strong brotherly bond. While the captain happily brags, Suo is making a silent, bitter vow to surpass Kanagi Minato at all costs. He is determined to make his brother acknowledge him and defeat him in the future. Unaware of the tension, Minato remains totally content, admiring what he believes is a flawless, picture-perfect brotherhood. Back at the training hall, Akane and Hiko gossip. Suo has never once shared details about his personal life. They realize he is totally obsessed with his brother, constantly defending him. Whenever they ask if he hates him, he snaps back immediately, loudly insisting how deeply he respects him. In the end, he just wants his older brother's recognition. As the two keep chatting about Suo's brother complex, the young warrior himself is pushing his body to the absolute limit. Suo trains like a complete madman. Now the Suo unit runs on 3 strict rules: always act fast, always take the initiative, and always surpass your own limits. Among the frontline combat squads fighting the profit threat, the Suo unit is regarded as the strongest. Their squad combat capability is unmatched, maintaining a minimum roster of 7 members to prioritize elite quality over numbers. Their main missions usually involve Class 1 profit threats or higher. Right now, a military helicopter carries the formidable force of the Suo unit. One of the team members, Kuriyama Zakuro, openly speaks up, admitting that, to be completely honest, their captain holds about 90% of the entire team's combat power, while they are just temporary members helping out. So there is no need to worry because the captain will finish everything quickly. While Zakuro speaks with absolute passion, Minato remains completely glued to his phone, looking totally unbothered, which quickly prompts a frustrated Zakuro to snap at him. He tells him to at least put the phone down when spoken to. Minato looks up pretty confused and quickly apologizes. He explains that he had to message his friends since they were constantly begging him. Meanwhile, the ancient spirits, dwelling inside his body, are also being quite nosy. Kuriyama Zakuro hears this and is left completely baffled. Minato's texts reach both Akane and Hiko. Nobody knows what they actually say, but they are both left visibly shocked. Akane reacts pretty strongly, demanding to know who he thinks he is, while Suo is literally fuming with rage after reading his own message. He wonders what on earth Minato is thinking. Midori is confused until the entire group shows her their screens. It turns out Minato sent everyone highly specific, customized advice to help them improve their skills. After reading them, Midori finds it quite amusing, noting that these are actually incredibly detailed recommendations. They are tailored to each of them like a personal guide. Knowing Minato has good intentions, Midori calmly chimes in. She points out they received a huge gift, asking if they will follow it or not. Hiko immediately agrees to try, but Akane reluctantly agrees with a pretty sour face. Meanwhile, Suo gets more riled up than ever, swearing he will make Minato regret doing this. He asks if Minato is provoking his enemies. Midori just smiles warmly and reminds everyone they are not enemies. Minato just wants what is best for them. But while his friends are losing their minds, let's check in on him. He is sitting inside the plane, sneezing repeatedly. It must be freezing cold out there. Kuriyama Zakuro turns to him and speaks. She mentions they can see it from there. Minato looks out the window at the endless ice and snow. Pure freezing cold everywhere. This is the Tier 1 oracle known as the Ice Age, a disaster that threatens to freeze the entire Earth's surface. Its scope is expanding fast, and they predict the number of affected areas will skyrocket. Without intervention, the entire world will be completely frozen, causing a massive global crisis. This state of emergency is occurring in 17 different places around the world, affecting multiple nations. Their appearance in populated areas has caused a ton of trouble. The places where they appear, in isolated areas, are considered incredibly lucky. Its spreading speed is said to be much faster than previously reported. Vice Captain Kashimana warns that they cannot afford any more delays. Makoto steps forward and announces that the helicopter can only fly this far. They must jump from the rear, and causing any damage to local villages is strictly forbidden. Remember the 3 rules of the team. First, always be fast. Second, always be proactive. And third, always surpass yourself. Minato is highly hopeful that this fight will grant him valuable experience. During the battle with Bando, he had to rely on Veichuru in the end. But for this internship, he hopes to learn from the team's elite members, fully determined to complete the mission on his own. Clearing his head, Minato dives straight out of the helicopter. This will be his very first Tier 1 oracle. But right here, Minato is about to face the ultimate nightmare, the biggest regret of his entire life. At 10:17 a.m., the team lands. The freezing air immediately has everyone shivering and sneezing. Freezing. Absolutely freezing. Aren't awakened ones supposed to resist this? According to the thermometer, measuring the temperature is currently minus 37 degrees Celsius. This is much colder than reported, and the area is massive. It looks like they will need to take a break along the way. Makoto seems pensive, so Minato turns to Kuriyama, asking if this Ice Age oracle is in the oracle books. Zakuro shakes her head. No, this oracle was actually predicted by a non-oracle member using their skill. Even though they have detected many oracles, this is the first Tier 1 oracle found with that skill. That is why their team was chosen for this dangerous mission. Noticing Minato's tense face, they ask if he is feeling anxious, but tell him not to let the pressure weigh him down. Kuriyama Zakuro pats his shoulder to comfort him. She tells him to relax. While Japan has 8 non-oracle teams, theirs is the only one handling oracles that are Tier 1 or higher, making them the absolute strongest. Vice Captain Kashimana snaps, warning them not to get cocky. Right after that, Kuriyama Zakuro raises her hand, activating her radar skill to scan for nearby enemies. Out of nowhere, he pinpoints the target, reporting that the enemy is hiding about 200 meters away at the 2 o'clock position. As the squad moves out, Minato remains completely dazed, struggling to keep up, while Deputy Kashimana rushes over to report to Captain Makoto. Kashimana reports that they have returned, warning that about 30 S++ rank monsters are waiting right where Kuriyama Zakuro is. Ice demons. Makoto does not hesitate, instantly ordering the squad to wipe them out. At the command, the entire squad charges straight into battle, leaving Minato standing there completely frozen in shock. He is absolutely overwhelmed by the flawless skills of these elites, from their instant tactical judgment to their seamless battlefield teamwork. Their level of cooperation is simply light years ahead of anything a rookie trainee like Minato could ever imagine. Even if he searches for a single flaw in their coordination, it is undeniable that these fighters are absolute top-tier professionals. Feeling totally outclassed, Minato stammers out an apology, but Makoto cuts him off before he can even finish his sentence. The captain reassures him, saying this level is nothing to worry about, and tells Minato to charge straight in. Feeling a sudden surge of confidence and power, Minato eagerly accepts the command and leaps straight into the fray. With a single powerful kick, Minato shatters one of the monsters, while Deputy Kashimana keeps watch and shouts for everyone to stay alert. There are stronger beasts around, but suddenly an intensely powerful burst of flame incinerates a whole horde of monsters in an instant. As the others look around in sheer confusion, Minato immediately recognizes it as the work of Makoto's legendary flame blade. With a few simple slashes, Makoto clears the remaining monsters, realizing that this must be the source of the mysterious blue light column. Inside a nearby ice cave, Kuriyama Zakuro tries to search for deeper threats, but finds nothing within a 10-kilometer radius. Realizing they have to set up camp for the night, Kashimana looks around and notices that both Minato and Makoto have vanished. Meanwhile, Minato sits outside by a small campfire, closing his eyes to reflect on everything that has happened. He remembers how he fused two skills during his clash with Bando, meaning he should be able to do it again. If he can just focus his mind, combining his other abilities should be entirely possible. He immediately puts his theory to the test, but Makoto suddenly looms right behind him, speaking up and scaring him half to death. Noting his dedication, Makoto asks if he is interrupting, sounding a bit apologetic after seeing the absolute panic on the kid's face. Total silence. Minato just sweats silently, cursing his captain for giving him the fright of his life. Settling down for a chat, Makoto kindly asks if this is his first real mission and how he is holding up. Minato tells him everything is fine, prompting Makoto to sigh and admit he cannot wait to head back home. When a confused Minato asks why, Makoto deadpans that he just really needs to sniff his cat, leaving the rookie completely stunned. Stuttering in disbelief, Minato asks if he meant some weird brand of cigarettes before remembering his captain actually owns a pet. Makoto facepalms before pulling out his phone to show off a picture, leaning in uncomfortably close. Though a bit embarrassed by the proximity, Minato has to admit the cat named Oribi Manju is pretty adorable. However, as he keeps staring, something feels completely off because in literally every single photo, this cat looks absolutely furious. Minato asks if he actually misses the creature, which prompts Makoto to backtrack, grumbling that everything he owns is covered in cat hair. The walls, the couch, and even his own skin are covered in scratches, not to mention it pukes constantly and hates being hugged. He says it is a daily struggle comparing the distant cat to a certain someone named Suo, which leaves Minato completely puzzled. Honestly, he will never understand these obsessive cat lovers. They definitely have some of the weirdest personalities. Wearing a deeply pensive expression, Makoto quietly admits that he wishes he could have a normal conversation with his younger brother like this. A bit taken aback, Minato gently replies that as an only child, it is hard for him to truly grasp that feeling. He suggests that Makoto try treating Suo the exact same way he treats Oribi-chan, which immediately sparks a deep realization in him. A soft smile graces his lips as he agrees, while Minato enthusiastically scrolls through his phone to check out more videos. It is honestly adorable, watching the fierce captain gently bottle feed his grumpy pet. He looks exactly like a devoted single dad, but suddenly Makoto locks onto Minato with a sinister grin, offering some personal training first. Just as Minato begins to panic, Deputy Kashimana runs up surprised to find both of them hanging out. Return to camp. They depart early tomorrow, but that night the squad rests completely unaware of the looming danger. Little do they know, a mysterious awakened one is currently scaling the very mountain they occupy. Fulfilling the prophecy here is the ultimate goal, but for now Minato spends his evening focused on some intense night training. Tonight is all about archery, a vital exercise designed by the founders to sharpen his focus. Minato has been pulling his bow toward the magic dome for nearly 25 hours now, completely unsure of when the enemy might finally strike. It is exhausting, but there is a clear reason for this. However, while he concentrates, Hinoki Reichiro starts complaining. He loudly argues that they should be practicing swordsmanship today instead. Hearing this, the great ancestor Meltias Silentias tries to calm him down. She raises a hand to quiet him down. Despite the constant nagging around him, Minato stays focused. He blocks out every single distraction around him. This incredible level of focus leaves the great mage completely stunned. Compared to his first try, his concentration has improved leaps and bounds. In the end, all of Minato's grueling effort boils down to one simple thing. He wants to protect his incredible allies. He truly believes he is fighting alongside the best team possible. Wanting to help them with everything he has, Minato draws his bow and releases. The arrow flies true, striking the absolute center of the target. The teacher praises his incredible progress, admitting there is basically nothing left to teach. Just remember that exact feeling from now on. Training is finally over. Minato collapses in pure exhausted relief, which catches Hinoki Reichiro completely off guard. He did not expect it to end so soon. While Minato lies there, drained of energy, Hinoki Reishiro draws his sword with wild enthusiasm. The swordsman tells Minato to stand back up and train with him until he gets it right. Before he knows it, it is time to move out. A completely exhausted Minato drags himself to the back of the marching group. Today is the day they will finally put an end to this freezing wasteland, marking day 2 of their harsh expedition. Kuriyama Zekuro quickly updates them on the situation. There are about 20 monsters within 150 meters. The team immediately scatters. Just up ahead, a massive pack of dangerous ice beasts awaits them. Allison paints her nails casually, noting that this mission seems like a breeze. Beside her, Lilac folds his arms. He laughs, pointing out how strong the boys' teammates are predicting. This fight will go just as smoothly as the last one. But while everyone expects an easy win, the ancient ancestor Hyoma Kodu remains completely silent. He just stands there watching closely. His heavy silence makes Meltias Silentias uneasy enough to ask him what is wrong. Stroking his long beard, the old man admits he has a bad feeling even while the team remains blissfully excited. They proudly report that they have cleared out the area. Makoto then turns to Kuriyama Zakuro asking for an immediate status update. Kuriyama Zakuro quickly warns that a massive boss is rapidly closing in from 2,000 meters away at extreme speed. He estimates they have 10 seconds left, scratch that 9. Honestly, they are not ready for what comes next. This is a legendary nameless boss radiating an oppressive aura that is completely different from the normal beasts. Without wasting a single second, the squad charges forward, unleashing a flurry of coordinated strikes. Their teamwork is flawless, yet the cruel reality is that their combined efforts fail to leave even a single scratch on the boss. Leaping from high above, Minato grips his sword tight as Hinoki Reichiro's words echo in his mind. He told him to cast aside all fear and doubt when striking. He must focus entirely on the opponent's lifeline. When facing a powerful foe, always lead with a killing blow. Never give them room to counter. Falling from the sky, Minato steels his resolve. He will do this. Even after unleashing his devastating flame strike, the boss shrugs it off completely, leaving Minato utterly stunned. The beast immediately counterattacks, sending him crashing to the ground. A panicked Kuriyama Zakuro yells out to check on him. Minato realizes that without that massive ice pillar blocking the impact, he would be dead. This thing is way too strong. Now the entire squad understands why this beast is classified as a Tier 1 threat. Only Makoto has any strength left. Gripping his sword, Makoto steps forward and calmly tells the team that they have absolutely nothing to worry about. The others urge Minato to fall back so they do not hinder the captain. Suddenly, the boss fires a massive ice slash, but the attack is instantly shattered and blocked. Makoto remains completely unfazed by the sudden strike. He mutters that the beast is indeed quite strong. The entire squad watches with wide, stunned eyes at his unbelievable display. It is basically a one-man show. Even though the boss towers over Makoto, he calmly swings his sword once more. The swing cleanly slices the giant beast's weapon in half. Even the watching ancestors cannot help but admire his raw power. They agree he is quite impressive for an awakened of this era. Seeing this, Hinoki Reichiro gets a wild idea. He begs Minato to swap bodies with him but gets immediately rejected. Meanwhile, Makoto stands over the completely dismembered boss, expressing a bit of genuine disappointment. He tells the beast he wished his squad could have experienced defeating it themselves if only they were strong enough. Vowing to destroy the enemy right then and there, the squad immediately activates their shields, forming a giant protective barrier. Meanwhile, Makoto unleashes his Fire Dragon Strike, whipping up a massive vortex of pure fire. It sweeps across the battlefield, followed by his Crimson Light skill as Minato watches in absolute shock. The boss is slowly incinerated by the flames. Was that a fire slash? Its power completely eclipses Minato's own. Without their barrier, they would have been turned to ash. Is this the captain's true power? But strangely, Makoto now behaves like a cat possessed. He apologizes, claiming it is just business to protect the cat kingdom. Meow meow. The team stands there completely speechless. He actually went full cat. This is a totally different style from Reichiro's swordsmanship, and his raw power is on another level. Compared to Minato, the gap is night and day. Minato gets pumped, finding it incredibly exciting and hoping to learn more from him. Makoto keeps toy playing with the monster before delivering a brutal clean slice that cuts the beast in half. Just when victory seems assured, everyone freezes in sheer horror as one of Makoto's arms goes flying. The captain spins around only to see Kuriyama Zakuro being shot through, riddled with holes. His allies fall dead in a matter of seconds. Minato stands alone, completely blind to the cause and unable to believe his eyes. Panic sets in. Minato runs over to cradle the dying Kuriyama Zakuro, screaming as if the enemy is lurking right beside them. So close, yet completely invisible. Before closing his eyes, Kuriyama Zakuro bitterly blames himself for the failure. Damn it, his radar couldn't detect the incoming strike. He whispers an apology to his captain. At the very least, their captain must know the sniper's location by now. Makoto grinds his teeth in angry helplessness. Watching his squad members lose their lives one by one, he roars for everyone to find cover immediately. This is a deadly skill. Makoto's arm is mangled beyond repair, blood pouring endlessly onto the dirt. Not even their barrier could block it. The attack destroys anything it touches. The captain's eyes turn cold as ice as he charges ahead. To make matters worse, the boss manages to regenerate its body even in this chaotic mess. The vice captain grips his sword, turning to Minato. They have to take this monster down themselves. He asks Minato if he can move, but the boy is sinking into absolute freezing despair. Looking at his fallen friends, he falls to his knees, choking back tears while begging Valentine for some kind of miracle. He begs her to bring them back. Inside his mind, Valentine drops to her knees with a tearful apology. No matter what powerful spells she unleashes, there is simply no way to resurrect his fallen friends. Minato forces himself to stay calm, replying that he understands. To win this, he has to rely on Reichiro. He apologizes for having to rely on his power once more, begging for help. Reichiro understands and begins taking over his body. Meanwhile, Makoto tries to analyze the attack. Even Kuriyama Zakuro's radar could not lock onto its origin. Since the radar range is around 3 kilometers, it means the sniper is stationed well beyond that 3-kilometer mark. Taking a captain's arm and piercing Kuriyama Zakuro's defense with a single strike is almost unthinkable. This enemy is easily on his level. Normally, Makoto holds his true power back so his team can grow. But with his extreme speed and observation skills, pinpointing an enemy 3 kilometers away is no trouble at all. No matter where they choose to hide, this cowardly attacker has finally pushed Makoto past his breaking point. He swears that Kuriyama, Hisano, Kawas, and Moromi won't die in vain as he charges toward the sniper. He unleashes his Crimson Light skill, instantly pinning down the sniper hiding on the ground below. The killer looks amused. Pinpointing and attacking him so quickly is truly worthy of a Suo squad captain. But Makoto is stunned to see his flames being absorbed. This dark figure stands casually in shorts and flip-flops. Looking up, he taunts that if the captain still had his left arm, he might actually be in trouble. Telling the captain to go join his dead allies, he unleashes his power on the one-armed hero. Fighting with one arm is brutal. The villain moves incredibly fast, but Makoto matches him stride for stride. The captain slips behind him for a surprise strike, only to get baited as both his flanks are instantly punctured. The dark figure laughs, mocking the captain for thinking he had won. In reality, Makoto is the one dying. Fueling his rage, Makoto pushes his remaining power to the absolute limit, refueled by sheer desperation. But victory is out of reach. The dark attacker effortlessly dodges every single strike without breaking a sweat. He taunts Makoto to give up already. Severely wounded, the desperate captain keeps swinging with everything he has. The dark sorcerer wonders why his opponent is suddenly holding back, choosing to launch attacks from such a long distance. Stopping after just a few moves seems like a major flaw, but maybe that powerful skill simply cannot be used continuously. He rolls backward to dodge the incoming strike before standing tall, letting out a heavy sigh because they are both exhausted. Yet their situations are totally different. Makoto is the one struggling, currently drowning in immense pain and running on empty. His blade is shattered and his blood is spilling, yet Makoto refuses to yield. Disadvantage: the Suo squad has 3 absolute rules, and the third rule is to always push past your absolute limits. The Dark Mage watches in complete horror as Mako acts. He uses raw flames to sear his own open wound to stop the bleeding. Having survived the worst, Makoto activates his next move. Flame Dragon Divine Slash. The Dark Sorcerer mocks his desperate move, asking if he plans to burn his very life force away. Remembering his squad mates gives him the strength to stand. He will never let anyone mock his comrades. He unleashes the Flame Dragon Divine Slash, while the Dark Mage summons a massive dark sphere. Meanwhile, Minato gets on his knees begging until Hinoki Reichiro finally grants his wish. Nearby, the vice captain and a few survivors keep struggling against the monstrous boss, but their attacks do absolutely nothing to it. The vice captain screams Minato's name, but seeing the boy completely paralyzed on the ground signals a total disaster. After witnessing Kuriyama and the others get slaughtered, the kid has completely lost his entire will to fight. Honestly, who can blame him? Before joining the Hunters, he was just an ordinary high school kid living a peaceful life. But in this moment of absolute despair, Minato stands up with a completely different aura as ancient ancestors possess his body. The ancient ancestors tell Minato to leave the battle to them as we switch back to Makoto. He refuses to back down, fighting to his last breath with a blazing flame-light slash that catches the arrogant villain off guard. This fight is suddenly getting way too difficult to handle. The surrounding terrain regenerates instantly, proving that even with manual control over the spheres, the Dark Mage has limits. Deciding to switch up his tactics, the villain charges straight at Makoto, but the swordsman instantly reads his movement. Seeing his chance, Makoto lands a direct strike on his foe. Glaring at his foe, Makoto notes the tables have turned, but the villain just mocks him brutally, kicking his raw open wound. The agonizing pain makes Makoto gasp for air. The arrogant villain sneers, asking if cutting off an arm means he won. Don't forget that gaping hole in your stomach. He gloats that he fully predicted Makoto would try to trace his position. He admits Makoto is incredibly powerful and that his strategic choices on the battlefield are usually flawless and highly effective. But being too straightforward makes him predictable, and that is exactly why the swordsman will meet his end right here. He reveals a mysterious book claiming Makoto's defeat was predestined. The moment his eyes lock onto it, Makoto freezes in shock, staring at the legendary Book of Doom. The villain chuckles wickedly, asking if there is an organization built to stop the prophecies of the prophets. Then is it not obvious that other factions exist solely to ensure those apocalyptic prophecies are fulfilled? With fresh blood dripping from his mouth, Makoto glares intensely as the villain proudly declares himself the 12th apostle of Doom, a dark mage. He will fulfill the prophecy. Gritting his teeth, Makoto reaches for his sword. He demands to know why these prophecies must be fulfilled, but the mocking mage asks if sharing that secret would buy him mercy. Unable to tolerate the nonsense, Makoto swings a blazing strike upward, catching the villain off guard and slicing his ear clean off. Makoto refuses to quit, knowing his enemy is completely out of mana. With no magic left and a body reaching its absolute breaking point, this final clash will decide who barely walks away alive. Makoto summons his red dragon to strike while his half-melted monstrous opponent frantically pulls a strange potion from his robes. He pops the lid, releasing a blinding flash of light that temporarily takes away Makoto's vision. Capitalizing on the sudden blindness, the Dark Wizard throws a heavy punch, sending Makoto crashing violently into the dirt. He can hardly believe his eyes as the villain stands before him completely regenerated. Even his severed arm is fully restored. He used a sacred relic, a treasure so rare he hated wasting it, but admits Makoto left him with no other option. Refusing to waste breath on words, Makoto charges with another flame-light slash, fully aware of how unfair this fight has become. A broken warrior with 70% of his body damaged stands absolutely zero chance against an opponent who has completely healed. Sacred relics are legendary weapons of immense power that should be locked away by world nations, relics from a forgotten ancient era. An entire tower. How could their organization use it so recklessly? The dark figure violently stomps his foot onto Makoto. Makoto is completely down, breathing weakly. At last, the villain sneers, "You are finally defeated." He weakly reaches out for his sword. Images of his family, his parents, and his little brother flood his mind, along with all the comrades who tragically lost their lives. At this dark moment, memories with Minato also begin to intertwine. "Being an only child, I cannot fully understand your feelings," Minato once said, "but why do you not try treating Suo differently? Just like how you treat Oribe-chan." Remembering this, Makoto suddenly smiles, whispering that Kanagi Minato was absolutely right. Makoto desperately grabs his sword, but the dark figure brutally severs his remaining arm, sealing his tragic fate. Kneeling on the ground, Makoto keeps muttering his brother Suo's name. Suddenly, Minato steps forward, carrying the combined power of all progenitors. "Hey, you dare make our descendant cry." Makoto looks up, seeing someone who resembles Minato, yet feels like an entirely different person. The dark villain also senses the strange abnormal aura radiating from Kanagi Minato. Honestly, this kid is on a whole other level now. He is no longer easy prey to be toyed with. Instead, he has transformed into a terrifying existence that demands absolute caution. His only option now is to use the defeated Makoto as a shield, screaming at Minato to stand completely still. One move and he dies instantly, the villain threatens. But in a flash, the dark figure's own arm gets cleanly severed. Stunned and completely shocked, he wonders what just happened since he never once took his eyes off the boy. Yet he could not even perceive the sword strike. But after slicing the arm, Minato's sword shatters into pieces. The progenitor mutters that he did not expect a normal sword to survive that blow, promising to forge better weapons later. Now let us show him what hell feels like. However, the severed arm of the dark villain suddenly begins to regenerate. While Hinoki Reichiro, surprised, Meltius Silentius recognizes it as a reverse technique, shocked that a modern awakener could pull this off. She deduces it must be due to the healing power of his sacred relic, which will continuously regenerate his wounds. It will keep healing him until the magic runs dry, though the regeneration count is likely limited. Taking control of Minato, the celestial magit fires an arrow that strikes the dark figure right in the middle of his forehead. The villain grimaces, but the fatal wound heals instantly, forcing the progenitors to quickly brainstorm a way to finish him. Meltius Silentius suggests they simply overwhelm him with relentless attacks until his healing limit runs out. Firing dark spheres, the villain is met with another arrow to the chest as Magit mocks his weak attacks. Arrows rain down relentlessly while the dark villain desperately hurls more of his destructive black spheres back at them. One by one, the progenitors take turns controlling Minato, pulling off high-level teleportation techniques. Moving faster than the eye can follow, they close the distance, grab his wrist, and blast him straight in the face. So that is how it works. His dark spheres disintegrate absolutely anything they touch. It is a handy defense against long-range attacks, but if his line of sight is blocked, this dark villain is helpless. The progenitors easily figure out a simple trick to completely bypass and dodge his deadly spheres. How many times has he died? Allison sighs, noting there is no point in counting. The barely breathing captain asks if he is still Kanagi Minato, but Valentine bluntly answers no on his behalf. She immediately begins healing Makoto, explaining they are progenitors residing inside Minato as spirits. Telling him there is an urgent battle to finish, Makoto is left stunned to learn they are legendary progenitors. The villain panics that his spheres were dodged so easily, realizing he needs another plan against this monster. No breathing room allowed. Another progenitor aims a weapon directly at his beating heart. Will keeping up the pressure make him continuously perish? The green-haired progenitor asks Meltias Silencias. Seeing the dark villain drag himself up yet again, the light progenitor Allison finds this incredibly annoying. Where will he regenerate from if they completely obliterate his physical body, she wonders. The villain screams that he cannot let this kid stop him, aiming to quickly kill Makoto and escape. But the progenitors instantly block his path coldly, telling the desperate villain that he is a step too late. Watch closely. With a single sword slash, Hinoki Reichiro shreds the villain into pieces. Shattered into pieces. A battered Makoto can only watch in absolute jaw-dropping disbelief. Blown apart, the villain desperately clings to his mission to serve his master. He is not afraid of death, but his conviction utterly crumbles against this terrifying, overwhelming threat. Fear he cast aside long ago creeps back. Yet his mission is to fulfill the prophecy. He cannot yield to terror, even as the enemy's shattered body begins to piece itself back together. Hinoki Reichiro slices off the beast's arm yet again. But before anyone can react, the sacred relic in the creature's hand pops wide open. The lid flies off, unleashing the hourglass prison. Instantly, the dark villain's regeneration is completely halted. His severed arm will never grow back again. Blood gushes from the raw stump. Yet the delusional monster still thinks he has the upper hand, gloating that he actually pulled it off. He actually succeeded. Looking up, Hinoki Reichiro and Meltias Silencias realize this barrier is indeed the absolute prison conjured by the sacred relic itself. Meltias Silencias hesitates, totally unsure of their next move, now that the dark villain has lost his crazy healing powers. Standing outside, the dark foe laughs hysterically. Don't even bother, because not even his own black sphere can shatter this relentless hourglass prison. If he can't kill them, they won't touch him either, so it is time to escape. But Hinoki Reichiro suddenly pauses, shouting a sharp question. Did you look closely just now? He asks. Standing right behind the dark villain is Makoto, his broken body straining to move. Even with a ruined body, he forces himself to stand. Makoto had followed the advice of Ichihara Midori, the world's strongest, awakened to seek out a worthy master. He trained under a long line of legendary figures, but master after master eventually gave up on him. Within just a single month, they abandoned his training. Until one day, he was told to study under a new master. She was the strongest swordswoman around Hinoki Ichika, and she would become Makoto's absolute final master on his long journey. Under Ichika's guidance, Makoto trained hard for 3 whole years. Then one day, Makoto uncovered a mysterious technique. He found it in an old book and asked about it, but after reading it, Ichika admitted the skill was lost to time. Even she couldn't pull it off. It was a secret technique unique to the founder Hinoki Reichiro. Hearing this, Makoto freezes in utter shock, completely unable to believe his ears. Placing her hands on her hips, Ichika frankly tells Makoto that his training is complete. She has absolutely nothing left to teach him. He had mastered the entire Hinoki one-blade style. Yet, Makoto still feels a deep, lingering doubt, asking his master what else he must do to grow even stronger. Ichika only sighs deeply, unable to find an answer for him. She genuinely doesn't know. His talent is almost absurdly massive. Yet despite all his brutal training, his true potential remains closed like a tight, unyielding flower bud. He could study other styles or throw himself into endless battle, but making that stubborn bud bloom is another story. While he is still alive will be an incredibly difficult task. Yet she promises that one day, he might meet a far stronger swordsman right before his very eyes. He must never run away, for that fateful encounter only happens once. At this exact moment, everything finally clicks for Makoto. Seeing him stand dead, still lost in deep thought for a long while. Meltias Silencias watches in utter confusion, wondering what Makoto plans to do next with those sharp, intensely focused eyes. Hinoki Reichiro watches with high anticipation, while Minato can only stare at his captain in sheer agonizing worry. His eyes are filled with pain as the raw aura from both Minato and Makoto suddenly explodes outward with terrifying force. Back at the training grounds of the Tejo headquarters, Midori senses an abnormal surge of power and instantly looks outside. Without warning, Midori smashes straight through the solid wall in an explosive exit, leaving both Suo Shinomiya, Akane, and Hiko staring in absolute dumbfounded confusion. Even the dark entity stands frozen in the swirling chaos of the hourglass prison, completely and utterly baffled. Makoto should be utterly powerless as a swordsman right now, yet the dark villain feels something else. Feels a sudden, terrifying premonition that he is about to be sliced to pieces. Hinoki Reichiro turns to Minato. If humans are like flowers, blooming in the truest sense only happens in one single fleeting moment. Whether it is during their physical peak, the moment they master a supreme technique, or when they finally realize the ultimate truth. For Makoto, that exact moment is right now. Burn this sight deep into your eyes. Even with a broken body and missing limbs, Makoto recalls every step of his journey as his potential slowly blossoms like a gorgeous flower. He unleashes the lost technique of the Hinoki one-blade style, slicing the dark entity clean in half in an instant. The villain is completely frozen in shock. His Kureami defense should have easily blocked that incoming strike. He has no sword, let alone hands, yet he still made contact. Hinoki Shiro watches the spectacle, deeply satisfied with the result. It is absolutely beautiful, and it is the very first time Makoto has ever felt this incredible sensation. His awareness of the sword transcends distance itself. Standing beneath the clouds, he feels as if he is soaring high above the heavens. Despite the agonizing pain, a wave of wonder washes over Makoto as he realizes his true potential. He has become a swordsman who can reach this legendary height, surpassing family, friends, comrades, and subordinates alike. His ultimate gift was the strength to surpass everyone around him, even if his journey must end right here. He silently asks Suo to forgive him, feeling completely at peace now. In another dimension, Minato's soul steps forward and shakes hands with Makoto. At this exact moment, he smiles with a quiet realization. Even in death, this is not the end, but rather passing the torch to the next generation. As Minato's soul returns to his body, he is filled with gratitude. He felt a deep surge of sorrow. Just moments ago, through the spatial imprint, he had connected with his captain's soul. Right then, Midori desperately flies down and tightly hugs his comrade. What surprises him is that although Makoto is already gone, even in death, a peaceful and genuinely happy smile remains carved on Makoto's face. Thus, at 23, a truly great transcendent has proudly sacrificed his life on the battlefield. Midori feels deeply heartbroken while clutching his friend, weeping and wondering why it had to end like this. Memories flood back to a time when Midori asked Makoto why he even wanted to be a captain. There is no mistake that Makoto is the strongest one after him in Teijo. If he got serious, absolutely nobody could ever keep up with him. Wouldn't it be much better to just fight alone? This overwhelming confidence makes Makoto sigh, thinking that is just like Midori. He asks if they think he lacks teamwork. A star, far away from everyone and shining brighter than anything. Someone like him is very important, but he does not know how to say it right. Just as Makoto is getting dressed to leave, the excited members of Suo crowd around his door. They proudly announce that Kuzushiro has finally passed the level 2 swordsmanship exam, and it is all thanks to the captain's strict training. As for Kuzushiro, eyes shining while showing off the achievement, hoping Makoto will feel proud of them, so they can finally be useful now, adding that the captain is the first person they wanted to tell, leaving the whole group excited. They invite each other out to eat, and in this exact moment, Makoto realizes his reason. Yes, he loves having comrades. Even if they get hurt and fall one day, he still wants to leave something behind for them. He is truly happy to have met people who made him think that way. Cutting back to the present, Midori bows his head, fighting back tears. When he flew over here, he had already spotted his friend's comrades. Only 2 of them survived. Midori's tears fall continuously, placing a hand on the blood-stained face to gently close Makoto's eyes, whispering that he has truly fulfilled his duty as a captain. That is something he could never do, adding that Makoto worked incredibly hard. Meanwhile, Minato lies completely defeated and broken. In his private space, the light slowly fades away, replaced by deep self-blame and dark thoughts. All the progenitors stand watching a desperate Minato. Everything has gone pitch black and they cannot blame him. It seems. Meltias Silentias understands Minato better than absolutely anyone. He knows the boy is surely thinking that his own weakness caused this entire tragedy. Every progenitor, comrade, friend, family member, and disciple has experienced the painful loss of someone precious to them. The ultimate result is shattered hearts from watching the fading backs of so many departing comrades. In almost all of these cases, absolutely nothing is left that can ever move a scarred and heavily closed-off heart again. Hinoki Reichiro sorrowfully walks over to Minato. Indeed, Minato is completely trapped in despair, endlessly blaming himself for everything. He thinks he shouldn't have fought, as his heart hurts so much right now that it feels like it might burst. If only he had handed everything over to the progenitors from the start, maybe no one would have died. He only needs to train his body like a tool, so everyone can unleash their full power. Hinoki Reichiro tries incredibly hard to advise and offer comfort to Minato, but it seems right now he cannot take in any words. Although his mind understands everything, yet that captain's handshake that he held back then felt burning hot like a flame. He was truly entrusted with it. Not just him, but now all the progenitors are deeply moved, trying to hold back their emotions. Minato continues, speaking clearly and firmly, stating he does not think he can surpass the progenitors anytime soon. But even if it is just a single minute or second faster, he still wants to surpass everyone. After this bold declaration, everyone is stunned. In the dark space, a sliver of light begins to break through. Minato seems to be filled with an endless source of mental strength. No longer a dark space, the young man clenches his fists with pure determination. He vows never to let anyone die again. As the helicopter approaches, the vice captain carries Minato on his shoulders while Midori carries Makoto's body. After bagging the body, Midori keeps staring at his phone. Someone steps down from the helicopter solemnly announcing that all members have been recovered, so Ichihara should prepare to depart. Midori's face remains dark, stating he will go back alone. Nobody dares to stop Midori's decision right now, not even the Suo vice captain. He accepts, reminding Midori to stay safe just as the helicopter takes off into the sky. Midori calls Mikado to break the news of Makoto's death, warning that the enemies are the 12 disciples of the apocalypse. Midori decides he's going on the hunt, and with that the figure of Ichihara Midori slowly fades away. 1 month later on Mount Omnitex in Nagano Prefecture, Minato is training hard alongside Suo, Makoto's younger brother. Minato unleashes a heavy melee strike, but he's shocked when Suo completely ignores it. Shrugging off the force, Minato grabs Suo's arm to slam him down, but Suo immediately counters with the Ica strike. It looks like they are going all out fighting as if it's a real battle to the death. A voice suddenly calls out to halt the fight, a strict woman who was once Makoto's master, telling them that is enough. The tragic loss of their teammates on the battlefield has left a massive painful scar on the entire Tejo unit. At the funeral for the fallen squad members, Suo stands frozen before his late brother's photo while Minato watches. Suo carries a stack of books and a cat carrier, looking utterly devastated when a soft meow catches Minato's attention. Minato recognizes the cat as Oribe-chan, leaving Suo completely shocked that anyone else knew about his brother's pet. It hurts Suo even more because he knew nothing about his own brother, only discovering his deep love for cats when packing up his room. What books he read, what clothes he bought, or even the simplest things in his daily life. What he ate or what he thought about Suo, only learned all of this after sorting through his things. But now it's too late to do anything, and all Suo has left in his hands are Makoto's old journals. Suo hesitates. This is his diary, and they said I could take it with me. To make sure he could die on a mission without any regrets, his brother had left behind a will. It stated these journals should go to Suo. He assumed they'd just be about combat training and daily missions. But they weren't. On January 12th, he wrote about the weather getting colder in the mornings and evenings. He was worried about Suo staying warm. Then on March 7th, he proudly wrote about Suo passing the hunter exam with top marks. He was as thrilled as if it were his own achievement. Then in another entry on May 12th, he wrote about how incredibly anxious he felt after hearing that Suo was recruited by Tejo on July 19th. He got a delicious watermelon and only wanted to share it with his brother. Then on October 1st, he heard the news. Suo was going on a scouting mission for an unknown prophecy. Makoto wrote that he believed in him. He was sure Suo would complete the mission and return safely. Every single page was all about his brother. Suo breaks down into painful, sobbing tears. Seeing this, Minato decides to share what Makoto had told him. He tells Suo that the captain truly loved his younger brother, always talking about him with immense pride. Makoto always wished he could just sit down and have a normal conversation with Suo like this, to talk about him and Oribe-chan. Suo fights back his tears and his gaze suddenly turns sharp and determined. He wants to get stronger so his brother can rest in peace without worrying, which is why Minato and Suo went to seek help. They personally find Makoto's former master Hinoki Ichika, begging her to train them both. After watching them duel, Hinoki Ichika praises them, and honestly they aren't bad at all, though Minato was way more dominant a month ago. She loudly declares that Suo has massive untapped potential. Suo bows and thanks her with deep respect. Curious, Minato asks Ichika about his own progress, but the master can only sigh in mild disbelief. She admits she has absolutely nothing to teach him regarding hand-to-hand combat and jokingly asks him to teach her instead. Now she draws her sword and tells them to come at her. They charge forward, Minato, fueled by his burning desire to grow stronger. If he can become stronger than anyone else in the world, he will finally avenge his captain. Meanwhile, in London, England, a shady figure with a sly grin strolls through the streets, one of the 12 disciples of the apocalypse. Known as the Watcher, he has arrived in person to meet Midori just as they had agreed. He asks if it is finally his turn to play, but Ichihara Midori is no longer wearing his usual smile. Filled with pure burning hatred, Midori demands to know the location and hideout of the other disciples immediately. He warns him not to say a single useless word, but the Watcher keeps mockingly provoking him. He tells him not to be in such a rush and to have some fun. In a sudden flash of light, Midori moves. The Watcher is brutally slaughtered on the spot, leaving Midori standing there, his face splattered with blood and cold fury. He made it clear that he would never forgive them, stepping outside to hand the book to a man in dark sunglasses. 7 targets still remain on the list, and Midori is set on taking down every single one of them as he tracks the next. Deep within the Taijo headquarters, in a highly classified conference room, sits a woman who serves as the director of the Anti-Prophecy Division. As the chief administrator, Aya holds absolute power, looking at the books sent directly from Midori. He confirms that these are indeed the prophetic books, legendary items held by the 12 apostles of the apocalypse. Delivering this report is the chief assistant Shinonome Tengon, standing alongside the female assistant Kitamori Shiki to explain their origin. The text was originally a single volume before being torn into pieces, and Io sighs quietly as she flips through the pages. Eliminating their enemies and gathering the 10 books is simple enough, but letting him act completely on his own is risky. His rash actions are clearly a reaction to Makoto's sudden death, throwing off their entire dynamic. Kitamori Shiki wonders what their next move is, but Io just smiles and says to let him do as he pleases. He won't listen to anyone right now anyway, so she plans to simply brew some tea for him once he finally returns. Her assistants quickly pivot, suggesting they need to immediately patch up the massive security gap left by Suo Shinji's squad. They propose forming a brand new regular squad to take over, while elsewhere in Tokyo, a level 2 rebel prophet is cornered. A powerful mystic boss is locked in combat with the Setsuna Hibiki squad, and this guy is absolutely no walk in the park. They ask if she can use long-range attacks to push him back, especially since the enemy seems to resist direct magic. The Setsuna Hibiki squad leader Setsuna smirks at the enemy's tough defense and asks if they can actually break through it. Appearing right behind her is none other than Akane, who confidently steps up with a clear plan in mind. She tells her seniors to step back before instantly triggering her gasification and liquefaction abilities, leaving the enemies gasping for air. Next, she sets the entire area ablaze to burn them all down quickly, shifting to solidification to finish them off. The threat is completely neutralized, leaving Captain Setsuna thoroughly impressed by the young girl's incredible combat display. Mixing suffocation, extreme heat, and physical damage 4 different attacks at once is seriously impressive, and she praises Akane. Keeping her as a mere temporary member feels like a massive waste, so she offers a permanent squad position, leaving Akane completely flustered. The girl can only offer a polite smile, quickly thanking her senior while promising she will give it some thought. The rest of the squad is genuinely surprised to see their captain being so dead serious about recruiting a newcomer. Akane is powerful, cute, and sweet, making everyone in the Setsuna Hibiki squad secretly hope she actually decides to join them. In reality, Setsuna is just dreaming of a lazy future where she can dump all her duties onto her new recruit. Her teammates can only stare in absolute disbelief, realizing her true, incredibly lazy motives have finally been laid bare. An excited Akane immediately calls Minato to brag that she has completely mastered the 3 elemental states for Lesson 7. She eagerly demands the next training lesson, while Minato is currently struggling just to feed a highly uncooperative cat. Facing her intense pressure, Minato consults the progenitor Killich, who seems incredibly pleased with the girl's rapid progress. Killich is shocked she finished 7 lessons so fast, prompting Minato to ask if the next task can combine elements. He asks to group 3 items together, and a confident Killich tells him to leave the planning to her. Minato promises to send it over immediately, while somewhere in Saitama, Hiko is busy dealing with his own trial. It seems he has already progressed to Lesson 8, currently facing off against a powerful level 2 prophet. This earth-eating beast is a terrifying sphinx, but with one clean strike, Hiko decapitates it, grinning despite his exhaustion. Having mastered the destructive punch of Lesson 8, Hiko earns a nod of approval from Captain Todoroki Koichiro. Koichiro eagerly invites Hiko to join his squad as the other members begin tossing him up in celebration. They treat him like a rising hero, though Hiko nervously laughs and begs them to put him down. He promises to think about it, highly conflicted about which squad he should actually choose to join. Meanwhile, Akane calls Minato again, loudly declaring that she has no intention of losing to any of them. She refuses to be left behind, especially now that Suo Shinji is rapidly growing stronger day by day. Minato assures her that he is working just as hard, leaving Akane to pull a face at his words. At the same time, the stubborn cat refuses to let anyone but Minato touch it, completely ignoring Suo Shinji's desperate attempts to bond. Minato points out that the cat is obviously terrified because Suo Shinji keeps yelling at it all the time. Akane asks if they are having a lover's quarrel over the phone before bringing up a massive new rumor. A new team, Minato asks blankly, trying to understand, while Akane continues to explain. To fill the gap left by Makoto's team, they are building a fresh squad and selecting a captain from members with standout achievements. Hearing this, Minato suddenly bursts out laughing like an absolute fool for some weird reason. He wonders aloud who it could possibly be, but Akane ignores his dense act and gets straight to the point. What do you mean you don't know? I heard some things from Hiko. The team is called Kanagi. What do you think of that? Minato is still completely spaced out, mumbling that Kanagi sounds decent. Wait, what on earth? Kanagi what? The moment his brain finally catches up, Minato screams out, "Wait, what did you just say?" It is absolutely hard to believe. Hearing that he has been nominated to lead this new team leaves Minato completely stunned. Before he can even finish his sentence, Akane catches his drift and calmly interrupts him. She explains that Teijo's deepest wish is to eliminate every single disaster born from the prophecies, which is more than just a dream. It is a shared struggle for everyone, born from a deep pain buried in her heart, and this very wish is why she wants him to lead. To Akin, a true captain needs an unshakable will to guide their comrades through the heaviest of trials. With total sincerity, she believes he is the only one worthy of this leader role, leaving Minato completely taken aback. He feels overwhelmed and awkward facing such massive responsibility, but right then someone calls for her. Akin is summoned, so she hangs up without hesitation, telling him goodbye. She tells him to think it over before cutting the line, leaving Minato sitting alone on a rock. He gets completely lost in thought about his new role, which is exactly how his female master finds him looking totally confused. She wonders what on earth he is doing, prompting Suo to nervously explain the situation to Ichika. Ichika agrees that Minato is actually perfect for the job, while inside the ancestors are starting to stir. Can anyone offer him some advice? The ancestors unanimously reply with a big fat no, leaving Meltias shaking her head. Meltias Silentias feels incredibly frustrated, calling them all useless mentors, which immediately makes Hinoki Reichiro snap back in anger. He asks what the hell she means by us when she is literally one of them, then turns to the strategist Rien. He asks if Rien can do anything, but the strategist sighs, saying the timing is not right just yet. Besides, there is already someone perfect for the job. Meanwhile, as Minato is daydreaming, a wooden staff suddenly swings down. It smashes straight into the boulder he is sitting on, splitting it open as Ichika calls his name. She tells him to stop worrying and start moving, announcing they are going to do footwork sparring today. Without hesitation, Minato leaps down, activating a movement skill to stand firmly right on top of the water. Ichika looks at him with pure approval, noting he is not sinking at all, meaning he has mastered walking on water. She mutters that he is a complete monster, since even a genius would need 6 months to reach this level. Minato just laughs awkwardly, though in reality nobody knows he is forced to train even in his sleep. Without warning, Ichika suddenly lunges forward. Minato is caught off guard for a split second, but his reflexes kick in perfectly. Watching Ichika unleash such a devastating strike, Suo watches in shock while Ichika shouts out a warning to the boy. She tells him it is fine to overthink, but she is going to force him to focus right now. Hinoki Reichiro watches closely, wondering if she is indeed the perfect candidate, while Meltias Silentias narrows her eyes. She notes that Ichika seems like an incredibly powerful transcendent compared to her peers, and Hinoki Reichiro slowly nods in agreement. She was the one who trained Makoto after all. Right now, Ichika unleashes her power, activating the deadly Hinoki single sword style. Following up with a rapid zigzag ice slash, she leaves Minato completely stunned as he realizes his master is going all out. She activates her Purgatory Sword, next driving Minato backward in a single moment of absolute distraction. Minato fails to react in time, while Hinoki Reichiro watches with pure fascination at a brilliant high-level technique he has never seen before. He finds it highly intriguing that she developed a skill to decimate the surroundings, leaving the entire battlefield in absolute ruins. Resting her sword on her shoulder with a smirk, she praises his dodge, especially since he knew nothing of her technique. She remarks that his style resembles the founder's, before adding that she knows exactly what is weighing heavily on his mind. She guesses that he is wondering whether he has what it takes to become someone like Makoto, specifically, whether he is capable of being a reliable captain just like him. Her sharp words hit home, making Minato flinch in surprise as Suo watches on with a look of quiet hesitation. Minato is still lost in thought, but in this exact moment something finally seems to click. Yes, that's it, because he saw it with his own eyes how incredible the Captain Makoto really was. But before he can wander deeper into his thoughts, Ichika yells at him, "Hey, focus up, kid." Ichika is unleashing the one-sword heavenly sphere dance, telling him that all her techniques were developed by apostles. Later generations refine the founder's original style, even if they can never truly match the master himself. The gap in their strength is like heaven and earth, but they still constantly study and refine every detail to get closer and forge new styles. These words trigger something inside Minato. Study to get closer, Ichika nods with absolute certainty. I never knew what kind of Captain Makoto was, she says, but he was undoubtedly a great leader. Nobody starts out perfect, but if you keep sharpening your resolve, you will get there. You will definitely make it. Isn't that what you should actually focus on, Kanagi Minato? Right now, it is not about whether you can match Makoto. What was the actual duty entrusted to you, Minato? Remembering his final firm handshake with Makoto, the answer suddenly hits him. The future. Minato answers with a serious look, which gets Ichika fired up. Nice face, she says, let's train for that future. Bring it on. The two immediately clash, transforming their practice session into a brutal, real battle. 2 weeks pass. Over at the anti-apostle headquarters, Captain Todoroki is on the phone reviewing a list. He asks Shinonome Tengon if these are the captain candidates for the new unit. Normally, they make the recommendations, but this time is different. Shinonome Tengon holds a file containing all the details on Kanagi Minato, and his recommender is none other than Special Forces member Hinoki Ichika. They continue their call quite casually. They have no idea. Someone is secretly listening to their conversation from right below. It is Eva, one of the 12 apostles of the apocalypse. He slipped in, easily reporting that the exam begins in 3 days. Just wait a little bit longer, boss, he tells him. The captain of Teijo's new regular unit will definitely be me. A sinister shape-shifting skill allows the Apostle Eva to perfectly replace and assume the identity of anyone he personally kills. His main goal is to seize that captain position, allowing him to destroy Teijo from the inside. He has a calculated plan. Ichihara Midori is currently wiping out the 12 apostles one by one. Half of their number have fallen already. They cannot defeat that monster normally, so they must resort to this. We must stir up chaos inside Teijo itself, all to fulfill the prophecy. 3 days later, the elites gather at the training grounds. A massive crowd of top-tier members is assembled, and Shinonome Tengon steps up to make a grand announcement. The selection exam for the new unit commander is officially starting. There will be 4 trials in total. The first 3 tests will narrow the pool down to 4, with first place earning 3 points. Second gets 2 and third gets 1. In the end, the person with the highest score becomes the new captain. Even the director will be watching the exam from his office, so they must give it everything they have got. Everyone shouts back in unison. Only Minato seems to hesitate, standing there a bit unsure of himself. Are all these elites really the candidates? Still, why does he suddenly feel like everyone is judging him? With 8 participants in total, every single eye is locked onto Minato with a pretty critical stare. They look annoyed, having no clue that one of their own has already been replaced by the Apostle Eva. Minato stands out completely. While others have their captains backing them, his master is missing, though Ichika sent a highly threatening message. She messes with his head by sending a highly threatening text telling him she overslept. If you fail before I arrive, I will throw you into a volcano. Reading this, Minato immediately panics. His master definitely does exactly what she says, because that is simply how she has always done things. Though the exam details are a mystery, he must survive until she arrives. But before he can even prepare, the test officially begins. Meanwhile, Ichika is carrying her cat and running as fast as is humanly possible. The cat asks if this is really training, and she snaps to move faster or they will be late. First up is the mana measurement test, and first place goes to Minato. But the second he touches the device, it completely shatters. He panics and apologizes, but the other captains are absolutely stunned to receive the shocking data. Minato's stats broke the machine. Sometimes the physical and magical capabilities of rare geniuses can actually do that. Someone's stats might actually break the scales. Maybe he is a magic specialist like you, Shikami. Shikami, a Team Todoroki member with rank 7 magic, gritted his teeth in sheer rage upon hearing that. So that is it. The first round already weeded out many rivals, and now comes the second test. One-on-one combat. The contestants get to choose their opponents, and whoever lands the first knockout gets 2 points. Who's going first? Without a single second of hesitation, Shikami raises his hand and immediately challenges Minato. Time to fight. Shikami is their strongest solo member, boasting physical stats that completely break the scales. Back when he was only 2 years old, he got caught in a massive monster outbreak right from his crib. He slaughtered every single beast to protect his mother. With a legend like that, Heibiki's captain slides over to mock Todoroki. You were totally cheating by bringing Shikami here. Hey, what is wrong with bringing my team's ace? He might lack magic talent, but his physical strength is completely freakish compared to every other superhuman since the day he joined us. He trained hard, martial arts day in and day out. I am completely confident that absolutely no one can beat him in a fistfight. Todoroki poses so much while talking that Habiki gets tired and begs him to stop. But get this, out of everyone here, Shikami has the absolute best close combat skills. Is this about to end with a massive crater? Meanwhile, Minato and Shikami are squaring up. Shikami walks forward aggressively, cracking his knuckles to intimidate his opponent. While you can still talk, answer me, is it true you taught Hiko a lesson? Minato just stands there looking completely clueless. Minato is speechless. Meanwhile, his inner ancestors are dying to show off. Well, to be precise, I only offered some advice. Shikami charges ahead, absolute rage in his eyes. Oh, so you did. Giving advice to a genius and acting like you are his master, I have to admit. Hiko is an ultimate genius just like me. Even without you around, he would have easily become this strong anyway. Instead of arguing back, Minato just smiles warmly and completely agrees. Yeah, you are right, I totally think so too. Seeing Minato react like this only makes Shikami more baffled. You really are a strange guy, he mutters. But whatever, bring it on. The moment those words leave his mouth, Shikami activates his fire god form. He leaps high into the air, lunging straight at Minato. Minato has to admit the guy's speed is seriously impressive. A single strike completely shatters the ground. Over on the sidelines, Team Todoroki's captain does a weird celebratory dance out of pure joy. Oh my god, so strong, so beautiful. Go all out, Shikami, driven absolutely wild. Shikami rushes at Minato once again, throwing wild attacks everywhere. Well, if he wants a fight, Minato will gladly oblige, using a Kodo-style deflection technique to slam Shikami down hard. The instant Minato flips the tables, the earth explodes and the other teams are left speechless. Floating up in midair, even Minato himself is pretty stunned by the impact. I only redirected his own force, and it still caused this much damage. You really are incredibly strong, Shikami Minato notes. It is a genuine compliment, but Shikami thinks it is sarcasm, his face twisting in rage as he curses Minato. Shikami quickly recovers his stance. Meanwhile, the other watching contestants are getting so terrified they do not even want to fight. A hit that strong and he is still standing. Honestly, his durability is just unreal. Shikami's physical stats are off the charts and his raw durability is way beyond that of any normal human. Once again, he charges at Minato with extreme speed. Minato realizes that simply redirecting his force will not be enough to drop him. So let's try this. Minato activates an ancestor's light speed step to deliver a finishing blow. He kicks Shikami dead center, sending him flying before unleashing a volley of strikes and a devastating sweep to finish the combo. Shikami gets absolutely pulverized, leaving the onlookers from the other teams watching in absolute wide-eyed disbelief. It is the very first time anyone has ever countered Shikami in such a spectacular, utterly dominant fashion. He collapses. Smoke rises from his mouth. He is not getting back up. Shinonome Tengun immediately stops the match and calls the official results. The winner of this out is Kanagi Minato. 2 points go to Minato, who sighs in relief while his two inner ancestors high-five in celebration. Over in Team Maccabi, Azashi is incredibly annoyed but has to admit that Minato's raw physical prowess is just ridiculous. He completely overwhelmed Shikami. But wait, did you not say Minato's magic power was his only off-the-charts stat? Meanwhile, Sakazaki from Team Surusaki is busy tapping away on a device analyzing Minato's insane capabilities. With combat skills this high, leaving him unchecked means getting knocked out ourselves, but he might also prove highly useful as a shield. Shikami opens his eyes to find Minato standing right beside him, groaning out as waves of sharp pain take over. Minato calmly tells Shikami to stay still, explaining that he is in the middle of healing him right now. Shikami grimaces in total disbelief. Don't mess with me. Your magic power and physical stats are already off the charts. And now you can even heal. How can you do absolutely everything? Hearing this, Minato is suddenly hit with heavy memories. The painful moment when even begging Valentine could not bring back a body that was no longer whole. He flashes a sad, heavy smile, saying that he cannot do everything before telling Shikami that he should stand up. Sitting up, Shikami is immediately shocked by a massive blast up ahead, while Minato responds totally unfazed. This is the final match of the dueling round. The final match. How long have I been asleep? About 5 minutes. Other matches wrapped up quickly. Koki of Team Ayagurumo went up against Iryu Kenim of Team Heibiki, while Asahina of Team Ayarazuya fought Sonobe of Team Ayuzima. Those pairs finished in no time, but as for Hisajiksoa of Team Makabe and Sakazaki of Team Surusaki, their battle dragged on. Hisajiksoa kept shouting, "You probably think you are incredibly strong because your skills are stable, but having a slightly higher stat does not make you special. In the end, you are easily replaceable, a jack of all trades who is master of none. Someone like that can never be captain." Sakazaki of Team Surusaki flips him off, saying their captaincy goals are totally different. Special squad members with insane stats are unique geniuses holding unmatched legendary talents. But when regular people are forced to serve under a freak like that, they can never keep up. The only thing waiting for them is death. High-level capability simply means reacting quickly to every single situation. Raising the survival rate of the entire team by even 1% is the exact kind of captain that I want to become. I will never let my squad meet a tragic end. That speech was definitely targeted right at Makoto. I heard everything, you tan four-eyed prick. You love rubbing salt in other people's wounds, don't you? Don't listen to him, Minato. But Minato just stands there and gives a sincere reply. He sincerely thanks Shikami. Meanwhile, Hisajiksoa of Team Makabe lunges forward with a physical strike, sending Sakazaki flying backward. Out of nowhere, the guy raises his hand and surrenders, making Hisajiksoa the official winner of the duel. Hisajiksoa is absolutely furious, wanting to tear his face off for giving up so easily. "You jumped backward on purpose, did you?" Sakazaki stands up with a smug smirk, silently noting that he absolutely detests violent women. Realizing the match would drag on, he decided to save his energy, knowing the selection process is still very long. He could have easily dropped her instantly, but he did not want to show Minato his hidden cards yet. The second round of duels has officially ended. After a 30-minute break, the third phase of the exam will begin, and except for the top 4 contestants, everyone else will be eliminated. The break has started, but Master Suo still has not arrived. Minato is worried they got lost. Meanwhile, after putting in a massive amount of effort, Suo managed to carry Ichika to the destination. Gasping for breath, he asks why they did not head to the exam venue, but instead ended up in the main headquarters garden. It is only then that Ichika reveals the dark truth that someone recently lost their life here. Even though the trace of aura was cleverly hidden, a highly capable fighter was clearly slaughtered by some monster. Suo is completely shocked, asking if an intruder breached Tijo and the entire area is supposed to be perfectly hidden. Ichika calmly points out that those claiming to be the 12 apostles seem to know everything about them. so it's not surprising if they found this place. Suo is still completely lost, wondering why this is happening. What could their ultimate goal be? As they walk, Ichika silently figures that the victim must have been a squad captain. Yet, she received no reports of any casualties during the exam, making things get very interesting indeed. Minato is no longer the only one gunning for Makoto's spot. Right now, all the contestants in the captain's selection are taking their midday break with some heavily bandaged while others are relaxing, sipping milk and eating snacks. Minato is thrilled to spot his master in the distance alongside Suo, who has finally made it there. Ichika looks incredibly pleased, joking that she is relieved she will not have to toss her disciple into an active volcano. Seeing Ichika, everyone else is completely stunned, recognizing her as one of the legendary members of the special squad alongside Midori Ichihara of Teijo. But as soon as Suo arrives, he senses something is off. He asks his master if someone of the captain rank has really been murdered. But all 7 captains are right here. Ichika stays silent, merely smiling as she beckons Minato over. "Minato," she says, "come over here for a second, I have something to tell you." Minato is shocked. He blurts out aloud what after hearing the news. An apostle posing as someone here. Suo desperately wants to cover his mouth, wondering if he is totally out of his mind. "Why are you shouting?" Ichika sighs, explaining that based on traces in the garden, the probability is actually pretty high. There is no mistake. The victim was a captain. Yet the entire roster is somehow fully accounted for. A simple deduction proves the killer possesses some kind of advanced shape-shifting ability. Minato breaks into a sweat, eyes wide. Is the situation really that critical now? Suo scowls. Of course it is critical, especially right inside the headquarters of the group trying to stop the prophecy. To think someone assassinated a captain and took their place right under their noses is insane. If they do not handle this properly, there will be more victims and the apocalyptic prophecy could actually come true. Human extinction will be fulfilled exactly as they want. Ichika looks almost demonic here, letting out a wild, chilling laugh. She suggests that wiping out everyone here might be faster. Naturally, both Suo and Minato immediately reject the crazy idea. Minato sits back down to seriously think. During this new captain selection exam, they must take action. They need to find and eliminate the hidden apostle. Ichika leans in clearly, trying to fire up Minato with motivation. Revenge time. The 12 apostles are comrades of the monster who hurt Makoto. Hearing that must really get your blood pumping. Minato's gaze turns razor sharp while Suo suddenly clenches his fist in frustration. Minato asks the ancestors what they think of this case. The detective ancestor, Azur, takes a moment to think. Azur wishes he could visit the crime scene first, but that is impossible during the exams. Minato hesitates, noting it is lunchtime. They could probably sneak away quickly. However, Azur takes a drag of his cigarette and warns that making a sudden move will raise suspicion. If this killer is as strong as the apostle they met on Cloud Mountain, they are in serious trouble. He could easily slaughter everyone here if he wanted, so they need to play it cool. Emergency backup only. Minato nods along, realizing the true gravity of the situation. Besides, the final round is coming up, so they can investigate later. Still, a fight capable of taking down a captain right inside Taijo headquarters. How could the ancestors not sense a single trace of energy? Reichiro, however, is not surprised by this. After all, they were up on that mountain with Minato for an entire month, and that sacred place naturally disrupts energy flows. That mountain is actually the birthplace of the Hinoki one-sword style. Hearing this, Minato is completely stunned, his jaw hitting the floor. Silentias hesitates thoughtfully, adding that any enemy capable of hiding their presence this well is incredibly dangerous. This level of stealth proves the enemy belongs to the 12 apostles. Azur finally gets a chance to showcase his skills, but everyone is stealing his thunder. He snaps, telling them to stop explaining everything and leave some work for the detective. Reichiro grumbles back. He tells him to shut up and deduce the killer's identity already. Azur sighs, turning to the young warrior. "Minato," he says, "ask Mr. Hinoki this question for me." Minato suddenly looks up with a dead serious expression. "Master, is it possible the enemy did not pretend to be a captain? What if they actually snuck in among the new candidates? Instead, Ichika is caught off guard by this highly plausible theory. That actually makes perfect sense, as the next generation successors are highly suspect, though the current captains cannot be ruled out either. Minato gets pretty excited as a new idea hits him. If the next round is another combat test, he can make a move. He plans to stir things up a bit during the match. Unfortunately, the lunch break quickly comes to an end. The third round is a written theory exam. Talking is strictly forbidden and all phones are confiscated before they enter the booths. Despair sets in. Minato can only hold his head helplessly, knowing this is not a situation he can shake up with raw power. To make matters worse, the test is packed with questions about Taijo rules and he literally does not know a single answer. There are questions on world-ending prophecies and even the mysterious disappearance of the Cherry Blossom Mansion. One asks which public agencies must be notified if a level 3 threat occurs in a city of over 1 million people. Another question asks what documents are required just to use the basic training room inside Taijo headquarters. Minato has a massive headache. He reminds himself this is a captain selection exam, so he needs to focus and think hard. Time runs out. The final results are finally announced, revealing the top 4 candidates. Minato is surprisingly at the very top of the leaderboard thanks to his stellar performance in the earlier rounds. Despite getting a big fat 0 on the theory test and finishing dead last, Shikami is suddenly chatting with Minato like they have been best friends forever. You worked hard, Minato, and honestly, looking at that purple-haired guy with glasses who got a perfect score just really annoys me. He is a bit embarrassed being the only one with 0 points, but Shikami still congratulates Minato for passing in first place, which is seriously impressive. I really thought I could scrape by with 2 points in combat and 1 point in magic, but it just was not enough. I am still going to cheer you on in the second half because whoever becomes the captain, I need to see if they are worth serving under. To be recognized as an official captain, you need at least 7 members in your squad, which basically means you have to recruit at least 6 more people, so once you get that captain spot, remember to start planning who you want to bring in. By the way, if you are looking for someone to fill the heavy physical combat role, then I am definitely throwing my own hat in the ring as your first choice, so you better win this, Minato. With that, Shikami takes his leave. As Minato heads toward the garden, he cannot help but ask Detective Azur why he is still searching. Didn't you already figure out who the killer is? The other progenitors chuckle, thinking Azur is just talking big. Azur gets serious and explains that as a detective, he cannot just make accusations without solid proof. Now it is time to hunt down that bastard apostle hiding right under everyone's noses at the exam site. He learned that one of the participants was killed and replaced by one of the 12 apostles. One of the progenitors resting inside Minato is a veteran investigator, so she instantly takes charge of this case. Even Celeptius is curious to hear what the detective progenitor has deduced, while Hinoki Raichiro just watches them with utter confusion. He asks what she has been rambling about, and she simply replies she is setting the dramatic mood. Minato slips away and arrives at the crime scene, a dark building standing silent under the midnight sky. With only the rustling of dry leaves breaking the silence, he begins searching for clues and immediately spots large footprints. Minato examines the tracks and asks Azur for his thoughts, who nods and confirms they match his initial deduction. Having complete faith in the detective's skills to identify the victim and killer, Minato decides not to press any further. Hinoki Reichiro chimes in, guessing the culprit must be one of the 12 apostles carrying a book similar to the Cloud Mountain guy. Celeptius frowns, confirming she feels the distinct aura of that prophetic book, and asks what to do next, leaving Minato slightly hesitant. But before he can even finish his sentence, the air shifts and the nearby leaves rustle with a strange sudden movement. Minato freezes on the spot, and you can just feel the tension spiking as his eyes sharpen, which he could always feel so clearly has completely vanished from his senses, and soft footsteps approach from behind. The footsteps are so incredibly faint they almost blend into the wind, but as he turns, a warm golden glow approaches. From the center of the radiating light, the elegant figure of an elderly woman named Io slowly begins to materialize. Dressed in an elegant traditional kimono with her silver hair neatly tied up, she looks at Minato and softly asks what he is seeking. Her sudden silent appearance leaves Minato completely stunned, wondering who this mysterious elderly woman could possibly be. Io refuses to reveal her identity, only offering a gentle smile and claiming she is just an ordinary old woman. She asks him to answer her, and Minato honestly explains that someone appears to have been murdered on these grounds. Io is quietly surprised by his sharp observation, wondering if he really figured all that out just from looking at these faint tracks. Realizing he is one of the candidates for the captain exam, she notes that he is quite a talented young man. After a brief pause, she smiles and suggests they must find the culprit, to which Minato responds very directly. He admits he already knows who the killer is, although he cannot take all the credit for figuring it out. Pausing for a brief moment, he calmly explains that they cannot rush in to arrest the killer just yet. The old lady looks at him with genuine curiosity, asking why taking the culprit down as soon as possible would not be the better choice. He carefully explains that the enemy is incredibly powerful, and there are actually 2 of them working together in perfect sync. That is how they kept things so hidden. Io frowns at the mention of 2 killers, and Minato quietly nods in agreement. He believes it is best to trap them both together, promising that he will wrap everything up cleanly by tomorrow. He then asks if she can simply watch without stepping and prompting a long, serious gaze from the old woman. She chuckles softly, replying that interfering in such matters is far beyond what an old woman like her is capable of. Turning to leave, she wishes him the best of luck while Minato quietly watches her figure slowly fade into the darkness. He suddenly calls out to share his full name, Kanagi Minato, and she offers a warm smile, promising she will remember it. Suddenly, the space in front of him violently distorts, flashing with a blinding light that forces him to squint. He braces against the invisible pressure radiating from all 4 directions. Slowly, the quiet atmosphere returns to normal. When Minato opens his eyes, the old woman is gone. Everything that just happened feels like a brief, fleeting dream. He gently pulls down his hood, stands still, In a flash, Io returns to her simple, thatched house. Kitamori follows behind curiously, asking if she found something interesting. Io calmly replies that the boy is closest to the truth. He even seems to have a solid plan, and she is quite eager to see how his grand performance plays out. Io leaves one last instruction, tells Shinonome Tengon to assist the boy if things go sideways. This instruction immediately reaches Shinonome Tengon. Currently, watching a meteor shower, Shinonome Tengon suddenly feels a sense of dread. Back at the house, Kitamori immediately obeys. The old woman smiles, noting she only went to check a strange trace, but ended up with quite a massive harvest. Seeing Kitamori standing quietly in deep thought, Io turns to ask what is wrong, and she quickly denies it. She just finds it rare for Io to highly anticipate the next generation. Thinking of those eyes, Io remains silent. Recalling Minato's incredibly sharp gaze, she confirms that those unique eyes are exactly what gave her a spark of hope. The next morning, Minato walks down a dirt path into the forest, while Eva, currently possessing Shikami's body, quickly follows behind. He acts friendly, putting an arm around his shoulder while loudly calling out Minato's name. Minato acts surprised, calling him Shikami, while the imposter laughs naturally and asks if they should walk together. He says today's test is more about leadership skills as a captain rather than just focusing on individual power. That Sakazaki guy will probably ramble on about team strategies and working together as a tight group. But I am still rooting for you fully. Minato smiles, thanks him, and then smoothly pivots to another topic. By the way, why did you intentionally fail the exam? Hearing this, Eva freezes completely in his tracks. Not knowing the real reason, he quickly hides his shock, putting on a casual face to make up an excuse. He claims the plan changed halfway and acting as a subordinate under the new captain actually gives him more freedom. To do whatever he wants, Minato cuts him off. He asks a cold, direct question. Is it to assassinate all promising candidates at once? Meanwhile, the two continue walking down the path. Hinoki Reichiro watches them closely from behind a massive tree. Eva simply nods, admitting he would gladly eliminate anyone in his way. He even eagerly boasts about replacing them before shifting to complain about yesterday's difficult theory exam. He explains that his copying skill only retrieves memories left inside the host's brain, which was useless for testing. Minato asks if his plan completely failed. Eva sighs, calling himself a fool for not taking a better approach. He mutters that he should have just assassinated Sakazaki instead, shaking his head in regret as they walk. Regretting his bad move, they step into a grassy clearing where a hostile group suddenly surrounds them. Setsuna Hibiki steps forward to block him. Eva just smirks, whispering that it went exactly as expected. Behind them, Todoroki Koichiru is bound tightly in heavy chains. Setsuna Hibiki crosses her arms and greets the 12 Apostles member. She asks him to introduce himself. Eva laughs, totally unbothered, as there is no point in hiding anymore. He introduces himself as Eva number 9, explaining his skill allows him to shapeshift into those he kills. He absorbs all of their remaining memories, taking full control of the host's identity and past knowledge. Aside from Kanagi Minato, this body was easily the strongest candidate available, which is why he stole it. Setsuna Hibiki raises an eyebrow, bluntly asking if his primary goal was to destroy their team from the inside. He proudly admits it. Since the plan failed, he asks them all to just drop dead. First, he wants to know who exposed him. Without hesitation, she points out the culprit, standing right next to him. It is none other than Kanagi Minato, the very person who has been walking beside him this entire time. He engineered this entire trap. Mind-blowing. Eva's smug smile vanishes as he realizes he was played. He turns to face Minato, releasing a suffocating wave of murderous intent that heavily weighs down the entire clearing. His eyes burn red. He grits his teeth, letting each furious word slip through. He demands to know who Minato really is. Meanwhile, a flashback reveals the moment Eva first hijacked Shikami's body. Upon hearing the captain's announcement, the young recruit had practically jumped for joy, absolutely thrilled at the news. He was going to head the regular squad, and Captain Todoroki Koichiru laughed warmly, confirming his promotion. It is true the other members won't find out until tomorrow, making this highly exclusive insider info. Shikami finally gets it, his eyes shining brighter than ever. So that is why the captain called him out at this hour. But if they are too loud, keep shouting this loud and they will definitely get caught. Koichiro blurted out that he was just too happy to even notice. The two look at each other and burst into a hearty laugh. A moment later, the captain lets his smile fade. His gaze turns serious in his eyes. The strongest close-quarters fighter on the team besides the main leaders is definitely Shikami. You will absolutely make an incredible captain one day. Koichiro thrusts his fist forward, his voice brimming with expectation, saying he is counting on him. Deeply moved, Shikami chokes up and calls out to his captain. He raises his fist to bump back, declaring proudly, "No, master, please watch over me. I will do my best." But that final promise is violently cut short by razor-sharp slashes tearing straight into Shikami. Someone has silently ambushed him. Talk about a brutal turn of events, blood sprays everywhere and splatters directly onto Koichiro. The smile on the captain's face completely freezes. His eyes widen in absolute horror at the sight. Suddenly, a bizarre voice echoes through the cold night air. Calling them incredibly weak, the killer quickly materializes right in front of the captain, looking down coldly at Shikami's body. He sneers, asking if this is really the limit for someone supposedly on the level of a Taisho captain. He then smugly gloats that maybe they are simply too strong, slowly raising his hand to gather dark energy. An eerie blue magic starts to swirl around him, a power granted by the strange relic from his dark leader. Facing Koichiro, the killer introduces himself as Eva, one of the 12 apostles they have been desperately hunting down. With a twisted grin, he immediately unleashes a spell to brazenly possess Shikami's fresh corpse. Right then, a devastating blow crashes down on Eva. The captain has unleashed his ultimate diamond body technique. His frame expands to a colossal size and his heavy punch completely shatters the stone floor beneath them. Koichiro roars in pure rage, "How dare you!" But Eva is too quick. He has already successfully taken over Shikami's body. He stands behind the captain, clapping mockingly. Mocking him, the killer asks if he wanted to crush an apostle in one blow. Hearing that familiar voice, Koichiro spins around. He is shocked to see the boy standing there, asking if he is actually still alive. Before the captain can sense the trap, a lethal strike pierces through his massive body, taking him down in an instant. The killer laughs arrogantly, telling him he is wrong, he is actually Eva. He boasts about stealing the boy's body before pulling out his relic to cast a dark resurrection spell, letting fine powder rain down. The powder covers Koichiro's face as Eva chants the revival spell. A moment later, the fallen captain's eyes snap wide open. His fatal wounds seamlessly stitch themselves back together. Seeing Koichiro stand up as if nothing happened, the killer smiles in absolute satisfaction, tapping the captain's solid chest while setting down the ultimate rule. Declaring that the master is now his slave, he demands an answer, and Koichiro blankly replies to leave it to him, Eva. The killer slaps him hard, telling his silly master that his name is Shikami, now not Eva. Koichiro nods blankly, saying he almost forgot, seeing his new puppet completely obey his commands. The villain bursts into an arrogant laugh. The projection suddenly stops and the screen goes completely dark. With no more footage to show, Azure mutters that it seems the case only involved these few individuals. This is where the playback ends, but it is more than enough to reveal the brutal truth of what happened. To uncover this horrifying scene, Azure utilized his unique detective theater skill and incredible ability that allows him to replay everything that happened at a crime scene like a video recording, provided he can find proper evidence. He needs to gather enough clues about the suspect's past as long as he can construct a solid theory. It is a ridiculously powerful skill, but it comes with a massive catch. If Azure makes even a single wrong deduction, the ability is gone forever. Talk about high stakes. This means that in his entire career, Azure has never been wrong even once. Absolutely flawless. Meltias Silentias mutters about the horrifying combination of body possession and corpse manipulation. Hinoki Raichiro finally puts the pieces together. No matter how many times they analyze the footage, this killer's dark methods are utterly repulsive to watch. Suddenly, the room begins to shake violently as Minato's inner power starts to explode in fury. Meltias Silentias looks at him in shock, asking what's wrong, as Minato's eyes flare with absolute rage. His face twists with pure, unforgiving rage at this cruel act, and he clenches his fist tightly. A circular rune flashes instantly as Minato spins around, slamming his fist straight into Eva's face with a mirror-reflecting strike. He stomps the ground with terrifying force, channeling his momentum to deliver one final crushing blow. His lightning-fast fist strikes Eva head-on, sending him flying backward like a helpless ball, while Eva desperately tries to break his fall. Even so, his two heels plow deeply through the dirt, tearing up the ground over a long distance. The devastating force of the punch keeps magnifying, pushing him back until a deafening crash echoes as dirt and debris erupt into the air. Despite taking such a brutal hit, Eva laughs arrogantly. Minato watches in surprise, wondering if this guy is actually made of solid steel. Eva loudly complains, "Hey, you are pretty cruel. Minato, aren't we supposed to be friends after a good fight?" But right as he speaks, dozens of tightly bandaged mummies suddenly materialize in the sky directly above Eva's head. He looks up, muttering that life is suffering, and they should play to their heart's content, making Meltias Silentias slightly frown, keeping vigilant eyes completely locked onto those bizarre floating entities in the sky. That head-on strike clearly annoyed him, and he keeps whining about why they are treating him this way. Seeing Eva taking the hit but still rambling, Minato looks down quietly, realizing it is just as he thought. He is simply not strong enough yet, but reading his mind, Eva mocks that he needs to do much better. To actually defeat him, this level is barely enough if he is just playing around with those AI. Companions of his. Eva suddenly stops as his body flashes with a strange light, showing a cold, arrogant smile. To him, this game is just a waste of time, and Minato quietly admits that even if he is furious, Eva is right. He knows he cannot defeat Eva right now, but suddenly a gentle voice echoes deep inside Minato's mind. The voice praises him, saying, "Well done, Minato," as he has bought them more than enough extra. Time to reposition, adding that they feel the exact same burning rage and bitterness as him right now. This is the magician of truth, Meltius Silentius speaking. Meanwhile, Meltius Silentius watches Minato standing in the middle of a faint blue magical aura, leaving Eva quite startled as he wonders to himself if this is indeed that strange awakened state that everyone was talking about, a state where the boy seems to become an entirely different person, but Eva just screams out that Minato asked for this. A terrifying, creepy aura instantly floods the area, tearing a massive hole straight through the clouds in the sky. An absolute titan of a magic pillar erupts directly from Eva, piercing straight into the heavens. Setsuna is startled by the sight. After watching for a while, she asks what that is, and Azure calmly replies that Eva is merely an empty shell. With the aid of his artifact, he is controlling every single body he has managed to possess. Sure enough, Eva looks at Minato with a smirk, claiming those corpses have the exact same raw physical strength as his current body and tells him to let the game begin. Setsuna observes that there are roughly 100 bodies whose power matches Shikami, and hearing this, the face of Kanem turns completely pale, grabbing his head as he desperately asks Captain Setsuna Hibiki what to do, while Minato is completely furious, pointing out how Eva kills people and still shamelessly tramples on their dignity, showing just how utterly disgusting his nature is. Meltius Silentius smiles, noting that Minato has changed. The boy pauses in surprise, wondering if he really has, as Meltius Silentius's eyes turn distant with nostalgia, muttering that perhaps their progenitor ancestors were once the same. Now Minato stands facing Eva with sheer calmness. He smirks, telling his opponent that he vastly underestimated him as he looks at the falling mummies drifting down from the sky without showing a single trace of fear, when suddenly, massive bolts of lightning crash down. Roaring thunder rips through the sky, striking the battlefield with absolute devastating power. The falling mummies instantly burn to a crisp, and a final blinding strike crashes directly onto Eva in a massive earth-shaking explosion. Luckily, he managed to dodge to the side just in time, now staring back with a much more cautious expression. Meltius Silentius coldly mocks him, asking if he summoned those corpses just to let them freefall so they can easily be shredded to pieces before ever hitting the ground. The burning mummies scatter through the air like a shower of blazing torches. Eva's pupils contract in pure shock. He silently curses, completely stunned by what Minato just pulled off. Looking up at the raging, blazing fire, he feels utterly helpless. Sure, some elite fighters train endlessly to master near-perfect precision, but what Minato just did goes far beyond the limits of human technique. Normally, in the blink of an eye, he strikes. Perfectly accurate, not a single lightning bolt misses. Right now, Meltius Silentius calls out to Minato, "Stand near me. Watch closely how I fight," without any hesitation. He immediately obeys, stepping forward. Watching her move, Minato is stunned. She is absolutely incredible, and yet she is currently using his body. Her full power is restricted. Even so, she is still able to cast all of these complex spells so effectively. Seemingly reading his thoughts, Meltius Silentius speaks in the beginning. "You only sought power for yourself. Back then, you desperately screamed out, 'Give me all of your power.' And meanwhile, everyone was incredibly eager to seize every single opportunity to use their power through this body. Even Rei Ishiro shouted out, 'Let's go, everyone.'" Minato softly froze, completely caught off guard. Meltius Silentius pauses for a moment, then continues, "After that, you gradually became obsessed with that power, feeling closer than ever to your goal, taking it for granted that you just wanted to become stronger. And we too became captivated by your unparalleled talent. Then you experienced the greatest tragedy of your entire life, being entrusted with the future by someone you deeply respected. Now I see you have done your absolute best. For those who died and were exploited by him, fighting almost to the point of madness. Behind him, Rei Ishiro and the others are all watching him in silence with warm, relieved smiles of complete trust on their faces. Minato continues to listen intently with deep respect for his senior. As she says this, Meltius Silentius looks at him with a satisfied gaze. "You see, we really like the person you've become." Now Eva begins to launch a counterattack, shouting loudly, "Hey, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? The weak exist only to be toyed with and devoured by the strong." Saying this, Eva charges straight forward to strike, but a sudden blinding beam of light rips through the air, directly blocking his path. An earth-shattering explosion echoes as shockwaves roll across the battlefield, and Eva's eyes suddenly freeze in shock. He is unable to believe his eyes as Minato calmly speaks. "Many people think that way, and I once did too." Suddenly, he pauses for a moment and directly corrects himself. "No, we also clearly remember a very similar event happening before. The entity that truly wanted to destroy the tower was once toyed with and devoured by a powerhouse from another dimension." He clenches his fist as tragic memories flash through his mind, and because he witnessed those brutal events, our hearts burn with a desire to protect the weak. Hearing these incredibly sincere words, Meltius Silentius is deeply moved. She watches in silence as Minato confidently strides forward to face his opponent. Silentias encourages him. I know you are currently lacking that power and that you felt deeply disappointed while training on the mountain. You smile on the outside, but inside you were like a tightly stretched wire. But never forget, we are always here sharing your every thought, she goes on to assure him. You will surely reach the peak just like us, and we will always stand by you whenever things get tough. Silentias points her finger toward Eva. If you are angry or sad about an injustice, direct your anger at the one who caused you pain and help us end this prophecy once and for all. As her voice fades, bolts of lightning strike Eva directly. In a split second, his limbs are completely severed. He collapses to the ground entirely stripped of his strength. Kanam cries out in shock that is truly Kanagi Minato. Minato Shinonomi Tengun observes closely and notes that he looks exactly like a young Midori, a complete monster with terrifying combat power. Eva lies defeated on the ground, utterly unable to believe it. His eyes are wide with pure terror etched across his face. That guy just destroyed over 100 puppets midair. Minato slowly walks up to Eva. Now you finally know how far apart our strength really is. I have many questions for you, and trust me, we have plenty of absolute experts at interrogation. He glares, lowering his voice. You will confess everything. Eva lies there silent for a moment. His mind is in absolute chaos. Suddenly, he admits 12 are dead, so I cannot possibly defeat you now. But luckily, I listened to my leader's advice and prepared a backup plan. He suddenly flashes a sinister smile. This is my ultimate trump card. The moment he speaks, a massive coffin drops directly in front of Minato. Minato is stunned. A coffin? Eva suddenly asks, tell me, do you know about the tower's destroyer from centuries ago? That unprecedented figure was actually one of the progenitors, a single warrior who could defeat 10,000. With indisputable power, the coffin lid pops open and everyone instantly recognizes Hinoki standing inside. Hinoki Reishiro, the legendary swordsman. Vortex and Allison shout in unison. Hinoki Reishiro is completely shocked that is his own corpse. Minato raises his hand and unleashes a massive bolt of lightning straight at the coffin. Hinoki Reishiro panics and tells Silentias to stop, but she calmly responds that it looks like the real deal, leaving the swordsman utterly confused. What does that mean? Silentias explains with a single chilling sentence. He deflected her lightning strike with ease. That alone makes the atmosphere heavy. Having taken over Hinoki Reichiro's body, Eva has now naturally become an exceptional swordsman. Staring at the razor-sharp blade, he smiles and says it is getting interesting. Minato suddenly feels a chill down his spine from this sheer pressure. It is the exact same terrifying aura he felt from Ichihara on the training grounds. He takes a deep breath to compose himself. No, this time it is way stronger. Eva snaps his fingers and cheerfully calls for more as puppets rise from a sea of green mana. The mummy puppets begin rising once again, and this time they are even more powerful than when they first appeared. Time for round 2. Minato grits his teeth as the battle takes a turn for the worse and he starts feeling genuinely anxious. Silentias immediately reassures him to stay calm, just as a massive explosion suddenly echoes from right behind Eva. He spins around in surprise, looking slightly confused. Silentias quickly reminds Minato not to forget about their allies on this battlefield. They still have plenty of backup on their side. Hanada, Hikotaru, Akon, Ichika, and Shinji are all fully prepared to fight. You are not alone, so have faith in yourself. Eva scowls and asks in an irritated voice, what the hell is this? Are those your friends? Hearing her speak, Minato realizes she sounds exactly like someone he knows. She sounds just like Jiri down to her exact tone. Meanwhile, Eva smirks maliciously, saying he feels truly sorry for them. His eyes are full of smug pride, and he's definitely not joking. Things are about to get rough for our heroes. Over on the other side, Hanada Hikotaru is struggling against a giant puppet. Its heavy counterattack forces him to leap backward to dodge. Hanada Hikotaru immediately realizes the puppet is using a physical enhancement skill. Even his law chains could not hold it down. He used all his strength, yet the enemy remains unscathed. He wonders in disbelief if these puppets possess their own unique skills. Looking around at the closing puppets, he notices they all have active skills. Meanwhile, Seishiru finds himself completely surrounded in the center. Realizing their overwhelming power, the heavy pressure mounts on the entire team while Kanam runs for his life across the field. A relentless pack of ferocious puppets chases him close behind. He screams in absolute panic, wondering why there are so many. Seeing his distress, Setsuna Hibiki adjusts her headphones and activates her special skill to turn sound into a physical, devastating reality. She combines it with her ultimate Mana Phoenix attack. As the sound waves spread through the air, energy begins to condense rapidly. It transforms into a massive phoenix with spreading wings, soaring toward the enemy with an incredible surging wave of raw power. The attack sweeps the puppet army away. Kanam looks at his captain with deep gratitude, knowing he barely survived that close call. He was a split second away from death. Setsuna Hibiki analyzes the battlefield and notes that things are looking pretty grim right now. Even though these opponents are just corpses, they can still use their living skills. Suddenly, a heavy chain snaps in midair. Kanam looks up at the sky in shock. A muscular figure is descending rapidly from the air. He is unleashing a devastating fire palm strike. It is none other than Captain Todoroki Koichiro, now fully controlled by Eva. A lightning-fast strike crashes down right where Setsuna Hibiki is standing. She clicks her tongue, having already anticipated this deadly move. She knew this would happen. Fortunately, before the fire palm can crush her, Setsuna Hibiki leaps high into the air to dodge. Look at that sheer panic. Below them, Kanam struggles to hold on as Eva laughs in absolute delight at the chaos. With an arrogant sneer, he boasts that only captains can survive. Minato turns to the ancient founders for their thoughts. When Vortex and Allison only sigh with doubt, Minato simply offers them a very calm, reassuring smile. Displaying complete composure, he seems to already have his own plan as he makes a sudden request. He asks Meltias Silentias to let him take over for a bit. Looking at Eva, he calmly asks if they truly cannot survive. Eva scoffs but quickly realizes Minato's tone is entirely different now. Minato lifts his head and stares directly at his foe. His gaze sharpens as he tells Eva not to look down on his friends. Nearby, Hinata Hikataru is surrounded by massive puppets. He mutters that this one-against-many scenario is just like their 7th lesson. Suddenly, the system displays a helpful hint for him. Hinata Hikataru slowly closes his eyes and forms a hand seal. His internal mana surges like wild waves, unleashing a brilliant, blinding golden light. The light intertwines and condenses into a massive golden dragon. Hinata Hikataru prepares to combine his physical palm techniques with destructive magic to launch a devastating attack. He leaps high, stepping firmly onto the dragon, gliding through the air. Using the recoil to launch himself high into the air, he unleashes a lightning-fast barrage of kicks, devastating the puppets. Watching this, the Fist Ancestor marvels at Hinata Hikataru's highly intriguing, flexible physique. His body is muscular, highly flexible, and incredibly resilient, while Ancestor Allison quickly chimes in to explain his main tactic. A single-point focus attack works, but unfortunately, it is far from optimal here. To unlock his maximum potential, Hinata Hikataru needs an unstoppable strike that poses a truly terrifying threat. He wraps his legs around his opponent's neck, delivering a brutal sweeping throw. His dizzying aerial movements are now effortless, especially with Ling Long's incredible assistance. Grinning wildly, he goads the puppet horde, which is already beginning to lose its bearings. They completely lose track of him. Meanwhile, Akan confronts her own massive challenge. Swearing she won't lose to Hinata Hikataru, she recalls some advice given to her. The alchemist ancestor Qiao Yi had once slowly explained that alchemy is the ultimate art of transformation, refining the imperfect into pure perfection, yet in the heat of battle she has only forged cheap weapons. Transmuting gold into mercury is trivial, barely scratching the surface of true alchemical mastery. Akan suddenly spins magic power erupting around her arms as she prepares to strike. She unleashes the triple holy Buddha on the puppets, while Qiao Yi reminds her of their true purpose. True alchemists must break all taboos like manifesting the Philosopher's Stone Ivan Mains. Declaring Lesson 8 complete, she summons Ivan Mains to smash the puppets' hardened bodies. Their defenses shatter instantly. Suddenly, Minato turns his eyes, locking onto a very familiar figure. Shocked to see Hinoki Reichiro, he is reassured by Shinji, who claims his own path is different. Though not a genius, Shinji has mastered his own style, the sharp and precise Hinoki swordsmanship. Swinging his blade, Shinji unleashes Heaven's Descent, crashing a massive sword light down onto the battlefield. Splitting the ground with sheer force, he immediately follows up with the legendary Golden Flower Slash. Brilliant sword energy and razor-sharp petals blend seamlessly, instantly dicing the puppets. Ichika watches in absolute awe. Combining physical martial arts with magic skills actually works. While normal swordsmanship has its limits, Minato's miraculous fusion technique can be applied here too. Although Minato's version is vastly superior, her attention is suddenly drawn to a familiar glowing light. A massive column of energy burns bright, lighting up the sky like a raging inferno. Ichika slices a sneaky puppet behind her, realizing Minato's fight with the 12 Apostles has begun. Standing tall to look closer, she gasps. The one standing in the magic storm is none other than the legendary founder of their Hinoki swordsmanship, Hinoki Reichiro. Ichika screams in utter disbelief while Meltias Silentias calmly prepares to fight despite Eva stealing Rei's body. Clashing blades, Eva unleashes a Hinoki-style strike, sending a wave-slicing shockwave forward. Minato swiftly dodges the air-shattering slash immediately, sensing the immense power behind it. He looks up in shock at Hinoki Reichiro's stance, while Meltias Silentias counters with a massive lightning bolt. Eva deflects the attack effortlessly, but Meltias Silentias has already spotted a fatal gap in his defense. Just as she suspected, his mana flow is unstable even as Eva unleashes a desperate fragmented slash. Giant rocks are sliced apart, floating into the air to create a bizarre levitating battlefield. Moving through the floating maze, Minato lands on a debris chunk, observing the chaos. He recognizes this exact skill from his own past but quickly refocuses on the deadly battle. Scanning the chaotic battlefield, he spots Saishiro kneeling at the edge of a massive crumbling abyss. Gritting his teeth, Saishiro grabs Sora's hand, desperately trying to pull her up to safety. Suddenly, a rogue sword strike severs his arm. Seishiro screams in agony as blood splatters. Slipping from his grasp, Sora plummets straight into the bottomless chasm. Spotting her fall, Minato acts, instantly wrapping his allies in massive protective magic barriers. Suspending them safely in mid-air, he halts their deadly descent. Minato maneuvers across giant slabs of earth, keeping a safe distance from his opponent as Meltias Silencias asks in a low, gravelly voice. Yet he cannot hide his mounting anxiety, asking Hinoki what they should do now. Hinoki Reichiro ignores his ally decisively, turning his back to take a few steps before casually lying down right in front of Valentine, muttering that he is leaving it all to her. Do whatever you want, he adds. Minato nods with a calm expression, acknowledging his words. Down below, Eva unleashes another deadly technique from the Hinoki sword style, his blade cutting through the air to form a massive trail of energy that shoots into the sky. Sword G surges like wild waves, tearing through every obstacle in its path. Kanem ducks and covers his head in fear. Setsuna gasps at the sheer terror of it, but Eva is absolutely thrilled. He laughs out loud, shouting that this is absolutely incredible, while the others look on, utterly dazed by his overwhelming power. Eva shouts, questioning if this is truly the body of a legendary progenitor. It is a perfect vessel for battle, he realizes. He channels even more energy into his blade, demanding a stronger skill, while Minato stands fearless, waiting for the incoming strike. This time, Eva unleashes a secret technique of the Hinoki style, the unyielding secret. Right before the blade connects, Minato moves. With a single hand, he catches the hilt of the sword with perfect precision. Eva's eyes widen, his pupils shrinking in pure disbelief. Nearby, Hinoki Reichiro is still lounging around, grumbling that this whole fight is incredibly boring. Meltias Silentias agrees, noting that even while using his body, the enemy is still as weak as a snail. A cat wearing a tiger skin is still just a cat, she mocks. Eva roars in anger, demanding to know what they are talking about. There is no way this body is weak when it belongs to a legendary progenitor. Gnashing his teeth, he screams for more power. He needs a stronger technique, even if he has to drag it directly out of the vessel's brain. Eva pushes his mind to the limit to extract something stronger. Suddenly, tears drip onto his feet, and he has no idea why he is crying. Those tears are falling because the memories of Hinoki Reichiro from back when he was alive remain deeply etched in this brain. Just catching a glimpse of those memories threatens to drive Eva completely mad. He remembers a massive tower split in two with a single slash. After achieving such legendary feats, he only grew colder and more detached. Eva collapses, clutching his head and groaning about how this insane body is just too powerful for him to handle. He questions if human wisdom can ever reach such heights. Within Hinoki's mind, dark blood-stained memories flood his senses, slaying humans, slaughtering monsters, and surviving brutal, relentless battles, slicing through everything. Slicing the very oceans to expose the seabed with absolute power. Slicing entire planets, a feat that sounds utterly ridiculous. Yet deep in his subconscious lies a heartbreaking truth. The lonely figure of Hinoki Reichiro stands there in complete isolation, constantly questioning where he must go to find greater strength. Overwhelmed, Eva begins to panic and screams aloud. He cries out that he cannot use this power or his soul will shatter. Hinoki Reichiro merely scoffs at his distress. Then go ahead and shatter, nobody cares, he retorts. Hearing this, Allison turns to warn him. Hey, if his soul shatters and he loses control, everyone here is going to die. Right at that moment, Minato freezes, staring in utter shock as Eva slowly stands up, a strange dark aura radiating from his body. Allison screams in terror, pointing out that his soul has indeed shattered. They are all going to die. Suddenly, Eva unleashes a long, agonizing shriek that seems to pierce through the very heavens. It unleashes a chaotic wave of magical energy in all directions. In Takasaki Gunma, the entire city suddenly feels a violent tremor. A panicked security officer asks Kisaragi what is going on. Kisaragi immediately orders a full evacuation while checking the warning system on his phone. He wonders what this massive presence is. It is coming from Nagano, even though they are over 100 kilometers away from the epicenter. What is actually happening here? Kisaragi ponders for a moment, wondering if another terrifying monster has been born in this era. Meanwhile, Eva has completely lost control. Dark energy envelopes his body, rising like an unquenchable black flame as massive shockwaves of power erupt continuously, shaking the very atmosphere. The surrounding space is heavily distorted. Aiken struggles on the ground to see what is happening, while Hikutaro remains completely baffled by the chaos. Shinji uses his sword to brace himself, but the pressure forces him to his knees while weaker allies are completely pinned down to the ground, barely able to breathe. Minato turns back to shout for Hinoki Reichiro, who just lies there lazily, and asks what he wants. I already told you the rest is up to Meltes Silentius. Meltes Silentius calmly raises a hand to adjust her cloak as it flutters wildly in the raging magic storm, her lips curling into a slight smirk. She observes her opponent and makes her assessment. Looking at Minato's current body, she slowly pulls up her sleeves to reveal glowing runic bands, speaking in a calm, measured voice. A single strike will be enough. With those words, Meltes Silentius clenches her fist, making the runic bands vibrate in unison. His internal energy instantly gathers in his right arm, unleashing the seal of truth, a brilliant light that tears through the dark mist. Violent shockwaves ripple out in massive waves. Watching this unfold, Akon suddenly freezes in her tracks, her eyes wide with astonishment. Isn't that the cloaked one? Silent until now, the figure suddenly speaks up, saying, Minato, I know she cannot hear us. But you and Shinomiya Akin must watch this closely, whether it is magic or alchemy. Because we are those who pursue the absolute truth of this world. This is the place where you will grasp one of those truths. He slowly lifts his head, wondering if a supreme body like the corpse of Reiichiro can actually withstand a mere fragment of that truth. Looking at him, Eva's eyes overflow with absolute terrifying madness. A single thought constantly drives him to die, to just die. In reality, Eva's very soul has already been torn to shreds. The only thing moving the body of Hinoki Reichiro at this point is the lingering twisted residue of Eva. But even so, his murderous intent refuses to fade. That empty vessel continues to move, acting on the pure instinct of a wild beast seeking destruction. A Hinoki Reichiro had abandoned this physical shell a long time ago, and as a constant reminder to himself, he used the phrase, ignorant truth. Seeing Eva blindly chasing after that dark, malevolent power, Meltes Silentius stands there in absolute silence, watching his every move. The man has completely lost his mind. Witnessing this scene, Meltes Silentius's eyes flash as if she has finally seen through the true nature of everything. Dark energy surges endlessly around Eva's body. His overwhelming pressure is enough to shake the very air and crack the ground. If this continues, the consequences will be absolutely catastrophic. Minato will be brutally destroyed, and his closest companions will surely meet a similarly tragic fate. They cannot escape. Even the puppets will be ripped to shreds by that terrifying surge of power. An erupting volcano could turn this place into a wasteland, spreading to the city. What will happen to the innocent citizens then? And it likely won't stop at one small location. Once Eva's magical power finally reaches its peak, it could trigger even more devastating shockwaves. Meltes Silentius calmly observes this terrifying process, successfully finding a way to put a complete end to it, to this violent outburst. She suddenly mutters, I see, so that is how it is. As the Mage of Truth, the skill of Meltes Silentius is the seal of truth which has been sealed. Because the world simply cannot withstand such a terrifying power. One of its unique effects is that it directly targets the skills of the opponent. Now watch controlling Minato's body, she reaches out, focusing her raw energy to block Eva's incoming strike before he can even think to react. He immediately grabs Eva's wrist and says, see, this is the answer. Eva lets out a long, painful shriek. Despite his wild, mad struggles, his arm cannot budge even a single millimeter. Minato's tight grip locks down his opponent's movements like a steel vice. Meltes Silentius coldly chants her incantation, incinerating light LNS-15. A blinding flash erupts, searing Eva to the core as the dark energy dissolves at a dizzying speed. Every shadow is burned away in the pure light. Moments later, the dust settles and Minato is still standing there. He is holding Hinoki Reichiro's arm, which has been completely burned pitch black. Meltes Silentius watches silently for a moment, then softly whispers goodbye to the corpse of her dear friend. Her voice drifts like the wind, saying, see you at the end of this cycle. Ashes drift high into the air, swirling under the bright, blinding sunlight. The cloaked bandits fall silent, mourning the guardian beast Hyomo with hands clasped in prayer. Suddenly, Hinoki Reichiro's voice echoes from behind. No, I am still right here. Meltes Silentius flatly replies that the body and soul are completely different. She then turns her gaze to Minato, asking if that has helped him with his training at all. He looks toward the distant horizon. Every battle is a chance to train and grow stronger. Minato doesn't even have time to answer before excited cheers suddenly erupt from behind them. Wow, that was amazing. He actually defeated that monster, Ichika screams out in pure frustration. At least use his sword, Minato. Otherwise, what was the point of all our training sessions? Hanada Hikotaru sighs in relief, muttering that he thought he was dead. Suo Shinji can't stop praising him, wondering how strong Minato really is. He's insane. Such a strong enemy was turned to ash in an instant. Aiken corrects them, saying that's wrong. The scary one was the previous opponent. Deep down, she quietly guesses that he completely saw through the enemy's skill, rendering it entirely useless. Aiken suddenly feels her hands tremble. Can a human truly reach such an absurd realm? She resolves to work even harder from now on. Jen stands to the side, taking a slow drag of his cigarette and blowing out smoke. He stares at the massive crater in front of him, wondering what to do with it since this was only supposed to be a test to choose a new captain. What a complete war zone. With Todoroki dead, do they need a new captain exam? Talk about a mess. Dealing with a new captain is a hassle. But right then, something shifts in the sky. A mysterious voice suddenly echoes from above saying, "Well done." Koromo is shocked, wondering who it is, while Kanem gasps out in surprise. She spots a dimensional portal tearing open right in front of her, guessing someone must be on the other side. Kanem panics, her voice trembling as she asks if there are mummies left, while Shinonome Tengan seems to realize something. He unconsciously snaps his cigarette in half, stuttering as Io appears, completely shocked and asking what on earth is happening. Why is the director here? Beside her is Kitamori, and Minato quickly recognizes this newcomer as the old woman he met yesterday. She claimed to be just a passing bystander, but clearly that was a lie. Kitamori looks around the ruined battlefield. Surveying the destruction, she is deeply surprised, curiously asking the director why she decided to come all this way. Suddenly, Shinonome Tengan and Kitamori freeze in shock. Io drops to her knees, speaking in a gentle voice. Bowing deeply in front of Minato, she whispers with absolute respect that she has finally found him. She says she has waited hundreds of years for the ancestors to return, her ancient face filled with sincere emotion. At long last, she is face to face with the legendary ancestors she spent her entire life waiting for. They look confused. They do not know her at all, and Minato just stands there completely speechless. Minato's friends are utterly baffled by this. Shinji stutters, asking Master Ichika who this powerful director really is. She turns her head, glancing over the bewildered faces of her shocked students before finally speaking up. Ichika asks why they do not know, then corrects herself, realizing it is probably their very first time meeting her. She gently explains that the old lady is a founder of the Great Prophecy. She holds the absolute highest rank in the entire Japan branch. Shinji replies that they already know that, but that is not the issue. Kanem wonders why the director is kneeling to Kanagi Minato, but Ichika simply shrugs, saying she has no idea. Minato is incredibly confused. Remembering her from the backyard, he nervously stammers, asking why a powerful figure like her is kneeling. Pausing, he asks the ancestors if they actually know her, since she seems to recognize them from somewhere. The ancestors think it over before answering in unison that they have absolutely no idea. Minato panics. Minato is utterly baffled by this, but suddenly Hinoki Reichiro senses something familiar about this old woman's unique energy. He ponders for a moment, realizing he might actually know her. Io slowly stands up and asks a question. Laughing, she asks if they really forgot her, admitting she has indeed aged. She then brings her hands up. Asking how about this, she clasps her hands together and stares intently at Minato. Minato braces for some crazy magic spell, but look at this, Io just starts shaking her hips. She laughs, telling Hinoki Reichiro to look at her famous hip dance. This silly pose seems to trigger an old memory. The silly memory instantly clicks. The ancestors stare in silence before bursting into a fit of hearty laughter. They recognize Io, their eyes shining with emotion. Hinoki Reichiro laughs endlessly, turning to Minato with sheer excitement. He demands Minato swap places with him. Minato is utterly confused, but Hinoki Reichiro takes over before he can argue. He happily pats Io on the shoulder, calling out that it has been a very long time. His classmates are completely speechless, unable to believe he is treating an elderly woman with such casual disrespect. Meanwhile, Shinonome, Tengan, and Kitamori explode with rage, asking Kanagi Minato how dare he speak so rudely to their esteemed director. The two of them completely ignore the yelling, laughing as they do the hip dance. Shinonome Tengan grits his teeth in fury. Kitamori clenches her fists, declaring that they absolutely need to organize a new captain exam right now. She wants to punch him straight into outer space, but Io quickly steps in to calm them both down. Hinoki Reichiro laughs heartily, agreeing that it has been forever, while casually patting the director on the head. He jokes that she has turned into a gray-haired old woman, which brings emotional tears to her eyes. Ancient memories flood back as his familiar way of speaking is exactly the same as the old days. She remembers when she was just a child running after them. Now this intense battle has finally concluded. Everyone lets out a massive sigh of relief and begins cleaning up the wreckage left behind. Kanem watches in sheer amazement as her seniors easily lift massive boulders to repair the shattered ground. It seems everyone can finally laugh and relax again. Sometime later, they gather deep within the top-secret grounds of the Great Prophecy. Shinonome, Tengan, and Kitamori stand guard, alert, ready. Minato enters the room and looks around in utter awe. So the rumors are true, there really is a hidden garden inside headquarters, Io answers with a gentle smile. Sadly, I cannot reveal myself often. I mostly just spend my days quietly in this secluded place. Besides, a barrier protects this area. Minato puts his cup down and asks with growing curiosity, "You seem to know about the founders." Hearing this, she slowly shares her story of being an orphan. She lost her family during the era of the tower, but the founders saved her and raised her. Hearing this, Minato gasps in shock. Of course, the tower. He stops cold, his mind racing before he suddenly bolts up. Wait, you were born during the era of the tower. Io rests her chin on her hand, remembering it was about 300 years ago. Minato is stunned. She is over 300 years old. Seeing his shock, Io lets out a soft chuckle. She reveals that she used a powerful ancient artifact to freeze the flow of time itself. As long as she remains within these headquarters, aging cannot touch her at all. Minato immediately recalls the bizarre artifacts he has encountered before. Truly incredible. Such artifacts usually unlock strange powers hidden deep within a person's consciousness. The founders also listen intently to the conversation. Hinoki Reichiro speaks up, noting it is quite similar to Valentine's sustained skill. She agrees back when she was at her absolute peak she could manage something of that level too. But Valentine wonders where Io could have found such a legendary high-level relic in the first place. Io explains that the Great Prophet has a secret department tasked with collecting hidden artifacts. No one even knows these agents exist. No nation can bind them. Yet their secret vault was recently targeted and a massive number of priceless artifacts were stolen. Minato is stunned. Who would dare target the Great Prophet? Midori then mentions a special force. This team is meant to retrieve the stolen treasures. Brian chimed in suddenly, realizing the 12 apostles must be behind this massive raid. Eva agrees. If so, then everything about the 12 apostles suddenly makes sense. They might actually be some of the strongest transcendents active today. Hearing their sharp deduction, Minato is deeply impressed. They figured all of that out just from a few simple lines of conversation. Eva points out that he literally witnessed the crime scene himself using her unique visual skill. She explains that the enemies became overpowered solely due to the artifacts their mysterious leader handed out. Brian then continues. Instead of recruiting warriors stronger than Mikoto Suo, they use artifacts to forcefully boost average fighters. It is a much faster and easier method. Hinoki Reichiro sighs deeply, admitting that is likely the case. The two enemies they just fought were nowhere near as strong as Mikoto. Io nods in agreement. Before the artifacts were stolen, nobody had ever heard of these 12 apostles. Yet they possess power. That matches the leaders of the Great Prophet. Since they want to force prophecies to happen, we cannot let these dangerous people run wild. Her voice turns deadly serious. They have used every scrap of resources and manpower to track down their elusive mastermind. But Midori will likely track him down first. Hearing this warning, Minato's face grows incredibly tense. Things are getting way out of hand. Wait until you see where this goes next. Meanwhile, in Detroit, Michigan, it is late at night. A heavy, quiet darkness drapes over the towering skyscrapers. Suddenly, a massive, brilliant sphere of light erupts at the very end of the street. The light violently explodes, blindingly lighting up the sky as shockwaves tear across the concrete ground. The entire space trembles violently as the earth cracks open, sending massive debris flying in all directions. Through the blinding dust, Midori slowly walks through the ruins, muttering to himself. So they call themselves the 12 Apostles. He raises his head. He seems to have solved the secret. There are actually 13 of them. His gaze pierces directly toward the man calmly sipping coffee. Spotting Midori, Hastings calls out, noting he arrived faster than expected. He smirks arrogantly and asks what he would prefer, coffee or perhaps some black tea. His only response is a wave of bone-chilling, icy bloodlust. Midori ignores his question completely. He simply growls, ordering Apostle Zero to die. Now only two silent figures stand in the desolate ruins. Facing each other under the cold moonlight, a massive swirl of raw magical energy suddenly forms above them. The violent vortex of power spins rapidly, gathering strength with every passing second. It expands into a raging storm, and within moments, a massive pillar of light shoots straight into the heavens. On a nearby rooftop, two figures silently watch the entire battlefield. They are two special force members. Q Nishina mutters that it has begun, while Saiki Mikado reassures him the city is abandoned. So everything should be fine, but the ground suddenly erupts in a violent tremor. A tunnel straight to the other side of the planet. Meanwhile, the magical vortex keeps expanding. It threatens to pierce the clouds. Suddenly, the two special force members feel a massive wave of power heading straight for them. In the next instant, a colossal sword tears through the night, striking where they stand. Q and Seiki leap in opposite directions to dodge the blow. They escape by a hair, but the onslaught is far from over as a barrage of sword light rains down like a storm. Debris flies as a thick dust cloud swallows the area. With the attacks finally over, they drop down. Leave that side to Midori. Their opponent stands before them, silver hair blowing in the wind. His long sword radiates intense, deadly intent. He is Hajime Kamiragi, one of the 12 Apostles of the Apocalypse. Back at the battlefield where Midori faces Hastings, Midori realizes this wind attack is his absolute strongest strike, yet it barely seems to affect Hastings. He just calmly enjoys his cup of coffee. Sitting at a small table, he sips it slowly, completely unbothered by the chaos around him. Midori glares at the dense magical barrier surrounding his opponent, his eyes narrowing sharply. Is it a skill or some kind of artifact? Hastings sets down his cup and speaks up. What is wrong? He stands and takes a few steps forward, asking if he is done. Midori doesn't waste words, launching another strike. Hastings is quickly swallowed by green shockwaves as massive earth-shattering explosions erupt. Flames and soil burst into the air and magic consumes the space. Midori's ultimate technique, the Jade Wall. He pours all his energy into this single blow to finish Hastings, but before the dust even clears, Hastings' voice echoes. Have you ever been to an aquarium? Their humans are invincible against a giant predator, even though they share the same water, because they are safely watching from afar, right? With a smug smirk, he compares their situation. Midori immediately understands, so he has another defensive trick up his sleeve. Hastings calmly speaks, normally you are incredibly strong and terrifying, refusing to even view me as an enemy. He looks at Midori with pity and mockery, but now you are grieving over the tragic loss of your friend. You're nothing but a pathetic creature now. Midori's gaze turns ice cold, but he stays silent. Hastings steps forward slowly, each word dripping with venom, designed to reopen Midori's deep wounds. Since birth, you have been a monster, made solely for war. A creature living only to fight, yet you couldn't even protect your precious friend. Those words strike deep into Midori's subconscious, forcing him to freeze in his tracks. Rooted to the spot, long-buried memories suddenly flood back like a bursting dam. 23 years ago, in a quiet canyon, a bizarre magical energy suddenly erupted. Back then, Shinonome Tengan was serving in the Special Forces. He stood stunned by this immense power, wondering what kind of phenomenon this was. As Io and Shinonome Tengan pushed forward, she realized this was all that remained of the Ichihara family estate. Io stood observing the ruins for a long time, looking completely calm but serious. Suddenly, Shinonome Tengan spotted something in the center of the blinding light that obscured their vision. They had to go deeper to investigate. Approaching closer, the two of them discovered a newborn baby lying there crying out loudly. His cries echoed through the rocky crater. Shinonome Tengan was utterly shocked at baby. Was that massive magical pressure? All because this child was born. He froze as Io stepped closer to the infant. Shinonome Tengan yelled in a panic, warning the director of the danger and begging her to step back. He was right. The baby's wild magical aura cut Io, but she reached out with bleeding hands, holding him close to soothe him. It is okay, she whispered. It was scary, wasn't it? But you are safe now. Everything is fine. I am here for you. Feeling her warmth, the crying baby began to calm down, and the raging winds quieted. The heavy pressure vanished, leaving behind a peaceful silence. Shinonome Tengan gasps in surprise that the wind has completely stopped. Io gently strokes the baby's hair, her eyes filled with warmth, but her voice carrying total resolve. Shinonome Tengan, this child will be raised by our great prophet, and so the baby is given the name Midori. 9 years later, in a quiet hallway, a Special Forces member named Hinoki Kijuru spots the young boy. As Ichika's senior, he demands to know if this is the infamous cursed child. At the time, Ichika is only 12. Toma looks at the newly arrived boy. His shimmering golden hair and clear blue eyes make her pause. Midori's striking gaze leaves her stunned, while Kijuru sternly warns the boy not to dare cause them any trouble. If you lose control, simple. The great prophet will hunt you down. Midori just stands there completely unfazed, his face showing zero emotion as he calmly promises that he won't. Unconvinced by the promise, the man turns to walk away. But after a brief silence, Midori delivers a chilling follow-up. Because that is why I let you live. Kijuru glares back in silence. Feeling the suffocating tension finally lift, Ichika stands in the back and lets out a quiet sigh of relief. But right as Midori turns to leave, Kijuru's booming voice suddenly roars out Ichika's name from behind. Is something funny? She tries to hold it and then bursts into wild laughter. Then come the grueling training days. The other kids are far weaker than Midori, struggling as they practice channeling their energy. Midori trains off to the side. The others collapse around him, unable to keep up with his raw intensity. To him, they are incredibly fragile. And because of this massive physical divide, Midori has always struggled to make friends. He walks alone. Suddenly, a voice shouts to get his attention. A wooden sword flies right at him. Instantly, his magic flares up. An invisible shield forms around him, completely shattering the wooden sword into splinters the second it makes contact. Midori slowly turns around, his cold glare locking onto the thrower as he demands to know what they are doing. A red-haired boy steps forward cheerfully, telling him he has got it all wrong before offering Midori another wooden sword. He asks Midori to be his sparring partner. It is the first time anyone has ever approached him without showing a single shred of fear. Midori asks, completely stunned. Meet 9-year-old Makoto Suo, also just 9. The red-haired boy smiles as bright as the sun, sincerely asking if they can. Cut to an early morning inside the dorms. Midori shouts out Suo's name across the room. Right in the middle of a pull-up, Suo turns and asks Ichihara what's going on. Midori stands ready with dual swords, his eyes burning with intense determination, looking ready to charge into battle right then and there. I will not lose to you, Makoto. He boldly declares it once more. Makoto just laughs at his friend's fiery battle spirit, teasingly asking if he still hasn't learned his lesson yet. The two clash in another intense round of training. But in no time at all, Midori's wooden sword shatters once again. Dripping in sweat, he grits his teeth in frustration and slumps to the ground, endlessly wondering why he just cannot beat his friend. A young girl slowly sits down right next to him. "You are actually too strong," she whispers softly. Makoto stops his lifting and yells at her not to spill the secret. Her name is Kyu Nishina, and she is 9. As their classmate, Midori finds her words hard to believe, arguing that there's no way he's strong when he constantly loses. Right then, 14-year-old Seiki Mikado walks in, explaining that it was actually a compliment. He looks Midori over to assess him. He notes that while Midori's aura is incredibly powerful, the wooden sword is too weak. If it keeps breaking, he can never win. Kyu casually picks up a tray of eggs. "Look at these fragile shells," she says. "When his power peaks, even holding them will crush them instantly." She explains that the exact same thing happens in battle. Thoroughly confused, Midori stares blankly at the egg in his hand, trying to make sense of what they are saying. Seiki Mikado gently picks up one of the eggs. He concentrates, letting a soft flow of magic run down his arm to coat it. With the egg wrapped in magic, Seiki Mikado suddenly throws it hard against the wall. Midori's eyes widen in absolute shock. No cracks. Even after hitting the wall that hard, the shell is absolutely flawless. Reading the boy's mind, Seiki Mikado bends down to retrieve the intact egg, asking him if it seems strange. He explains that he just needs to balance the offensive force with defensive protection, but warns that this isn't some complex skill. It is simply about perfect control. Suddenly, Kyu grabs 2 cartons of eggs and tosses them high into the air. She expertly wraps her magic around dozens of falling eggs without dropping a single one. Here is the basic secret of a transcendent. Midori watches Kyu repeatedly hurl eggs at a wall without cracking a single shell. It looks almost like magic. Seiki Mikado places an egg in Midori's hand and begins to guide him through the steps. If you want to beat Makoto in swordsmanship, you must learn to meticulously control your own aura. Once you master this, no matter how overwhelming your energy becomes, you will never accidentally harm the people around you. With that, he waves and walks away. Makoto watches Seiki Mikado with pure admiration, but a sudden shout from behind breaks his focus. Turning around by reflex, Makoto gets hit square in the forehead by a flying egg that shatters instantly. Egg white and yolk ooze down his face, leaving Makoto completely frozen in shock. He asks what Midori is doing, but Midori quickly protests that it was an accident, urging him to train together. He claims he will soon beat him in swordsmanship, but before he can finish, Makoto splats an egg right back. Grinning, Makoto tells him to apologize first, while his eyes slide down to the egg carton resting near his feet. A mischievous smirk spreads across his face as a fun idea hits him, and he kicks the carton high into the air. The eggs soar upward, and magic quickly envelops each one as Makoto lets out a bright, joyful laugh. He shouts that training is officially starting while Midori locks in, focusing his energy with extreme restraint. Yet, in a split second, every single egg explodes. But he refuses to throw in the towel. Instead, he sits on the ground, testing them one by one, until he finally coats an egg in magic. He hurls it hard against the wall. His raw physical strength is honestly terrifying. The solid wall cracks under the impact, but after countless broken shells, he finally learns how to dial it back. Makoto walks over, spots the unbroken egg, and gives him a quick thumbs up of approval. Midori lets out a small, quiet smile. Now capable of masking his aura, he jumps straight back into sword practice. Working tirelessly alongside Makoto, they quickly draw admiring stares from classmates who marvel at their endless sparring sessions. They have been at it for half a day without showing any signs of exhaustion, making Seiki, Mikado, and Kyu smile. These kids are bound to become key assets for the organization. He playfully challenges Midori to spar next time. 4 years pass. Everyone has grown up under the intense training of the Ichihara Special Forces. Midori is now 13. One day, while walking with Seiki Mikado, a voice calls out. Midori spins around and immediately recognizes Makoto. The 13-year-old Makoto stands there, his bright eyes shining with an unmistakable sense of integrity. He asks seriously if Midori is joining the Great Prophet, and Midori smiles, confirming they are assisting the European branch. Apparently, is a special class prophecy known as Chaos. Midori falls silent for a moment before changing the subject. He asks if Makoto is still searching for a sword master, and Makoto nods in agreement. Makoto reminds him that it was his advice anyway, while Midori silently thinks finding his own path is always better. Extending his fist, Makoto says sincerely that if he truly has the talent, he wants to stand right beside him. Midori beams and promises to wait for him. It is a simple vow shared between two young friends, yet it is etched deeply into their hearts. Now, Midori snaps back to reality as he stands facing Hastings. Deep inside, he has sworn a solemn oath that he will never lose another person he cares about ever again. To stand shoulder to shoulder, they just need to stay alive. That is the only reason this world is worth saving. He does not care about grand ideals, yet those apostles went ahead and shattered everything he holds dear. Everything he ever wanted is gone. Screaming in pure rage, he charges directly at Hastings, swearing to kill him. But as he closes the distance, Midori freezes as Hastings pulls out a strange glowing golden egg. With a cold, sinister gleam in his eyes, Hastings squeezes his fist without hesitation, crushing the golden egg to pieces. This is the legendary artifact of chaos, the blood embryo torrent unleashing an absolute wave of power. It erupts like an active volcano, a violent storm of mana instantly clearing the surrounding battlefield. Feeling the massive shockwave from afar, Seiki Mikado tenses up with worry, wondering what on earth is happening over there. He prays it is not Midori. Suddenly, Q screams in panic, pointing out a figure moving at blinding speed. The figure rushes straight toward them. Even Hajime freezes, completely unable to process what is happening. Stopping right in front of Seiki Mikado, the person hovers mid-air. Seiki Mikado asks with deep concern if the battle is over. He asks if Midori managed to defeat him, but looking closely at this raw energy, something feels deeply wrong. That figure was as cold as a ghost, releasing a dark purple aura that looked nothing like Midori's magic. He asked who they were, but the stranger just kept their head down in silence. Suddenly, Q's eyes filled with pure terror. Mikado was in danger. Midori suddenly reached out and grabbed his head fast as lightning. He unleashed a massive, disruptive blow, instantly engulfing the entire area. Then one day in November over in America, a sudden attack hit Detroit, Michigan. Key member Seiki Mikado was abruptly ambushed and 3 other elite squad members of the Great Prophet's Japanese force went missing, while 2 other members of the organization were assigned to investigate. Marcus Warren, a member of the Great Prophet's Special Force in the U.S. branch, slowly asked how things were. Sitting on the ground looking for clues, Aston Taylor carefully observed and analyzed, noting that, as they could see, the residue was massive, pointing to this spot as the epicenter of the blast. Warren tossed his apple core aside, marveling at how insane Midori Ichihara really was, proving this was the power of the world's strongest. He wondered why the world's strongest would suddenly vanish like that, along with his entire team. Meanwhile, Taylor pondered deeply, trying to connect all the pieces, but in the end he could only reply with complete and utter helplessness. He confessed he had no idea. Soon news of Midori Ichihara's disappearance reached the Japanese branch, throwing everything into absolute chaos. At the Eternal Mission Sanctuary of the Japanese branch, Shinonome Tengen gasped in disbelief, saying it was completely impossible. He had heard the rumors, but still couldn't believe the report, while Io calmly asked if they really had no idea where Ichihara was. She then called out to Jin, the assistant of Midori's task force. Jin bowed, explaining that the artifact connecting her to Ichihara had been destroyed, making it impossible to track his location. Io sighed at the terrible news. Right on cue, Kitamori announced that the person they were waiting for had finally arrived. The door slid open, revealing Minato waiting outside. Io scanned him from head to toe, noting that it suited him perfectly. Minato had changed into a captain's uniform, his elaborately tailored cloak giving him an incredibly majestic and powerful look. She declared that from this moment on, he was Captain Kanagi Minato. Hearing this, Minato shyly admitted he still felt pretty awkward. He doubted if he should be captain. Shinonome Tengen, however, analyzed the situation, acknowledging that although the exam was interrupted, all the other captains and the director had personally nominated him. He had even stood his ground against Eva of the 12 Apostles, making him the only one capable of filling the void left by Mikoto Suo. As Minato sat in silence absorbing the situation, things had escalated far beyond his expectations. Initially, Minato only wanted to surpass the progenitors as quickly as possible, hoping to protect everyone from dying. But now everything had changed, with endless responsibilities resting on his shoulders. With a serious look, Minato expressed his gratitude, promising to do his absolute best not to let anyone down. Io smiled warmly, stating that even without relying on the power of those legendary figures, she still believed he was the perfect fit to be captain. Her face then turned serious, getting straight to the point to ask for his opinion. That very conversation sparked a chaotic chase back at the academy, with heavy, desperate footsteps echoing all the way down the hallways. A voice shouted in the distance, but Iryu Kanem kept sprint running, not daring to look back as his pursuer stayed hot on his heels. The more Minato waved and yelled for him to wait, the more terrified Iryu Kanem grew. Yet escape was ultimately impossible. Minato cut him off with a bright smile, eagerly asking him to sign a contract and join his new squad. Back in the living room of the Eternal Mission Sanctuary, Minato processed what Io had said, gasping in surprise at the mention of his opinion. She sat silently, focusing her mind as the door behind her began to shift. An image of a massive tiger slowly materialized, leaving the young captain completely stunned by the sight. As a secret chamber door suddenly slid open to reveal a dark, hidden room, Minato peered inside with intense curiosity to see what lay within. Io suddenly asked if he was aware of Midori's disappearance, along with that of Q Nishina and Saiki Mikado. She then pointed to two heavily bandaged figures sitting inside the secret chamber, confirming they had both accompanied Midori on that fateful mission. Seiki Mikado spoke in a raspy, strained voice, revealing that Midori's body had been stolen by the leader of the 12 Apostles. He stated this with absolute certainty, a revelation that caused Minato to freeze in his tracks. Body possession wasn't entirely unheard of, but Midori's power was legendary. Nearby, Jin bowed her head, her heart completely breaking over the devastating news. It took several seconds for a stunned Minato to gasp. Seiki Mikado explained that the skill was almost identical to the one used to attack the Great Prophet, recently prompting Minato to suddenly think back to Eva. They also said his skill, as you can see, allows him to replace those he has killed, and this time it is highly likely caused by an artifact. But that is not the most important thing right now. Midori Ichihara has officially become an enemy of humanity. Seiki Mikado bows her head to confirm the truth, and Q silently acknowledges it as well. Minato goes completely pale, hesitantly uttering Midori's name while Hinoki Reichiro listens to the entire story. He immediately recalls Midori's cheerful face from back then. Seiki Mikado looks directly at Kanagi Minato with a determined gaze. Midori resisted until the very last moment so we could escape. I will tell you exactly what he said. Seiki Mikado recalls the absolute pain on Midori's face as he squeezed out those final agonizing words. He apologized to Minato and left everything to him, begging him to defeat that man, the boss, known as Number Zero. He is the enemy of humanity. Seeing Minato in silent shock, Shinonome Tengon gently places a hand on his shoulder to comfort him. I understand why Midori put so much faith in you, but you still do not meet the 7-member minimum required to form a new squad. He lowers his head and speaks slowly. You already have 3 highly capable members: Suo, Shinji, Shinomiya, and Hanada. Now find 3 more. Choose the people you think are best suited to stand against Midori Ichihara. That is the mission of the Kanagi Minato unit. When Kanem sees Minato tailing him, he screams, "Stop joking around, I am staying with Team Hibiki forever. There is no way my captain would ever let me go." But Akin holds up a piece of paper, revealing she already has permission. She got it straight from Hibiki. Kanem screeches to a halt, completely shocked, asking Akin what she just said. This is impossible. Why would the captain do this? Yet the handwriting on the paper is unmistakably Hibiki's. It reads, "Please take good care of Kanem for me, signed Setsuna Hibiki Hibiki." Akin grins mischievously. "Give up already, you belong to us." Now Kanem can only weep, complaining that the Kanagi Minato unit plays way too dirty. Meanwhile, out in the garden, Asuke adjusts his glasses and mutters that according to his data, Kanagi Minato also went through this, received the exact same treatment from the Grand Oracle. But wait, do you always greet people with your foot? It is Hanada Hikotaru Hanada who flashes a bright grin and replies that it seems he does not need an introduction. "Good afternoon." To Sakazaki Asuke. Hanada Hikotaru gets straight to the point, stating this is an order from the captain who wants him. Asuke flatly refuses. Since Captain Todoroki is dead, there is a vacant spot he wants to fill. He plans to take the next captain exam, refusing to serve under Kanagi Minato. Hanada Hikotaru clicks his tongue at this. Suddenly, he launches a direct kick straight at Asuke's face, casually throwing out a teasing remark. He tells him not to be like that, but Asuke is no amateur. He sidesteps and effortlessly dodges the blow. A moment later, Asuke is back to typing on his laptop, while Hanada Hikotaru walks away thinking to himself, wow, he could not land a single hit, so that is his skill. But then Asuke suddenly changes his mind. Fine, since they want him so badly, he will give them a chance. The time limit is 60 seconds. Right here in this courtyard. If you can touch me even once before the timer runs out, he will accept the offer. Hanada Hikotaru smiles, asking if he can use whatever he needs to get the job done. With that, Hanada Hikotaru swiftly summons his Imperial Dragon. With a confident look, he says it is a shame, but they really need him, so he must make him yield. And forget about that captain exam. Asuke wastes no time, immediately setting a countdown timer on his laptop. Flashback to not long ago, Asuke entered a deep cave and was surprised to find Captain Surasaki there. He was fishing inside the limestone cavern of the Grand Oracle at the 17th Spatial Rift. Captain Surasaki. His eyes remained glued to the water as he slowly replied that sometimes he catches big fish there, then suddenly asked Asuke if he had just registered for Todoroki's squad. He honestly answered that he had always wanted to become a captain, so that no one would have to die. Surasaki agreed that ambition is fine, but raised a question: if that goal could actually be achieved without having to become a captain. Hearing this, Asuke paused. He froze for a brief moment. Suddenly, the fishing line jerked and Surasaki reeled it in. He hesitated before asking a question: if it was because he was not suited. He shook his head, but Surasaki suddenly pulled back with force to pull a massive fish out of the water, gently explaining that in his opinion, he was still missing something. Asuke always trusted Surusaki's judgment, knowing he would never look down on anyone. Back in the present, the courtyard fight continues. Hanada Hikotaru tries everything to get close to his target, but his opponent's speed is insane, reminding him of Captain Surusaki's final hopes. Thinking he has to catch Sakazaki, Asuke Hanada Hikotaru unleashes a rapid flurry of kicks, unexpectedly forcing his opponent backward. He suddenly accelerates the tip of his shoe, nearly brushing Asi's clothes as he shouts that he has got him, but then his shoe strikes nothing but thin air. Hanada Hikotaru stands there completely stunned, realizing Asuke has already vanished to the other side. He glances over silently, analyzing the skill just as he suspected. Asuke gently pushes up his glasses to speak. He admits he really did not want to show this technique to outsiders. The secret lies in his specific skill, the almighty ego. This broken ability allows him to instantly teleport to any designated location he chooses. Within a range of 100 meters, he can instantly teleport, but there is a catch. He must visit the location at least once beforehand. But once set, he can jump there in a heartbeat. With insane speed and pinpoint accuracy, it is no wonder he easily evaded every single one of Hanada Hikotaru's lightning-fast attacks. He sighs at his opponent, frustrated that despite going completely all out, he could not even touch a single hair. Still, a confident smirk creeps onto Hanada Hikotaru's face. To even stand a chance against Ichihara, he has to beat this guy first. Seeing him freeze, Asuke lets his guard down slightly, slipping behind him to ask if he can raise a quick question. Hanada Hikotaru throws a casual kick, telling him to ask away, while Asuke notes he is working under Kanagi Minato. But what exactly does he like about the guy? That unexpected question actually makes Hanada Hikotaru freeze up for a second. Unleashing another kick, he bluntly replies that he has no clue, leaving Asuke utterly shocked before Hanada Hikotaru drops a truth. He knows what Asuke's ideal leader is, one who swore to do his absolute best, to raise everyone's survival rate by even a mere 1%, dedicating his entire life to keeping his comrades alive. That sounds pretty amazing since nothing beats staying alive, but he refuses to entrust his own life to such a leader. He will not rely on a leader who only focuses on surviving. Asuke frowns deeply, demanding to know why. After all, he truly believed that was a beautiful goal, but Hanada Hikotaru explains that if you only think about survival, how will you ever reach your actual target? Back when Hanada Hikotaru was just a young kid, he experienced unspeakable tragedy, watching his own family members get brutally destroyed right before his eyes. In that devastating moment, he swore to shatter those cursed prophecies even if it completely broke him. That was his drive, but he finally realized something else. If anyone can pull it off, it is Minato, which is exactly why he chose to become his trusted assistant. Hearing this, Asu finally understands the truth. He has been missing a true sense of being relied upon. He calmly acknowledges the point but notes he is still winning, adding he will use this talk as reference material. Glancing at his phone, there are only 5 seconds remaining. He looks toward the distance with a knowing grin. Talk about perfect timing as Asuke wonders who that text was for. A powerful swordsman drops from the sky. Gripping his blade, Shinji prepares to unleash his golden flower, strike crashing down like sudden thunder from a clear sky. Combining it with his heaven descent skill, he makes the ground shake violently. Shockwaves of raw sword energy sweep across the entire schoolyard, forcing Asuke to quickly leap high to dodge the blast. He gasps in absolute shock, completely caught off guard to see that even Suo Shinji has joined the fight. Looking down below, Asu cannot believe his eyes. The entire schoolyard has been completely obliterated. Realizing he has absolutely nowhere left to run, Hanada Hikotaru suddenly launches a surprise ambush from the blind spot. Mana erupts from his body as he channels his entire aura into a flash strike aimed directly at Asu. Left completely bewildered with no time to react, Asuke can only watch as Hanada Hikotaru's shoe rips a piece of his clothing. With a cheerful laugh, he says touching the clothes is enough, while Shinji sheathes his sword and asks a question. He asks if destroying the entire schoolyard in under a minute is fine, and Hanada Hikotaru replies that it definitely is. Furious, Asuke calls them underhanded cheats, while Shinji glances over and asks if he should have just stayed out of it. Hanada Hikotaru shrugs it off, prompting Asuke to close his laptop and declare he does not care what cheap trick they used. But since he lost, he will join Kanagi Minato's team, prompting a highly excited Hanada Hikotaru to high-five Shinji in celebration. Behind them, another voice calls out that they are finished too, as Akin drags Kanem back with a thick chain, proudly announcing they secured Iryu Kanem, leaving others to realize Akin's pastime in Miki's second team was just an act. Shrugging it off, Minato looks around the utterly ruined schoolyard with rubble and shattered stones scattered absolutely everywhere. His eye twitches as he wonders how the schoolyard became a plowed field, but Shinji speaks up. He gets asked to write an apology letter, which annoys him. Is his first mission really just writing apologies? Hanada Hikotaru reassures him Sister Jin will handle it. Akka reminds Minato that they still need one more person. However, besides the two of them, options are limited. He has no idea who else to nominate, asking if Minato has anyone in mind. Minato confidently replies that he's already recruited them. And it's not just one person, he actually recruited 3. Everyone looks in the direction he points. Everyone is utterly shocked as Saiki Mikado peels off the bandage on his face, introducing himself as Saiki Mikado of the Kanagi Minato squad. The quiet girl softly introduces herself as Q Nishina. Beside her is a very familiar sword-wielding face, Hinoki Ichika, who declares that starting today, they will temporarily join Minato's squad. The students cowering behind him still find this whole development completely hard to believe. It just feels way too absurd. Meanwhile, at the Apostles' headquarters located inside the ancient Hastings clock tower, now possessing Midori's body, the leader looks around the room and coldly asks if this is all that remains. With only 5 Apostles left, their numbers have taken a massive hit. The overall power of their group is now far weaker than before. Everyone is feeling quite down, but the boss maintains his usual bright, unbothered expression. Asura sheds tears, mourning their fallen comrades, but Hastings remains highly optimistic. He points out that having Ichihara Midori's body means they are much closer to completely erasing the Great Prophet. Standing up, Hastings signals them to move out as his earring gently trembles, emitting a bizarre magical energy. Wearing an arrogant smile, he instantly lifts everyone's spirits. Everything they do is to bring the prophecy to life in this world. Meanwhile, inside the prophecy research lab of Great Prophet Tenrin, he asks in a low voice if they have located them yet. His assistant quickly responds, "Yes, as you know, the prophecy books held by the 12 apostles are based on the book fragments Ichihara brought. This event is classified as part of a special grade prophecy called the Bhagavad Gita, which aims to destroy the entire world. Achieving this requires Midori's ultimate power." Elsewhere, a sudden conversation breaks out, asking Hajime if he has ever read the Bhagavad Gita. As he speeds forward, he replies that he hasn't. Hastings then explains that it is actually an ancient Hindu scripture, which teaches that humans must fulfill their sacred duties and responsibilities with a completely selfless and pure heart. Using such a holy name for a world-destroying prophecy suggests the creator harbored a deeply intense hatred for humanity. They must have absolutely despised mankind. Before long, their group finally arrives in the United States. Over in New York's Times Square, loud cheers suddenly echo through the streets as people point up amazed. Hearing this, a man wonders, what is so special about a flying transcendent since they are not exactly rare? The young boy immediately replies, "No, that is Midori, the absolute strongest transcendent in the entire world, and he is just so cool." A crowd quickly gathers, yelling out that the legendary Midori is actually here. Hearing their excited cheers, he speaks up and announces that it is time to begin. Below, the boy happily begs his father to photograph him with the legendary Midori. His father happily agrees. Inside the camera frame, the boy flashes a massive, joyful smile, thrilled to stand with his idol. But suddenly, strange phenomena tear through the sky, and terrifyingly, they begin to spread wider. Massive waves of magical energy expand outward at a dizzying speed. Right at that moment, the eyes of Hastings suddenly gleam with smug satisfaction. Meanwhile, in a completely separate dimension, the real Midori is drifting helplessly with no way out. He screams in absolute panic, begging the intruder to stop. But instead of stopping, the imposter merely flashes a cruel, savage grin. Meanwhile, back at the Great Prophet's cafeteria, Minato notices his friend acting strange. He asks Shinji what's wrong, and Shinji urgently tells him to check the news. Things are quickly spiraling out of control. Elsewhere, a sharp, demanding voice suddenly rings out, questioning what on earth Io is doing, pointing out that Midori just completely wiped out New York City. Io calmly tells him to relax. Vice immediately snaps back, demanding how he could possibly stay calm in a devastating situation like this. Countless innocent lives and the global economic hub were wiped out in an instant. However, she suddenly denies it, insisting that is not Midori. Inside that body is actually the leader of the 12 Apostles, number 0. They have already uncovered his true identity. His name is Hastings, and he might be forming an alliance with dangerous invaders from a completely different dimension. Vice is absolutely shocked, asking what she just said. Io explains that the strange artifacts they are utilizing have been identified as items not under the direct supervision of the Great Prophet. This suggests someone or something else is actively helping them. Hearing this, Vice falls into a tense, complete silence. After a long pause, he finally speaks up, asking if that is still not her department's responsibility, regardless of who is inside. He is still the one who brought ruin to New York, and she cannot cover for him any longer as the White House. They are considering using nuclear weapons to destroy Midori, but Io casually asks back if they really think a nuke can actually defeat him. Vice screams in response that of course he knows, demanding to hear what the plan is. Elsewhere, Minato finally finishes eating. He looks up and asks Shinji if he and the other 3 members have finished lesson 15 yet. Shinji quickly confirms, making Minato close his eyes in deep thought. It seems like he is weighing a massive decision. Soon after, he looks directly at Shinji. He appoints Shinji as the vice captain of the Kanagi Minato squad, ordering everyone to keep training until deployment. No matter what, the team's synergy between Iryu and Sakazaki must be sharpened to absolute perfection. Shinji then asks what Minato plans to do. He casually replies that he is going to sleep, leaving Shinji completely stunned. What? While casting a spell, Minato adds that he needs a deep sleep and warns not to let anyone wake him. Shinji slowly regains his composure, realizing a deep sleep from Minato must carry a very important hidden purpose. With the order received, Minato smiles. Meanwhile, on the other end, Io moves his lips to reply, asking what he plans to do. Naturally, they must confront the enemy head-on using their absolute strongest elite lineup. Back in his room, Minato hangs a clear sign right on his doorknob, warning everyone not to wake him up no matter what happens. He shuts the door, and this is where it gets crazy. He is suddenly in a realm covered in bloody wounds. Standing right before him is Hinoki Reichiro, who ruthlessly unleashes a continuous barrage of deadly sword slashes at Minato. Hinoki Reichiro coldly points out that he lost focus, reminding the kid of his own request. He asked them to go all out during training, so he should prepare to be torn apart. Instantly, a massive pressure blasts right at Minato. Even the observers watching from a distance can feel the overwhelming force. Allison speaks up, warning Hinoki Reichiro that he's going too far. But just as she prepares to step in, another teammate signals her to hold back. Allison questions the warning, asking if she should really just stand by and watch Hinoki Reichiro destroy him. Magic calls out to Rian. Everyone knows that high-intensity training is necessary in such a short window, but Kankis interrupts, pointing out that Minato is already carrying an immense burden. If this brutal cycle of death and rebirth continues, Minato's soul will completely shatter. Rian sighs and says they must. Midori is the strongest transcendental of their era, meaning current Minato stands absolutely zero chance against him. While this training is risky, it remains the only way to boost his slim odds of survival. Allison argues there should still be limits, but Azure speaks up, telling her to ease her worries. Hinoki Reichiro might not be the most delicate teacher, but Chao E points out that at this level, they watch Minato get relentlessly beaten to a pulp, but Meltias Silentius steps up with a very calm look to reassure them. She confidently claims Minato will pull through. Right on cue, the magic crest on Minato's hand flares. He sincerely apologizes to Hinoki Reichiro, feeling an overwhelming dread. Just standing before the man radiates a terrifying, bone-chilling pressure. It feels like standing in the middle of a raging blizzard, yet Minato forces himself to breathe. He asks for one more round, and in that instant, Hinoki Reichiro charges forward with the speed of light. And just like that, he is sliced clean in half by the blade, intense agony instantly flooding his brain. Hinoki Reichiro shows zero emotion after the strike, calmly turning around to observe the boy's state. Minato slowly pieces himself back together, gritting his teeth because his current power is not enough. He cannot even touch a single hair on the master. Despite dying countless times, he must push past his limits to return to his friends. Meanwhile, over at the gateway of India in Mumbai, Bangoji calls out. It has been a while since they last met, recalling a special tier prophecy they handled together. He mentions that without his help, Mumbai would have been reduced to ashes. Despite protecting this city side by side in the past, he wonders why Midori wants to destroy it today. Hastings snaps back to stop this joke, claiming that as a protector of humanity, he should easily know the truth. He mocks the protector for failing to realize who is actually controlling this body now. No matter how hard they try to wake Midori's consciousness, regaining control of his physical form is impossible. Hearing that, they immediately stare at him with caution before Hastings speaks up again, offering to share the thoughts straight from his head. He begs the boy to run away, but the other immediately replies that there is no way he would ever abandon Midori. Since this is the city where they grew up, they cannot abandon it. Meanwhile, Io calmly explains the historic conflict between humans and other dimensional beasts. This dimensional battle has raged on for hundreds of years, and back in the era of the ancestors, it was known simply as the Tower. Over time, rifts opened alongside a fateful prophecy spanning across the entire history of this endless war. Some humans even sided with those alien beasts to destroy the world, a dark truth Shinanomi Tengen deduces while watching the latest news broadcast. It looks like India has already fallen and the enemy is currently pushing toward Europe. Sitting nearby, Io agrees that things are going exactly as predicted. Shinanomi Tengen wishes they would head straight for Japan, causing Kitamori to ask why before Io calmly begins her explanation. Since Hastings only recently hijacked Midori's body, he has not gained complete control over his new vessel just yet. However, if the villain gets more opportunities to fight, he will grow far stronger. Hearing Io call her name, Kitamori quickly replies. She acknowledges this, and Io firmly orders Shinanomi Tengen to summon all the captains, confirming she is also sending him into this battle. Shinanomi Tengen sighs in pure defeat, muttering that he gets treated like this in both peace and war and really should complain to the labor board. Io just smiles, saying she will also join the battle this time, which leaves everyone completely stunned. Their jaws literally drop in disbelief. After the shock settles, Io explains that the Kanagi Minato squad is currently wrapping up their final preparations. They are humanity's absolute last hope to defeat Midori, so they must buy enough time for the squad to finish their crucial setup. Io wants them to stall Midori, prompting Taylor to sigh and complain that it is much easier said than done. Setsuna Hibiki agrees, asking how much longer the preparation will take, to which Io responds with the estimate given by the Kanagi Minato squad captain. Inside Minato's room, brilliant waves of blinding light erupt continuously as Io's calm voice echoes over the flashing spectacle. He needs exactly 2 days, and their ultimate destination will be the Pacific Ocean, high above. Hastings is flying at supersonic speed when he suddenly spots something unusual directly ahead of him, recalling Io's previous words. They will unite the entire strength of the Japan branch, and right on cue, Io appears directly in the villain's path. Backed by her captains, she stands waiting to launch a coordinated strike, prompting Hastings to immediately cast his dark magic. He unleashes a devastating shifting sky spell, but Io watches the oncoming threat without showing a single shred of fear. She immediately counters with her legendary 8-sided mirror shield, completely neutralizing his devastating blow and leaving Hastings quite surprised by her power. Io warns him not to underestimate them, calling him a fool as the scene shifts to another group elsewhere. A panicked Soa calls out to Captain Makabe, who turns and asks why everyone is gathering in one place like this. One of them stammers, explaining that they heard he is heading out to fight the leader of the apostles. They beg him to let them join the battle, but Makabe simply asks why they would throw their lives away like that. He questions why they want to join such an absurd battle, leaving Zoa completely speechless and unable to reply. Makabe speaks softly, pointing out that realistically, they might all end up dead since their opponent is far too powerful. The balance of power is heavily stacked against them, but even if the frontline soldiers never make it back, the citizens will survive, so they must carry on and fulfill their duty to keep the world safe. With those words, Makabe's squad marches off, leaving a weeping Soa behind. She is left sobbing, whispering his name, while Captain Setsuna Hibiki quickly turns around and tells everyone to move out. Haruhi calls out to Setsuna Hibiki, who immediately explains that they have just been entrusted with an incredibly important mission. They must successfully protect the Kanagi Minato squad at all costs until their preparations are complete, leaving no room for failure. He tells Soa there is simply no time for tears, prompting her to wipe her eyes and nod in agreement. She admits he is right, silently praying for her captain's safety, while Makabe watches them depart with a quiet look. Seeing them march off, the captain smiles warmly. Meanwhile, out on the stormy Pacific Ocean, Io faces her enemy calmly. She warns Hastings not to underestimate them, leaving Iwashima and the onlookers completely frozen in absolute shock. They cannot believe she successfully blocked Midori's shifting sky spell, forcing even Hastings to pause and reevaluate her. He wonders what that technique was, realizing director Io, who raised Midori like a son, had kept her true power hidden. On the other side, Io speaks with deep nostalgia, mentioning this is the first time she has used the skill in over 100 years, leaving Shinonome Tengan and the others completely stunned to hear such a legendary history. The divine technique she unleashed is indeed the 8-sided mirror, a formidable defense mechanism that functions in 2 distinct phases. In her first state, as long as Io understands the exact effect of an opponent's skill, she can completely neutralize it 100%. This ability is essentially the polar opposite of the perfect analysis skill used by Meltias Silencias. Not backing down, Hastings unleashes another technique, instantly turning the surrounding space into a blazing chaos. His massive aura floods the entire area, and the onlookers instantly recognize this devastating move as the one that once burned India to ashes. Things look terrible, but Io remains completely unfazed, calmly telling them not to worry because she knows this move. She immediately activates her magic to suppress his raging inferno, a sudden counter that goes completely against everything Hastings had planned. The second stage of her Yada mirror allows her to perfectly copy and replicate any technique that has ever been reflected in its glass. A massive shockwave ripples through the ground below, forcing him to realize his signature move has just been countered. How could she counter with the exact same attack? Hastings mutters before mockingly adding that he now understands what they are trying to do. He calls their efforts pure garbage, but before he can finish, Makabe strikes with a wind-splitting punch. The blow lands squarely on his face, leaving Hastings slightly surprised to find these are not just ordinary punches. With every single hit he takes from the young man, his body feels a bit more paralyzed. He chuckles and praises the impressive technique, while Makabe quietly wonders how his foe can still smile. How is this monster totally fine after taking the full impact of the blow? Makabe asks, noting that he seems to be enjoying this. Makabe urges them to strike while he keeps him pinned, prompting Setsuna to materialize and charge forward with her signature move. Surusaki lunges in with his razor-sharp sword, while Taylor keeps up the pressure by unleashing a relentless barrage. Following those heavy strikes, Irozuya steps up next, wildly swinging his baseball bat with incredible force. Ijima brings out his own trump cards as everyone coordinates their ultimate attacks on a single target, Hastings. Makabe confidently tells him to rot in hell, but the villain casually fires back that they will be the ones descending to the abyss. Even while pinned down, Hastings immediately retaliates with a series of brutal non-stop counterattacks that fly straight toward Makabe. The memory of Soa weeping suddenly flashes through Makabe's mind, fueling his rage as he curses the bastard with everything he has. But it is already too late as Hastings' devastating strike connects with terrifying impact. A massive explosion erupts and Hastings calmly walks out of the smoke, boasting that once his attacks touch them, they have no hope. Did they really think numbers alone could beat him when this is a clash meant strictly for monsters? He mocks his opponent for bringing such weaklings along, asking how many worthless extras he had to gather just to stand a chance. But Hastings freezes as a massive sphere of energy prepares to roll over him, with Shinonome Tengan thanking them for buying enough time. Hastings is stunned by the sheer size of the attack, realizing it is a skill that gets stronger the longer it is charged. Just as the villain prepares to raise his hand and counter, a glowing binding rope wraps tightly around his body out of nowhere. It is Kitamori warning the brute not to move, leaving Hastings to wonder if he is dealing with a teleportation specialist. He realizes he cannot channel his energy because of these chains, while Shinonome Tengan's giant fireball continues to expand right above him. Overwhelmed by disbelief, he wonders if this was the old woman's master plan, knowing he cannot dodge the incoming blast. He calculates that he can still survive by blocking it with his maximum wind shield, but then he notices something even worse. A second identical fireball begins to materialize right next to the first one thanks to the second stage of the Yada mirror. It replicates the devastating attack perfectly, and only now does the villain understand the true danger of his situation. Cursing the group, he watches helplessly as Io coldly tells him to close his eyes and die for the sake of the future. The two massive spheres collide head-on, triggering a colossal explosion that completely engulfs the battlefield in blinding light. Hastings screams in absolute fury, while a distant observer watches the entire spectacle of his defeat unfold through a targeting scope. As Hastings takes the full force of the consecutive strikes, his body violently explodes, with the scout tracking every detail. After confirming the devastating hit with his own eyes, he radios back to report that the target has been successfully eliminated. He marvels at the 1,000-degree heat of the fireball, confident that absolutely nobody could survive a direct blast like that. He notes that even their own allies wouldn't stand a chance before turning to ask his superior for confirmation. His gaze shifts to Lord Vice, who lets out a deep, heavy sigh and firmly denies that the battle is over. Right on cue, a terrifying surge of energy erupts from the distant smoke as Hastings' power begins to swell once again. Taylor watches in absolute horror as the beast hovers in the air above them. Hastings looks down with a mocking laugh, asking if they really risked their lives for nothing. Hastings admits he is pretty surprised by that move, praising their effort before dropping a massive "but." There is still one thing that shocks him even more, and he clenches his jaw to suppress his rising emotions. After holding back his pure excitement, Hastings finally bursts out, wondering what kind of insane body he has taken over. It is absolutely incredible. Even after taking a direct hit from a 1,000-degree fireball, he does not have a single scratch on him. As he spreads his arms wide, Vice stands ready and chambers around, immediately unleashing a heavy barrage of attacks. Countless heavy weapons fire at him, but before the shells can even touch his skin, they instantly bounce right back. The brutal counterattack from Hastings slams directly into their heavy weapons and ship, followed by his chilling laughter. He laughs with smug satisfaction, and though the ship quickly recovers its balance, Hastings continues his relentless pursuit without letting up. Seeing the danger, the crew immediately activates their magic while calling out to Warren for help. A pale yellow barrier of pure energy envelops the massive ship, but the defense does not last very long. Cracks begin spreading across the hull as Warren watches in despair, realizing his power cannot deflect this attack from so close. Realizing they are facing an apostle of the apocalypse, Vice clenches his fist in absolute frustration. He desperately mutters that it is not enough, while Hastings remains completely untouched after surviving both of their attacks. Still, Hastings secretly worries he used too much energy, prompting Io to ask if he has finally drained his mana. Calling him number 0, she recalls a quiet conversation back at the house where Setsuna Hibiki suddenly asked a serious question. She asked if they stood any chance of winning, causing Makabe to frown and tell her to not be so blunt. Setsuna Hibiki sharply retorts if she should sugarcoat it instead, which only annoys him more as he dares her to try. Io steps in to break up the bickering, admitting they cannot win, leaving Setsuna Hibiki to wonder about their options. If victory is impossible, she asks how they can contain Midori's body, prompting Makabe to explain their alternative strategy. Winning is simply a tool to reach their ultimate goal, and they have a clever way to succeed. They decided to deploy a legendary relic called the Chrono Cage, which Hastings now finds himself locked inside trying to analyze. Makabe continues, reminding the villain that this is the exact same type of artifact. Hastings realizes there are multiple copies of his relic, but calmly acts unimpressed and asks Io what of it. Io coldly explains that escaping the cage requires a massive amount of aura, which is impossible now that his mana is gone. Trapped with no escape, Hastings mockingly asks if they are simply trying to buy more time with this trick. He warns them that once he breaks free, their stalling will have been completely pointless. He mocks their plan to turn the tide, but a confident smile finally spreads across Io's wrinkled face. She tells him he is completely clueless, advising him to wait 2 days to witness something truly spectacular. The villain ponders her words, wondering if this mysterious factor she speaks of is actually Minato. Hearing Minato's name instantly shocks her, and honestly things are about to get real bad. He explains that he has already sifted through all of Midori's memories in this body. He reveals that Midori viewed the boy as the savior who would put an end to all devastating prophecies. Io realizes with dread how highly Midori valued Minato, while Hastings continues laying out his dark plan. He declares that eliminating Minato is his top priority, as any being who can end prophecies must not exist. Such an existence is far too dangerous to tolerate, and his cold declaration sends Io into a panic. Hastings arrogantly mocks Io, calling her the clueless one despite her high rank as executive director. He boasts that Midori's body is rapidly growing stronger, completely shattering Io's calm as he explains his power. The energy he used today is just a fraction of the massive dormant aura sleeping inside this vessel. Their confinement has only scratched the surface, and growing stronger in battle means his usable energy will skyrocket. Sensing an imminent surge of devastating power, Io quickly casts a defensive barrier to shield herself. But she is a step too slow as Hastings violently breaks free, mockingly asking for directions to Japan. Meanwhile, Minato remains locked in a deep slumber, undergoing intense training within his own mind. The entire Japan branch operation lies in ruins as Number Zero masterfully unlocks his dormant powers. The terrifying threat grows stronger by the second before the scene shifts to a quiet Japanese beach. On the shores of Sato, Ichika suddenly calls out to Shinji, prompting him to respond. She calmly replied that she could feel a massive aura emanating from far away. It seems she and the others have been defeated, so they need to head back to headquarters immediately, as everyone begins sensing the terrifying energy. That overwhelming aura even makes Kanem show open terror, while on the other side, Ichika calmly speaks up. They still have to welcome the enemy there, he replies with a yes, while inside the control room of the anti-prophecy headquarters. Chijin frantically asks if the footage from the United States fleet is still not restored yet. The staff responds that they lost connection with them after that attack, prompting her to immediately issue an order. Switch to satellite imaging now. Jin thinks to herself in frustration that she cannot use her clairvoyance over the ocean. What on earth happened over there, she wonders, but a sudden shout abruptly cuts off her train of thought. Jin recognizes the voice instantly as Kitamori screams out for her to use her regression skill right this second. Jin quickly rushes over to check the situation, and trust me, the horrific sight before her leaves her completely stunned. Seeing Io covered in wounds, Jin gasps in shock, calling out to the director. Sobbing heavily, Kitamori begs her to save Io, who is currently drifting in a deep, unresponsive coma. Memories flash back to when Io gave her instructions, telling Kitamori to listen carefully, as she obediently agreed. In this operation, she would hold everyone's lives, saving them after the captain's strike and following the enemy when Tengon and Io use Heaven's Severance and save us, causing Kitamori to bow deeply and accept even if it costs her own life. Hearing this, Io immediately scolded her, calling her a fool and demanding that she must survive no matter what. Once the battle ends, her sole mission is to bring everyone back alive, making her own life the absolute top priority. Even if something terrible happens to Io, she must understand, though she tries to object to these harsh terms. But seeing Io prepare her technique, Kitamori quickly backed down and apologized, obediently listening. The elderly woman could only sigh in exasperation, while Kitamori started crying because she simply did not want her to die. Hearing those words, Io silently lets out a soft sigh before raising her voice once more. No one is going to die, she declared, promising to prevent it before the scene suddenly snaps back to reality. Io remains in critical condition, sending Kitamori into a panic, begging her to hold on just a little longer. Jin immediately understands but explains that her time reversal skill has absolutely no effect on Io in this state. She is currently using an artifact to freeze her own time flow, while Ayuzuma also chimes in. Even with healing magic, they can only temporarily keep her breathing instead of fully restoring her. Healing such fatal wounds is impossible, and her time flow only remains paused while she stays inside the headquarters. Once they move her outside, it will restart, so Tengen immediately steps up to tell them to calm down. There is nothing more they can do right now, but just as he finishes speaking, a terrifying aura crashes down. Sensing the threat, he gasps in sheer disbelief, realizing the enemy has already arrived so quickly. A horde of monsters led by Hastings has invaded Japan, fueling Kitamori with absolute rage. She screams that she will slaughter them all, but Jin tries to hold her back, begging her to stay calm. But it is already too late, as she recklessly charges directly in front of the invading enemies. Channeling all her rage and power, she unleashes her Void Domain skill, which allows her to connect spaces. She can instantaneously link one space to another, and if used on a small scale, she can teleport with extreme precision, but unleashing it on a massive scale makes the ultimate outcome entirely chaotic and unpredictable. One thing is certain, it will cause colossal devastating damage as the surrounding space begins to warp, leaving Tengon deeply frustrated. Calling her a fool since the director is still here, her powerful attack zeroes in directly on Hastings. Yet the villain remains completely unfazed, calmly calling for Hajime, who instantly manifests right before him. Preparing to counter, Hajime swings his sword just once, unleashing an energy wave that shatters all danger thresholds. Its extreme speed and force catch Kitamori completely off guard, and by the time he sheathes his blade, space itself shatters. At that moment, Kitamori's severed arms fall in pieces, prompting the watching apostles to comment on the scene. They find it as impressive as always, pitying her, but the warrior remains totally indifferent to their praises. Silent for a moment, Hajime glances toward where she was thrown and coldly notes that she is not dead yet while further away. Shinji catches Kitamori and asks if she is alright as she suddenly gasps out about the Kanagi Minato squad, leaving Hastings highly annoyed. "Are you guys planning to block my path again?" Ichika doesn't answer. She simply draws her sword, waking the sleeping blade. As she draws it, her aura explodes. Then Ichika calmly speaks, "Sorry about that. But our captain is fast asleep. We will just play with you until he finally wakes up." Hearing that, his brows furrow in displeasure. Hastings is completely unfazed by her aura, but he still finds it pretty strange. He knows Makoto's younger brother and the Special Force member Ichika, but who on earth are those other two kids? Since they are not in Midori's memories, their strength is probably nothing to worry about. But if they are stepping up to fight at that level, suddenly his eyes lock with Kanam across from him. He and Asuka are already unleashing their own heavy aura. Next, Hastings officially kicks off the battle. But a second later, everyone vanishes without a single trace, leaving only Kitamori with a million questions. Where did they go? The apostles, Ichika, and the others completely vanish. All in just one teleportation spell. Who on earth did that? Just as she mutters this, Asuka chimes in. He explains that they were teleported using his skill. Kitamori immediately asks, "Yours? What do you mean by that?" Right then, Kanam jumps in. "Hey, why isn't it ours? If anything, that skill should be mine." He denies it. "No, I cast it," he snaps back in irritation. "It was me." Hearing this, Kitamori yells out, "I do not care whose it is, just explain it already." Only then do they get serious and explain. They combine their skills, cohabitation, everything everywhere all at once. In other words, it is a skill combination. Kanam's cohabitation skill is an ability that expands targets. It expands the targets of anyone he touches. This modified Asuka's teleportation skill, carrying all of them away. They cannot completely control the destination, but they can pinpoint the initial landing coordinates to help Kanam expand the range. Aside from the three of us, everyone else has been sent away. What is more, they are about to enter a highly intense battle. Having never heard of this, Kitamori is completely shocked. Then Asuka continues. "Among those locations, the place we set number 02 is. Right now, Hastings is drifting through a completely unfamiliar space, and trust me, he has no idea what is coming. He cannot even tell which way is up anymore." Just then, Hastings notices something strange right in front of him. Countless giant monsters are completely surrounding him, and even more of them keep swarming in by the second. In the distance, Surasaki stands waiting. At the same time, Asuka's voice continues to echo a place with limestone cliffs. The 17th dimensional crack of the lower jaw, which expands by 10 centimeters every single year. It is an infinite, otherworldly tunnel, a dark prophecy. A prophecy that even Midori could not destroy. If you think you can do something about it, then go ahead and try. Meanwhile, at Mount Ontake in Nagano Prefecture, Hajime looks around in confusion. Is this some kind of teleportation skill? At the same time, Ichika's smug laughter echoes as she cheerfully speaks up. "It looks like we successfully split you guys up, does it not?" He immediately demands answers. He asks what about their own leader. Ichika reassures him, "Do not worry, we sent him somewhere he can never return from." Hajime prepares to fight as he speaks up. "If there really is a place like that, then why did you not send all of us there as well?" She immediately shakes her head. "No, someone among you must surely possess an escape artifact, right? If your leader has it and returns, we are in trouble. Right now, our director is very weak. Just one hit would take him out. So if your leader really has it, we will just have to deal with it. But if that happens, at the very least, I will make sure to eliminate one of you." Hearing this, Hajime's killing intent flares up instantly. "Eliminate us." Ichika casually remarks, "It is a total piece of cake. Except for your leader, that is. Aren't the rest of you just nobodies who got lucky with artifacts?" Right after that, the cold killing intent in his eyes completely explodes. Hajime quickly unleashes a series of highly dangerous and deadly strikes. However, Ichika does not even try to dodge, simply standing there calmly. A second later, she activates her skill. Her absolutely incredible innate skill, Solitary Dawn, has only one very simple effect to it. However, those around her consider it completely useless, and that effect is, it eliminates all internal and external distractions to keep her mind and body in peak condition. Or, in other words, with absolute precision, she always delivers the most optimal attack with 100% efficiency. In front of Hajime is only a blinding flash of light rushing forward at breakneck speed. He does not even have time. Before he could even draw his sword, Ichika delivered a swift strike. Hajime stood on the brink of collapse, a painful sight for any warrior. As a transcendent who had endlessly refined and polished his skills, his thoroughly trained body was an irreplaceable treasure, a weapon in its own right. Then she sneered coldly, "Brat, you are far weaker than Makoto." Meanwhile, at the massive training grounds of the anti-prophecy organization, Seth spoke up in a panic. "It looks like we got split up. Do you really think you can win a 2 versus 2 match? Even after our leader slashed you during our last encounter, you still haven't learned your lesson. Tell me, what should we do now, Asura?" Asura replied calmly, "Just stand right there. I will handle them myself." But before he could finish, he was punched away. Psyche Mikado said coldly, "Don't look down on us, Seth." Watching them fight, Q quietly wrapped her hair around Seth, who was completely oblivious to the stealth attack. Lost in memories, Q murmured, "I will avenge Makoto." Even with her face completely covered, Seth remained unfazed, calmly asking, "It seems I have made you quite angry." Suddenly, the gray sky shifted to a menacing crimson and 2 highly dangerous unexpected attacks erupted, striking without warning. They hit Q and Seiki Mikado directly. Realizing her sneak attack succeeded, she burst into a smug, triumphant laugh. As Seth unleashed another wave of strikes, Q watched in wonder. Is she manipulating physical objects? Seth yelled with burning intensity, "Go, my servants, and find Minato for me." Hearing this, Q finally realized their true target isn't him. "I won't let you," but before she could finish, she was hit by a surprise strike, completely unleashing the murderous intent sleeping inside her. Right then, Seth began to brag, "My ability allows me to manifest both happiness and pain." While Seth spoke, Asura's expression warped on the other side. He muttered in pure rage, "I will kill you. I will wipe out all you pests." With those words, Asura unleashed a barrage of devastatingly powerful strikes. Meanwhile, in Saitama's Tokorozawa city, Akane fought a tense battle. On the other side, Dre and Hanada Hikotaru were locked in a brutal stalemate, trading complex techniques back and forth. Shinji saw an opening and unleashed the Hinoki single sword style. But even under that massive crushing power, Dre remained undefeated. He easily countered the attack, leaving the 3 of them unable to take him down. Akane cursed silently, "We knew what we were getting into, but this guy is insane." Dre sneered, "Who even are you people? Since I didn't kill you right away, I guess you must be the top elites of your little group. You're just in my way and I'd rather save my energy. So just die already." Hanada Hikotaru gave a teasing smirk. "Well, it looks like we are being seriously underestimated." Shinji eagerly piped up, "I don't care, let's just take him down." But Akane realized the trap. She couldn't blame him for losing his cool when it came to his brother, Captain Makoto. Hearing that, Dre put it together. "Suo, so you're Shinji, the little brother of that trash Makoto. He died like a dog, slain by someone as weak as number 12. What a waste of life." Hearing this, Shinji's blood boiled and he charged straight at him, ignoring Akane's warning. Seeing the perfect opening, Dre prepared a devastating counterattack. A second later, a horrific shockwave erupted, putting all 3 of them in deep trouble. Meanwhile, at the anti-prophecy headquarters, Iwashima said anxiously, "It has begun." Jin gently held her hand. Unsure of what to do, she felt her heart race as she started to sob. Across the room, Iwashima suddenly called out, "Iwashima squad, report the situation." She immediately responded, "All the captain's wounds are almost fully healed." Makabe said eagerly, "Excellent, let's join up with the Kanagi Minato squad." But Irazuya shook his head, "We can't do that." Makabe was utterly confused. "What? It won't be that simple." Setsuna sighed and Taylor added, "It looks like their actual target is Minato." Sensing the danger, Shinonome Tengon shouted, "Everyone battle positions. We must protect Minato until he wakes up." But just as they prepared to move, a strange phenomenon occurred. He quickly recognized the frequency of the aura. Kanem wondered in alarm, "Is this an earthquake?" But Aski suspected something far worse. "Don't tell me this can't be." Soon the master of that massive power, that massive aura had arrived. Even Surusaki admitted he was a monster. Panic set in. Could that be Zero? He should not have escaped yet. Esuke quickly grabbed Kaname. "We need to lure him out." He jumped in shock. "What are you kidding?" But Esu kept pushing. "Please, I need your strength. We have to act now to save Captain Surusaki." Just as he finished speaking, he froze at the sight. A strange phenomenon left him completely shocked. It was a massive aura radiating directly from Minato's home. He had finally awakened and was currently helping them heal Io. Suddenly, the treatment instantly became much easier. Jin, who was in total panic and despair, finally spotted him. Minato asked her in a gentle voice, "Do you know how long I have been asleep?" She quickly replied that it had only been half a day. "I heard it was supposed to take 2 days. Can you really defeat Zero?" He firmly replied that he would definitely win, but first he apologized to Io for the long wait. Once again, Valentine's voice echoed in Minato's ears. Listening closely, he immediately activated his divine medical book skill. Deep inside Minato's body was Valentine herself. Her aura erupted. This skill of the divine physician is an invisible medical book existing only inside Valentine's mind. It allowed her to instantly unleash the absolute maximum power of her healing arts. Soon wave after wave of healing energy washed over Io. Soon the wounds finally closed. Everyone cheered in relief seeing the wounds close up, but then Aoshima realized something. This was far beyond simple healing. The wounds were entirely gone, resulting in a total and perfect recovery. It was a level of magic she could not even comprehend. What kind of power was this? While she was still lost in thought, Aoshima opened her eyes. Seeing this, Jin could not help but cry out, "Grandma." She slowly lifted her heavy eyelids, catching sight of a blurry yet familiar figure standing right in front of her. Io joyfully asked if she came for her. Smiling, Valentine held her hand. She scolded her softly, saying Io had gotten hurt from being reckless. Io apologetically whispered that she had done her absolute best. She apologized for being useless. But Valentine comforted her, saying she did amazing. Rest now. Once you wake up, let's all have a meal together again. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears quietly streamed down her face. She agreed. Once Io was safe, Valentine finally spoke with relief, telling everyone to move out. Meanwhile, Seth's magical cards were still relentlessly attacking. Cecil immediately activated his advanced steel skill to block the assault. The cards were shattered wherever they landed, but despite their battered state, they refused to stop. They kept pushing forward. That was when Sola jumped in, wielding her disciplined Crimson Blade technique. Fighting back to back, they kept shouting that every single attack was incredibly strong, prompting him to silently compare this to their brutal battle against Eva. Each card was like a shikami, maybe stronger. Suddenly, Sola sensed an attack, but unfortunately she was a fraction of a second too slow, sent flying backward by the sheer force of the impact. This awakened Sola's fierce determination. She had a promise to keep. She could not fail her captain's expectations. Right at that critical moment, a gentle and familiar voice echoed out, "Well said." With a sudden burst, Makabe's fists shattered the incoming cards, leaving Sola incredibly relieved to see him. "Captain Makabe." He grinned, apologizing for the delay but announcing he was back. Talk about perfect timing. Then a glowing staff of light appeared, instantly bringing a smile to Cecil's face. He cheered joyfully for Captain Yorosuya, who calmly greeted everyone, asking them to help finish off the remaining threats. Hearing that, the two of them felt their combat power surge. But then Makabe suddenly looked up at the sky and noted that they might not even get a turn. But watch this, hundreds of thousands of cards swarmed directly toward Minato the moment they spotted him. But Minato calmly readied his blade. It was time to unleash the legendary Hinoki style. Unleashing his wave stance, he instantly vaporized the massive swarm of cards in the blink of an eye. Sola and the others watched the streak of light in absolute awe, their mouths hanging wide open as thousands of cards were completely wiped out by Minato. Elsewhere, Seth felt his cards vanish and recoiled. Asura panicked, demanding to know what had just happened. Seth could only stare blankly, muttering that it was impossible. All 10 decks and the 500 soldiers he summoned have been completely destroyed in one fell swoop. Flaring up in rage, he demands they go and kill Minato immediately, the target they have been hunting down. Telling them they are too annoying and should just die, Seiki Mikado swiftly dodges every single incoming strike with ease. Landing quietly on the ground, Seiki Mikado assumes an aggressive stance, preparing to strike while delivering a chilling, dangerous warning. He tells them they are the ones who will die, but Asura remains unfazed, scoffing and demanding to know who he is. However, his bitter voice is instantly cut short as Seiki Mikado fires a powerful punch straight at him. As his fists fly, Seiki Mikado coldly invokes the demon-slaying seal, instantly unleashing the sacred brand on his hand. Unleashing its full power, the seal launches relentless blows at his two opponents, leaving Asura utterly shocked. Asura wonders if these are artillery shells, noting their sheer volume but finding them far too slow to hit. Because they crawl at a snail's pace, none touch him, prompting Asura to mockingly call Seiki Mikado a fool. The duo easily dodges to either side, but Asura quickly realizes Seiki Mikado is targeting them with the divine mark. He figures the seal was placed during their initial clash, allowing those homing bullets to lock onto marked targets. But suddenly Seiki Mikado's voice echoes from right behind him, asking if his bullets really seem that slow. Before Asura can react, Seiki Mikado delivers a series of heavy kicks that send his already enraged opponent flying backward. Losing his mind with fury, Asura launches a frantic counterattack, but Seiki Mikado dodges every single strike effortlessly. Asura realizes the slow bullets were just a trap to lower his guard, baiting him into a fatal opening. That seemed to be his goal, but Seiki Mikado casually dismisses the idea, telling him his theory is dead wrong. Asura stands there looking completely clueless, so Seiki Mikado helpfully points behind him, telling him to look at his rear. Turning around, Asura is horrified to see a massive swarm of artillery shells heading straight for him. The blast blows him away, leaving him wide open and wondering how the projectiles suddenly sped up so fast. While Asura is still trying to think, Seiki Mikado's fist slams into him along with a barrage of artillery fire. The very attacks he mocked as slow are now mercilessly battering him to pieces as Seiki Mikado watches. Taking a stance, Seiki Mikado calmly mentions that Asura really should have realized the truth by now. Those marks were carved by my physical attacks, and each active seal doubles the speed of those homing bullets. Asura fumes as the incoming barrage gets too fast to dodge, allowing countless shells to repeatedly smash into his body. He groans, realizing that each impact carries the devastating force of Seiki Mikado's full-power physical strike. As the incoming shells multiply exponentially, Seiki Mikado stands back and calmly observes the absolute devastation. He notes that the thunder has finally stopped, asking if Asura's petty rage has also met its end. Sensing the deadly undertone in his voice, Asura trembles uncontrollably, telling himself to survive. He must not let Seiki Mikado touch him again, desperately stuttering out orders for Satara to stay away. An expression of sheer terror takes over his face, radiating a heavy aura of absolute panic and dread. Seiki Mikado remains completely silent, observing his panicked foe for a long moment before asking if it is decaying bone. Nearby, Seth screams out in agony, demanding to be released instead of rotting away like a filthy dog. Kyu completely ignores her desperate pleas, coldly telling her to shut up as her hair wraps around Seth. Binding Seth's body completely, she can only scream internally, wondering what on earth is happening. With her mana rapidly draining and her skills completely blocked, Seth can only watch as Kyu tightens the bindings. Looking at Asura's trembling face, Kyu calmly observes that he is experiencing true terror right now. Seiki Mikado continues, pointing out that his bullets were indeed quite sluggish at the very beginning. Traveling at 5.56 meters per second, they were barely moving as fast as a bowling ball. Yet each of those homing projectiles packs the devastating impact of his full-strength melee strike. Furthermore, they continuously multiply the marks, and after taking 20 combined range and melee hits, the math changes. That brings the speed to 5,800 kilometers per second. Good luck dodging that. Screams of pure agony erupt alongside the deafening thunder of relentless artillery fire. Seiki Mikado finally lets out a breath, though he remains completely on guard as a thought crosses his mind. He recalls someone saying they were jealous of his overpowered, completely broken, cheat-like skill. Just one hit and it is game over for me. But he quickly fires back that tougher opponents are always harder to read. Taking over 10 seconds for the heavenly seal to show up is way too slow. Midori wonders if an enemy like that actually exists. Seiki Mikado. He snaps back that the jerk is standing right in front of him. Then he pauses, wondering what that specific word means. What does Kani mean? Kyu quickly whispers the answer and Makoto guesses it is the Holy Seal. Shinji immediately denies it, saying it has nothing to do with his brother before asking if they find this skill too weak. The firepower of this bullet depends on my own strength. Midori happily suggests he just build bigger muscles, encouraging him that he can do it. Seiki Mikado helplessly shakes his head, muttering that geniuses always make things sound easy, then warns him to just wait. He will join the special forces with this skill to beat Midori, who only gives a casual response. Good luck with that, Midori says, an attitude that absolutely annoys Seiki Mikado, who grumbles about how annoying the jerk is. Midori casually adds that once everyone gets stronger, they should fight together even after they grow up. It will always be that way. An emotional Seiki Mikado tells Midori to just wait, promising he will definitely land a hit this time. After making his promise, he walks over to Kyu, who thanks him for helping her stop those dangerous threats. She is done here too. Down on the grass, Set's body has already gone stiff, but Seiki Mikado hardly pays any attention. He only suggests going to help Shinji and the others, noting that facing an enemy of this level with just 3 people is incredibly tough. She agrees immediately, but mentions that the kid named Aiken said something incredibly strange before. Having never heard of this, a very curious Seiki Mikado immediately asks her what that kid actually said. Meanwhile, Rei continues playing his wicked mind games, taunting them to hurry up and die so they can see their brother. Shinji completely ignores him and asks Akin if she is ready yet, prompting her to snap back and tell him to shut up. Telling Minato to watch closely because she can do it too, she prepares to use Lesson 15 to destroy that fortress. At that time, Kyu explained that alchemy is a unique field that specializes in converting objects. By understanding the laws of the universe, one gains the knowledge required to reshape matter far beyond normal imagination. Hearing this, he wonders if the transformation skill in Lesson 15 works the exact same way. He quickly confirms that it is, but reminds him that they must prioritize combat training before worrying about anything else. There is no need to worry about it yet, as Akin will surely master the technique soon anyway. Back in the present, Rei furiously curses them to drop dead, unleashing a flurry of highly erratic and unpredictable attacks. His underhanded moves do not follow any set rules, leaving Shinji and his allies completely baffled by the chaotic onslaught. They cannot even predict where the next blow will land, with these insanely messy attacks flying everywhere. Right then, a heavy blow strikes his position, prompting a panicked Hanada Hikotaru to shout out for Shinji. Shinji immediately reassures him. He blocked the attack but quickly casts an anxious glance behind his shoulder. They cannot keep him pinned down much longer. Meanwhile, Dre continues to mock their pathetic struggle. He sneers, asking how many more hits they can take before finally tasting absolute bone-chilling despair. His leader ordered him to save this technique as a trump card, but using it now should be fine. With a sinister grin, he drops into his stance, preparing to unleash his next devastating move with the relic. Activating the Purgatory Star artifact, he savagely declares the end. A shocked Shinji cries out in absolute disbelief. While launching his deadly blast, he proudly explains that this powerful artifact fires directly from its surrounding satellite nodes. They will replicate the exact same attacks as the user, meaning there is absolutely no escape for them now. Dre's replicas now completely fill the sky, and he takes a short pause before unleashing the ultimate blow. The deadly onslaught will rain down from every single satellite as Rei prepares to fire his ultimate move. As the relics in the sky follow suit, a highly triumphant Dre boasts that his fire cannons will incinerate everything. Screaming for them to die, his onslaught is so terrifyingly dense that even Shinji admits they might not make it. Grimacing in absolute agony, Hanada Hikotaru realizes they cannot possibly dodge them all, suddenly remembering their last hope and calling out. He begs Akan to take over. She seriously responds that she sees the target, while Rei sneers that he sees her too. Instantly, the massive artifact expands several times its size before launching forward with a truly terrifying amount of destructive power. It triggers a colossal explosion that violently shakes the entire area, leaving an extremely satisfied Rei to boast about his victory. He gloats that they are finally dead, praising his leader for granting him such incredible power before suddenly recalling a past memory. Rei is at his lowest point when Hastings suddenly appears. Once again, Rei yells out at those who used to mock him in his times of failure. He swears to use this power to crush this corrupt world, completely wiping it out. But while he is still lost in his delusions of grandeur, a blinding flash of light erupts instantly, shutting Rei up. Watching in silence, he notices the light expanding and growing larger by the second. He finds it strange, but soon Rei realizes what that light really is. He immediately charges up his next skill, screaming for them to just drop dead. The devastating storm of attacks almost hits them, but Akane completely cancels it out, catching Rei totally off guard. He cannot believe his fire cannon failed. Only then does Akane speak up, telling him about her special skill, Mephal's Gel. It is an ability that lets her alter the core properties of any attack she has analyzed. And this time, she converted his violent blast into a pure healing spell. Feeling the recovery wash over him, Hanada Hikotaru begins to glow as his strength returns. Shinji looks down at his hands, admitting that they are completely healed now. Then Akane adds that she even channeled the leftover energy to boost their physical stats. For the next minute, their combat capabilities will be heavily boosted. Hearing this, Rei literally cannot believe his ears. He demands to know what kind of madness she is talking about, but she simply tells him not to overthink things, since he would never understand. Now that his time is up, Rei hears Akane's threat, but does not seem intimidated in the slightest. Yet instead of standing his ground, Rei suddenly turns around and bolts. But mid-escape, his body abruptly freezes in place. Standing directly in his path, Akane blocks his escape route, sighing and asking him if he really thought he could run away. Before Rei can even process this, Hanada Hikotaru strikes with his Phoenix Claw 8 strikes technique, and he is not done yet. He follows up with 10 rapid crushing palm strikes, leaving Rei completely defenseless as he takes the full brunt of the assault. Catching his breath, Hanada Hikotaru happily notes how incredibly light his body feels. Now the stage is set for Shinji. He immediately channels lesson number 16, the Hinoki-style shattering slash, combining it with his final finishing move. Bringing his blade down, Shinji roars his ultimate technique as countless slashes slice through the air right before Rei's eyes. Rei tries to scream in agony, but the sound is instantly choked out as he is ripped apart. Within seconds, Rei's body dissolves into absolute nothingness, completely shredded by the overwhelming intensity of Shinji's strikes. Thinking back to all the insults the villain spat at them, Shinji coldly commands him to go die all over again. He tells him to face his brother in the afterlife, assuming a monster like him even gets into heaven. Just like that, Rei of the 12 Apostles is defeated. They did it. Shinji, Hanada, Hikotaru, and Akane of the Kanagi Minato team. But as soon as it ends, Akane's body starts trembling violently. The fierce determination from moments ago is completely gone, leaving her entirely drained of energy. She silently reflects on the insane skill fusion. It was supposedly far too early for her to grasp, yet Shinji pulled it off. Suddenly, Shinji turns to her and happily gives her all the credit, but before she can reply, she collapses. This throws Shinji into a total panic. Meanwhile, drifting into unconsciousness, Akane's mind wanders back, wishing she could apologize to Midori. 7 years in the past, a young Akane looks at him with absolute despair, screaming to know why he did not arrive sooner. The heavy question leaves Midori completely speechless. He can only hang his head in absolute grief before finally whispering a deeply painful apology. It was a special grade prophecy known as the Seed of Nightmare. Akane's father, a diplomat with ties to the anti-prophecy faction, accidentally touched a cursed painting. The moment it activated, the entire world around them began to shift. The space surrounding their massive mansion morphed into an entirely different dimension, warping into a hellish, nightmarish landscape. Midori rushed to the scene and dove straight into the cursed painting to stop the prophecy, but he was too late. Her parents, the guests, and all the servants were already slaughtered. Only Akin was left alive amidst the carnage. Heartbroken, she looked up and asked him if he was not supposed to be the strongest transcendent being alive. He was the one responsible for stopping these prophecies from destroying lives, so why did this happen? She screamed to know why he had to be late. Jin tried to step in and explain, but Midori quickly stopped him. Denied any real explanation, the young girl broke down crying hysterically as hours seemingly ticked away. The three of them stood frozen in that spot. Only years later did Akane discover Midori was stopping another prophecy. He was fighting on the other side of the planet, saving hundreds of thousands of lives. Why was she so cruel? How could she have yelled those horrible things at him when Midori himself was only 16 back then? Suddenly, the memory fades. Back then, she had asked him if he ever hated carrying such a heavy burden, leaving Midori completely confused. He explains the truth. Instead of enjoying his life, he is always highly stressed, constantly fighting prophecies. She silently adds that he even has to save selfish people like her. Yet Midori just calls them comrades. No, my friends are all right here with me. We are a special squad that usually operates solo on missions. We might not always fight side by side, but our hearts are connected, meaning I am never truly alone. They are my backbone. Akane still stares blankly, completely lost, so he simply smiles and tells her to believe. One day, you will understand, Akane. Thinking back on those words now, she finally starts to feel their weight. The moment she opens her eyes, the other two notice immediately. Shinji anxiously asks if she is okay. Akane slowly asks how long she was out. Hikaru quickly calculates before replying it was under a minute. That answer leaves her dazed. But then Akane suddenly calls out their names one by one. Hikaru, she says. I want to apologize to Midori, but Shinji suddenly cuts in. Shinji says he wants to thank Midori too. His own brother Makoto was an irreplaceable true friend to him. That completely catches Akane off guard. Hikaru speaks up next, chiming in with his own thoughts. He wants to surpass Midori one day. This means they absolutely cannot let their beloved leader die out here. Hearing this, Akane finds her resolve again. She quickly regains her fighting energy, urging them to save Midori together. Meanwhile, deep inside the limestone cave of the anti-prophecy headquarters at the 17th Spatial Rift, Captain Tsurusaki is struggling hard. He fights through the chaos. Then he notices someone walking up instantly, recognizing the familiar face. Minato, is your training already finished? He asks. But the young man only tells him to get out of there. It seems the seal is holding. Yet the enemy intends to unleash their ultimate power of mutation to wipe everything out. The enemy calls out to number 0. Tsurusaki is left completely stunned, frantically yelling for young Minato to wait, but his frantic warning goes ignored. The boy continues, heading straight down into the depths. Suddenly, Hastings' voice echoes through the empty space. A real surprise, he calls it. Welcome, Minato, he mocks. Did you come to win? Minato tightly grips his blade. He charges up his magic. Calmly, he replies that he only came to save Midori. Hastings sneers at the rescue claim. He remembers reports stating that Minato would need at least 2 whole days of prep, yet only half a day has passed. This means the boy is nowhere near ready for a real fight. That sudden realization only fuels Hastings' massive arrogance. But Minato ignores him entirely, immediately launching a swift 2-part combination strike. Both light kick and pierce land directly, sending Hastings flying. Yet Minato instantly senses that something is pretty off. The impact felt wrong. It was almost like his best attack got completely absorbed by an impenetrable defensive wall. Hastings chuckles coldly. He praises his opponent's incredible speed and minor tricks before promising to end things right here. Hastings unleashes his mutation power. He warps the very dimension around them to escape. He pours every ounce of his gathered aura into the attack. It brings instant death to anything it touches. To counter the lethal strike, Minato uses his own variation technique. Meanwhile, in another scene, Bontak frantically shouts at them. Hey, the fight is starting. Wake up, Nia. But the lazy spirit is too busy enjoying the vibe. He mumbles about how cozy and spacious it feels inside Minato. He wishes he could stay there forever. Rowan gets ordered to bite him awake. Meanwhile, Nia quickly makes excuses to avoid doing any real work today. Wait, if the kid dies, I am doomed too, Nia complains, reminding them he already taught Minato his wind god art. Out in the real world, Minato is indeed channeling that legendary wind god art to block the incoming blast. Hastings is completely dumbfounded. He cannot comprehend how this kid is suddenly manipulating spatial mutation. Minato calmly mutters to himself. First, he needs to carve out a small safety pocket around his body. Enraged, the villain vows to absolutely crush him. This prompts Minato to immediately activate his defensive wind wall. The Seal of Truth shuts down the assault. Hastings is left in utter shock as his wind magic completely fizzles. Rian suddenly warns him. Fighting in such a cramped cavern puts them at a major disadvantage right now. They need to counter the enemy wind with their own. Meanwhile, they must close the distance using agile feline stealth. Ending this fight as quickly as possible is only possible because of Minato's insane ability to chain his skills. Back in the clash, Minato fully focuses. He prepares a deadly counterattack with his ultimate move. Keeping Hastings constantly on his toes with one shock after another, he senses the danger and quickly retreats to safety. Across from him, Minato prepares a combined wave and lightning strike, weaving the elements together to form a deadly skill. The purple lightning shoots straight at Hastings, giving him absolutely no chance to dodge as he takes the devastating hit completely head-on. Not stopping there, Minato unleashes yet another skill, switching his weapon in the blink of an eye for the next attack. Armed with the massive bow, now he prepares a lethal combination of his spear-breaking and bow-striking forces. They form the incredibly powerful Moon Riang Annihilation, and riding his momentum, he keeps pressing the attack. His Thunder Spear cannon fires instantly, leaving Hastings completely unable to react. He wonders in shock what this kid actually is, wielding completely different elemental attributes at the same time. And he does it without relying on any relics. He must be the one destined to end the prophecy. But he just sneers, mocking the boy, asking if he really thinks those weak attacks could scratch this body. By now, Minato is running dangerously low on energy after firing off that relentless barrage of attacks. Rian watches in shock, wondering if it is still not enough as Hastings adapts to the body too fast. Midori's body is adjusting faster than expected, and as he readies his next strike, Hastings gloats that Minato simply ran out of time. He boasts that he will end this, but Minato cuts him off, shouting that Io is still alive. Hastings feels a sudden shift inside his vessel, wondering if Midori is still fighting back from within. Seeing the opening, Minato quickly shouts the names of Seiki, Mikado, Shinji, Hikaru, and Akane. He calls out for Io and Jin, screaming that everyone is waiting. Remembering Midori's old words, Minato mutters softly to himself. He knows he still hasn't repaid his debt for everything his friend did for him, and hearing this burning determination, Rian frowns deeply before finally giving the word, telling Minato they understand and ordering Patanjali to do it. She quickly takes action, preparing herself as Patanjali chants the incantation to trigger the full release of his power. Minato's physical energy undergoes a completely drastic shift as the massive sleeping aura inside his body is officially released. The unleashed power floods the entire area, catching Hastings completely off guard as Minato speaks up with a burning absolute determination. He promises to give it everything he's got as a crimson aura suddenly erupts, his cold voice echoing out. His voice rings out, shouting Nadi Mukti full release, while Hastings stares wide-eyed at the rising pressure. The energy surges, frantically filling Hastings with an overwhelming shock as he finds himself unable to believe his eyes. In an instant, Minato's hair and eyes turn blood red, his icy piercing glare, locking onto his target. A boiling crimson light dances wildly before them, and seeing this immense show of power, Rian cannot help but frown deeply. Lightning tears through the once quiet night sky. Meanwhile, back when Minato was still training diligently with Hinoki, the progenitors met with their strategist Rian, everyone feeling incredibly tense about the fight against Ichihara Midori. Rian pursed his lips, presenting their conclusion as the entire room fell completely silent around them. He pondered, noting that with Minato's current state, training would normally take 2 days. But with firm eyes, he states they need a full week to train him properly or their chances are zero. Wantek is shocked by the claim, while Ager silently puffs out a thick cloud of gray smoke. The smoke drifts through the tense air, and Ager finally speaks up in a gravelly serious tone. He notes that Ichihara Midori is likely still growing stronger at an absolutely terrifying rate. Judging by the footage of Minato and Hinoki Reichiro's clash with him, along with some key evidence, the Special Forces report on his childhood and the total destruction he caused in Detroit, their ultimate conclusion is clear. Ager's voice drops his heavy words, sounding like a dark prophecy. His sharp eyes narrow, a deep crease forming between his brows as he delivers the dark warning. Even the curling smoke seems to freeze around him, highlighting the cold, serious intensity of his expression. Ichihara Midori will eventually reach the same level as them, the progenitors. The others freeze in shock. Their usually proud faces are now masks of pure disbelief, their jaws dropping open at the chilling news. Despite their sheer panic, Ager remains completely calm and entirely unbothered by their shocked reactions. He calmly adds that even with Minato's rapid growth, the young boys still won't catch up to their level anytime soon. In such a critically short time, a deeply worried frown appears on Valentine's beautiful face. No way. Alice reacted with a sudden burst of rage, screaming in pure anger. So what do we do? Rian looked up slowly, scanning the room before speaking in a low voice. There's a way, but it demands a heavy price, the silent girl suddenly spoke up. If Minato's power is not enough to face Ichihara Midori, we must force open all his chakras. As the supporting primordial Patanjali knew, chakras are life energy nodes that could boost his strength. His power would spike instantly, but the backlash will tear Minato's body and soul apart. Patanjali frowned. In the worst case, this damage would be completely irreversible. Alice glared back, her chest heaving with raw, uncontrollable fury as she screamed directly at her. That is just too much. Meanwhile, Minato was locked in intense training with Reiichiro. Hearing the loud, heated arguments from afar, Minato calmly cut in to stop their frantic bickering. Please do it. The primordials instantly went silent as Rei Ishiro watched him closely. Seeing him distractedly chatting with the others made the mentor frown in anger. Chatting with them while still keeping up with me? This kid is wild as lightning cracked. Looking in his cold eyes, Rei Ishiro sensed the rising power, feeling a spark of anticipation. Minato spoke solemnly, admitting he owed Ichihara as flashes of their happy past memories suddenly flooded his mind. As those precious memories rushed back, the long scar running across his eye suddenly flared with light. Glowing with a deep blue energy, he looked at Rei Ishiro with fierce determination. I will definitely save him. At all costs. Both stood in silence as thunder rumbled outside, anxiety clear in their eyes. They knew they had no other choice. Understood, she said as a crimson aura flickered continuously. Glaring with absolute fury, Minato growled. From now on, I will hold nothing back against you. With that, he leaped high into the air, and honestly, things are about to get absolutely crazy. The force of his jump completely shattered the ground beneath him as he aimed a punch. The impact distorted his enemy's face, sending him flying backward from the sheer force of the blow. He reeled back in shock. Did this kid actually just break right through my defenses? Minato charged forward again, gripping his sword tight. Seeing him close the distance so quickly, the enemy panicked, grinding his teeth. He quickly gathered dark energy in his hand, forming a brilliant purple sphere that lit up the sky, suddenly materializing right in front of Minato. He screamed out, "Disrupt!" The energy spheres slammed into Minato, their purple and red magic violently colliding. Explosions erupted everywhere. Seeing the kid actually block his signature attack, his eyes widened in disbelief. It was completely neutralized. Hastings ground his teeth in rage, charging forward with absolute blinding fury. "Don't look down on me," he roared. Yet his deadly strike stopped cold in midair, inches from Minato's face. Their clashing auras whipped up a massive tornado, launching water and fish high into the stormy sky. Everything was shredded to pieces. Hastings unleashed savage punches, forcing Minato to defend with everything. Furious that his attacks were missing, he aimed a devastating punch at his face as purple light flashed. Minato pointed his finger directly at him, calmly invoking his sealing art as his left hand shot up. He easily caught his heavy punch right out of the air, catching Hastings completely off guard. Giving his shocked opponent absolutely no time to react, Minato slammed his right hand directly against his stomach. A golden light flared. "Purify." Hearing those words, Hastings froze as his pupils dilated in pure terror. His entire body was completely frozen. Just watch how he finishes this fight with zero hesitation. Preparing for the strike, he swung his blade forward. Hinoki style, Hastings ground his teeth in helplessness. The blade sliced down violently across his body, carving a deep tear that seemed to rip space apart. A blinding cross-shaped slash flashed through the air as Minato calmly muttered, "Rising wave pierced the tides." Thousands of razor-sharp energy lines flew straight at Hastings as Minato locked his cold, piercing gaze on him. Refusing to give him even a second to counter, he unleashed a relentless barrage of body-shredding strikes. The razor-sharp blade whipped up massive shockwaves, merging them into a colossal vortex of pure destruction. Minato launches him high into the sky, delivering a flurry of powerful pinpoint slashes that pierce right through Hastings over and over again. Constantly shifting his combat styles, Minato leaves his opponent absolutely zero chance to strike back from beginning to end. Hastings can only stand there and take the brutal punishment. The razor-sharp edge tears through his flesh, letting blood flow without end. Deep gashes scar his entire body, leaving the villain completely paralyzed with a mixture of helplessness and sheer terror. Watching from below, the ancestors are absolutely thrilled to see Minato completely reclaim the upper hand in this fight. Hinoki Reichiro smiles happily as Minato beats Hastings to an absolute pulp, while Rien closely observes the clash. Minato's fighting style is simply stunning. He is way stronger than anyone expected, showing an insanely high level of potential. It is finally time to end this. Hastings is blown far away, barely hanging onto consciousness as Minato stands tall below him. Pointing his blade upward, Minato shoots a concentrated blast of mana straight into Hastings, leaving him groaning in agonizing pain. Monsters in the water gather as they smell the blood. Hastings is frozen with fear, staring at his impending doom. Realizing death is near, his defensive instincts kick in to conjure a massive wind wall at absolute maximum power. Minato's chilling voice cuts through the air. Hearing him, Hastings looks up only to gasp as the boy begins to transform yet again. Stepping into a brand new form, crackling lightning erupts all around him. His sharp, icy gaze locks dead onto his terrified prey. His crimson hair instantly flashes into a brilliant gold. Minato growls under his breath that he is not done yet. Activating his combined lightning arts, Minato charges forward like a flash of gold, leaving Hastings gritting his teeth in fear. He closes the distance, instantly landing devastating blows to the eyes before slamming his palm heavily right onto the man's chest. Hot blood splatters everywhere as Minato coldly unleashes a blinding continuous barrage of lightning that crackles violently around them. He drives the attack home, triggering a massive blinding explosion that illuminates the entire area. Minato stands over Hastings, who lies completely unconscious on the ground, his body utterly covered in brutal wounds. His skin is completely charred from the lightning strikes. Minato looks down at the black body and indifferently mutters that it is over. Suddenly, Minato notices a suspicious movement and rushes forward as the villain's trembling broken fingers reach for something. Hastings grabs a healing potion shaped like an angel. With a crisp pop of the cap, the liquid is consumed. His body is instantly restored as he gives Minato a smug look. The artifact Alicia releases a blinding light, forcing the boy to shield his eyes. This is where things get crazy. The Alicia artifact grants him instantaneous and continuous healing. For the next 3 minutes, Hastings smirks through his cold sweat as a surge of dark purple energy wraps around him. He activates his ultimate disruption skill. Minato watches in shock as violent thunder begins to rumble across the sky. A massive pillar of purple energy erupts from the ground, tearing straight into the high heavens with absolute force. Gale force winds howl around the column as the villain laughs triumphantly, looking down to mock Minato that he has finally succeeded. Massive debris floats around Hastings, forcing Minato to raise a protective barrier as he cautiously watches his enemy's next move. Hastings boasts loudly that they should have known better, since there is absolutely no way they could ever defeat him. He swells with pride over his overwhelming power. Minato simply looks up at him with an incredibly calm, indifferent expression. Tightening his grip on his sword, Minato mutters that he does not care, intending to fight until the relic's timer finally runs out. But suddenly the boy coughs up blood from the immense strain of using too much mana, every muscle screaming in agonizing pain. Seeing the protagonist struggle, Hastings laughs hysterically, raising both hands to gloat that he knew this would happen all along. Minato loses his strength and collapses to the ground, his body pushed past its limits, while Hastings shouts that his power is burning out. He excitedly jeers that Minato is actively consuming his own life force and will not be able to hold on much longer. Hastings raises his hand toward the boy, eager to finish him off before he has any chance to recover or prepare another attack. Unleashing a vortex of purple energy, he screams for him to die, only for Aken to suddenly flash in front of the boy. Her hand glows with temporal energy as she coldly commands Hastings to revert back to his previous state. Aken rushes over and calls out his name, demanding to know why he is awake when Suo specifically told him to rest. Shocked by his stubbornness, she watches as a vibrant blue mana suddenly begins to swirl around Minato's body. Akan asks what is happening, but he ignores her, concentrating all of his remaining energy directly into his palm. A crackling blue sphere of disruptive power forms, leaving the girl absolutely speechless as she stares at it in shock. She gasps in frustration, wondering how he could possibly replicate Ichihara's signature skill, though she admits she is getting used to his secrets. Minato chuckles softly at her reaction, promising that he will explain everything to her once this battle is officially over. He seriously talks to her. Shinji asks if he has finished lesson 15 already, and Aken sighs, confirming that is indeed the case, but she still needs more time to analyze it deeper. Watching him practice a new move, she speaks with hesitation. "Don't tell me this is why you called me out here." Minato answers calmly as a swirling blue sphere in his hand unleashes a massive gale. He speaks to her. "I need you to analyze this disruption with your power." Looking at her with complete trust, he says, "When the battle with Zero breaks out, I need you to protect everyone." Aken Shinomiya concentrates her energy into her hands as a brilliant blue magical aura surges outward toward him. His purple beam shoots straight down toward the exhausted boy, but Aken blocks it. Hastings watches this, completely stunned by her sudden intervention. This is impossible. Minato's body is being healed piece by piece through her magic. His shattered bones are perfectly restored. Hastings closely watches the boy's recovering body. Panic sets in. How on earth can this Kanagi Minato heal like this? Hastings screams in frustration. That attack used the absolute peak of the world's strongest skill. Hastings roars toward the boy, screaming that this is impossible. Her energy surges violently toward his position, disrupting his stance. His face darkens as he grinds his teeth, refusing to accept this reality. Now, the boy's allies suddenly stand right before him. Hastings cannot believe his eyes, muttering that it simply cannot be. Down on the ground, the others charge rapidly toward where he is standing. Aken smiles at him, saying she managed to protect him. Now Kanagi Minato give the order, since he is the commander. Minato is slightly surprised by her words. Sensing a sudden change within himself, he deeply reflects on the sheer power of that disruption. He realizes she transferred all that energy to buff him. Tightening his grip on his sword, he knows he can still fight. Without even looking back, Minato chooses to trust his team completely, calling out for everyone to move forward. Together, they will rescue Midori Ichihara from Zero. Just then, Hastings' severed hand floats in the air. Before his purple sphere can strike back, Minato's group continuously charges at him. They slash him repeatedly, but his body regenerates instantly. Shinji watches quietly, declaring that they will succeed. Even though the enemy heals right after getting hurt, Hastings is visibly furious, grinding his teeth while glaring intensely at them. The deep sword cuts on his flesh begin to contract the wounds rapidly, knitting shut and healing at an astonishing speed. Seeing their flawless coordination, Hikaru grins, knowing that with Akin's disruption buff, they still stand a very good chance. He darts toward Hastings, wrapping his legs around the villain's neck like a snake locking onto its helpless prey. He drives his knee brutally into the enemy's head. A heavy follow-up kick slams down, making Hastings feel genuine pain. While the head wound heals, the heavy strike keeps the enemy off balance. Seizing the opening, Minato and Shinji draw close. Gripping their blades, they unleash the underworld sword style. Slashes strike him directly, though his wounds keep closing up instantly. He grinds his teeth in pure rage, cursing repeatedly in his mind, wondering why this is happening to him. A jade wall cuts off the purple spheres encircling them. These magical orbs now surround the entire group. As a hand controls the spheres, a gentle voice echoes, saying, "Grandmother, do not worry, I finally did it. I will definitely protect the person who saved your life." Shiki's gaze is resolute as she shields Minato with void infusion. The spheres detonate one after another around him. The massive explosion blasts down, causing the entire ground to shake violently. The group struggles to maintain their footing. Suddenly, Hastings senses another power. He senses a completely different energy source. Shocked that someone can teleport, he turns to see a clenched fist heading right for him. Saiki Mikado delivers a devastating uppercut straight to Hastings' jaw, instantly distorting his face. The heavy blow sends him flying. Saiki Mikado yells out, asking Midori how much longer he plans on sleeping. His successive heavy strikes rush toward Hastings, leaving the villain absolutely no time to defend himself. Suddenly, a plume of purple smoke explodes right before him, completely blinding his vision. A dark silhouette and long strands of hair rush toward him. Hastings is startled as a strange sensation washes over him. The hair wraps tightly around his body, rendering him completely unable to move. Q binds him tightly, offering no chance of escape. Her hair generates magic circles, hovering all around him. Hastings panics as he realizes he is wide open. Suddenly, Q's immense magical power detonates all around him. Activating her demon-slaying seal, she instantly retracts her binding long hair, causing a sudden jerk. The momentum sends his body spinning uncontrollably high up in the air. His agonizing screams echo all around. Saiki Mikado smiles triumphantly as he plunges down, urging him to finally wake up. He crashes onto a tree branch. Q ignores him entirely, turning to Ichika to ask if she is joining in. Leaning lazily against the tree, she replies dryly that there is no need since she has absolutely nothing to say. She leaves Ichihara to the kids, completely trusting her students to handle the rest of this mess. Shinji and Minato warily watch his every move. Floating high in the sky, Hastings points his sword directly at him. His cold voice echoes through the air. We can see the candle inside his body is slowly burning out. He coldly tells him that his light is flickering out, sending a sudden wave of panic straight through Hastings. The artifact has worn off. With no way to heal, he has to rely on wind skills just to survive. Standing side by side, Minato looks at Shinji and calls out, "Let's go, Shinji." Both grip their hilts tightly as blue mana erupts from Minato, focusing all their energy directly on Hastings. Unleashing the Hinoki single sword style, Shinji channels a crimson energy beside him to sever the opponent's very soul. They swing their swords in unison, slicing through Hastings with a strike so clean it cuts his body in two. He stares in complete disbelief as his body is severed into 3 pieces, screaming in absolute rage that he cannot be defeated. This is impossible, completely impossible. His body begins to glow, enveloped by a strange purple sphere. Agony racks his entire frame as a heavy burst of mana slams violently into the ground beneath him. High above, Midori floats in the sky, now back to his normal self, but his eyes are wide with shock. Together, they unleash the ultimate Hinoki style, a strike designed from the very beginning to cut down the unseen. By honing their sword energy to its absolute limit, this technique was created to slice through things that cannot even be seen. Things like the soul itself, and yes, they just severed Hastings' soul. If they reach an even higher level, they would not even need a weapon to shred both flesh and spirit, provided they are strong enough. They can slice through anything. Trapped in a dark void, he screams in fury that he does not understand. How could a mere physical blow sever his very soul? Slowly, his body begins to dissolve into the empty space. Leaving only bitter curses behind, his soul is wrenched from Midori's body with a scream like a final tragic melody. Midori watches the soul escape in shock while Akin runs over as fast as she can, calling out his name. Nearby, Shinji supports his trembling body, catching his breath as he realizes they actually succeeded. He is relieved to still feel the buff from Shinomiya. Suddenly, Shinji feels a hand resting on his shoulder. It feels like a warm congratulations. He spins around quickly, but looking up at the clear blue sky, he can only speak with a heavy heart. Calling out to his brother, Midori lands gently on the ground and senses a massive shift within himself. The dark presence of Zero is finally gone. Akan shouts his name and throws herself forward, locking him in a tight hug before he can even react. Caught completely off guard, he looks down and softly calls her name, but a sudden shadow in the distance catches his eye. Minato walks over calmly with a warm smile, reaching out his hand. Midori hesitates for a second before calling his name. Reaching out to grasp his hand, Midori speaks with pure gratitude, thanking him for saving his life. But suddenly, a glowing yellow sphere manifests right in his hand, leaving both of them completely frozen in shock. Midori gasps in horror. Could Zero still be lingering inside him? Gritting his teeth, he squeezes his fist to crush the sphere. Minato stands there, frozen in shock as a brilliant golden radiance erupts, bathing the entire area in a blinding light. Midori screams out in absolute panic as the artifact goes completely wild, releasing a blinding flash that startles everyone around them. Wondering what the light is, Seiki Mikado desperately screams for Kanagi Minato to get away from there immediately. The blinding glare makes it impossible to see. Midori grits his teeth in pure frustration, cursing under his breath. Panic sets in as he realizes things are going south. The glowing artifact is slowly moving closer to Minato. Midori gasps in sheer terror as he realizes the enemy is trying to possess Minato's body. As the golden light fades into a thick cloud of dust, a heavy suffocating tension hangs between them. Shielding Akin immediately, Midori glares forward as a cold, calm voice speaks out, mentioning the two dangerous artifacts, capable of possessing others. The voice notes that once Zero is backed into a corner, he will do anything. He will definitely try to take over my body. Midori stands frozen in shock as Minato quietly talks to himself. It is exactly what Ruin and A warned about. Watching his strange behavior, both of them grow incredibly worried. Akane hesitantly asks if he is truly Kanagi Minato, while Midori panic talks in pure anxiety. He is not possessed by that guy, is he? Minato casually replies, "Yeah, I am possessed," speaking in a calm voice. "He has crawled inside my body." Hearing this, the two of them are shocked, while deep within his body, his soul enters his body, laughing in excitement that his plan has succeeded, his soul now stitched back together. But the hair in the middle of his head is completely bald, his thrilled voice echoing from inside the boy. "I do not need that Midori Ichihara anymore. I will be the one to end all prophecies," he gloats. Lost in his own excitement, he dances and screams, "From now on, Kanagi Minato. Minato's body belongs to me." Ignoring everything around him, he thinks he is safe, but he has actually walked right into the lion's den. The progenitors stand there, watching him dance around like an absolute clown without him even realizing it. Suddenly, a freezing aura rises behind him. Hastings turns around in confusion as Minato's cold voice rings out. "It seems you do not know," he says casually, placing a hand on his chest where you chose to reside. A blue magic circle on his hand presses against his body, his pitiful voice echoing is actually the most dangerous place in the world. Sounds of a brutal slaughter echo inside his body as Hastings' soul is now being beaten to a pulp. Number 0? Or rather, Warren Hastings will have his soul constantly attacked by the progenitors, leaving him with nothing but endless, agonizing pain ahead until his soul turns to dust and vanishes forever from the cycle of reincarnation. Sensing his complete erasure, Minato smiles and speaks warmly to his friend, saying that everything is finally over. "Welcome back, Midori." Meanwhile, in another location, a volcano is erupting with thick smoke and ash. A man is tied tightly to a tree trunk, and right before him is a brush surrounded by a purple glow. Ichika stands before the man, her overwhelming power radiating intensely. She calmly looks at him and asks if Joe is still alive. Using Sakazaki and Iryu's skill to teleport, Ichika confronts Hajime, who coldly asks why she has returned. She replies coldly, saying that his master is already dead, calling in a real shame for him. His eyes narrow in anger as he snaps that it does not matter since he was never fully loyal anyway, then asks why they spared him. She looks at him with a surprisingly gentle voice, saying he can still be taught, as she reaches for her sword hilt. Hajime is shocked when she slices through the chains binding him. "What is that?" her eerie voice echoes. "Heal your wounds quickly, because soon I am going to put you through training so brutal you will wish you were dead." It turns out Hinoki Ichika used her special privilege to spare Kamaragi Hazim's life. As the tree trunk behind him splits in two, her task is to supervise him, which basically means making him her student. Seeing that Midori is fine, the group gathers around. He gets excited as he notices two figures approaching. Q and Seiki Mikado arrive, with Seiki Mikado angrily swinging a fist at him before happily chatting with Midori. Welcome back, Seiki Mikado and Nishina Q. They had all traveled together to England to hunt down Number Zero's base. Meanwhile, Io sighs in relief in bed as Shiki reports the situation. Kitamori stands nearby healing her arm, while the elder says softly that she is glad Midori has returned. Shiki speaks seriously, confirming that Kanagi Minato's team has succeeded, bringing him back to his own body. With her arm fully healed by Kitamori, Io smiles and teases Shiki about her cheerful tone. "Why are you back in work mode already?" Hearing this, Shiki shyly admits she was just too excited. Apologizing for her lack of manners, she smiles warmly and adds how relieved she is that the elder has recovered. She warmly thanks both Shiki and Kitamori. As warm light bathes her, Io smiles and suggests they go do something for Midori. Go brew him some nice tea. Tears welling up in her eyes, Kitamori emotionally nods and says understood. High up on a building, two figures share a smoke. Shinonome Tengon takes a deep drag and sighs with relief. Man, it feels good to finally have a smoke. You worked hard, Iwashima. She stands beside him, listening quietly. She speaks thoughtfully, noting that with so many sacrifices, she just cannot bring herself to celebrate with a smile. As smoke drifts from his lips, the sound of helicopter blades echoes. Shinanomi Tengon turns to look and agrees they still have much to do. After all, this is only the beginning of cleanup duty. Now they have to deal with the massive mess left behind by Midori's actions. Up in the helicopter, Vice sits with crossed arms looking down grimly. He sighs at the happy crowd below. Well, at least they can enjoy celebrating together for now. With Midori safe and the battle won, they chat while letting the kids enjoy their victory. Kanem excitedly chats with her, pointing toward Sakazaki while calling out to Captain Setsuna Hibiki. Look at this skill combo, she says calmly, watching his afterimage fade away into nothing. But Sakazaki is not even there, making Kanem panic as he looks around to find where his partner went. Sakazaki is actually busy helping a limping Suzuki while Makabe happily chats with Midori. You made it back safely, Midori. Taylor sighs, admitting he never expected the enemy to be so strong. Setsuna Hibiki asks if his body is alright while the others anxiously wonder how they can get stronger now. Aiken stands in front of his friend, loudly telling everyone to back off since he just recovered. Everyone only gets 10 seconds to ask questions. Meanwhile, Minato quietly keeps his distance from the group. He silently watches them laugh. Midori is surrounded by his friends, practically shining under the bright sun. Seeing his friend happy makes Minato smile, but his completely exhausted body finally gives out and he collapses. That loud crash instantly cuts through the happy chatter, and you can bet everyone spins around in absolute shock. Hearing the sudden noise, Midori and Aken immediately spin around to see what happened. Seeing him face down on the ground, Midori screams Minato's name in sheer panic as the others run over. As they rush to his side, the blue magic circle on his hand slowly turns pitch black. Minato has slipped into a deep, completely unresponsive coma. Aken frowns, wondering how this could even happen. All of his physical wounds were already fully healed. Midori cries out desperately, calling his name. Suddenly, Minato's hair slowly turns silver white, and he mutters under his breath that this is bad. Seeing his appearance change, the group gasps in shock. Midori frowns, getting a familiar feeling from this. That cold attitude, that striking silver hair. It all clicks in his mind and he realizes the truth. Cutting through the sudden panic, he demands to know, you are not actually Minato, are you? An illusion of Ryun appears calmly, explaining that he is the entity residing deep inside Minato's body. He reveals himself as one of the ancient progenitors, leaving the entire group in absolute shock. Aken panics, gasping out if he is truly Ryun, but the entity ignores them and continues speaking. He wanted to keep this secret until the time was right, but the situation has become far too critical. A sacrifice has to be made. With pleading eyes, Ryun begs those who share a deep bond with Minato. He is counting on them now. Meanwhile, Minato's unconscious body lies completely still on a field of flowers. Ryun begs his friends to save him right as the very last drop of energy drains away from Minato. Completely depleted, he collapses face first onto the bright petals. Suddenly, a familiar voice starts playing aloud from a nearby phone. Aradip bows his head with a heavy sigh, saying that by the time they watch this video, he will be gone. But then he laughs, offering a cheerful greeting to Midori before babbling on like his usual energetic self. He is heading out to stop anyone from taking Midori's body, admitting he has no idea if he will make it. He is not sure if he will survive the journey, but he gently comforts his friend with some final words. None of this is Midori's fault because absolutely nobody could stay calm after seeing their best friend get murdered. The real culprits are the 12 apostles from the prophecy, the literal embodiment of pure, unadulterated evil. Even if the world ends up completely destroyed by those dark forces, he has only one final request left for Midori. He begs Midori to never blame himself. With a soft smile, he raises the phone to show off the view. Showing off the vast city behind him, he mentions he has finally arrived at his final destination. He still holds on to the hope that they will sit down together for some hot masala chai in Mumbai. The 2-minute video ends, leaving Midori sitting in heavy silence as a painful sigh escapes his lips. He softly whispers his friend's name just as the rhythmic thud of a bouncing baseball cuts through the quiet. Saiki, Mikado, and Q walk over, letting him know it is time to move. Midori hesitates before quietly agreeing. Deep inside the Teisho headquarters, static crackles from a television screen as a breaking news report flashes on. The broadcast announces that the world-renowned criminal Ichihara Midori has officially been confirmed dead in a major operation. Supposedly killed during a joint military clash in the Pacific, a mysterious man mutters in deep suspicion. So is Ichihara Midori really confirmed dead on the screen after we defeated him? While warships patrolled the surrounding ocean, Vice grimaced in pure annoyance and spoke aloud. It is clear we did absolutely nothing, but Lady Io heard his gloomy words and calmly replied that there was no other way. We cannot make the existence of the prophecy public, nor can we explain every detail of what happened. This is already everything we can do, and it is the best way to end this. Hearing her, Vice clutched his head and muttered, I understand, he muttered, walking away because many high-level prophecies still remained. These super prophecies are still unresolved, and we cannot afford to lose Ichihara Midori. As his massive figure walked toward the door, Vice calmly noted that now that the boy had regained his consciousness, they must make good use of him. After all, it is for the survival of this world. Watching him walk away, Io agreed he was right. Meanwhile, in a bustling area, a curious voice asked if he was dead. Going from the world's strongest to the most evil in history is pretty cool. Midori caught the ball and hit it back. Saiki Mikado caught the ball and struck it back cheerfully, noting that from the very start he clearly belonged to the Taisho faction. Getting famous like this now is just ridiculous. With that, he threw the ball back to Midori. As the two continued to compete, Kyu sat nearby and teased that Midori was standing out way too much. Hearing her words, he quickly replied that he did not want this, the enemies were just too strong. Midori threw the ball back to Saiki Mikado, who shouted that he would be much more careful from now on. Saiki Mikado punched the baseball so hard that it shattered into pieces, flying straight toward Midori, who quickly waved his hands. He caught every single shard of the ball. Saiki Mikado then looked at him and asked about his health. Landing lightly on the ground, Midori replied that his body felt fully recovered with all his powers back as the shards of the baseball miraculously pieced themselves back together. Seeing the ball, Saiki Mikado was amazed that he had put it back. Midori tossed the ball to Kyu and announced his departure. Hearing this, Saiki Mikado stopped him and called out his name. The atmosphere grew serious as Saiki Mikado stared at Midori with absolute determination, telling him to return safely this time and not to let Kanagi Minato die. Midori firmly gave his word before walking away, saying he understood. Inside the ICU at the Taisho headquarters, Akan was surprised to see him and called out to Midori, who immediately asked how Minato was doing. Hanada Hikotaru solemnly replied that nothing had changed since then, making Midori frown in deep concern. They could only stand outside watching the unconscious boy whose entire body was wrapped tightly in heavy casts. Watching his comatose state, the atmosphere grew heavy with dread as Hanada Hikotaru noted he still had not regained consciousness. Shinji stared at him and hesitantly added that there was no progress and his condition was actually getting worse. Covered in life support tubes, Shinji anxiously pointed out that the boy could not even breathe on his own. His wounds kept tearing open and bleeding constantly, and even healing skills had absolutely no effect on them. He gritted his teeth as his voice began to tremble, while Akane listened to Shinji with mounting anxiety. Growing anxious to the point of anger, Midori stood right beside her in silence before sighing and staring into the hospital room. Midori asked Lord Ryan to continue their unfinished conversation just as the boy's dark hair began turning light blue. Minato spoke, but the one actually controlling his body was Rian, who welcomed Ichihara Midori back. Ryan explained that, as mentioned before, because the young boy had pushed his powers far beyond his own limits, both Minato's body and mind were currently in a highly critical state. Looking at the worried crowd outside, Ryan noted that if that was the only issue, they could still easily save him. However, an unexpected tragedy has occurred. He stared at them with a sharp gaze and spoke. An enemy has successfully invaded his inner world. Hearing this, the crowd outside panicked, crying out about an enemy. Meanwhile, deep inside Minato's own mind, he was calmly exploring a beautiful world covered in blooming flowers. He was completely astonished, gazing at the towering mountains and sweet-scented hills stretching out before him. As the rich fragrance hit his nose, Minato wondered if he was dreaming and shouted toward the clear blue sky. He called out for Rei Ishiro and Malicious, but no one replied, leaving him in complete silence. He wondered why he was here. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed in his ear, warning that his body and mind had already pushed past their absolute limits, making his death a mere matter of time. Minato gasped in shock at those words, frantically scanning the area all around him. There stood a mysterious figure, completely calm and relaxed, slowly tilting a peculiar watering can. It was shaped like a unique black octopus, gently showering cool, refreshing water over the vibrant blooming flowers. Minato stared blankly as Deus flashed a faint smile, noting how rare it was to have a chat like this. Deus turned to him, saying he had already sealed the zero mark, which instantly put Minato on high alert as he screamed. Minato demanded to know who he was, but Deus only stared back in silence as his body suddenly began turning pitch black. The dark silhouette stood isolated in the colorful flower field while the bright blue sky rapidly faded to pure darkness. Violent lightning crashed around him as the octopus in his hand began to warp, accompanied by deafening thunder and space tearing apart. Jagged cracks spread everywhere, threatening to tear the fabric of the peaceful flower field to shreds. Minato stood on guard, watching his every move when Deus's raspy voice suddenly echoed through the air. "We are the Constellation," he declared, "the ultimate masterminds behind everything. We are the ones who orchestrate the events you call prophecies," he added, eyes on his face curling into a sinister smile. "We are the enemies of this world, the Constellation itself." Outside the hospital room, Midori stood frozen in utter shock. Midori muttered about the Constellation while looking toward the distant crowd as Rian listened intently to every single word. Ryan turned back toward the crowd and calmly confirmed it before going on to recount the grim events of the past. 300 years ago, these entities from another dimension were the ones who brought the catastrophic tower into our world. Frowning slightly, Ryan firmly called them their sworn enemies, a phrase that Shinji hesitantly repeated after him. Our sworn enemies. Ryan scanned Minato's body from head to toe, his expression darkening with gravity. And the only one capable of facing the constellation is the wielder of the zero mark, Ryan explained. But now that mark has turned pitch black. Hinata Hikotaru solemnly asked if that meant Minato was lost, making Ryan frown. He warned them that the constellation was currently inside Minato, relentlessly eating away at his very mind. Ryan turned his pleading gaze toward Minato's teammates standing outside, hoping they would listen. He begged them for help, saying they must immediately purge the enemy from Minato's body. Stunned by his plea, they asked in unison how on earth they could do that. Following his instructions, the four of them stepped into the hospital room, taking their positions at each corner. Ryan nodded in approval, telling them to touch Minato's body and let the rest rely on his own willpower. They immediately obeyed and placed their hands on him as Ryan reminded them of their deep bond with Minato. Because of that, the zero mark on Minato's hand began to glow, leaving Shinji and Akane absolutely speechless. Ryan immediately spoke up, promising to guide their spirits straight into the depths of Minato's mind. The brilliant light from the mark intensified, shining directly over them as Ryan took off his hood and spoke. He cautioned them that despite making this request himself, they must fully understand the sheer danger of this mission. Cracks began spreading across the crimson wall as he painted a stark picture of the threats they would face. And get this, if the enemy targets you, not only will you fail, but your own minds will be shattered. You might even lose your lives, yet I humbly beg of you, Ryan said, bowing low to show his deep gratitude. They were risking everything to bring Minato back, and he pleaded with them with all his heart. Whether it is for our past, present, or the future of humanity itself, please save Kanagi Minato. Unable to watch him plead like this, Shinji quickly urged Ryan to stand up. Ryan looked up as Shinji firmly declared that Minato was their captain and team leader. He was an incredibly precious friend, and they swore they would absolutely never turn their backs on him. Their eyes burned with determination to drag him back from death, prompting a deeply grateful Ryan to bow. As he thanked them, a blinding blue light erupted completely, enveloping the entire hospital room. Meanwhile, deep inside Minato's subconscious, the turbulent sky was torn apart by endless violent cracks of lightning. Then the chilling voice of Deus echoed, speaking of a soul who witnessed the world's apocalypse. A man who thought he had perished only to be miraculously regressed back into the past. He is determined to rewrite that horrific future, no matter how many times he has to fail. He still refuses to give up until he can secure a happy ending, continuously pouring his heart out to Minato. In your world, stories like this are pretty popular, aren't they? He asks, while Minato simply tries to keep his distance. Watching closely, Dior slowly reverts to his original form, which is exactly what they planned. His cold eyes lock onto the boy, making Minato frown and demand to know what he means, prompting the man to explain immediately. Predicting the future. That is their mission. They observe your world from another dimension to witness your daily lives, only to realize that in just a few hundred years, humans will venture into the vast universe, establishing research labs on the moon to monitor everything happening deep in outer space. Right back at Earth, Dior keeps talking about human progress across millennia. Human technology will advance so far it will surpass our very dimension before suddenly tossing a direct question at the boy. What happens when different species finally meet? Human history has already proven it. Brutal wars fought just to conquer new territory. Fighting over every useful inch of land to seize ultimate power, he explains in a strangely gentle tone. And here is the kicker, Dior just smiles and claims peaceful cooperation is totally impossible. A sudden bolt of lightning strikes right between Minato and Dior, drawing a physical boundary as the villain keeps talking. There is simply no way for our two sides to negotiate a peaceful coexistence. He gives a simple example, asking what happens if a creature would literally die without eating humans. Could you really live in peace with it, or would it be like a starving brown bear, hunting you down to survive, or perhaps a strange plant that turns all of Earth's oxygen into carbon dioxide? Would you let it grow, or would you chop it down immediately? He asks, his sharp eyes narrowing as he calls it survival of the fittest. No mercy for any of you, his cold voice echoes across the field. He refers to Minato as the zero-mark owner, making the boy tense up as Dior continues explaining. This is the ultimate threat regressors must watch out for, though Minato is now too weak to resist. I can easily crush you, he says, pointing to his head while mentioning Warren Hastings. The world knows him as number 01, a fool who thought he was their equal, yet he was the most suitable vessel to receive the artifact. Hearing this, Minato freezes. Stunned, he cannot help but recall painful memories buried deep in his heart from when the villain slaughtered all his loyal comrades, causing Minato to scream out in absolute rage, accusing Dior of being the mastermind behind everything. Feeling absolutely zero guilt, Dior simply shrugs and says that even if they fail over and over again, they will simply keep returning to even more distant points in the past. Yet every single time their plans were thwarted by a transcender carrying the zero mark in those eras. He speaks softly. Either way, this incredibly long journey has finally come to an end. Strange vines erupt from beneath his feet, slowly creeping across the ground toward the boy. Suddenly, they shoot forward and tightly bind Minato, freezing him in place as Dior watches with a smug grin. Dior sneers that he only needs to watch the boy die to finish his job while the victim desperately struggles. Bizarre patterns begin to manifest in Dior's eyes, and he excitedly mutters that the time has come. The thick vines wrap tighter and tighter, slowly blocking out Minato's vision, while elsewhere the group follows Rian. Ryan explains that right before the zero mark was completely sealed away, only his own consciousness managed to escape. Since my powers are also sealed, I cannot fight alongside you, but I will lead you directly to Minato. Spotting a strange light ahead, Aiken hesitatingly whispers that they have entered the spiritual world of Kanagi Minato. She watches as reels of his memories continue to play, showing both his struggles and happiest moments. All of it unfolds right before their eyes, and Midori grows quiet as she spots a memory of their past conversation. Shinji, standing right next to her, is also silently watching these floating reels of memory, showing the deep bond they shared when suddenly a highly familiar silhouette catches his eye. It is his older brother, Makoto, prompting a wave of deep contemplation as he stares at the images. These painful memories of his brother and the entire squad unfold directly before Shinji's eyes. The sight of the defeated Suo squad flashes by, leaving Minato utterly devastated and filled with burning rage. Then comes a memory of Minato and Makoto sharing a happy handshake, followed by Makoto's final sacrifice. Seeing this, Shinji fights back tears. Shinji's voice trembles as he speaks Minato's name. Suddenly, Rian spots a familiar figure and screams. There he is, but the vibrant flower field around them is gone. Only a withered wasteland remains. Minato remains trapped by Zedius as they glare at each other, prompting Rian to yell in desperation. Is everyone ready? No time to waste. The squad charges straight ahead. The beast glares at them, whipping its pitch-black tentacles forward. Akane immediately counters with a thick shroud of mist. Hana leaps up, landing a direct kick on the lashing tentacles. Meanwhile, Midori steps up. Midori unleashes a raging tornado straight at the monster, while Shinji charges down with a roar. A massive explosion blows the beast back. Meanwhile, in another dimension, Minato remains trapped with his tormentor. Zedius smirks mockingly. He tells Kanagi Minato to just die already as dark tentacles wrap his body. A tentacle clamps over his mouth. Minato panics as his consciousness slips away. He cannot fight back. If his consciousness slips away completely, he dreads what will happen to him. Back at headquarters, Minato's body spasms violently. Suno panics, screaming for Captain Iwashima. His consciousness is dropping. Vitals are critical. Set oxygen to 10 liters and prepare the defibrillator. If he dies while their minds are linked, everyone inside will die too. Hurry. Zedius watches with a smug grin, muttering that Minato's life force is fully drained. Minato's body suddenly collapses. Deep cracks web across his face. His avatar shatters. At headquarters, the heart monitor flatlines. Suno and Captain Iwashima scream. His heartbeat and brain waves have completely stopped. Inside the mental realm, Zedius gloats. He bids farewell to Kanagi Minato, declaring that his faction now rules the universe. As the words leave his mouth, the sky is torn open. Rian and the others breach the domain. As they enter, Akane cries out. She looks up, spotting Minato's silhouette against the shattered sky. Suddenly, Minato's body glows, piecing itself back together. Stunned, he whispers their names. Zedius calmly looks up, wondering if they broke his barrier. Below him, the defeated monster dissolves into ash. Minato is bewildered. How did you get here? Hana calmly explains that Rian guided them. Shinji places a hand on his shoulder, apologizing to Minato for leaving him to carry this burden alone. Memories flash through Shinji's mind. The weight of everything they have faced together feels incredibly real. He solemnly promises that from this moment on they will walk side by side with him. Minato stares in surprise, admitting to Shinji that he only just found out about the enemy faction himself. The group gasps in shock, but Minato smiles, admitting their supportive words have given him immense strength. Seeing their injuries, a wave of deep gratitude washes over Minato. He smiles, thanking them. Zedius's icy voice cuts through the air. He mocks the one who guided them here. His eyes lock onto their guide, noting that it has been a very long time since they last met. He glares at Rian, wiping his mouth. He whispers that seeing Rian's face brings back old memories. Zedius cruelly tears open Rian's old wounds, bringing up the dark fate of his family. He taunts him about his father, mother, and little sister, remembering how young and soft she was. Suddenly, a grotesque mouth opens on Zedius's head, whispering that she tasted absolutely delicious. Rian's fury boils over. Minato and the squad charge, but Rian snaps back, screaming at them to stop. Zedius sneers. Foolish. He instantly tears the space apart, lashing out with deadly tentacles. Their avatars instantly begin to shatter. Rian panics at the villain's overwhelming strength. Can he really be this powerful inside someone else's mind? Rian screams for everyone to fall back. Ryan warns them that the villain will devour their souls, while Zedius laughs mockingly. He promises them the same fate as Rien's family, sending his deadly tentacles lashing forward. Zedius whispers that he will grind them to pieces first right before a brilliant pillar of light pierces the sky. The beam slams violently onto the battlefield. Shinji stares in disbelief. Even Minato narrows his eyes, sensing a strange presence. Zedius looks up at the sky. Completely baffled, he teleports closer while constantly uttering words of deep doubt. This power is insane. Minato panics, staring in shock at the mysterious figure floating high above. Excellent job, Kanagi Minato team. Thanks to you guys shattering the outer barrier, we finally managed to slip inside. Natasha calmly praises their hard work. Claw can only grin playfully, teasing that his lady is truly something. The real battle starts now. Snapping out of his daze, Minato looks at them and suddenly shouts out, "Who are they?" Akin gets serious, "Don't you remember? You saw them on your very first day joining Team 5. Suddenly, Minato freezes in place. Old memories flash through his mind. He remembers Hinata Hikataru shaking his hand loudly, declaring that he officially recognizes Minato as their classmate. Minato suddenly shouts in realization, it is that person. Hinata Hikataru looks up totally confused. He heard they retired. Shinji is also completely confused about why they are here. Meanwhile, Zedius's tentacles begin to emerge. They creep up right beneath his feet. Klaus shouts out, "Let us quickly blow away these syndicate weaklings, my lady." He smirks, saying they will have plenty of time to talk nicely with Kanagi Minato later. Natasha nods, mumbling about beating the syndicate. Zedius stares at them with deep suspicion, asking who they are. His mouth twists into a bizarre, creepy smile. Klaus calmly lands on the ground, ordering the syndicate minion to stop. The esteemed figure standing right here with them is none other than the noble princess of the royal Alis bloodline. A lowlife like him is forbidden to speak. In her majestic presence, Shinji and Akin look on in utter confusion. A princess. Natasha is a princess. Hinata Hikotaru wonders where Alias even is. Meanwhile, Natasha raises her head and softly says hello. She asks Minato if he will help save her world. Minato is completely taken aback. Save her world. He steps back in a panic, shouting that she is bringing this up way too suddenly. Natasha softly tries to calm him. If he agrees right now, she promises to save him. Minato can only stare back at her in absolute disbelief. Zedius mutters that he finally understands. At that moment, the space inside the barrier begins to crumble. He declares that Kanagi Minato must die. There's absolutely no changing that. Furious, Zedius screams out, "How dare an inferior race like Alias act so arrogant?" He warns them never to stand in the way of their syndicate. Gross tentacles swarm around them. Akan screams in disgust while Midori grimaces, realizing they are trapped yet again. Any contact with these tentacles completely seals their skills. His body starts to crack under the intense crushing pressure. Midori grits his teeth in frustration. Clow quickly urges his lady that they need to escape first. Natasha rubs her eyes and sighs. She decides to make her move as the tentacles rapidly close in on her. Natasha opens her striking blue eyes and unleashes her sparkle skill. A brilliant flash of light instantly pushes the tentacles back. Everyone gasps as the monstrous tentacles completely freeze. Zedius screams in absolute rage, calling them nothing but mere worthless insects. He yells, they are only fit to be nourishment. Claw walks forward, thoroughly impressed by his lady's power. He calmly walks closer and closer to Zedius. The distance narrows until Claw stands right in front of the enemy. He gently taps his forehead. A beam of light erupts, causing Zedius's body to slowly dissolve away. The villain curses them for ruining a once-in-a-thousand-years chance to eliminate Kanagi Minato. He vows to make them regret this day forever. Klaus simply smiles quietly, praying that day never actually comes. Zedius crumbles into white dust, fading away. Minato is utterly stunned that they managed to defeat him. It seems impossible. Shinji stares down at himself, amazed to find his own body completely healed too. Suddenly, the ground beneath them cracks. Natasha notes that they have successfully pushed them back for now. She yawns, murmuring that it is too cozy here. Minato panics, telling her not to fall asleep in his mind. Claw quickly warns his lady that staying here too long is dangerous. Natasha nods in agreement. She agrees they should head back to reality first. Suddenly, a powerful crushing force pulls them all upward. Natasha calmly reminds Minato that they are betting everything on him. He gazes up at the sky in absolute awe. Her voice echoes one last time before fading away. When Minato finally opens his eyes, he is in a hospital bed. He looks around at the familiar room, completely lost. Flipping his hands over, he realizes his body is healing. His wounds are almost fully recovered. He turns his head and finds his friends fast asleep right beside his bed. Shinji is resting with closed eyes. Aken is completely knocked out and Hinata Hikataru is snoring away without a care. Midori stands nearby, quietly resting. Minato smiles warmly at his friends, but suddenly the door creaks open. Jin looks into the room and whispers that Minato is finally awake. He is thrilled while Ryan speaks up in a soft voice. Ryan explains that once Ichiharu's group returned, her skill began working, allowing her to reverse time and heal him. Minato clenches his hands in gratitude and thanks her, while Jin quietly adds that he is also incredibly grateful. She sincerely notes that he saved Madame Io Ichihara, adding how glad she is to be able to thank him in person. Akane suddenly wakes up from her slumber, looks up to see Minato already awake, and happily shouts out that Kanagi Minato is finally up. Midori and Hikaru wake up too, offering a quiet morning greeting, while Akane gently reassures Kanagi Minato that everything is alright. Minato smiles back at his friends, softly thanking everyone, including the Ichihara family. Suddenly, a familiar voice asks if Kanagi Minato is awake as Cloud and Natasha enter the room to pay him a visit. Cloud politely asks to come in, noting how nice it is that their entire class has finally gathered in one place. Shinji is shocked by Cloud's sudden shift in attitude, but Cloud simply waves it off with an overly casual, playful tease. Dropping his playful tone, Cloud turns completely serious and asks if they have already figured out the truth. Natasha quietly speaks up, confirming that they actually hail from an entirely different world. The group realizes Cloud had been hiding his true identity all along, though he remains completely calm. Cloud tells his lady that she has slept enough, prompting Natasha to wake up and loudly greet Minato about their agreement. She bluntly declares that he is now responsible for saving her world, leaving Minato completely stunned by the sudden demand. Confused, Minato argues that he has no idea what he is supposed to save, where to go, or how to even do it. He adds that he never agreed to any of this, which Natasha calmly acknowledges as a fair point. Natasha calmly explains that mysterious towers are constantly popping up all over her home planet. Minato is startled by her words, while Akane and the others gasp, wondering if these towers are actually dungeons. They wonder if these are the same dimensional labyrinths the progenitors conquered 300 years ago, which Natasha quietly confirms. She explains that the ancient tragedy of this world is now repeating in theirs, and Cloud warns of an even bigger threat. He warns that the enemy plans to launch a full-scale invasion of this world next, sending a wave of panic through Akane. Natasha looks at Minato and pleads with him to destroy every single tower, stating that he is the only one who can do it. She reveals that 6 months ago, those terrible towers suddenly rained down on her homeland of Aliote. Endless swarms of monsters began tearing the cities apart as Natasha watched in horror before Cloud opened a portal to escape. Cloud urged her to leave, and she reluctantly followed him through, biting her lip in absolute frustration and self-blame. Back then, she made a solemn vow to return and bring back a powerful transcender to save them all. Presenting the grim reality, Natasha explains that their world is currently being dragged into a massive interdimensional conflict. It is a massive war for absolute dominance across multiple dimensions. Can you even begin to wrap your head around that? Standing nearby, Akane questions the scale of it all, but Natasha points out that Earth itself has seen similar wars. Conflicts always break out over vast territories, valuable resources, and labor power. Those have always been the catalysts for war, with powerful nations historically fighting tooth and nail to seize them. The exact same struggle is happening right now, except this battle is taking place on a massive cosmic scale. Minato admits that all of this is simply too much to digest, and Natasha nods to Cloud in understanding. Realizing it is a lot to take in, she suggests a walk to clear their heads, prompting Cloud to snap his fingers. A portal instantly materializes behind them, and Natasha calmly invites their 5 guests to step through with her. The moment they step through, the 5 companions are absolutely awestruck by the jaw-dropping sights before them. They find themselves standing in a bustling, vibrant city, and Natasha proudly declares that this is her beloved home. It is a small kingdom on the planet Irad Aliote, its magnificent skyline stretching out as far as they can see. A projection of a little girl offers Akane a flower, but when Akane bends down to thank her, her hand passes right through it. As Akane looks on in confusion, Natasha explains that they cannot interact with anything, as this entire place is just an artifact. The device is simply reconstructing her memories, leaving Hikaru in awe of how lively and vibrant the streets once were. Akane spots some text on the city walls and asks Cloud to translate the foreign language written next to a picture of Natasha. Cloud reveals that the text announces a coronation ceremony in 5 days, prompting a completely shocked Shinji to stare at Natasha. He gasps upon realizing that she is actually royalty, while Natasha calmly points ahead and shows them where she used to live. The entire team instantly froze in place, looking up into the sky, completely paralyzed by sheer shock. Even Midori was utterly confused, seeing a massive, luxurious castle that was completely different from the modest family background he had heard about. Then Minato looked back and saw a surprisingly warm, happy scene. It made Minato remember his own family, wondering if his mother was doing well before suddenly calling out to Natasha. He told her she grew up in an amazing environment, and she calmly thanked him for the compliment. Suddenly, Natasha told Minato to watch everything carefully until the very end, leaving him confused enough to ask what she meant. Before he could get an answer, the sky cracked open and massive towers began falling to the earth. The team looked up in pure panic, while the surrounding citizens ran around in total confusion. "What on earth is floating in the sky?" Hinata Hikotaru screamed in panic as he witnessed the terrifying scene. Midori froze, realizing it was a tower, and raised his voice to ask if Riando was behind this. Looking through Minato's eyes, everything was pure chaos. But wait, Natasha grimly warned him that it was finally starting. They completely demolished the city while vicious beasts emerged from the ruins to tear the innocent citizens apart. Those crushed by the towers were instantly frozen, while a mother and child were swallowed by ravenous evil flames. The horrific devastation made them turn pale, and as a deafening, piercing shriek echoed, Akin covered her ears in sheer terror. Someone is screaming. Akin panicked, but Natasha calmly explained that it was actually her own voice from an old memory. As the massive structures continued to crash down, a stunned Shinji kept asking why this was happening. How could this happen? Akon gritted her teeth in panic, while Natasha simply stared at the destruction with blank eyes. Cloud grabbed her hand, urgently telling her to run while her mind was still spinning with questions. She demanded to know what was happening, but he insisted she run to the glowing tree on the hill as she stared at the bodies. Mourning her lost family, she wept while a stunned Minato could barely whisper her name, choked up by the horror. The horrific sight completely silenced him as tears streamed down Natasha's face. She whispered that every single time she closes her eyes, she relives the day they were invaded. Decimated by the invaders, leaving everyone in a heavy, painful silence, with Akin standing completely frozen and speechless. Minato stepped right through the blazing flames, walking amidst the dead with his head hung low, his mind in a tangled mess. He kept murmuring to himself, finally remembering the original reason why they needed to destroy the tower. It was because humans were so fragile, left with no choice but to endure the terrifying might of these otherworldly invaders. Powerless as they crushed everything, his anger boiled over and he refused to stay quiet any longer. So he fought back, whispering that he finally understood the weight of the words spoken to him. Malicious said back then. Minato suddenly grabbed her shoulders, pleading with her to show him the way. How can we save your planet? He demanded, and hearing his words, Natasha let her tears stream down freely. Suddenly, the glowing mark on Minato's hand flared to life, and get this, the ancestor's power was surging fierce within him. Natasha continued to sob, while back at headquarters, Rei and Ishiro watched the entire scene unfold on the main monitor. Frowning, Rei sighed just as Minato declared with absolute fury that he would wipe out every last invader. Out on the highway toward Tokyo, the Kanagi Minato team's lead car sped forward, with all 4 members fully prepared for action. In Car 2, Kanem was throwing a massive tantrum, while Asuke calmly adjusted his glasses and spoke up. Irio, you are being way too loud. He snapped, a vein throbbing on his forehead as Kanem continued to struggle. How could he sit still, since he was still dreaming of a relaxing vacation after their successful rescue mission? He kept screaming that they should be celebrating their victory instead of being dragged into another crazy mission. Why are we suddenly saving another planet anyway? He whined, and surprisingly, even Hanada Hikotaru agreed with his complaints. Kanem yelled in frustration, completely baffled as to why even their commander-in-chief had agreed to this so quickly. Teo just gave them a casual thumbs up, trying to pacify them by promising they would at least get cool new uniforms. Complaining that the higher-ups favored Kanagi Minato, he threw another fit and threatened to quit the team entirely. He whined about wanting a comforting hug from Captain Miki instead, which finally prompted Akin to speak up. Irio turned around, hopefully wondering if she was offering a hug, but she shut him down with absolute fury. Her deadly glare immediately made him apologize, leaving him to whisper to himself how terrifying she could be. Why can't anything good ever happen to him? He wonders what on earth that Kanagi Minato kid is actually planning. Minato looks out the car window, thinking back to 12 hours ago when he gathered with the progenitors. Zero softly notes how long it has been since they last met, and Minato nods in agreement. Malicious speaks in a low voice while Alice N awkwardly scratches her head, deeply embarrassed that they did not foresee being sealed by the constellation. Kafo hangs his head in apology for his own skill, but Valentine quickly steps in to comfort him. Valentine tells him to dry his tears, while Ryan clenches his fist, insisting that Patanzali's skill was key to defeating their target. That target was Ichihara Midori. Minato turns back with deep gratitude, thanking everyone and Ryan for all their hard work. Ryan seriously tells him there is no need for formalities, focusing instead on his future, to which Minato quickly nods. Minato raises his voice, declaring his goal to save Natasha's planet, asking how they managed to drive away the enemy back then. The progenitors exchange glances calmly, explaining that they simply slash, kick, throw, stab, and shoot until the enemy is dead. A confused Minato quickly cuts them off, explaining that is not at all what he meant, which only leaves Ryan looking quite skeptical. But that is the simple truth. As Minato stands there utterly baffled, Ryan calmly explains that since the constellation failed to kill him, they are forced to come up with a brand new strategy, making this the perfect moment to strike. They believe offense is the best defense and must immediately set out for Planet Arat, aiming for a direct strike on Alias. Minato panics about flying straight into space right now, but Zero looks on with deep skepticism. There is no reason to hesitate yet. Minato remains anxious, stuttering that, while it might be true, he still has doubts. Ryan's sharp eyes narrow as he sternly commands they return to their first meeting place, emphasizing that the Progenitor Tomb is located right there. A sudden spark of hope flashes in Minato's eyes as a massive pillar of light shoots straight up into the heavens. Hidden behind the tomb is a giant teleportation portal marked by a massive crest, causing Natasha to squint and gasp at the blinding glow. She rubs her eyes, demanding to know what it is, while Minato awkwardly explains that the portal might take them straight to their destination. They can go straight to Alias, leaving Cloud and Natasha utterly shocked as Cloud covers his mouth in disbelief while Shinji frowns in confusion at the blinding light, muttering that he does not understand why everyone is so surprised. He explains that on their side, traveling from planet Uras all the way to Earth usually requires multiple stopovers. They have to rest on other planets as transit stops, encountering toxic atmospheres or worlds entirely ruled by wild beasts. Some planets even have gravity 10,000 times stronger than normal, meaning the entire journey normally takes at least 2 full weeks. Though that is actually considered fast for such a distance, Natasha remains completely baffled by a portal that can jump straight there. Transporting this many people all at once is something she has never seen or heard of in her life. Suddenly, Midori warns Minato that something is coming as swarm after swarm of bizarre insects begin pouring out of the light. Natasha watches them in sheer panic while Hinoki Reichiro suddenly speaks up, asking Minato if he remembers the monster they faced before. The beast they fought back at the tomb, to which Minato replies that of course he still remembers it. It was a hibernating beast from the tower, which Hinoki Reichiro calmly identifies as a void insect, shocking the young boy even further. Minato can barely believe it, realizing these creatures must be part of the constellation's vanguard forces. Hinoki Reichiro sneers, explaining that these monsters were programmed to awaken the very second the portal was activated. As the swarm rapidly closes in a panic, Minato calls out to Hinoki Reichiro, who only shouts back with thrill. Hinoki Reichiro demands Minato hand over his body, causing the crest on his hand to glow as sharp slashes cut the air. As the vehicle violently shakes, everyone screams in panic, while Hinoki Reichiro, now controlling Minato's body, climbs onto the roof with a cold laugh. Facing the massive crawling swarm, he unleashes his legendary 10,000 army slash, warning them not to stand in Hinoki Reichiro's path. Midori suddenly leaps onto the roof beside him, calmly announcing that he is joining the battle as well. Hinoki Reichiro grins with pure excitement, declaring that sooner or later the two of them must have a real duel. Midori softly replies that he is ready whenever, though now is hardly the time, before offering a quick explanation. He admits he is frustrated with his own weakness and just needs to vent, prompting Hinoki Reichiro to chuckle at his fiery spirit. Hinoki Reichiro laughs heartily, agreeing to charge together before shouting down to the younger brother Suo to hit the gas. The heavy stomp on the roof startles Shinji, but he quickly acknowledges the command and slams his foot on the accelerator, speeding up. As the insects swarm together into a hideous behemoth, Hinoki Reichiro feels a surge of thrill, noting how long it has been. He happily warns the monster to prepare for a beating, roaring that it has been far too long since his last real fight. The giant insect opens its jaws and rushes at the two of them. He raises his sword, unleashing the Hinoki one-sword style as a flash of blue light pierces straight through its body. With his drifting cloud strike, the insect's body is sliced clean in half. He stares in absolute disbelief, and Midori is left completely stunned. To think he could master this basic starter move to such a flawless high level. Deep down, Hinoki Reichiro recalls that the boy was never this incredibly skilled before, leaving him completely amazed by the sheer progress. Minato's physical body has grown vastly stronger, incomparable to his past self. He turns his head with a smug grin, asking what they have to say about that. Midori stares wide-eyed at Hinoki Reichiro while Kanem looks at the pile of defeated insects and smugly yells out for the Kanagi Minato squad to drop dead. They claim they are not afraid of these cheap toys, but the swarm suddenly revives and chases them, triggering a wave of pure grossed-out panic. Kanem panics, yelling that he does not want to fight them and questioning why their numbers are suddenly so overwhelming. This car will not hold out, especially with more blocking the road ahead. Sakazaki used teleportation quickly. Asuke snaps at him to shut up while Shinji looks ahead in panic, his face turning grim as he stares down the approaching swarm. With their trust placed in those two, Midori quickly rushes forward, a brilliant glowing orb of energy forming in his hand. A figure suddenly rushes up beside him as Hinoki Reichiro steps forward, raising his blade as a brilliant blue light begins to wrap around his body. With the Hinoki one-sword style, a flood of training memories suddenly rushes back into Hinoki Reichiro's mind. He remembers when it was just a peaceful river before it grew into a crashing waterfall, but no matter the storm, he never once stopped training. With his eyes shut tight, Hinoki Reichiro senses every single movement, from a dewdrop sliding off a leaf to the rushing water of the falls. The rushing movement of the water snaps his eyes wide open, and the swarming insects ahead suddenly become crystal clear in his vision. Hinoki Reichiro draws his sword in a flash, delivering a devastating water-severing slash that cuts clean through layers and layers of the swarming insects. Hinoki Reichiro sheathes his blade as time seems to stand still, leaving the insects to shatter into dust while Midori watches on completely stunned. Around the time Ichihara Midori woke up Tenmyo, Io stirred some tea powder in her bowl and spoke in a quiet, low voice. She calmly explains the supreme prediction of the Bhagavad Gita, revealing that number 0, or more accurately, Warren had hidden it away from everyone, leaving everyone completely blind to the future. Io pushes the teacup forward and softly tells Midori not to shoulder everything on his own. With his head bowed low before her, Midori speaks with a heavy heart, admitting he has no idea what he should do from now on. Gary looks down at his hands, muttering that he does not know how to atone his mind, filled with memories of those who sacrificed themselves. He wonders how he can ever make amends to Arap and to all the innocent people killed by his very own hands. Io looks at her grandson with a sigh, admitting she honestly does not understand any of it, leaving her two assistants utterly shocked. Io softly says that the truth is he was simply far too careless before his enemy's hostility, although she tells him that while she does not want him constantly drowning in self-blame, it is only natural that he would be haunted by it. Looking at her grandson, who still bows his head, she calmly states that this is precisely why. Io raises her voice, telling him to fight hard and struggle to keep living, as that might be the very answer he is searching for. Midori looks up in confusion, repeating the words to keep living as Io stares at his crest and urges him to return to his true duty. He must carry all this pain and continue moving forward, she says, looking up at the sky with determination, even if he is currently in darkness. As long as he does not give up, he is bound to find the light on his path, her words echoing. Io ring in Midori's ears even now. Suddenly, Shinji yells out a warning about a car ahead right as the swarm of insects relentlessly attacks the helpless pedestrians. Hinoki Reichiro clicks his tongue and draws his blade, but a sudden burst of radiating light makes him hesitate. A driver ahead is speeding completely out of control, but his car is suddenly wrapped in an invisible force and lifted straight into the air. The driver sits inside the vehicle, completely bewildered by what just happened, while Hinoki Reichiro turns back to look at Midori standing behind him. Midori stares intently ahead, his focus entirely locked on channeling his powerful divine tempest skill. Hinoki Reichiro is completely stunned, knowing this violent storm has the power to destroy absolutely everything in its path, and yet, Ichihara Midori is somehow able to fully control that terrifying destructive force, having trained his mastery over it to absolute perfection. He does this for a single purpose, to protect humanity and save his beloved comrades as his powerful wind surrounds the innocent citizens nearby. Witnessing this divine tempest, Aski looks at the floating cars around them in pure shock. He wonders if it is some kind of wind shield as Midori raises his hand to cast Gale Guard. The swarming insects are instantly swept high into the air, and the moment he lowers his hand, the massive wind pressure crushes them into the dirt. Midori twists his hand, unleashing a tornado that sweeps them up in his wind swallow flight technique. Akane can only marvel at how incredible it is, never imagining that he could summon and control so many individual currents of wind at once. Shinomiya stares at the screen, showing Midori, who sits there silently as if calculating some mysterious plan. Akane panics and screams that it turned into a snake again and is catching up, while Hinoki Reichiro suddenly bursts out laughing. "You are pretty cool, Midori Ichihara," he says, highly praising the incredible wind barrier protecting them. "So that is your true technique, not bad at all." The two coordinate perfectly front and back while Hinoki Reichiro watches the monster. Midori quickly unleashes his wind style, deploying his divine hurricane alongside a crushing gale of sword chi. Sharp wind and deadly sword chi slash from both sides. The escaping citizens look on in complete awe, whispering about the wind. "The wind is guarding us," they whisper. Daisy speaks softly, thanking the two of them for their hard work. They are about to exit the highway, almost reaching their destination. Midori looks at the massive beam of light ahead. The tomb guardian Rui stands by the bridge, watching the scene and whispering in admiration. "Such a showy entrance," he mutters, hoping nobody gets hurt as he calmly flips through his book. "Let's see, how do you read this name?" Suddenly, Kanagi Minato appears on the page and Rui calmly closes the book. "Oh well, according to the ancient prophecy, they should be arriving any minute now." He sighs softly, muttering that weird Kanagi Minato name. Rui stands in the courtyard to greet them. "Welcome everyone, I am the guardian of this sacred mausoleum, my name is Rui." Shinomiya Akane is confused by this introduction, wondering what a guardian is, so Asuke explains it means the tomb caretaker. Rui nods calmly, explaining that this special duty has been passed down through his family. Passed down through generations, his family has guarded this sacred place, while calling it home, though normally he only does basic cleaning tasks. And welcoming occasional tourists, he says, turning around. But today, it seems his typical routine is going to change. Honestly, who wouldn't be freaked out if their house suddenly turned into a giant mystical tomb? Akane can only nod as Rui leads them forward. He looks at Minato and speaks with a cheerful grin, realizing the Kanagi Minato person from the prophecy is actually Minato. This completely bewilders Minato, who asks how they know him, while Rui remains absolutely calm. Don't you remember? It has been a long time, but they used to play in the library. Suddenly, Minato remembers and shouts Rui's name. Rui calmly responds that it indeed brings back memories, adding that it is natural Minato did not recognize him. He wore glasses back then. Minato stands stunned as Rui continues asking if Rui took over this place and where his father is now. Hearing this, Rui turns away softly, suggesting they discuss that later. He shines his lantern and calls out, guiding everyone to follow him while Minato looks at the stairs in surprise. As they descend the stairs, Rui holds his lantern high and proudly speaks of the ancient secrets, recorded in the scriptures of his family, promising to lead them to the foot of the teleportation gate. Memories flash back to a young Rui running around the library while his father quickly warns him, "Hey, stop running around the library, son." Minato also appears behind him, softly apologizing while Rui tries to explain. He argues that Minato was chasing him, begging his father to read Minato the legendary stories of the progenitors. He pats their heads gently, telling them that Minato is right and reminding Rui, this is not just a playground but a place far more interesting, proudly pulling out an old book for them to see. Rui is confused, complaining it looks so dirty, but his father explains it contains records of the Mark of the Void, a mysterious transcendent once fought side by side with the progenitors in ancient times, though no official records exist of what happened afterward. Since Minato's mark has finally appeared, he must learn from the legendary progenitor he admires most to protect this world, and Minato excitedly promises to do his absolute best. He praises them gently, noting there are no visitors today, so he offers to read about the progenitors, specifically the tale of the man who sliced a planet. Rui panics, protesting that he definitely does not want to hear that. As those happy memories fade back, Rui leads everyone deeper into the tomb softly, revealing his father has passed away. Minato is shocked to hear this, but Rui calmly states it happened about 2 months ago. On the day, grave robbers broke in and his father was attacked by that insect monster. Minato stares in absolute disbelief. He softly remarks that the beast had simply stumbled upon the hidden tomb and crawled its way inside. Though it was reportedly eliminated by a high-ranking hunter later, it was already too late. His father could not be saved. Rui seriously ponders, realizing the first layer of the seal must have been shattered, allowing the constellation to detect the mark of the void, waking the beast to lie in wait. Unfortunately, his father ran into one of those monsters. Minato grits his teeth in frustration. Minato wonders if it is all because he broke the seal, but Jui stops him firmly, stating it is not his fault and that the Star Alliance are the true villains. Minato looks at him with deep guilt. Jui turns away with a soft sigh, apologizing for rambling on about his own personal troubles for so long. He explains his father was the previous guardian who married into the Hanayagi family out of respect for the ancestors, remembered as a calm and gentle soul. The man had no grand ambitions, raising Jui to be just like him, quiet, gentle, and peaceful, free from emotional storms. Suddenly, the ancient stone bricks before them begin to glow one by one. As the wall parts, Jui reveals they have reached the deepest chamber of the tomb. Minato looks up, completely speechless at the sight. Jui notes that according to ancient texts, this is a teleportation gate constructed by the ancestors and the legendary Void Transcendental. Right then, the mark on Minato's hand begins to glow. Jui whispers that it might be reacting to his predecessor. Minato stands frozen quietly, wondering if he truly has a connection to the past. Hinoki Reichiro speaks up, saying they can discuss the past later. Right now, they have a mission. They need to reach their home planet first. Cloud and Natasha look on in awe while Minato nods, quietly agreeing. He offers a soft thank you to Jui before stepping forward. Jui gestures for them to stand in the center. The glowing circle is the destination. The key is Minato's void mark, as only a transcendental can trigger the warp. Jui can go no further. Minato bids farewell. Jui waves, wishing them a safe journey, but the gentle smile quickly fades from his face. In a low, heavy voice, Jui calls out Minato's name, bringing up the brutal leader who murdered his father. He asks if they are going to eliminate that monster. Minato turns, looking directly into Jui's desperate eyes. Jui asks if he can truly rely on him to avenge his father, his voice shaking with raw emotion. He begs Minato for vengeance, spitting out his hatred for those monsters whom he can never forgive. Jui hesitates, admitting his own total helplessness in battle, and begs Minato to carry this heavy burden of revenge for him. Jui reaches out a trembling hand. Minato clasps it firmly, promising to carry out his wish and destroy them. Tears stream down Jui's face as Minato turns back toward the portal, placing his hand onto the ancient mark. He tells the team it is time to depart for Alias, and a bright pillar of light engulfs them. Jui watches their fading silhouettes softly, wishing a safe journey to the void transcendental Kanagi Minato. Minato and his team are pulled forward by a massive gravitational force, his glowing mark blazing as he vows to make those who destroyed their homes pay. They murder Jui's father and ruin Natasha's life, so he loudly declares that he will never forgive the Star Alliance. The Kanzaki team from the small planet of Era finally arrives at Alias. Minato looks down, utterly stunned by what he sees. The desolate landscape flashing before his eyes matches the exact nightmare Natasha and the others had dreamed of. Their homeland lies in absolute ruin with massive shattered towers driven straight into the ground in a grim display of destruction. Talk about a total nightmare, a colossal worm-like monster wraps around the palace towers. The horrific sight forces Cloud to cover his mouth in disgust, while Natasha stands completely frozen. Akin grits his teeth in horror, while Minato presses a fist to his chest, sensing the countless souls buried deep beneath the rubble. Countless victims cover the ground, igniting a burning ancient rage within Minato from the ancestors who dwell inside him. Asuke adjusts his glasses and points toward the city wall, spotting makeshift tents built by survivors huddled in the ruins. The pale, starving citizens struggle to survive a tragic sight that leaves Shinji completely shaken. Have they truly been reduced to hiding like rats? Natasha watches the tragedy, her heart breaking. Kanem suddenly screams in panic, pointing toward the distant camp where a massive hidden threat is tunneling through the dirt at terrifying speed. He warns them of a grotesque beast rushing their way as a gigantic worm bursts through the ground. Natasha frowns at the approaching monster and leaps straight down to engage while a panicked Cloud screams for her to wait. Minato quickly signals the Kanzaki team to move out. Meanwhile, amidst the rubble, an elderly village elder calls out to the crowd. She asks the survivors to line up, ladling out a meager serving of thin soup and apologizing for having so little to offer. A little boy leans against his mother, crying because he is still hungry while she holds him tight, trying to soothe him. Nearby, another shivering child cries out for home, forcing another helpless mother to offer what little comfort she can. She assures him they will go home soon before turning away to sigh at how dire their circumstances have truly become. Her voice trembles with a faint, desperate hope, praying for the day their beloved princess finally returns to save them. Just as those words left their lips, Natasha's voice rings out. Everyone looks up in absolute shock. Natasha and Cloud quickly land right beside them. As the confused crowd stares, Princess Natasha looks at her people and softly apologizes. She blames herself for being so useless, keeping them waiting all this time, and hangs her head in deep shame. She begs for their forgiveness. But completely ignoring her tearful regrets, a little boy suddenly cries out in pure excitement. "Look, it is the princess! How awesome!" Natasha freezes, tears still in her eyes as the crowd erupts in joy. It is Princess Natasha, she is back. The citizens shout her name over and over, overjoyed to see her. They knew their princess would never abandon them. Welcoming her home, the crowd warms her heart, bringing tears of joy. Standing right beside her, Cloud quietly speaks up. He gently reminds her that even if she left to save her people, she still technically had to leave them behind. Still, seeing this warm reunion brings a genuine smile to his face. He says it is a relief. Natasha lifts her head, filled with determination, and calls out. She tells everyone that they are safe now. Then she proudly announces the arrival of some incredibly powerful allies. But before she can even finish her sentence, a massive insect monster suddenly creeps up right behind her. Opening its hideous jaws, it lunges. The citizens scream in terror, but a mysterious brush suddenly drops from the sky. High above, a blinding light and two familiar heroes distract the beast. Asuke and Kanem coordinate their movements perfectly, firing off a powerful combo skill that completely locks down the battlefield. The massive insect suddenly freezes in place. Paralyzed midair, the beast freezes as Hanada Hikotaru transforms behind Natasha and winds up a massive kick. He launches the giant monster flying with a single strike. Minato touches the beast and the team swiftly surrounds it. They unleash a barrage of overwhelming ultimate skills, blending destructive magic and supreme alchemy to obliterate their target. The monster shatters into a beautiful shower of glittering light. Down below, the little boy claps in pure awe. Natasha turns to her people, proudly declaring that these brave heroes have come to help them defeat Glasta. Introducing them as the kingdom's new allies, the grateful citizens cheer for their incredible strength, thanking Akka. Aka looks at the weeping crowd. She makes a silent promise. We must protect them. Midori and Hanada Hikotaru firmly nod in agreement. Suddenly, a dark shadow appears atop the city wall, and trust me, they are not ready for this. Cloud gasps in absolute shock, unable to believe his eyes. Natasha turns pale, recognizing her own brother, Prince Mikan. Mikan welcomes Natasha back, claiming their parents are waiting, but black liquid is dripping heavily from his eyes. His voice sounds horribly distorted as he invites her to the palace. This twisted figure is indeed the prince, Natasha's older brother, Prince Mikan. Meanwhile, deep inside the corrupted palace, Queen Anastasia's voice echoes out. She casually asks her husband where Mikan went. King Nikolai answers her with an eerie calmness. He explains that their son went to fetch their runaway daughter. Queen Anastasia smiles softly at the news. Delighted by Natasha's return, she takes a bite of rotten meat. King Nikolai casually sips his drink. He agrees that it is wonderful. It has been far too long since their family was whole again. His eyes fixate on an old family portrait. Meanwhile, Mikan stands before Minato, repeating his creepy welcome. He eerily tells Natasha to come home as their mother and father are eagerly waiting for her. Minato raises his sword on high alert. Natasha stares at her brother, trembling as she asks if it is really him. Akin backs away from the sludge. Cloud grimly confirms her fears. He explains that this is the terrifying reality of the invaders. They hijack the bodies of the kingdom's strongest warriors. Once they invade, they quickly establish total control. Hanada Hikotaru gasps in shock. He remembers Eva and number 0 but realizes the order is flipped. Glasta was the one pulling the strings, which means Midori furiously yells out, accusing them of spreading this vile parasite to everyone else. Mikan proudly beats his chest, declaring that they have willingly accepted Glasta to become one with it. Ignoring her panic, Mikan boasts that the feeling of this transformation is absolutely magnificent. He claims he is far superior to any normal human, urging Natasha to join him in this evolution. Natasha grits her teeth in sheer rage, demanding to know how much more Glasta plans to steal. Reaching out his hand, Mikan offers to repay them for bringing his sister back by inviting them to join. Just accept Krusta, so we can rule this planet together. He screams out in a mad frenzy, demanding to steal all the light. The blue light of the sword charges straight at him. Minato calmly declines, but his older brother Mikan stares him down with a stern look. He does not remember. Who allowed you to address me like that? Rei Ishiro looks through Minato's eyes at the vast landscape outside. Minato, I am leaving this guy to you. I will observe the enemy's condition first. Minato quickly charges his piercing strike, slamming it directly into the horse Mikan is riding. He sneers a horse. Minato's strikes keep coming without pause, executing the Hinoki-style first strike. He continues his assault with Murakumo. Minato realizes that spear took a direct hit from Murakumo without a single scratch. How did you? Mikan sneers, unleashing his spec flash spear as tentacles suddenly erupt from the spearhead. Minato watches in sheer panic. Krusta's tentacles shoot out from the spear tip, aiming right behind them. Midori panics. These tentacles are sealing everyone's skills. Don't touch those branches. The spearhead suddenly glows. Chesnik thunder, he shouts out too late. A blinding golden light engulfs the area. Minato looks back in panic. Mikan charges forward on his lightning horse, Glow grunting as Minato panics, using his blade to block. This attack is just too strong, Mikan gloats. The Smirnov royal family comes from a lineage of knights, and my mounted spear techniques are all piercing strikes. Malicious looks at the screen suddenly, understanding everything, so he uses electricity. But who do you think your opponent is? The disciple of whom Minato quickly counters with the Circle of Truth. Mikan's lightning is instantly nullified. He gasps in shock, asking if his electricity was just erased. Minato swings his sword to counterattack. His glowing blade swings forward. Mikan instantly unleashes his Thunder Fang. The two massive powers clash violently. Gold and blue lights interweave, triggering a massive explosion. Dust plumes into the air as Mikan laughs, calling it highly amusing. The tower behind them suddenly glows blue. He turns and sighs a retreat order from Mother. Let's head back, Glow. Before Minato can even process this, he desperately shouts to wait. The enemy looks back mockingly, telling him to come if he wants more. To my castle, he says. He dashes away like a bolt of lightning. Minato immediately turns his alert gaze toward the window. Wait, check this out. Two figures stand there observing everything. Minato is utterly shocked to see Natasha's parents. Malicious calls out his name. They have finalized their plan. Mikan will be handled by Sima, Nikolai will be finished by Rowan, and Anastasia will be dealt with by Malicious. She firmly declares they will attack that castle. Flashback to their childhood, Mikan used to constantly call out Natasha's name at the dining table, repeatedly calling for her. He carried a worried expression as he urged her to wake up since it was mealtime. Sitting across from Mikan was a very lazy Natasha, slowly gnawing on bread. Half asleep, she finally mumbled for him to wait another 9 hours. Mikan was completely baffled, asking if she meant until night. He warned her that Mother was watching them. Anastasia looked quite displeased as she reprimanded her. Only when she spoke up did Natasha finally wake up completely. At that moment, Nikolai let out a hearty laugh and made a comment. Who cares if she loves eating and sleeping? I will raise her anyway. Anastasia frowned in response, but she does not have to do both at the same time. She sighed with a chuckle, wondering if she could ever follow in her footsteps. But on another day, Karen walked down the corridor calling out loudly for the princess. Where are you? It is time for sword practice. This man is none other than the hero Karen Zakharov. His loud shouts echoed through the area, reaching all the way to where Natasha was hiding. Cloud turned around to remind her that Karen seemed to be searching for her, but she lazily told him to just ignore it. I am not in the mood today. Mother will scold me again, but who cares about footsteps? I just want to laze around and sleep. Then Natasha turned to Mikan and added that her older brother was definitely much better suited to be king than her. Hearing this, he smiled and replied that their family is matriarchal and even their father married in. No matter what, he still believed Natasha would make an excellent queen. Hearing this, she lazily asked if he really thought so. Both of them looked in the same direction as Mikan spoke again, noting that Natasha truly loved this country. This time, Natasha did not deny it. Of course she did. She slowly and calmly made a request. "Brother, even if I become queen, you will stay by my side forever, right?" McCann affectionately patted her head and promised. He promised to support her so she had nothing to worry about. She smiled with absolute delight. Leaning her head on his shoulder, she told him she was counting on him. Their sweet moment was suddenly cut short by angry shouting. "Karen has finally found the princess, and wait, the young master is here too." Fully accustomed to this regular routine, Mikhail immediately scoops Natasha up and runs off completely, ignoring Karen's calls from behind. Karen yells not to take her away, but the two siblings just burst out laughing, their joy echoing through the castle. Back in the present, a strange corruption clings to the castle walls while Natasha stares ahead with tear-filled, sorrowful eyes. Alongside the other members, she quietly watches the scene unfold with her older brother standing nearby. Minato steps forward and asks a direct question. "Natasha, what do you want to do now?" This sudden inquiry leaves her stunned. Akane is left blinking, asking if Kanagi Minato is actually their captain, but his expression stays dead serious. He poses the question once more. "Natasha, will you fight your family?" In the end, it is her choice to make. His words plunge her into deep thought, bringing back warm memories of her family as a voice echoes in her mind. She looks toward the citizens waiting for her rescue, and Mikhail's voice from the past rings out once again, reminding her that because she is Natasha, she has a duty. The memories of that day flash vividly before her. He had asked her if she truly loved this country, and with that, Natasha finally makes up her mind. She declares she will go to Castle von Schloss, and the group moves swiftly toward the front gates. As they approach the gates of Castle von Schloss, Midori notes that the structure feels like a living, breathing entity. His comment thoroughly spooks Akane, who groans that this creepy enemy is way too much to handle right now. After walking a bit further, Shinji suddenly calls out, telling Midori to halt and protect everyone. His eyes are sharp with high alert. Someone is standing right at the gate. A towering figure blocks their path. Draped in black armor, the warrior is none other than Karen. The moment his true identity is revealed, everyone freezes. Klaus and Natasha stare in horror. How could the legendary hero Alexei Karen Zakharov be here? Memories of his training resurface. In her mind, her childhood training days flash by. Meanwhile, Karen clutches his head in agony, groaning in pain. One of his eyes briefly clears up as he mutters a faint plea to the princess. Relief washes over Natasha. His consciousness is still there. But the brief window slams shut as Karen descends into absolute madness, roaring a manic warning at them. Ordering the intruders to clear out, he unleashes a devastating slash with absolutely zero hesitation. The shockwave forces the vanguard back, sending them crashing hard into the stone walls behind them. Minato grits his teeth, realizing the sheer terrifying scale of the hero's power. The progenitors are immediately summoned, ready to fight. High above familiar shadows watch the battlefield unfold. Those observers are none other than Natasha's family. Meanwhile, the dark mass clinging to the castle grows more aggressive. The threat intensifies by the second. Hinoki Reichiro speaks up, noting he would love to let the kid keep fighting, but there is no time. Time is up for Minato, catching him completely off guard. The rest of the team calls out to Natasha in worry, while Akane delivers a sober assessment of their situation. She stares at the completely mindless warrior, fully aware of the tragic reality that lies ahead. Her expression hardens into pure resolve, accepting the painful choice she has to make. Across from them, Karen raises his weapon, preparing for a fatal strike. He unleashes a powerful blow aimed directly at Minato's group, but Natasha refuses to stay on the sidelines. She activates Spark, Light, her cosmic beam, erupting with a brilliant blinding glare to protect her people. The blinding flash engulfs Karen, forcing him to shield his eyes as he mutters her name in shock. She demands he stand down, causing a momentary flicker of hesitation to cross the old warrior's face. He whispers her title, but the hesitation is short-lived as a flurry of deadly slashes tears through him. The attacker is none other than Hinoki Reichiro, who mockingly offers an apology for interrupting their honorable duel. Massive energy radiates from his body as he notes, they simply do not have the luxury of time. Minato and Hinoki Reichiro unleash a coordinated strike from the Hinoki sword style, tearing into Karen's defenses. The onslaught is incredibly relentless, slicing through both the hero and the massive stone structures behind him into tiny pieces. A final blinding flash erupts, and the legendary warrior's life force begins to fade. Yet, his final gaze remains fixed. His dying eyes lock onto Natasha. On her end, she stands in stunned silence, unable to process the grief. In his final moments, Karen smiles faintly at the memories of her sneaking away from sword practice. Karen proudly reflects on how long it has been since he first started chasing after his god a lifetime ago. You have truly grown so much. And right before completely fading away, he leaves behind one final request. Save this country. Hearing his desperate plea, Natasha can only offer a quiet nod. With absolute sincerity, she promises she will. Then she uses her sparkline to leap into the cosmos, finally defeating and freeing Karen. Watching this play out, Midori quietly wonders if those taken over by Clasta can ever go back to normal. Can they never be saved? Nearby, the rest of Natasha's family turns to leave as the Clasta above grows wildly active. The mast clinging high above is pulsing violently, prompting a grim warning that they are completely out of time. Hinoki Reichiro takes the lead, urging everyone to keep moving while Natasha stares ahead with absolute unwavering focus. They press on, and their next destination lies right outside the towering gates of Volkslaus Castle. Rushing straight into the fray, Minato tells the others to leave it to him, preparing to unleash his signature Hinoki style. With his Uniralang slash targeted at the Grasta high above, Kanem can only watch in absolute shock. Too dangerous. He should have warned them sooner. Meanwhile, Shinji is quietly analyzing the entire situation. It is impossible for him to know the founder's technique. Minato looks ahead grimly, noting malicious presence. Standing right beside him, Ryan steps up with a deadly serious expression, confirming that this is indeed their barrier. Yes, and without breaking it, they cannot enter, leading Kankis to grumble about how annoying this is. It does not just cover the monster, it wraps the entire castle. Ryan locks his eyes ahead, formulating a quick plan. With the entrance unguarded, they can head straight for the palace. He immediately turns to Hinoki Reichiro with a request. Let me take the lead. Once they swap positions, he shouts for everyone to listen up as they run. He asks if they all clearly understand the situation. Hearing this, Asu pushes up his glasses with a calm reply. It is exactly as expected. They all look toward the same spot, staring at the massive, fully grown void worm. The beast has likely sensed their approach and is actively accelerating its pupation process, leaving Kenem completely baffled by the term. Did you say pupation? Akane asks if he seriously forgot, while Shinji chimes in to remind him it was already explained back in the vehicle. Fortunately, Hanada Hikotaru steps in to clarify, explaining that the tower drains the planet's energy to fuel their transformation. It fuses with local life forms. This dark revelation only makes Ryan look incredibly pleased. He gives them a perfect score before dryly adding that with their current strength, they probably cannot stand a chance. They probably cannot even land a single scratch on it. This harsh reality leaves Kanem in complete panic despite their allies. Even Midori falls silent, deep in thought. Shinji then speaks up, asking if that warning applies even when the progenitor is controlling Minato. Ryan keeps moving as he answers, warning that the danger is very real. Because of this, he maps out another strategy. They must take the fastest route straight to the monster the moment the barrier goes down. Charging forward, a massive door slowly comes into view. Once they step inside the inner chamber, they brace themselves. Ryan notes the next obstacle waiting right in front of them is none other than the formidable Mikan. Ryan looks determined. They will clear the path. But before he can even finish, action takes over. Hinoki Reichiro steps up eagerly, offering to handle it himself. But before he can even draw his weapon, he is stopped. Kankis steps past him, holding him back while reminding him that he has already done enough fighting today. Looking back, Kankis tells Hinoki Reichiro that he has already pushed himself way too hard. Hinoki Reichiro can only click his tongue. Unable to argue, Hinoki Reichiro backs down. Kankis confidently claims that since the opponent uses a spear, this is his stage. Huey worriedly asks if he needs a spear, but Kankis quickly declines with a brief shake of his head. Completely unarmed, Kankis advances. Suddenly, a powerful roaring bolt of lightning crackles through the air directly toward him. It is Mikan unleashing his devastating Esposia lightning strike. In response, Kankis quickly kicks a nearby flagpole loose. He snatches it out of the air, using it as an improvised weapon to block the incoming assault. The collision triggers a massive flash inside the castle, filling the room with thick dust and leaving Mikan completely stunned. Clo was the first to speak, absolutely amazed that a mere display spear could block such a powerful attack. Right before their very eyes, Kankis is holding his own, locking weapons directly against the formidable spear of Mikan. Kankis scoffs, calling it a cheap, ugly piece of junk, and that casual insult completely shatters Mikan's focus. Visibly shaken, Mikan is forced backward, a growing sense of dread starting to creep deep into his mind. What on earth is this? The atmosphere feels completely different now, and he quickly glances over at his horse. He notices his horse, Glow, is trembling. Meanwhile, Kankis has zero intention of stopping as he promises to show him a legendary technique. This is the spear technique of the ancient progenitor, Sima Kankis, and he is going to teach him its true nature. To understand the essence of the spear, we must look back at a legendary tale recorded in history about the progenitor. Centuries ago, during a brutal war between two rival nations, the story of the great spearman Sima Kankis first began. Amidst the roaring battle cries, the ordinary soldiers stood in their ranks casually talking about their futures. One guy brags that he will make a fortune from this campaign and finally live like a wealthy noble. Another claims he will be the ultimate hero, planning to get married after the war to welcome his newborn baby. The others tease him about becoming a father, warning everyone not to raise death flags since they fight to protect those homes. Deep down, they all share the exact same simple wish to survive this battle and return home. Standing right in the middle of the army was a young boy named Sima Kankis, carrying a massive spear 3 times his height. Sporting a blue wolf tail, he caught the eye of the general, who watched from his horse and silently evaluated the boy. The general desperately wants all his men to return home safely, but his stern face remains completely unreadable. Staring into the far distance, he cannot help but worry about facing such a massive opposing force. He quietly wonders how many of his men will actually survive, knowing that worrying won't change their fate. When asked what he wants, the young Kangas gives a shockingly simple answer: he just wants to end this war. The general is completely stunned by such absolute confidence and asks where this unfamiliar young kid even came from. Following the direction of the boy's finger, the general quickly spots his target. It is the mystical core of forest, prompting the general to marvel that this boy came from such a legendary ancient place. Kangas notes that despite facing an overwhelming enemy army, he heard the general refuse to surrender. The general firmly confirms they would never yield, prompting Kangas to share the tragic events that drove him here. He recalls the horrific destruction caused by the enemy nation, who seemed to take pleasure in burning down everything. The castles, the fields, the innocent people, and even his beloved home forest were destroyed, fueling his desire for vengeance. Hearing his story, the general finally understands the deep motivation and painful drive pushing this young spearman forward. So that is why he wants to end the war. The general then points toward the horizon. He tells the boy to look, admitting the distance is far too vast to see clearly with the naked eye. On that distant hill lies the enemy headquarters, marked by a massive red flag waving at the top. Underneath that red banner stands their commanding general, and taking his head is the sole key to ending this entire war. To pull that off, their front line must first. But before the general can finish, Kangas locks onto his target. With his target locked, he visualizes the perfect throwing trajectory in his mind and readies his weapon. Without even blinking, he hurls the massive spear, sending it tearing through the battlefield like a bolt of lightning. The enemy soldiers are caught completely off guard, only turning their heads after the deadly projectile has already passed. To the confused soldiers on the ground, the lightning-fast spear felt like nothing more than a sudden gust of wind. They wonder about the strange breeze while the spear continues its relentless path, piercing straight through the heavy barricades. Flying past the defensive front lines, the spear flies directly toward the enemy commander's position. After a tense moment of absolute silence, Kangas breaks the quiet by flatly declaring that the enemy commander is dead. He casually turns around to walk away, leaving his own allied general completely flabbergasted and shouting to ask where he is going. Suddenly, the frontline soldiers notice something is deeply wrong, pointing out a massive commotion in the enemy camp. Walking calmly past them, Kangas tells the stunned soldiers that they can finally go home to their families. He tells the soon-to-be father he can meet his baby, leaving them utterly confused as the general grabs his spyglass. Peering through the lens, the general gasps as he sees the enemy commander slumped over, completely dead. Remembering the boy's incredible throw, he realizes that single spear strike took out the target instantly. Staring in awe at Kangas, he realizes the boy ended a massive war with a total casualty count of 1. Walking away, Kangas quietly celebrates, saving his home forest, thinking of his mother, and promising her he did his duty. Looking up at the sky with a peaceful smile, he believes his job is done, but little does he know what awaits. Right then, a bizarre, unsettling entity appears in the sky, causing both of Kalki's eyes to widen in complete shock. That massive giant descends directly toward the forest he calls home, leaving absolute devastation in its horrific wake. Shima, the homeland where he was born, is completely obliterated. The castle, the fields, and the people. Even the forest where he grew up was gone. Back in the present, Kalki's channels that lingering rage to face Mikan. Open your eyes and watch, he declares with absolute certainty. I will teach you exactly how a spear is wielded. He will show him the true nature of the spear. Meanwhile, Natasha rushes forward, her heart heavy as she thinks of her brother. Mikan finally speaks, admitting that there is no denying his opponent's incredible strength. Because of this, he unleashes his skill. Tomat followed quickly by Vitrat, warping the very space around them. Resolved to hold nothing back, Mikan prepares to unleash his absolute maximum power right from the very start of this battle. Dark, ominous red and black energy surges forward, wrapping around Kalkis in a threatening display of power. Inside his soul, Minato watches with sheer awe at the incredible speed and density of the energy. This entire massive space has become his domain, but Kalki's remains completely unfazed. He has his own thoughts, and honestly, it is hard not to feel for him as he remembers his fallen friends. He wonders if they ever got to see their children again. Then Kalkis remembers a certain general from his past. A bittersweet question lingers in his mind: how many of them actually managed to escape? Finally, he recalls the enemies who invaded their peaceful home, those who violated their space. Regret weighs heavily on him, thinking that if only he had been stronger back then, maybe then so many tragedies could have been avoided. As he glares at the cluster, his resolve only hardens. Every single progenitor carries their own deep tragedy, often blaming themselves simply because they possessed far too much power, or perhaps sealed away in their cold tombs, they can never truly let go of their painful pasts. So they carry that weight with them, seeking the one destined to shatter their tragedy once and for all. It is all part of the prophecy about the savior who will end it. Kalkis whispers a silent thanks to Minato for giving them this final chance, leaving Minato to only stare in stunned silence as Kalkis returns to the battle. Surrounded by lethal black lightning, Mikon formulates his strategy to counter Kalki's, locking down every possible escape route. Moving at extreme speeds, the roaring sound and blinding light render all senses completely useless. Forcing him to freeze in place, Mikon plans to seize this golden opening and strike him down with his ultimate lightning spear. Activating Onato, Mikon guides his horse straight toward Kalki's, but before he can even execute the blow, a clean hole is instantly pierced right through his chest. Mikon falls, defeated as Kalki's looks down at him. "You have no idea how much hatred is directed at your kind," he says, speaking for his fallen comrades. "All of my fallen comrades want the entire cluster wiped out, so they left this final battlefield entirely to me," he coldly declares. "How could I ever give you even the slightest opening?" Slowly, Mikon regains a brief moment of clarity amidst his defeat. What a quiet, beautiful strike. His final words before slipping away are a genuine compliment to his opponent. Pure and serene, the battle is decided and the victor is the progenitor of the spear, Kalki's Shima. Minato watches, marveling at the quiet perfection of the strike, wondering if this is the absolute peak of spearmanship. Kalki's glances down at his dying foe, walking over slowly before stopping right in front of Mikon. He quietly asks if he has any final keepsakes he wants to leave behind. Mikon lifts up a small cord and begs Kalki to deliver it to his beloved sister Natasha, pleading with his final breath, "Please take care of her." Minato reaches out and firmly accepts the keepsake, responding with absolute sincerity. "I have received it," he says. With no regrets left, Mikon lets his body fall back. Glancing over at his faithful horse, he whispers an apology to his childhood pet Glow. He remembers growing up together with his companion. Mikon smiles warmly, praising his loyal friend. "You did an absolutely amazing job, my friend." His fading vision slowly shifts toward a stone tablet nearby. It is carved with Natasha's smiling face, looking incredibly happy. Dragging his broken body, he tries to crawl closer. "I wanted to see you at your coronation." Mikon reaches out his hand, desperately whispering his final fading words. "To see the day you become queen." His hand falls limp, leaving his hopes and dreams to his sister. Back on the raging battlefield, Kalki moves out at lightning speed, already hunting down his next target. But he gets held back. Kanki looks down, and the one catching everyone's eye is none other than Rowan. This is Rowan, the dinosaur progenitor. Meanwhile, Natasha's group is moving quickly under the guidance of Cloud. He tells them they are almost there, just past this cathedral, to reach the audience chamber. His mind, however, is a mess. If Lord Mikon was guarding the main hall, then what lies ahead is highly predictable. The heavy doors begin to, quote, slowly open, revealing the towering figure of Nikolai standing right beside a giant piano. Memories of her father in this very room flash back. Yet the current Natasha feels absolutely nothing as she coldly calls out to him, "Father." Nikolai's hands stop pressing the ivory keys, and he slowly poses a quiet, chilling question. "So the Black Thunder has stopped. Has Mikon fallen already?" He then scolds his daughter for showing up before her parent. How terribly impolite. Nikolai turns his head, revealing a face horribly contorted by possession. Quite the tragic comedy, is it not? His grotesque laughter echoes, feeding Natasha rising anger. But the one stepping up to block him is Midori. He reaches out, fully intending to bring Nikolai down. A flashback hits him. Midori's eyes widen in sheer shock. He collapses to the ground. A painful shriek escapes his lips. From the side, Aiken watches on in absolute helpless panic. A flood of memories rushes back all at once. The mental overload is becoming too much to bear for Ichihara. Midori is just realizing this. It is carved deep into his soul, the bloody memory of taking so many lives. This is the curse left behind by number 0, leaving him with a crippling permanent trauma. He can no longer attack any human enemy. Akin rushes to support him, calling out to Ichihara in panic. While he is coming, Hanada Hikotaru warns them as Nikolai closes in directly on Natasha. He activates his skill, War God Avatar. Nikolai's body swells to a colossal size, completely overwhelming Natasha in terms of sheer scale. He bursts into a mad laugh, claiming he has been waiting for his princess. "Come, let Papa give you a warm hug." Natasha calmly responds to her father without skipping a beat. Her face remains dead cold as she declares she is no longer a child. Her words catch Nikolai completely off guard. Instantly, Natasha unleashes her Spark Life Flash skill. Nikolai swiftly evades, leaving Hanada Hikotaru stunned that he managed to dodge it. The possessed father mutters how boring this is. Suoshinji seizes the brief opening to lunge forward in an attack, but Nikolai easily dodges, once more landing right back in front of Natasha. His swiftness shocks Kanem, who wonders how someone so massive can move that fast. Nikolai strokes his beard and speaks. "Spark Life." He asks if she learned that on her way to Earth, recalling past events. "That skill is dangerous, it can shut down our kind entirely." He then demands answers, his face contorting beyond recognition. Where did she get it, and from whom? Natasha coldly explains to her father that she cannot reveal the location, but she freely shares the identity of the person who gave it to her. He called himself the Wandering Progenitor. This piece of news leaves both Aiken and Suoshinji completely stunned. a progenitor, even. Cloud did not see this coming. Yet in the blink of an eye, he rushes forward and pulls Natasha away from Nikolai's strike. Enraged, the father unleashes a wild barrage desperate for an answer. Who is that wanderer? Papa will not forgive this. Cloud gracefully dodges while trying to appeal to his master's senses. Lord Nikolai, he calls out, but his pleas fall on deaf ears. Nikolai demands the address under threat of punishment. Now watch. Natasha points behind him, calmly telling her father to look back. Rowan has materialized directly behind Nikolai without him even realizing. The dinosaur progenitor activates her devastating skill. It completely channels the terrifying majesty of prehistoric beasts, regardless of whether they are real or mythical. This skill is called Dinograph. Everyone present stands frozen in absolute disbelief at the sight of a real dinosaur. Meanwhile, Rowan herself pauses for a brief moment. She is currently utilizing the Miro code Terek, but Daisy notices a highly unusual detail. No, look closely at the dinosaur's stomach. They all lock their eyes onto Rowan's massive form, observing the figure inside. It is actually Minato, though he looks somewhat translucent. Akin quickly pieces the clues together. So the dinosaur is the skill of a progenitor inside Kanagi Minato Hanada. Hikotaru stands nearby, equally stunned by the revelation. Transforming into a dinosaur, nobody can make any sense of this crazy situation. How is this even possible? But Rowan focuses entirely on crushing Nikolai right in front of her. Kanam calls out to Iryu-kun, completely losing her mind with excitement because she spotted a dinosaur. Seeing her reaction, she quickly asks what all the noise is about, but Kanam immediately starts lecturing on its background. She rattles off the history of the T-Rex family, Tyrannosauridae genus, Tyrannosaurus species Rex. Akan listens to the endless rant like a duck listening to thunder, while Kanam keeps going with pure excitement. It is 13 meters long and weighs 9 tons, truly one of the biggest Cretaceous carnivores. Corrado stares at him, utterly confused about where those glasses came from, while a furious Aski demands Iryu-kun to hand them back. Give those back. The answer to Hanada Hikotaru's question finally appears, confirming they belong to Sakazaki-kun. Meanwhile, Nikolai struggles to fend off Rowan, screaming in confusion about why Aleo's dinosaur is even here as he begs for mercy. Wait, just hold on, but Rowan only pauses for a second before biting down even harder on him. This totally snaps Nikolai's patience, making him scream that enough is enough, but then everything changes in an instant. His head explodes like holiday fireworks, leaving the rest of the group horrified while Claude watches on with an unreadable expression. Lord Nikolai pops up like a toy pirate, but Natasha wastes no time and unleashes her flash sparkline to finish him. Even as the blast hits, Nikolai still finds the energy to mockingly tell Natasha to stop her attack. She snaps back that he is fast, but he just mocks her, asking who would fire such a skill at their parents. Right then, the organ suddenly starts playing on its own, a bizarre sight that leaves the onlookers stunned. Claude wonders in shock how on earth Lord Nikolai is making the organ play itself. Hovering in midair with only a fraction of his body remaining, he loudly bellows out a terrifying declaration. Playtime is over, Minato. This is your final requiem, he shouts as a brilliant blinding light suddenly floods the entire area. Shinji's eyes widen as he watches the opponent, completely shocked by what is happening to the man's head. It fuses directly into the organ's pipes, sparking a grotesque mutation as the instrument begins to transform. A giant hand even sprouts from the keys, as Nikolai loudly declares the ultimate fusion of man and instrument. He calls forth his divine weapon, the warrior Agavina, revealing an incredibly bizarre and monstrous new form. Aski actually praises it as a beautiful creation, but Akan completely detests the sight from the bottom of her heart. She calls it cheap and ugly, while Roan looks on in shock as Nikolai expands to match her massive size. Now standing tall and full of confidence, he mockingly asks her weight, guessing she must be around 10 tons. He boasts that his massive organ weighs 20 tons, claiming the tables have turned before launching his destructive Klee Organica attack. His massive hand slams right on Rowan's head, making Shinji scream out in worry for Minato as the clash explodes. Rowan tries to react with Miro code, but a strange sound echoes, and luckily the spot Nikolai struck is protected. He only hit Rowan's heavily armored head, which Kanam immediately identifies as belonging to the thick-skulled Pachycephalosaurus species. Nikolai is forced backward in sheer shock, while Malicious watches the spectacle and calmly notes that it all makes sense. Rowan's skill transforms her body into a dinosaur while fully preserving her massive aura, prompting a confident smile from Malicious. Sizing up Minato-kun's extraordinary energy, she confidently declares that any difference in physical size is completely meaningless. Before Nikolai can even process what is happening, she unleashes a relentless barrage of combo strikes. Rowan lands hit after hit on his body, leaving Nikolai covered in deep, painful wounds. He panics, unable to believe his supposedly invincible musical fortress is being broken so easily. Yet the stubborn old man refuses to yield, mutating his body once more while swearing he will never lose. His fingers glide across the keys as he issues a silent, deadly command. He commands the music to ring out, and the sound reaches the refugees, sparking an anxious discussion among them. They ask each other if they can hear the music, finding the melody strangely nostalgic. They recognize it as the organ of Lord Nikolai, and the powerful sound waves force Midori to cover her ears. Realizing it is a sonic weapon, he silently marvels at the immense crushing pressure of a single sound wave. The highly directional sound wave focuses straight on Minato-kun, sparking immense worry as even the mere shockwave is this terrifyingly powerful. Minato-kun must be in deep trouble inside, and seeing him collapse makes Rowan spin her head back in panic. Daisy Ishiro calls out, asking Rowan what she is doing and demanding to know if they are truly ancient kings. He flashes a challenging smirk while telling her to go take command, and Rowan immediately responds to his words. Her body shrinks even further, and this time Kanem identifies her form as a velociraptor. Meanwhile, Hanada Hikotaru worries about Minato as things get intense. Rowan's smooth, fluid movements make it incredibly hard to land an attack. She is just too fast. It is impossible to aim properly by sound alone, but he can only watch as she leaps high up, light as a feather. He boasts arrogantly that in the end is just the intellect of a lizard, throwing away her speed advantage by fleeing into the sky. Even if you try to transform into a pterodactyl, it will not matter because, with my hyper-precise tracking melody, I will shoot you down. Confident in his victory, Nikolai unleashes Gloria. Rowan counters using her Miro code, but suddenly a massive, terrifying shadow looms over Nikolai's head. The other members watch, completely overwhelmed by what they see. Rowan is actually transforming into a Supersaurus, one of the largest dinosaurs to ever exist. Then she crashes down hard. Her sheer weight completely crushes the castle, a wild fighting style that actually makes Hinoki Reichiro laugh. The battle is decided. Measuring 40 meters long and weighing 30 tons, the victorious Rowan celebrates with Minato. The dinosaur Rowan looks down as a voice breaks the silence with a chilling observation. Is the singularity really an Alext? Replying to that question, Zedius confirms that yes, it is. He details his experiments, explaining how he once tried to destroy the singularity's soul with his own astral form. But he calmly concludes that his attempt failed, all because Princess Alex intervened, leaving Danmi completely stunned. He finds it hard to believe. Even your spiritual form failed. Danmi simply cannot comprehend it. How could a mere heir to the throne of Alias do that? The next to speak is Vitalis. According to recent intel, she somehow acquired the legendary Sparkle skill from an unknown source, and right now everyone suspects Natasha. Angia lazily chimes in, noting it is the only skill in the universe that can instantly kill them. Why would anyone possess such a thing? Hearing this, Demi points out that things are still highly favorable for them. Zedius responds to Dami, explaining that this is tied to the unique powers of Kanagi Minato. He details Minato's ability, explaining that no matter how desperate the situation, he will always find a way to turn the tables. This skill is known as the destiny-attracting ability, and Zedius gravely warns that as long as this boy continues to exist, they will not be able to escape the grim future of defeat he foresaw. Demi looks over, highly skeptical. So who is currently in charge of Alias? The reply is simple: Vosraf of the 5th class, as Zedius further explains. Currently, he is absorbing energy from planet Irat, preparing to fight the singularity. Demi cautiously calculates and evaluates his chances. A 5th class agent. That is not reassuring at all. Demi decides to go help, but Zedius immediately shuts down the idea. No, I will go instead. I want to see this singularity with my own eyes. He approaches and kneels before a massive, mysterious entity, respectfully asking the king for permission to leave. He humbly requests to leave the meeting early. The king immediately approves, wishing him safe travels and the best of luck. Meet their first-class returner, Zedius. With a satisfied nod, he bids them farewell and departs. Meanwhile, over in another part of Alias at the Grand Vosraf Castle Cathedral, Rowan lands softly right behind Natasha. Before them lies Nikolai, almost completely beaten and destroyed. But suddenly, his severed head snaps back together. Shinji immediately goes on high alert. He is not down yet. But then a familiar voice calls out her name. Nikolai has regained his senses, smiling warmly and saying he has always been waiting for Natasha. She fights desperately to hold back her tears as Nikolai drags himself closer to her. He asks her to play together one last time as his hand reaches out to touch the keys. Beautiful memories flash by of them playing the organ together. Then Nikolai dissolves, leaving Natasha completely heartbroken. Glau cannot stop crying, calling out to him. Aiken watches in deep concern, quietly calling out to Natasha. But before they even have a chance to comfort one another, a bizarre sound echoes and the strange black substance reacts violently. Natasha finally speaks up, urging everyone that there is no time left and they must move. Minato watches her with a pensive expression, while Aiken admires how she still forces herself to keep moving forward. Even though she just lost her family, Natasha pushes onward. Finally, the massive doors at the end are forced open. They have reached the heart of Vosraf Castle, the audience chamber. Sitting on the throne is Anastasia. She flashes a bright, welcoming smile, but her completely human appearance leaves Glau utterly shocked. Anastasia calmly and steadily continues, stating that although Cloud did an excellent job escorting Natasha back safely, Hearing this, he quickly kneels to accept the order, but inside Cloud's mind is a complete mess. Her voice and appearance seem completely alive. Shouldn't it be impossible to reclaim one's original self after being possessed by the Glasta? He tries to stay positive, wondering if Karen managed to temporarily regain control of her own soul. He places all his faith in Lady Anastasia, believing that someone of her legendary stature might actually pull it off. Clinging to that desperate hope, Cloud musters his courage and speaks up to the young lady. It looks like Lady Anastasia is still conscious, but Natasha simply dismounts her beast and walks toward her. Addressing her as mother, this scene leaves Minato utterly baffled. Could she really suppress the Glasta by sheer willpower? It seems impossible, and only Malicious continues to observe the situation with a completely calm and objective gaze. As Natasha draws closer, Anastasia finally speaks, asking her daughter to forgive her useless mother. On that fateful day, they stood absolutely no chance against the overwhelming and rapid onslaught of the monstrous Glasta. Reliving the horrifying nightmare with painful detail, she goes on to mention the rest of the family, including Miken. Even Karen was swallowed up while trying to save them, Anastasia adds with tears welling up in her eyes. She whispers that even though Natasha was left all alone, she is glad her daughter escaped to another world. Natasha takes another step forward, telling her mother to rest easy, though her face remains completely devoid of emotion. She promises that as the last survivor of the Aleut royal bloodline, she will take charge and rebuild their nation. Moved to tears by those words, Anastasia weeps and thanks Natasha, telling her she has grown into a fine adult. But before she can finish, Natasha suddenly cuts her off, stating she is not speaking to her at all. With clear disgust on her face, she demands the monster step aside because she is looking for her mother's real soul. Exposed, Anastasia falls silent as Natasha grows increasingly furious, demanding to know how it dares mimic her mother's voice and form. She warns the Glasta not to defile the royal Aleut legacy, prompting the parasite to finally drop its act. Realizing the game is up, Anastasia lunges at Natasha, who immediately counters with her signature sparkle skill. Anastasia's sharp appendages are instantly severed, though she uses her remaining limbs to cling to the ceiling and glare down. Wearing a twisted, grotesque expression, the creature sighs that it is a pity the trick failed, mocking how terrifying and familiar that strike was. It taunts that this is the second time she has tried to kill her own parents, pushing Natasha's boiling rage over the limit. But before she can lash out, a calm voice suddenly cuts in, telling the kid to cool her head. Malicious points out that the host body still belongs to their respected queen, which visibly annoys the parasite. Even if the queen is lost forever, Malicious delivers a cold final warning to the imposter. If it continues to defile the queen's legacy, she will burn it to ashes, causing Anastasia to sneer in response. She mocks the return of the 300-year-old ghost as her physical form begins to mutate. She boasts that she is nothing like the weaklings they faced before, while on the other side. Malicious unleashes her Ellen Mellum spell in response, unleashing a blinding flash of light as their powers violently clash. In truth, the Glasta are a collective entity, meaning every single drop of that black fluid is an individual cell. Their strength and rank depend entirely on cellular density and purity, which is why Anastasia is so extremely confident. She claims she is nothing like those low-level pests because the creature currently occupying the queen's body is directly linked to the core hive at the top of the facility, boasting a massive concentration of pure power. Anastasia unleashes a devastating offensive spell. Malicious counters with her own powerful magic, the collision of their raw energy threatening to tear the room apart. Kanem gasps at the intense heat while Hanada Hikotaru shields his eyes, stunned by the sheer terrifying scale of the fire. Malicious is impressed that a single strike carried so much force, but a strange sound suddenly puts her on alert. To her surprise, Anastasia's body remains completely intact beneath the blackened stone, prompting Malicious to realize it must have used liquid layers to insulate itself. Deflecting the extreme heat, the queen bursts into a mocking, arrogant laugh as their deadly exchange of blows continues. She throws out a provocative question mid-battle. Mocking her opponent, she asks if that is really all the legendary progenitor has to offer. She coldly sneers, wondering if that is simply the physical limit of the young boy's weak body, which absolutely infuriates Minato. Malicious is still controlling his body, issuing a strict command for Aken to move out quickly and stick to the plan. As the other Vanguard members immediately spring into action, a shocking truth finally dawns on Anastasia. This was the plan Rian shared on the way to the audience chamber. Aken will dismantle the protective barrier. They will shatter the cluster's defenses by unleashing Midori Ichihara's absolute strongest attack, Turbulence. Combined with Natasha's specialized anti-cluster sparkle skill, they will blow it to pieces, just as Rian had carefully explained before. Every single tower is linked directly to the main cluster, with all the siphon energy concentrating right at the source. This massive influx of energy feeds the cluster's incubation process, allowing the team to quickly map out their next move. Destroying the main cluster and reversing the sparkle energy will cause every other tower to collapse while they stall the queen. The team just needs to advance on signal and bring down that barrier. Everything rides on them now. Only now does Anastasia realize their genius play. They were targeting the core cluster from day one. Panic setting in, she instantly splits her forces to strike both sides, refusing to let any of them escape. Her primary target is Akin, but fortunately, a timely intervention blocks the deadly blow just in time. Anastasia looks back in absolute disbelief, only to find her elite vanguard completely wiped out as Malicious confidently mocks her. "Ask yourself who you are fighting," she goads, pushing Anastasia into an absolute fury over a mere soul defying her. The queen charges forward with pure murderous intent, but Malicious simply sighs and prepares to speak once more. Is she hitting Minato's physical limits? Not even close. She is preparing a massive spell to shield his allies. She wants to ensure his friends are safe from the crossfire, and as the magic circles ignite, she begins her chant. Watching this unfold, Anastasia's dread grows, knowing that a full chant actively carves a magic crest onto the caster. Malicious, the legendary Archmage of Truth, requires no chanting. She never needs to chant, meaning whatever she is casting right now is far too heavy for Minato's developing body. Minato can only watch with wide eyes as his own body is pushed past its threshold for this supreme spell. One chilling realization stands out: this magic is so devastatingly advanced that even a legendary mage must chant. Even while utilizing Minato's temporarily matured form, she still cannot bypass the vocal seals needed to trigger it. Anastasia lashes out with massive black tendrils in a foolish attempt to strike. Blinded by sheer arrogance, she completely underestimates her legendary opponent. She loudly boasts that no magic could ever breach her defenses, dismissing her opponent's chanting as a completely useless waste of time. Dark energy floods the entire chamber, but Malicious stands completely unfazed as a brilliant blue spark suddenly flickers. Watch closely. The very moment she finishes her chant, Absolute Zero freezes the entire room solid. Malicious calmly explains that there are many ways to exterminate their kind, with sparkle being the most common method. The second is destroying the host parasite, but her chosen method today is plunging them into absolute zero. She calmly points out that a fluid body composed of countless cells only needs to be frozen completely solid right to its core. Stepping directly in front of the frozen queen, she warns her never to underestimate the wrath she has brought upon herself. "We have endured your endless destruction for far too long," she spits, her face twisted in pure, unmasked rage. Declaring their reign of terror over, she reaches out and touches Anastasia, shattering her frozen body into a million pieces. Without a single backward glance, Malicious calmly walks away from her crumbling foe. She unleashes a final area of effect spell to incinerate the chamber, sealing her victory as the Archmage of Truth. Meanwhile, the rest of the Vanguard team finally reaches the heavily infested tower. It is about to spawn, so they need to destroy it now. Asage warns, urging Iryu-Kanam-kun to stay calm. They cannot afford to distract Akin while she concentrates all her sensory power to pinpoint the core. She quickly signals the team, showing them that she has located the target. The beast's massive outer armor shatters instantly, but the extreme effort completely drains Akin, leaving the final blow to Ichihara and Natasha. To their surprise, Malicious arrives to join them in Minato's body, praising their incredible efforts so far. Expressing her gratitude to Akan, she joins the others and looking up toward the peak. She declares that it is time to end this battle once and for all as the barrier completely fades away. The defenseless cluster is now fully exposed, and 300 years ago, this would have marked the end of the war. Yet not to mention Minato's group, even the ancient progenitors had no way of knowing what the Crusta were planning. They were already gearing up for a rematch with those progenitors. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the void vessel level 5 Vastrip. "Do you hear me?" An equally eerie voice answered, "Yes, comrade, my hatching process is already nearing completion. I will immediately battle the enemies of Glasta." Zedius spoke next, noting that it was splendid, but it seemed, "The enemy before you is beyond your current strength. Transfer your consciousness elsewhere and download me into that shell." Vastrip immediately complied, saying it was all for the prosperity of Glasta. Right after the outer shell shattered into pieces, Malicious was rushing toward that direction, silently noting that a single second within the mental realm is vastly longer than in the real world. Yet, even with that massive time difference, something had already rushed right past her. Both her and Midori instinctively locked their eyes on that spot, but the attack still grazed right past them, moving at a speed that the human eye couldn't possibly track. If one had to describe it, it was like an ordinary person only realizing a bullet was fired after it already struck. Aside from Minato and Midori, not a single member could even perceive that tentacle strike. Minato silently cursed, realizing it was way too fast. Even Midori's gale or Malicious's lightning strike wouldn't make it. He hyper-focused closely, watching the movement of this thing. Tracking the tentacle's precise target, he suddenly reacted, screaming out for Hinoki Reichiro to swap places. This sudden shout left Hinoki Reichiro completely wide-eyed, but Minato knew exactly what he was doing. The only thing faster than lightning, the one that severed Malicious's defense, was actually Hinoki Reichiro's incredible slash. With Akin's suddenly targeted, panic spread through the remaining members as Hinoki Reichiro charged straight into the fray. He yelled out a warning to the rest of the squad, raising his weapon high into the air. Get out of there now. He activated his wave-cutting blade skill, unleashing a devastating strike aimed directly at Vastrep. The attack was powerful enough to tear through space itself. Luckily, Midori quickly shielded the other members. They called out to Kanagi Minato in unison. Meanwhile, Hinoki Reishiro remained locked on his target, and nearby Natasha was analyzing the situation. She realized the Glasta's host shell was already fully matured. She desperately wondered why her royal brother, her father, and her mother had to meet such a tragic end. They had all been eliminated before ever fusing with the parasite. Over on Hinoki Reishiro's side, those insects were mutating. When forced to fight against a terrifyingly powerful enemy, humans will naturally adapt in the moment. They become sharper, mistakenly believing that they are the only ones who can make plans and train their bodies. But in reality, that is a highly naive and perhaps a rather sweet delusion of theirs. Because right before their eyes, the enemy is also evolving and perfecting themselves day by day. This is a brutal war of survival, a battle for their entire race. But first, let's look at what happened before. Back at the third Oracle lab in Taishorian, Rian had explained to them that based on his experience, this was the standard sequence. He was dead serious as he described how the Glasta conquer a planet. The invasion always begins by dropping massive spires down onto the surface. The second phase starts when the creeping roots of the parasite sprout directly from the tip of each tower, stretching deep into the ground to drain the planet's life force. Then, in the third phase, whichever tower goes deepest receives a massive surge of energy to prepare for the insect. In step 4, the core fuses with a native host. The parasite chooses a powerful local creature to protect the world, acting as their ultimate shell. Hearing this, Kanam deadpan, saying he didn't understand a single word and asking his partner to break it down into English. Asu kindly summarized it, explaining that the Clasta is basically a parasite that feeds on a planet's energy. He wrapped it up simply, and Kenem got instant goosebumps, muttering about how disgusting it sounded. Ryan continued his analysis. Although details were scarce, since the enemy had already breached Alex half a month ago, it was highly likely that the host shell was complete. Hearing this, Clow felt downhearted while Shinji asked if that host shell was incredibly powerful. Ryan responded with a single absolute word: strong. Their forces are divided into tiers from 1 to 8 according to their own ranking system. To put it visually, the crew was barely at tier 8. Rian then provided a few more statistics. Minato currently sits at tier 5 while Midori is approaching tier 4. Midori listened in grim silence. So if the enemy is tier 3 or higher, we must retreat. With that, Darren turns his attention to another team member. Natasha, if we assume your entire family was fused together, how strong would they actually be? In response, she shares highly detailed information, noting that her mother would easily be the strongest of them all. But even then, she would only match a sword-wielding Shinigami. Hearing this, Rian quickly steps in to map out their strategy. Let us assume level 6. Worst case scenario, it is only level 5. We can handle that, but only under one condition. Right now, the worst possible scenario looms ahead. In 300 years, these creatures have not ceased to evolve. Ager speaks up in a calm, measured voice. The dark premonition has become reality, and Rian quickly adds more grim details. Has the incubation process evolved since 300 years ago? Now they can fully form their shells without fusing with local wildlife. Rei Ishiro speaks up next, warning that the danger goes far deeper than a single attack based on their theories. This boss should only be around level 5. Yet his face grows dead serious as he concludes that its speed is at least tier 3. Rian is completely shocked. Tier 3 Ager merely offers a cold, simple observation. After all, 300 years have passed. Making accurate predictions purely based on speculation is entirely impossible. Their opponent finally speaks, remarking how comfortable it feels. It seems this physical form can even transmit their shock. Reishiro raises his blade in absolute caution, completely on guard as the bizarre enemy suddenly calls out a familiar name. It has been a long time, Kanagi Minato. While Minato flinches in shock, Reishiro immediately demands answers instead. He demands to know who this is. He wants answers. Zedius sighs, revealing his true face. You already encountered my skill in the spiritual world, he says. Hearing this, Minato's eyes widen as memories flood back. The memory of his encounter with Zedius flashes through his mind. Suddenly, the space around them warps violently. Minato watches the surroundings shift in a split second, realizing he has been pulled into a completely bizarre dimension. Midori fails to react in time, watching in pure horror as a massive barrier materializes right above them. The massive barrier traps them. Game over. At that moment, Zedius delivers a cold, confident declaration. He stands completely still, explaining that his allies will not be able to save him, nor can he save them. Allow me to introduce myself. He reveals his identity with a dark smirk, calling himself Zedius. He claims to possess the Tier 1 outer shell. Hearing this, both Minato and Rei Ishiro freeze in absolute shock. Staring at the massive magical barrier trapping them, Aken gasps in sheer panic. Shinji quickly speaks up with a look of extreme worry on his face. We are cut off from Minato. Hanada Hikotaru warns that if this barrier matches the previous one, they stand no chance. Not even a progenitor can break it. Shinji turns to Aken, urgently asking if she can somehow dispel this dome. She cannot promise anything, but promises she will try. Meanwhile, the situation grows desperate as the monsters charge straight toward Natasha's position. Tense and quiet, she silently calculates the team's chances. The moment she moves, Claw quickly follows. Over on the other side, Aken urgently shouts out to Natasha. Next, Midori activates his turbulence skill. With a deadly serious expression, he makes a firm promise to the group. "I will protect Aken," he says. Understanding his plan, the others quickly turn back to back up Natasha instead. Before leaving, Shinji shouts back, trusting him to hold the line while telling Aken to keep breaking the barrier. Everyone stares in the same direction, eyeing the Grasta boss. Talk about an absolutely terrifying scale of destruction. As she speaks, Aken unleashes her Mephalas gel skill to counter the massive pressure crushing down on them. "I know," she says. She can feel a massive suffocating pressure radiating from the barrier itself. Aken screams out, begging Kanagi Minato not to die. Inside the barrier, Zedius muses that Tier 1 is quite amusing, but it will not be enough for him. Without another word, Rei Ishiro charges straight ahead, roaring that he will mince him. His blade collides violently with Zedius' attack, unleashing a blinding, powerful burst of light. To their shock, both Rei Ishiro and Minato are the ones blown backward. Zedius continues channeling his skill, keeping his eyes locked onto his opponents as a creepy grin spreads. Rei Ishiro's lips curl into a thrilled smile, enjoying the insane speed as his fighting spirit erupts. "This is fun, let us see you take this," he yells. But suddenly, Minato's eyes fly open, catching Rei Ishiro completely off guard. Minato suddenly collapses into unconsciousness. Seizing the perfect opportunity, Zedius immediately rushes in to close the distance. Rei Ishiro panics as the strike approaches desperately, shouting to find out what just happened to him. They all watched Minato's soul with deep anxiety, and Ryan was the first to address Hinoki. "Get out of Minato's body right now," but Rei Ishiro pointed at Zedius and questioned him back. "Escape. And what about that monster?" Suddenly, a massive blinding flash of light ripped right past Ryan. That beam triggered a massive explosion. Back in the present, Zedius looked utterly stunned that his latest strike had been completely blocked. This time, Allison stepped onto the battlefield. Ryan watched her go with sudden panic, wondering if this was incredibly reckless of her. Elder Allison turned to the remaining party members, asking what they should do after she temporarily shields Minatoki's body. But what next? That was when Ryan finally explained the harsh truth to Rei Ishiro. Hinoki had merged too much. His warning was dead serious, pointing out that Hinoki had already controlled Minato's body for over a minute. If they continued to merge, the worst-case scenario would happen. Hinoki would completely consume and overwrite Minato's physical body. Rei Ishiro panicked at the mention of a time limit, frantically asking what their next move should be. "We can't even make direct physical contact with Glasta, right?" Allison added, her expression filled with doubt. Rei Ishiro grew more desperate, shouting that using his thick boots barely helped and wouldn't keep him safe for long. Even lightning strikes wouldn't hit this monster. He claimed he was their only hope in this crisis, but then something unexpected happened. Two allies instantly smacked him over the head. "Step back," Kankis calmly told him, speaking without a hint of rush. "We still have plenty of fusion time left." Magit chimed in next, asking Kyuwai to quickly craft their weapons. The craftsman heard their plea and gave a simple two-word reply, "Understood." Meanwhile, Rei Ishiro remained anxious. He grumbled that although they had no choice, a weapon forged from mere alchemy would never be enough. It could never defeat their foe. Meanwhile, Allison desperately dodged attacks using Minato's body, urging them to hurry up. She yelled for them to make a quick decision. Watching from above, Zedius looked on with sudden interest. Rei Ishiro had a sudden breakthrough, asking Rowan to manifest her dinosaur aura once again. With that shield, they could avoid touching the tentacles. But Rowan frantically shook her head, and Skuknia kindly explained why. "No dinosaur could ever outrun lightning, you idiot." Hearing her blunt words, Rei Ishiro grumbled in frustration. He complained that she had added that last insult himself, scanning the area to figure out his reach. Then another voice broke through. Minato was clearly struggling, his tone strained as he finally spoke up. He acknowledged the time limit, knowing his soul would permanently fade if he lent his body for too long. Even with that terrifying risk looming over him, the young warrior boldly declared that he had a plan. Across the field, Zedius looked down on his opponents, mocking the ancestor for making such wasted movements. He warned that once the ancestor fell, all his friends and the princess of Alias would die too. His body immediately transformed into a deadly weapon as he lunged forward, unleashing a high-speed strike that tore through the air. Bidding farewell to the ancient souls, he aimed a barrage of sharp, bony spikes directly at Allison. She glared back defiantly, and in a split second, LM materialized right behind Zedius, asking who he was calling ancient. Unleashing her powerful Bifrost kick skill, she delivered a devastating blow that sent Zedius flying backward. But Ellen was far from finished, shouting that she wasn't done with him yet. She closed the distance to unleash another skill, forcing Zedius to block and acknowledge her raw power. Allison barked a warning not to underestimate Garu, but before they could resume their deadly clash, she noticed a critical flaw with her shoe. Fortunately, a massive spear tip shot forward just in time. Kankus blocked the enemy's advance calmly, telling his allies that they could leave the rest to him. Allison exhaled a sigh of relief, thanking him, while Zedius tilted his head to study them. Meanwhile, the spirit inside Minato began detailing a plan, calling it a strategy they often used. He seriously proposed they execute rapid high-speed tag team swaps while continuously dealing damage to the massive Glasta. Minato's face burned with determination as he promised to direct the rotation, urging everyone to charge. As for these Glasta creatures, they were a swarm driven purely by the most primal raw desires. A dark void manifested as their collective thoughts echoed out, expressing a hunger to dominate everything. They wanted to hunt for food, flee from predators, and shield their physical forms from the elements. Soon, the ultimate ruler of this vast internal ecosystem loomed right before their eyes, a massive, warm and damp creature dominating this environment. They never had to worry about starving or being eaten. Soon, they began parasitizing tiny organisms, constantly hopping from one host to the next to survive. Their numbers exploded until they completely dominated the entire area. That was when a massive spaceship suddenly arrived. Landing on the surface, these highly intelligent beings immediately caught the attention of the parasitic swarm. Now calling themselves the Questa, they took over the ship and continued their journey across the stars. They seized advanced technology, conquered worlds, and traveled across different dimensions and the fabric of space-time itself. Having conquered countless worlds, the universe feared them under the name Questa, and then everything changed. 10,000 years passed during their long cosmic journey. Now one of these highly dangerous parasites has finally reached Earth. That was when Zedius and his army arrived on the planet, declaring they would conquer this world together. He needed to target hosts with the strongest aura first. Where are they hiding? He scanned the area for prey. But the space ahead was pure chaos, and they had no idea. Now get this, they actually thought this invasion would be an easy victory, but a shocking truth was about to hit them. This tiny planet on the edge of the universe hid terrifying power. The primeval ancestors were already waiting for them. Right now, Kankus uses Minato's body to clash with Zedius. He is holding nothing back. Zedius waits for the perfect moment to counter, forcing Kankus to wonder how he's still standing. This makeshift spear, crafted by the alchemist Hyuni, is somehow tough enough to block the shell's brutal attacks. Kankus keeps thinking there is no way Zedius expected this. He still cannot land a single hit. Zedius analyzes the defensive moves, calling them incredibly precise even as his own strikes get deflected. Kankus unleashes a flurry of spear thrusts, but Zedius just wears an arrogant smile during the onslaught. Seeing that smirk, Kankus remembers a crucial detail: this empty shell has no organs or weaknesses to target. There is no single spot to take him down. They need a wide-area strike. Hearing this, Malicious chimed in. Malicious says the physical fighters should sit this out, making Allison complain that she just did all that work. Kankus signals it is fine. Magit reaches for his arrows ready to go and calls out for Hyun-Yi. Hyun-Yi gets the message and activates his skill immediately to pin down the arrogant Zedius. Zedius is caught slightly off guard as Minato's movements suddenly shift. He looks closely and notices the new weapon is a bow, mocking him for using such a slow weapon now. But Magit's eyes lock onto his target as he unleashes his devastating piercing bow attack. Zedius easily dodges the shot, thinking it is too slow, then glances over at the empty quiver. Just as he realizes there are absolutely no arrows left, multiple projectiles suddenly pierce his body, leaving him completely stunned. Did he predict my moves? Zedius wonders. How did Magit even fire those shots without being noticed? He completely missed it because Magit just unleashed the secret technique, the umbrella arrow. The arrows suddenly burst open like umbrellas, shredding through Zedius's body and leaving him wide-eyed in absolute disbelief. It is a wide-area attack. Even while borrowing a weak kid's body, their skills are still incredibly sharp. Their mastery hasn't rusted since 300 years ago. For the first time, Zedius feels a genuine sense of dread. Is this the power of an ancestor? His expression darkens as he realizes he must change plans immediately. Dragging this out is dangerous, so he has to end it with the next blow. Just then, Minato calls out to Rei Ishiro. He asks a highly serious question: is this guy actually kind of weak? The rest of the crew immediately looks over. Hearing this, Rei Ishiro slowly nods and confirms his suspicion, noting that the kid finally figured it out. The others ask what he means, suddenly recalling how the enemy confidently introduced himself as Zedius, a first-tier shell. Minato slowly shares his theory. If he really is a first-tier shell, his power should be completely overwhelming compared to Minato's. Rien ranked him at the 5th tier, yet they have managed to hold their ground this long. Rei Ishiro completely agrees. If he were actually a first tier, he would be on par with their peak power. They should have been on par with the ancestors at their peak, which completely stuns Minato. Rei Ishiro exaggerates further, claiming that a real first tier could defeat current Minato with just a single glance. He would literally explode, which makes Minato sigh. at how incredibly brutal that sounds. Then Rei Ishiro looks over at the others. After sparring, Ryan notes with a deeply serious face that the opponent only seems to be around tier 3. So he was lying, but why? Minato then makes a guess that it might have to do with him and the rest of the group. He begins to explain his theory, stating that the enemy's physical body was indeed a tier 5 vessel right from the start, but the soul inside belongs to the very person who once tried to kill him. Finally, Minato delivers his conclusion. He is a tier 1 soul controlling a tier 5 body. With a completely serious face, Minato explains how the enemy got so powerful, prompting Huyen to chime in. So his true strength is basically just the average of his soul's power and his body's power. That is probably the closest guess. Minato then activates his skill once more, bringing his current stats up to tier 5 equivalents. If the enemy is in a similar state, Minato's words successfully boost the morale of the remaining team members. The odds are 50-50, and the rest comes down to the founder or that tier 1 creep. A pure battle between us. That is interesting, but Huyen stays level-headed and refuses to get carried away, admitting she still doubts the enemy has actually revealed his full strength just yet. After all, that kind of physical vessel never even existed 300 years ago. She still wants a few weapon users to act as their trump cards. Even so, the other members have already completely relaxed before the clash. Only Hinoki Reichiro speaks up, boasting that they already have their trump card right here. He gazes off into the far distance with excitement, eagerly calling out to their gloomy companions sitting over there. The other members follow his gaze, stretching their eyes to look far off toward that exact same spot. Time for you to actually be useful. Jay's words make Yoshikatsu freeze right in the middle of drawing his cards. He turns his head toward them, demanding to know who they are calling gloomy with a completely menacing look on his face. He threatens to beat them up. This top-knot-wearing guy is actually the primordial hero Yoshikatsu Hazama. Back when Transcendentals did not exist on September 29, 1992, a voice rings out inside a traditional Japanese home with his mother asking if he can run an errand to buy some eggs, milk, and lettuce. Yoshikatsu replies grumpily, telling her to wait until he reaches a save point. He is not in a safe spot yet, but his mother immediately threatens that if he does not go right away, she will throw his console out of the house. His jaw drops in utter disbelief as he grumbles that it is totally unfair. This is Yoshikatsu Hazama, a second-year middle schooler who would eventually become a primordial hero. His mother then pulls out some cash, bribing him with the leftover change. Yoshikatsu's eyes instantly light up, asking if she is serious. He dashes off to do his errand, catching the smell of curry and realizing just how hungry he is. He tells himself to hurry home so he can get back to Orc Quest. But suddenly, something bizarre appears right in front of him. The sky tears wide open, and the massive, terrifying silhouette of Glasta emerges as a deafening roar rings out. And that was the moment their legend was born, even if some parts got twisted. Yoshikatsu collapses to the ground, screaming in panic. Are you kidding me? A massive magic circle erupts beneath him as the crazy story unfolds. The first generation of Transcendentals. That is what the world calls these legendary heroes summoned from a completely different era. Transported in an instant, Yoshikatsu crashes into a strange space, tightly shutting his eyes as he wonders if he just died. But as he looks around in disbelief, a voice calls out from behind, noting that another person has been summoned. To combat the monsters, Earth summoned these elite warriors to fight the exact moment the massive towers fell. Standing before Yoshikatsu is the group of founders themselves, the absolute strongest humans across all of history. And the first one to approach him is Hinoki Reichiro, who bluntly asks about his skills while Yoshikatsu wonders if this is a game. Fast forward to the present, and the legendary primordial hero Yoshikatsu is locked in a heated argument with Hinoki Reichiro, demanding to know who he is calling an introvert, pointing aggressively at the ponytail-wearing warrior. Hinoki Reichiro fires right back, telling them they are acting like clowns in an emergency and have not even trained Minato. He demands they make themselves useful, prompting Yoshikatsu to snap back that they would love to train him if they actually got the chance. The other members standing behind Yoshikatsu nod in eager agreement to back him up, but they point out that their disciples are still way too weak to begin with. Yoshikatsu speaks up on behalf of everyone, loudly venting all of the pent-up frustration they have been holding onto. He complains that they have been completely hoarding Minato, leaving everyone else out. Hinoki Reichiro gasps in absolute shock. He suggests a simple fix, telling them to just get over here and join the party instead of constantly complaining about it. But these introverts actually really want to join, they are just too frozen to take action. Yoshikatsu snaps again, calling Hinoki an idiot as the poor guy literally shakes from anxiety while speaking. You just do not get it if we speak up, and then a wild thought flashes through Yoshikatsu's mind. What if Minato finds them totally annoying? They would never recover from that. But their loud bickering suddenly pushes someone too far. Magit snaps and roars at them to shut up, sending a terrified Yoshikatsu ducking behind Rei Ishiro. Rei Ishiro calmly explains the current stakes: if they want to help, they better move fast. Meanwhile, Magit looks incredibly annoyed. The enemy is adjusting to the assault as magic keeps firing even though Zedius effortlessly dodges almost every single shot. The villain grins wickedly, mocking Magit that his physical body is hitting its absolute limit. Instantly, Zedius whips out a massive dark tentacle. The whip slashes Magit across the face. Zedius laughs that while he can dodge this speed, the pressure is building up. There's just no way he can keep defending while shooting arrows. The villain makes his move. The sheer overwhelming pressure of the fight leaves Minato utterly paralyzed with fear as he watches. Is this monster just testing the progenitor's power? Minato wonders. The villain is not rushing, he is waiting for the perfect kill, waiting for the exact split second to deliver a fatal strike. Seeing this, Rei Ishiro pressures Yoshikatsu again, asking if he is sure. If they do nothing, Minato is going to die. Yoshikatsu tells him to shut up and slowly steps toward the boy. He stops a few paces away, takes a deep breath, but his face is completely written with pure anxiety. He stammers out a greeting, Kanagi Minato-kun. But the moment Minato turns, a panicked Yoshikatsu instantly flinches away. He is actually looking at me. This weird reaction leaves Minato totally baffled, while Yoshikatsu gets even more flustered. He is actually talking to me. Minato is completely lost, wondering what on earth is going on here. Gathering every ounce of courage, Yoshikatsu blurted out that he is always watching him. Minato is naturally quite creeped out by the phrasing. In the back, the squad is silently cheering on their captain to deliver the message. Finally, Yoshikatsu manages to spit it out. He asks if they can borrow Minato's body for a bit. This bizarre request makes the boy's eyes widen in pure shock. Wait, so you guys want to fight alongside me? Minato clarifies, and Yoshikatsu eagerly nods in agreement. But then he awkwardly hesitates, guessing that Minato probably does not even know their names anyway. But Minato smiles and asks how he could possibly not know them. He immediately calls out Yoshikatsu's full name, Yoshikazu Hazama. The next person he recognizes is Myojin Inari. Then there is Nemi Nefernov. Minato even knows the long-haired guy Hugo Long Ian. He remembers the purple-haired Keiji Takamura and even the girl with a very unique look. That is Luciana Grispia, right? At this point, Minato opens up about how he truly feels. Of course, he knows them all. After all, he has spent his entire life looking up to them, and that admiration has never once faded. He is like a blinding light. Every word touches Yoshikatsu deeply, especially when Minato calls them his absolute favorite progenitors. Finally, Minato reaches his hand out, asking if they would lend him their strength. This heartfelt speech leaves the group in absolute shock. The legendary heroes are trembling, and Yoshikatsu completely loses it and bursts into tears, leaving the other progenitors totally speechless. They are actually crying. Gathering themselves, Yoshikatsu's squad holds a quick huddle, calling out to Kanagi Minato-kun. No, make that Kanagi Minato-san, he motivated them this much. Minato overhears and quickly tries to stop them. They can just call him Minato, and there is really no need to huddle up. Yoshikatsu quickly adjusts his tone. Minato-kun gave them the courage they needed, and anyone who refuses to fight now is not worthy of being a progenitor. Once they make up their minds, Zedius suddenly finds his attacks completely blocked. He looks forward in sheer confusion. What is this? Has the energy in the air shifted again? Meanwhile, Yoshikatsu focuses all his mind on taking over Minato's body. The entire squad is completely united in this moment. Alright, Yoshikatsu, let's show them what we can do. Yoshikatsu drives Minato's body straight forward, shouting for the enemy to take this head-on. This reckless frontal charge leaves the onlookers completely dumbfounded. The move he unleashes is none other than the ultimate sharp sword. Once again, the other progenitors are caught off guard. Zedius easily dodges, wondering if this incredibly slow attack is just bait. The villain immediately counterattacks, forcing Yoshikatsu to retreat in a desperate scramble to dodge the incoming blows. That was way too close. The intense clash is projected on screen for the other progenitors to witness. Allison turns to Hinoki, nervously asking if this is really going to work. Rei Ishiro glances over, sounding genuinely confused. So now they want to complain. The next person to speak up is none other than Gwentek when he was alive. He claims he has never fought alongside those people, and Allison readily agrees, adding that to be honest, she has never once seen him fight. However, Hinoki Reishiro assures them, telling everyone to just keep quiet and watch the next person. He guarantees that Grixper Joken knows how to fight too, and there is no way he is going to lose, even if he has to fight you guys. Hearing this, Allison replies, it's not like she distrusts him. But this time, Minato himself speaks up, asking her what on earth she is talking about. With absolute endless trust written all over Elder's face, he says that of course the guy is strong since he is a progenitor after all. This reaction amuses Hinoki Reichiro so much that he smirks, telling them to just watch as he eagerly looks forward to the future. To see how a hero will fight, the story goes back 300 years ago when the progenitors were happily playing and dancing together. They gathered around a campfire to dance, with someone jokingly asking Io if he can join in on her hip-shaking dance. Meanwhile, a small group sits apart. They worry. They even suggest that their captain should just surrender now. Yoshikatsu holds a card in his hand, smiling as he asks them if they are really that scared of him. No way he'll fall for that trap twice. But on 3, they flip the cards. He loses. Again. Accusing them of cheating, Nephronox looks at him and mutters that their captain is just terrible at this. Keiji agrees, pointing out that he has lost 12 consecutive games, but then they are interrupted. Inari points to the side to alert them, and Captain Yoshikatsu immediately looks over to see who has caught their attention. It is none other than Grichpia, the girl who was teleported here just a few days ago if he recalls correctly. Her name is Luciana. Keiji speaks up next, noting that she does not seem to get along very well with others. Long Ian also feels incredibly anxious, asking their captain what they should do next, especially as their noisy chatter successfully attracts Grichpia's full attention. Wait, Yoshikatsu is shoved forward. He panics, yelling that he is absolutely terrified of talking to strangers. He panics, saying he can't just talk to a girl he just met, but Grichpia simply looks at him and asks who he is. At this, Yoshikatsu flails his arms wildly as he awkwardly explains that they are currently playing cards over there. He asks if she wants to join, but his sudden invitation only leaves her confused, making her ask again. She is taken aback but immediately notices how incredibly embarrassed and flustered Yoshikatsu is. Smiling, she accepts his kind offer with a quiet thanks, which he barely catches before she walks off. Back to the present, Yoshikatsu has already been injured. Zedius continues his assault warily, noting that this is yet another progenitor with weak strikes. However, his movements are incredibly fluid. Zedius compares him to the previous 2, finding him much weaker than the spear and bow users. With his gaze turning incredibly sharp, Zedius unleashes a swift tentacle attack, successfully striking Yoshikatsu and throwing him off balance. In a flash, Zedius teleports right behind him. He's got him. A sure victory. He strikes down, thinking he has caught him, but a deafening clang echoes as his attack is blocked by a solid shield. His eyes widen in absolute disbelief as Yoshikatsu quickly channels his aura into the shield, immediately activating high-level counterattack skill. He mockingly tells Zedius that he's still green and immediately hits him with another strike. The other progenitors watch in pure shock as Zedius stares at his fresh wounds, silently analyzing his opponent. He realizes that it is not just the sword, but the shield too, concluding this progenitor specializes in manipulating aura. With a creepy twisted grin plastered across his face, Yoshikatsu remarks that his sword is actually poisoned. The other members are completely unsettled by this, whispering that his face looks truly terrifying right now. Allison frowns and exclaims that this is not how a hero is supposed to look, while Hinoki Reichiro simply chuckles and explains. Before being teleported, that kid had never fought in his life as he was just a regular student. He proudly shares another truth, revealing that when the boy first awakened, he was actually even weaker than Minato back then. But he grew strong by surviving his brutal training methods, leaving Gwentek and Allison completely shocked. They can't believe their ears, while Minato deeply empathizes, remembering how she was also almost killed by Master Ichika. Hinoki Reichiro continues, saying that while the kid complained constantly once he entered the tower, he never backed down. He never ran away, once praising Yoshikatsu for suppressing his deep fears and always choosing to move forward. That right there is true courage. And now we return to the present. Hinoki Reichiro firmly declares that Hazama Yoshikatsu is a true hero as he stands tall against his foe. His teammates feel incredibly proud. Seeing this, Allison finally lets a soft smile slip onto her face. But the truth is harsher. Yoshikatsu is struggling hard under this insanely heavy pressure. His legs are shaking violently just from trading blows. Gritting his teeth, he warns himself he cannot hold out much longer. Minato lent him his body, but his thoughts are still a mess. Suddenly, a voice shouts out to Jock from behind. The rest of the team cheers wildly. "Go on," they scream. "You are absolutely shining out there. Use your poison and kill him, Jock," they shout in unison, putting all their faith into him. "Keep going, Captain." Their fierce support deeply touches Yoshikatsu as he looks at everyone around him. Minato steps up beside him. "Sorry, Yoshikatsu," he says, "my own weakness made things so hard on you. Now it is your turn to speak. But for me, I just want to save Natasha and this entire planet." He makes a dead serious plea, telling him he is counting on him, and Yoshikatsu nods in agreement. Understanding his friend's strong resolve, he flashes a bright smile and charges straight ahead with a shout. He unleashes a counter and sword strike. Zedius gets hit, grunting in shock as his body slows down. This is not Starlight yet. The villain is completely shocked that poison is actually working this well against them. Zedius sneers with spite. "Even weakened, you are still clearly the ancestor who fought 300 years ago." Suddenly, the shield in Yoshikatsu's hand shifts form as he activates a powerful shield bash skill. Yoshikatsu boldly declares that Zedius is the weak one, now a confident smirk spreading across his face. "Sorry to keep you waiting, let's go." Meanwhile, Zedius realizes the kid is trying to corner him using a poisoned shield. How pathetic. The fool never learns. But Yoshikatsu quickly signals Minato to swap in someone else, and Minato immediately complies. Inari is summoned. Zedius's body is sliced to pieces before he can react. Shocked, he wonders how another ancestor just swapped weapons. That was Inari's signature demon curse skill. But Minato does not stop there instantly, calling upon Luciana. Rich Beer responds with a devastating reincarnation whip. Zedius takes heavy damage as Minato rapidly swaps to yet another ancestor. Nemi steps up using Eternal Whip. Then, receiving power from Long Ian, Minato unleashes a sky-shattering strike. A relentless barrage completely overwhelms Zedius. What is this? He gasps as he's swapping in a split second. He realized Kanagi Minato is chaining attacks just to prevent any possible counterattack. He is a completely different beast now, shouting out. Minato orders Keiji to finish him off, and Keiji immediately moves in for the kill. The giant weapon slams into Zedius, scattering his body into pieces. As he dissolves, Zedius realizes the truth. He cannot regenerate anymore. This host body has hit its limit, leaving nothing behind but a single severed hand. Defeating the enemy once and for all, Minato secures the win, leaving Yoshikatsu and the entire team absolutely thrilled. Victory is theirs. A brand new bond has been forged between Hazama's squad, Yoshikatsu, and all their allies. A strange blue light flickers on Zedius's remains right as the exhausting battle finally comes to an end. Just when victory seems certain, the unthinkable happens. A self-destruct sequence triggers, shifting focus back to Kanagi Minato. Right as Minato defeats the special grade shell, Shinji is busy fighting alongside Hikaruto, glad to see he is alive. Hikaruto answers that Shinji survived too, though Shinji's expression is filled with sheer annoyance. Muttering their plan, he complains that while they cleared out a bunch, they now must wait for Minato. Hikaruto quickly agrees, but a massive tremor shaking from deep below instantly steals their attention. What on earth is this violent shaking? Back with Minato, he is kneeling on the ground, gasping for air. Letting the ancestors borrow his body for too long has triggered an incredibly harsh physical backlash. The tremors shake the ground beneath Minato, shocking him as he reaches a hand forward, his mind racing. Something is definitely wrong. He defeated the special grade beast, so why has the barrier not faded yet? A strange cry makes him leap back on guard, demanding to know who's there, as Vazirip calmly addresses him. Vazirip introduces himself as the true owner of that defeated shell, admitting he watched the battle with Zedius. He remarks that Minato's diverse skills and unique arsenal are genuinely impressive, leaving him highly entertained. This revelation forces Minato to raise his guard, demanding to know what this true owner actually wants. Without hesitation, the commander confirms he is the leader of the Clastus on planet Alut. Dropping another massive bombshell, he reveals he is the barrier's creator as Minato points his sword. Vazirip continues to pressure him, pointing out that he just took down someone way stronger than Minato. Why show your face now, though? Vazirip just stares back and says he wants to give him a little reward. A prize for his sheer fighting spirit, but then Vazirip drops a bombshell, admitting he just sabotaged the planetary core. This completely throws Minato off. Yoshikatsu scratches his head, totally lost as to how someone could actually destabilize a core. Hinoki Reichiro grimaces and agrees it sounds bad, but only Rien truly understands the horrifying scale of what is happening. He cries out in utter disbelief there is no way Vazirip could actually pull this off. Vazirip lays it out perfectly flat. This planet is going to detonate from the inside out. It will literally dissolve into space dust, leaving Minato completely stunned as he demands to know what he just heard. Why go that far? Honestly, Vazirip has no problem explaining his twisted logic. It is the only way to guarantee Minato dies. Conquered planetary energy is a precious nutrient, but they will gladly burn it. Sacrificing an entire world is nothing if it ensures Minato is wiped out. Minato grits his teeth. Talk about overkill. They literally doomed a whole world just to kill him. Vazirip's body begins to glow as he speaks. He tells Minato to be proud that they went to such extreme lengths just to execute him. Minato is totally exhausted. Zero strength left. Nearby volcanoes erupt as deep fissures tear through the ground. The chaotic earth splits open, leaving survivors utterly terrified. Claw panics, but Natasha immediately commands him to shield the civilians. She orders Claw to protect everyone, knowing deep down that this is absolutely not some normal natural disaster. What is actually happening? Is Minato even going to survive? Back on the battlefield, Minato spots a massive missile rising into the sky. Running on empty, he desperately swings his sword, triggering his Hinoki style. He unleashes a decisive forward slash, sending a spinning shockwave that collides directly with the soaring projectile. But that strike barely has any power behind it. Vazirip mockingly notes that after fighting his ally, this weakness is expected. The villain bears down on Minato, heavily suppressing him while pointing out just how utterly pathetic and spent he looks. Then comes the chilling promise. He is staying right here until the planet explodes. The projectile keeps climbing, its searing heat scorching Minato's skin as Vazirip continues to taunt his helpless target. Even without his host's original stats, this body created the insects, meaning it is more than enough to pin Minato down. Minato's hand trembles violently as he grips his sword, his ragged breathing showing just how close to death he really is. Vazirip charges forward, declaring that outright slaughtering him right here and now would be even better. Seeing this, Hinoki Reichiro screams for Minato to swap places with one of the primordials. Literally anyone will do. They need to eliminate the threat immediately, but Minato cannot even reply before a brutal strike sends him flying back. Minato coughs up blood, wheezing that he cannot switch with anyone anymore. Ryan grits his teeth in sheer frustration. It makes perfect sense. Minato did not just take a beating from that special grade monster earlier. He also had to constantly swap places with over 10 primordials, pushing his mind straight to its breaking point. Alice frowns with anxiety, desperately asking how they can help him, while Guntek speaks up next. Looking grim, she notes they must defeat the enemy, shatter the barrier, and reach the teleportation point to escape. Only then can they return to Earth. Talk about an impossible checklist for someone close to death. But in this condition, how can they? Suddenly, someone cuts in to shut down the debate. Hinoki Reichiro tells them they are looking at this all wrong, silencing both Alice and Guntek. Then Minato chimes in. He firmly states that saving their own skins means absolutely nothing if they just abandon this world to die. Minato leans heavily on his sword, declaring he does not care what happens to his own body anymore, his eyes burning with resolve. He has to save this planet at all costs, a crazy promise that leaves Yoshikatsu watching him in sheer panic. Honestly, Minato has no clue how to escape this terrifying nightmare. Damn it all. He fought alongside the primordials and beat a special grade beast, coming so incredibly far just to die in this wasteland. The sheer injustice of it makes him curse under his breath, but right at that hopeless moment a new voice echoes. The barrier around them suddenly starts to splinter as someone tells Minato he has done a wonderful job. Then the barrier completely shatters, leaving Minato suspended in mid-air as his brain struggles to process the situation. The barrier is actually gone. His eyes are blank with fatigue, but then Minato notices something. He felt warm arms wrapping around him to heal his wounds. Even though Akin is exhausted herself, she still cries out in deep worry. Luckily, she made it in time to shatter the barrier, but the sight unfolding before Vass makes him incredibly furious at that brat. She actually broke his strongest barrier. Refusing to let them escape, he accelerates his process to strike down both of them. He targets the two of them for a final strike, but the next fighter stepping up to deal with him is none other than Midori himself. His expression is completely unreadable as he stares at the opponent, remarking that the beast doesn't look human at all. Yet Midori alone is more than enough to strike absolute terror into Vasrep, whose eyes widen in shock at that exact moment. Vasrep immediately shifts his body into defensive mode. It's not a calculated choice, but a primal instinct screaming since the day he was born. For the first time in his life, he is experiencing true paralyzing fear. Midori does not hesitate, immediately unleashing his raw power on him. He unleashes a massive skill on Vasrep, literally warping the entire surrounding space with his overwhelming dimensional power. And 45 minutes and 37 seconds after arriving on alias Kanagi Minato of the Anti-Apostle Force and Ichihara Midori of the Special Squad finally defeat their powerful enemy. However, their relief is short-lived as a devastating threat still looms directly over them. There are only 3 minutes and 14 seconds left before planet Uraf explodes. Midori, Minato, and Akin float silently in the air. Asuke notes that with the barrier completely shattered, those swarming insect monsters above the castle have also vanished. Although the enemy is defeated, Kanem chimes in with deep panic, shaking his voice as he looks at the surrounding destruction. Why are the volcanic eruptions and earthquakes still going on, even though everyone has already been evacuated? Will they truly be fine? The refugees look on in deep pain as their beautiful kingdom is ruthlessly torn apart. Both the city and the castle are sinking rapidly. Their country is completely doomed. Kanem speaks up once again in absolute despair. After all their hard work, can this planet really not be saved? Hearing this, Asuke can only agree. He is right. The scale of this disaster is simply fatal, a truly tragic end. In his heart, he looks back at everything that happened. The current teleportation skills of Iryu and himself are barely enough to transport these refugees to safety. He wanted to be a true captain who wouldn't let a single person die. Yet here he is, completely helpless. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls down to Sakazaki Iryu from high above. Kanem instantly looks up and shouts with relief. Yes, it is her. He turns his eyes toward the source of the voice. There she is, speaking with calm authority. She announces that she has checked and confirmed everyone is accounted for, telling them all to stay exactly where they are. The anxious citizens below shout out to cheer her on, and hearing their support, the princess flashes a warm, happy smile. She thanks the two of them, saying their support is the reason she can still fight, and immediately dashes forward. Natasha flies off in an instant. Kanem and Asuke watch her with absolute faith, and she arrives at her destination in no time. She calls out to ask if Minato and the others are okay. Minato responds with a voice deeply weighed down by guilt. He apologizes deeply, explaining that though the enemy is defeated, he failed to stop Glasta from activating the planet's self-destruction magic. Minato offers his sincerest apologies once more. Hearing this, Natasha merely bites her lip, falling into deep, quiet thought. Placing a hand on his shoulder, she confidently declares that they can still save this planet, making Akin open her eyes wide. She wonders how that is possible, so Natasha explains how much like Earth gathered its strongest progenitors 300 years ago. Every planet possesses its own unique will, and with the starlight power resting deep inside her, she can directly communicate with this world's consciousness, a shocking revelation that completely stuns Minato, Akan, and Midori. But Natasha quickly adds that it is only a possibility, prompting them to repeat the word in sheer disbelief. It will be her very first attempt, but the progenitor taught her how. The tower where those insect monsters nested must lead directly to the deepest core of this world. She just needs to reach it and unleash her starlight energy. Only native inhabitants of this planet can step into that sacred depths, which is exactly why she must go alone. Having explained her dangerous plan, Natasha turns around with absolute resolve, telling them to leave the rest of it to her. As she prepares to depart, Minato suddenly calls out to her, tossing a very familiar and precious necklace straight into her hands. He apologizes for holding onto it for so long. Natasha looks down at the object in her palm with a puzzled expression. Minato explains that her brother gave it to him before revealing that the locket contains two precious family photographs. He relays her brother's final wish to protect his little sister, bringing a warm, beautiful smile to Natasha's face. Clutching the necklace tightly in her hands, she quickly flies away, leaving him with a final, deeply heartfelt thank you. Heading straight for the absolute core of the planet, her heart burns with sheer fury toward those vile, glass-to scoundrels. Every beautiful memory flashes by, all stolen from her, fueling Natasha's raw fury as she remembers everything they took away. She clasps the necklace around her neck with trembling fingers, steeling her resolve, and presses forward into the dark. Her face hardens with absolute determination. She refuses to let this planet die as the final seconds slip away. Only 2 minutes remain before the planet explodes. Moving fast, Natasha calculates her remaining power, knowing she has already pushed her starlight energy way past its limits. There is no time to deal with obstacles one by one. She has to charge ahead at full speed, but then a sudden wave hits. Dark doubts creep back into her mind, calling her a useless princess as painful memories of failed battles flash before her eyes. She saved no one. Grief weighs heavily on her chest as she pictures all those who waited for her only to die. Even after escaping and obtaining the sacred starlight, she realizes she simply cannot carry this heavy burden all on her own. Her thoughts turn to Minato and his crew. She had to rely on those strange, stubborn warriors from Earth. Her gaze sharpens with pure focus. The memory of their first meeting plays out back when she was completely overwhelmed by them. Minato's entire squad stood before her, even Ichihara. She wondered why they came, since she had begged for help but expected nothing. Her home world meant nothing to them, yet Shinji was the first to step forward and explain their presence. It is the bond of true comrades, Shinji said, while Hanada Hakotaru chimed in that it felt like a connection forged in a past life. Cloud broke a sweat, silently grumbling that Earthlings' connections make no sense, while Akan offered a much simpler motivation. He could not just stand by and watch. He knew the agonizing pain of losing the people he cherished most. Midori had her own reasons, claiming she only fought to atone for her past sins, while Asuke kept it highly personal. For Asuke, it was strictly about achieving his own personal goals. Kanem, however, flashed a bright, cheerful grin and spoke up. He did not want to step into danger, but since Natasha was so incredibly cute, he made an exception. Then Minato shrugged and admitted that, to be completely honest, he did not really know his own reason either. The squad immediately yelled back at their captain for being so clueless, forcing him to quickly defend himself. He explained that the ancient spirits inside him were absolutely furious, but after seeing the painful memories she had shared, everything changed. He simply wanted to be the one who could dry her tears. That honest confession left Natasha completely speechless. Kanem sighed at how cheesy it sounded, and Akan teased that Minato was being incredibly awkward with his words. Hanada Hikotaru grinned, adding that at least it was passionate, leaving their leader flustered by the teasing. Minato nervously asked if his words were bad, glancing at Natasha before quickly adding more. Wearing a warm and completely sincere smile, he admitted that stopping her tears was indeed his absolute #1 motivation. He told her that he simply preferred seeing her smile. As the memory faded, Natasha could not help but grin. Dashing forward, she marvels at how they had only known each other for such a fleeting moment. Yet every single time their faces cross her mind, a sudden wave of courage floods her chest. They had always carried her. Now she was determined to return the favor as she raced deeper into the ruins. The path ahead collapsed. She desperately needed an opening when a familiar booming voice echoed from behind. Before the princess could react, Cloud charged past her, unleashing his signature ritual skill, the Passo Final. She gasped his name in disbelief, watching him grin back at her as he prepared to hold the line. He teased her for being way too reckless, leaving her own bodyguard behind before offering a confident smirk. Telling her to leave these obstacles to him and save her world, she wasted no time and immediately accelerated. In a flash, she crossed into a new dimension. Her eyes widened. It was surprisingly small. She stared at the bizarre, swirling black mass floating quietly in the center of the room. Realizing this bizarre mass was the core threatening to tear her world apart, she knew destroying it would halt the explosion. Gathering her absolute final and most powerful starlight energy, she prepared to shatter the ancient curse once and for all. But before she touched it, a brutal barrage of attacks blasted her backward. Paralyzed and completely unable to react in time, her mind filled with dread. Was it truly hopeless? She dropped her pendant, thoughts of her family flashing through her fading mind. Her vision blurred into darkness, but three warm spheres of light suddenly materialized around her. But in that moment, she felt the gentle hands of her family pushing her forward. Their warm smiles gave her strength. Enduring the agonizing pain, she gathered her resolve and made one final dash. She refuses to give up until the very last moment, and finally Natasha breaks free from those deadly spikes. Her hand successfully reaches the core. Natasha loudly declares her ultimate attack, activating Sparklight with a blinding flash of light. The exact moment Natasha touches that sphere, a massive wave of light instantly erupts. Within a split second, the blinding radiance spreads everywhere, leaving a peaceful smile on her face, content with the outcome. Meanwhile, Claw watches from afar before the focus shifts back to Alias. At the Von Slough-Canham Castle ruins, a terrifying scene unfolds as those vicious clusters. Are those monstrous clusters heading straight for the tower's core? Right then, Midori springs into action, unleashing his power with absolute confidence. He vows not to let them get close. Meanwhile, Minato still shows no sign of recovery as Akan's eyes widen in shock. She spots a massive pillar of pure power erupting from the glowing tower. The light stretches all the way to the planet's edge, leaving everyone watching in complete disbelief. Just when they thought the earthquakes had stopped, they anxiously wonder what that is while staring toward Alias. Could that be their new weapon? Suddenly, all the surrounding towers begin to glow, escalating the situation. Panic sweeps through the crowd. What's happening now? It's too bright. Everyone is desperate for answers. What on earth is going on? Meanwhile, the radiant light continues to spread at a dizzying speed. In the blink of an eye, it engulfs the entire planet, triggering a massive silent explosion. The galaxy once again sinks back into total silence. Looking up, Hinata Hikotaru wonders if those clusters are finally gone. Shinji confirms they've all been wiped out. Nearby, Akan quickly calls out to Minato, telling him to look. A proud smile spreads across his face as they watch the massive tower shatter into pieces. You actually did it, Natasha. After a brief silence, her eyes slowly open and she suddenly sits bolt upright in a panic. Akan welcomes her back with a gentle good morning, but the poor girl is still completely disoriented and confused. She asks if she is dead, but her chaotic thoughts are suddenly cut short by a strange aroma. What on earth is that delicious smell? With droplets floating in midair, Malicious is using Minato's body to cook. Chanting Opus Edict Gela, he prepares the food, then Gyoshiro unleashes his Henoki sword-style dancing slash. Those deadly sword slashes are literally being used to chop ingredients. Heavy Cloud slash is complete. Hinoki Reichiro then passes the torch to the next member, leaving the rest to Genzaburo, who gladly accepts the task. The legendary Chinata Town progenitor Taki Genzaburo confidently steps up, showing off his incredible culinary skills with lightning-fast hands. He tosses the pan like a master, quickly plating a delicious dish of stir-fried meat and vegetables for everyone to enjoy. Cloud grabs the plate to serve the kids, who are eagerly shouting for him to hurry up. He reassures the excited children, telling them not to worry because there is plenty of food for everyone. He asks if they like veggies, just as Genzaburo looks over and notices the rest of the group returning. The other members are back. Hinata Hikotaru carries a massive fish while Shinji hauls an entire wild boar. Delighted with the extra ingredients, Genzaburo orders them to bleed the meat and prepare the appetizers. He asks them to prep the fish, giving them zero time to rest before assigning the next task. He tells Shinji to cube and marinate the meat. Though a bit dazed, Shinji complies, asking how big to cut them. Genzaburo keeps issuing orders, telling Hinata Hikotaru to clean the fish before calling out to Akan for help. He tells Akan that 8 plates aren't enough, asking her to make more as Natasha watches in confusion. Shinji looks completely puzzled by her question, while Hinata Hikotaru gently explains that they are simply cooking up a feast. Despite the lack of staff, the exhausted refugees cannot hide the pure joy on their faces. They happily dig into the delicious food. Seeing this, Genzaburo turns to Natasha to offer some reassurance. He tells her that if she is still injured, their healer Valentine will take care of her. Even though Minato collapsed at the end of the battle, he has recovered enough to let a progenitor borrow his body. He hands her a fragrant plate of food, explaining that a hearty meal is mandatory after any tough battle. But Natasha is in no mood to eat, demanding to know what happened to those clusters as she stares in absolute shock. She notices the scenery has changed. Are all the towers completely gone? Genzaburo nods in agreement. He confirms that she was the one who wiped them out, adding that Alice's sky is finally blue again. He points backward while offering a simple suggestion for her to just eat and enjoy the food. Right in front of Princess Natasha, a cheerful little girl stands with a wide and bright smile. The girl warmly invites her to eat. Deeply moved, Natasha sheds tears and accepts the kind gesture. She agrees to join them, but a sudden panic-filled voice rings out, warning Kanagi Minato of trouble. Refugees from other zones are flooding in. Hearing this, Genzaburo only gets more fired up welcoming them. He turns to the rest of the group and makes a firm demand for Kanagi Minato team. He orders everyone to feed all of these newcomers. The squad replies in unison and the refugees finally smile. The sight warms Midori's heart. The refugees eat gratefully, crying out that this delicious food makes them feel alive. They rejoice over being alive. The meal is so good that even Princess Natasha agrees. She admits she has never tasted anything this incredibly delicious in her entire life. Meanwhile, Yoshikatsu watches enviously, wishing they could eat too. Keiji chimes in while drawing a card. It has been ages since they tasted Genzaburo's cooking. Minato kindly offers to lend them his body later. He tells them to enjoy the feast. Overjoyed, they immediately set up a small competition. The winner of the next match gets to eat first. Lexper jokes that Jokun will eat last. Jokun fires back, refusing to accept defeat. Watching their lively banter, Malicious cannot help but smile. Hinoki Reichiro is curious and asks why she is smiling. She openly shares her thoughts with him. She admits she misses this. 300 years ago, after every battle, they would celebrate just like this. Hinoki Reichiro chuckles at the memory, turning to walk away. He agrees that a delicious post-battle feast is unmatched. Malicious wonders where he is heading. He explains he needs to clear his head as the special grade threat is still alive. Hinoki Reichiro struggles to suppress his deep frustration, swearing to personally slice the enemy to pieces next time. Meanwhile, a meeting is underway elsewhere. Despite their defeat, the powerful council members discuss their options. They discuss the enemy's 5-layer armor, joking about how they will tease him upon his return. Their focus shifts to Earth, where a prophecy was once left. At that moment, the photographer, Phone, declares that whether the prophecy has begun or not, they must see it for themselves. But until that time comes, Minato and his allies enjoy their daily lives. Days pass after the Altea battle. Now Minato and Akane are simultaneously casting their cheap magister's skill. A massive structure rises instantly, followed by high-speed prefabrication that makes building look completely effortless. Kanam watches in absolute disbelief while Asuke stands beside him, equally stunned. It is hard to describe. Minato notes that Shinomiya's conversion speed has improved drastically. She proudly explains that alchemy is her specialty, promising she will not lose to him. Yet she is quickly humbled when she realizes he is even faster. Nearby, a massive fissure draws Kanam's attention. Asuke explains that the crevice was caused by the earthquake and nobody knows how far it extends. Suddenly, a brilliant pillar of light shoots up in the distance and water begins pouring in. The fissure transforms into a rushing river. Hanada Hikotaru steps up, proudly explaining he redirected the river's flow. He even caught some fish. Minato waves from above, thanking Hiko, while Kanam watches in shock. Hanada Hikotaru walks past the stunned onlooker, explaining that the river will provide clean drinking water. He explains that they are going to need plenty of water anyway, so he casually built a 10-kilometer pipeline from a mountain source. Kanam is absolutely stunned. Kanam calls him a monster. Minato then chimes in, asking if he was with Shinji. Hanada Hikotaru explains that Shinji stayed behind to transport some timber, pointing out that he has just arrived. A massive load of lumber drops from the sky. Shinji asks Minato if this is enough wood. Minato is highly pleased with the giant pile of wood, while Kanam watches with a wry smile. He jokes that Shinji probably cleared an entire mountain. Nearby, Asuke points out another busy worker. They watch Midori summon a massive vortex to clear the debris. The incredible displays of raw power make Kanam feel completely outclassed by these monsters. Up above, Minato smiles, pleased with their progress. At this point, they only need to finish the water pipeline to support everyone's daily lives. With that task done, they can finally head home, but he wonders where Natasha went. Aiken is the one who answers, pointing toward the distance as he quickly follows her gaze. Minato quickly spots her near the castle ruins, and Aiken gently suggests that he should go talk to her. Leaving the work to her, she tells him to go. He gladly accepts the offer. He heads off. Aiken lands on the ground with a warm smile and gently calls out to everyone. It is lunchtime. Meanwhile, near the ruined castle, Natasha stands staring quietly at the debris. She gazes at the remains of her former home. Minato quietly approaches her from behind. In her hands is a locket containing a family portrait. Sensing someone nearby, she turns around. Seeing that it is Minato, she speaks up before he can, quickly apologizing for her absence. She apologizes and offers to help with the camp, but Minato just offers a gentle response. He says they are nearly done, then softly apologizes for destroying so much of her home. Natasha quickly waves her hands to say it is fine, but her face still holds a deep sadness. She reflects on all her happy memories from childhood up to her talks about the future. Talking about her future with Maiken, she remembers always being surrounded by those she loved. Staring at the ruins, she softly whispers that this felt like her absolute final chance to connect with them. Natasha and Cloud slowly step toward Minato, bowing deeply to express her gratitude to his team. She formally thanks Earth's Japanese branch and Captain Kanagi Minato from the bottom of her heart. Beside her, Cloud bows in respect as well, a formal gesture that catches the boy off guard. Minato gets totally flustered and asks why they are being so formal, prompting Natasha to explain. He saved their entire planet, and she vows that she will find a way to repay this massive debt. Startled by her incredibly serious tone, Minato quickly waves his hands in dismissal, but she immediately makes a sudden proposal. She wants to build bronze statues of his team, but he desperately declines, completely embarrassed. He begs her not to do it, but her mind is firmly made up as she explains her reasoning. She wants to ensure that the people of this planet will never forget what they did. No matter how many generations pass, her people must remember. Minato warmly accepts her kindness, and they share a friendly handshake of mutual respect. He thanks her. Soon afternoon arrives, and everyone gathers at the teleportation gate to say goodbye. The refugees are heartbroken, unable to believe that their heroes are leaving so soon. They complain that they have not even repaid them yet. The kids are crying, begging to play more with Hiko and Shinji. Begging Akan to stay, the kids cry out while Kanem arrogantly asks the captain for an extension. Before he can even finish, Asuke smacks him hard. Akan steps in to apologize for the scene. She explains they must protect their own world too, while Hanada Hikotaru promises they will return to visit. As they walk, endless shouts of gratitude follow them, begging the Kanagi Minato team to visit again. Approaching the portal, Cloud drops a sudden shocking suggestion to Kanagi Minato that completely rattles both of them on the spot. Both of them turn red as he asks why Minato does not just marry Princess Natasha. Flabbergasted, she blushes deeply and yells at Cloud to stop, but he enthusiastically points out they are both heroes. A princess and a hero saving a nation makes them a perfect match, especially after what he said. That unforgettable line from Kanagi Minato about wanting to be the one to stop her tears from falling. The citizens cheer them on, shouting that it was the most romantic thing they had ever heard. They urge her to marry him, but a flustered Natasha quickly tells everyone to stop and awkwardly tries to explain. She stammers that she does not dislike Minato at all, but they simply do not have the time. Neither of them can focus on romance right now, and Minato gently nods along in full agreement. They must protect their worlds first, and this shared goal keeps them both completely focused on the massive rebuilding ahead. Cloud reminds them that the road ahead is only going to get tougher, but Natasha is already fully prepared for it. She has fully braced herself for the challenges, and Minato agrees, promising to give it everything he has. After a very emotional farewell filled with warm wishes, Minato's team finally steps through the portal and head back home. Back at the tomb of the progenitors, a massive pillar of light erupts as they make their grand return. Kane is so incredibly overjoyed, she actually starts crying, realizing there is truly no place like home. Asuke quietly agrees with her sentiment, while Akane keeps her eyes locked onto the fading portal. It is finally over. Akane sighs, and Minato replies he wants to return when things settle down. Hanada Hikotaru chimes in that they can visit Alias whenever they want, but a certain necklace catches Minato's eye. This keepsake from Natasha suddenly makes Minato think of family, prompting him to apologize to his squad. He asks if he can visit his mother, catching Shinji, Akane, and Hanada Hikotaru off guard before Midori quickly steps in. Midori explains that Minato's home is nearby, offering a warm smile and promising to handle the mission report. He tells Minato to go spend time with his mom, and offer Minato eagerly accepts with heartfelt gratitude. Midori promises to update Yui, and as Minato waves goodbye, he recalls a sweet promise he made to his mother. She had asked him to return before New Year's Eve, and remembering her face, Minato gets incredibly excited. He wonders if she will be surprised by his early return, completely unaware of who is watching. He totally misses the presence of Nasuon, who watches his back and whispers that she has finally found him. Wearing a wicked smirk, Elenafan Clasta, a Class 2 double, remarks that Kanagi Minato is actually pretty cute. Minato has no idea danger is lurking, but just 2 minutes after the team's return, Yui makes a call. She sounds pretty annoyed on the line, complaining that he should have let her know they were back on Earth. Minato chuckles and apologizes over the phone, but Yui immediately goes on to lecture him about the tomb. She says it glowed so brightly she ran to check, but found nobody, which worried her half to death. Minato explains he was planning to report, but then he proposes they do things a bit differently. He asks if they can just talk when they meet, and Yui readily agrees to it. She asks when, and Minato quickens his step, explaining he wants to see his family first. His words make Yui freeze as fond memories and the deep pain of their separation flood her heart. She softly tells him it is fine, noting his mother must be lonely and urging him to go. She tells him to enjoy his time, and Minato warmly thanks her before hanging up. His excitement grows as he finally stands before his front door, wondering if his mother is home. Inside, his mother is busy cooking, but her attention is suddenly drawn toward the sound at the door. She gasps in absolute shock at his sudden return, and as Minato softly greets her, she smiles warmly at him. Welcoming him back, she immediately gets to work washing and hanging his clothes. His mother happily chatters away without stopping, teasing that he should have at least called before dropping by. While preparing lunch, she adds that she would have made something better if he had warned her. Minato gently apologizes, explaining his mission was close by, so he stopped in with permission from Midori Ichihara. He mentions he asked his captain, but then he remembers the news and quickly corrects himself. Since the world believes Ichihara is dead, he also recalls Renzaburo's wish to show gratitude to his mother. Because of that, Minato eagerly offers to help her cook, but his mother quickly declines. She tells him to just sit down and relax, leaving Minato to wait obediently at the table. Sitting there, his mind drifts back to how Ichihara's initial visit had set everything in motion. From joining the Great Prophet to now, the past few months flash through his mind like a movie. It feels incredibly nostalgic, and soon his mother sets down a simple plate of leftovers and soup. She tells him lunch is ready, and Minato politely thanks her before taking his first bite. As he tastes the hot soup, a blissfully happy smile spreads across Minato's face. This is definitely his mother's miso soup, a taste that completely melts away his stress. A deep sense of relief washes over him as they sit across from each other at the table. His mother suddenly remarks that he seems to have grown taller, which he explains while chewing. He admits he hasn't measured his height since joining the squad, making his mother smile warmly at him. Minato's mother notes that while she always gets updates about him, seeing him like this feels entirely different, remarking that he looks truly happy. Hearing this, Minato asks in confusion if that is really true, while his mother continues to worry if his work is going well. He simply explains that everything is fine, though he cannot share any details, since his job is strictly top secret. He adds that he is incredibly busy, but mentions he has already made plenty of new friends. Minato sums up his journey by admitting this path is not as glamorous as he once dreamed, bringing plenty of tough challenges. Still, he is genuinely happy to be a hunter. Seeing his content expression, his mother smiles softly and says she understands. She gently shifts the topic, asking Minato about the money he sends home every month, causing him to ask if it is not enough. Flustered, his mother quickly shakes her head, explaining that it is actually way too much, equal to her entire yearly salary. She wonders if he is spending anything on himself. Minato just smiles and explains that the amount is only half of his actual earnings. He adds that he has no time to spend his money anyway. Wait, talk about a nice problem to have. Earning more than her yearly salary in just a single month is hard to wrap her head around, so she simply tells him it is still too much. Minato finishes his plate lightly, brushing off her concerns about his dangerous job before thanking her for the delicious meal. Seeing him grab his jacket, she asks if he is heading out, and Minato gives a brief answer. He mentions he is meeting Rui at the tomb. His mother instantly remembers his childhood friend, noting it has been a very long time. She calls out to ask what he wants for dinner, and Minato keeps his answers short, yelling back tonkatsu. As he heads out, his mother chuckles. Running straight to the tomb right after eating is exactly what he did during his childhood summers. With a warm smile, she makes a mental note to pack his favorite dinner with extra meat tonight. Meanwhile, as Minato eagerly runs off, Keiji looks at Yoshikatsu and asks what is wrong, but Yoshikatsu insists it is nothing. With a gentle smile, Yoshikatsu admits he is actually pretty jealous of the boy sharing his inner thoughts. He explains that his own background was very similar to Minato's, asking Keiji if he ever gets homesick. Keiji nods, admitting he misses home too since he was summoned during a part-time shift. He then wonders aloud about his own family. He wonders how his parents are doing these days. Suddenly, Yoshikatsu shifts the topic to something entirely different. He asks where their top-notch samurai friend went, but the other members quickly respond in unison that they have not seen him. Malicious Hinoki chimes in, revealing that the samurai is currently inside the rift, which completely shocks Yoshikatsu. He mutters that he would never go there, even with extra lives. Confused, Hinaki points out that they are all already dead anyway. She explains that the place is great for sharpening one's mind, reminding them that they must prepare for what lies ahead. They need to get ready for the final battle. Meanwhile, in another dimension, Rie Ishiro raises his sword, issuing a bold challenge. He asks if any of the warriors there want to duel him, and a voice immediately answers back. The speaker remarks it has been a while since the samurai visited. Rie Ishiro calmly notes that the callers are growing much stronger. He refuses to sit idly by anymore. Right now, he is driven by a single focus. He aims to hone his mind to the absolute limit. In response, his opponent flashes a challenging grin, asking if he considers them friends. He warns that even this rift has its limits. Standing right before him is the legendary progenitor of demon slayers, Melville. With a thrilled expression on his face, Melville welcomes him to a world of endless slaughter. On the other side, Jiro readies himself for combat. Meanwhile, Rui looks up and greets Minato as he finally arrives. Minato runs over, shouting that he just finished eating, and immediately gets straight to business. He asks what went down in Alex and demands to know what advice Rui was talking about. Then Minato brings up another question. He asks if Rui knows anything about the progenitor of the Wanderers, a sudden question that leaves Rui completely baffled. Minato recalls the flash skill Natasha used, explaining his theory that they must find this person to defeat the Callers. He believes finding them is key and quickly asks Rui to lend him his strength for what is coming. Rui is caught entirely off guard. Meanwhile, over at the ruins of the first prophecy on the frozen earth, the landscape remains frozen. The Grand Prophet keeps this zone under tight supervision until they deem it safe. As soon as the prophecy clears, former Vice Captain Mana of the Suo Squad observes, noting that the temperature is dropping again. Kazushiro, a former squad member, agrees, mentioning that they were ordered to investigate the source. Suddenly, Mana cuts him off. He stops Kazushiro in his tracks, staring ahead into the cold mist before demanding to know who is there. He warns that the area is off-limits to ordinary people, but Natasha just murmurs those words back with a smirk. A massive surge of power radiates from Elenathan's body. The other two members cannot hide the sheer terror on their faces. She condenses her power into a glowing sphere, aiming it straight at them. Die, you trash. That lethal energy threatens to wipe out both Mana and Jay, their faces completely frozen in horror. Memories of that final battle alongside Makoto flash back as Captain Suo Mana struggles desperately to hold her ground. The destructive aura ripples through the air, but suddenly Elenathan stops dead in her tracks as she spots something. Mana and Jay are safe for now as Midori suddenly appears right above Elenathan, looking down to coldly ask who she is. She flashes a wicked smile and replies that she is a second-class corpse insect from the ancestral library of Hanayagi. Jui carries a heavy stack of books, asking if he really needs research on the progenitor of the female travelers, wondering if she even exists. If an expert on progenitors has zero clues, then there probably is not a single book about her here. No books here. But Minato keeps searching desperately, flipping pages while replying that they cannot give up yet. He insists she must exist since the person who taught him Star Flare was none other than the progenitor of female travelers, Shiki. Kitamori contemplates this as Minato explains that finding more details about her might finally give them a way to fight back against Clasta. A sudden call startles Minato, as it is incredibly rare for Soknia to actually strike up a conversation with him. Soknia's progenitor suddenly appears. Call your friend right now, she warns, leaving Minato completely stunned. She channels her spiritual energy and raises the mark on her hand, pointing out that their seals are identical. With the seal signaling danger, Minato instantly panics and scrambles to make an urgent call. Minato asks frantically if Shinomiya is still at the mausoleum, shouting that they are heading over to join him right this second. Outside the library, two vehicles suddenly screech to a halt as Minato and Hana Ayagi rush out to meet them. Panting heavily, he asks where on earth that car came from, just as Shinomiya Akan yells from inside to get in. He urges him to get in because Ichihara is holding them back, rewinding the clock 5 minutes as someone slams the brakes. The sudden stop sends the car spinning across the road, while a frantic Shinomiya Akan clutches his phone, desperately calling out to Sakazaki. He asks in disbelief if Ichihara is really missing, prompting Iryu Kanam and Sakazaki to immediately take action. Asuke immediately unleashes his search magic, scanning across the vast snow-covered peaks of the Abukuma Highlands in Fukushima Prefecture, the Level 1 prophecy location. An ice sphere has appeared, throwing them into shock. Alongside Hinata, Hikotaru Shinji gasps in complete shock, gritting his teeth as he mutters the words, ice sphere. The chilling sight triggers painful memories of the exact place where his older brother tragically lost his life. He remembers his brother covered in blood lying motionless in the snow, which is why Sakazaki prepared teleport points at each location. By leaving small wooden rods at every prophecy site, they can easily warp straight to the scene in case of an absolute emergency. He deduces that Ichihara must have picked up a distress signal from their patrol squad stationed in that freezing area. As Sakazaki Asuke explains this, his expression turns dead serious, knowing what might be happening on that peak. Now get ready, because up on that freezing peak, Elenathan is absolutely loving the chaos. She unleashes a rapid barrage of attacks, her wild laughter echoing across the mountainside while Midori struggles. Already heavily injured, Midori grits his teeth in frustration as she mocks him, asking if that is all the great hero has. Recognizing him as Ichihara Midori, Elenathan taunts him, begging the world's strongest warrior to put up a decent fight. Watching from below, Kazushiro Rei wonders what kind of monster they are facing, while a guilt-ridden Kasamana quietly apologizes to him. She admits she had no idea the enemy would be this powerful, but despite his bleeding wounds, Midori calmly reassures her. He firmly promises that he will not let a single person die today, though he is currently held back by two massive obstacles. First, the deep psychological trauma from a past massacre completely freezes him whenever he tries to fight a humanoid opponent. It is an incredibly dark trauma. Second, he must protect the two former Suo team members, Kashi and Kazushiro, at all costs. He needs to buy them enough time to escape, but suddenly a massive blast targets the survivors directly. Midori grits his teeth, realizing she is using gravity manipulation to counter his abilities, and her output is absolutely insane. He struggles to move as she exerts pressure without lifting a single finger, reminding him of the overwhelming progenitor power within Minato. Our hero quickly realizes that she is easily on par with that monster, her terrifying magic warping the solid ground into a bottomless abyss. He wonders if this is the true power of a Class 2 parasite, as Elenathan merely sneers at his reaction. Complaining that things were much more exciting 300 years ago, she looks down at a panting Midori who demands to know her true goal. She reveals she is the master behind the ice sphere prophecy, planning to use frozen cores at 17 different locations to freeze the entire planet. Elenefon sneers, mocking humanity's complete inability to stop her master plan. But everything went off track when the ancestors appeared, causing her to cover her mouth and smile slyly. She decides to speed things up, unleashing a breath of frost that instantly freezes half of Midori Ichihara's body. Midori is utterly shocked by the freezing wind, left wondering how on earth she is able to wield so many different abilities at once. Elenafon smirks, reading his mind and mocking him for thinking that Glasta is weak against extreme cold. Calling him foolish, she notes that even fire-weak humans still use fire. Having mastered absolute sub-zero control, she promises her ice sphere will soon freeze the entire world, leaving Midori helpless. Midori grits his teeth in frustration, but Casamana suddenly steps in. He begs Midori to escape, pleading that humanity cannot afford to lose him, but Midori refuses to run. Casamana asks why he would risk it with his body freezing, while Midori thinks of his loved ones. Determined, he realizes these two are the precious mementos Makoto left behind. Casamana trembles, desperately calling out to him as Midori finally accepts that these companions are indeed Makoto's lasting legacy. They are the living proof that Makoto stopped the prophecy, and he refuses to abandon them now, feeling his comrades beside him. Suddenly, Elenafon lunges forward and lands a devastating punch straight to Midori's face. The brutal blow sends him flying as she contemptuously barks at the trash to get out of her way, his consciousness quickly fading. He curses his inability to win as a memory resurfaces, with Kijiro Hinoki asking if he is the cursed child. Since childhood, Midori was shunned by everyone, his entire family slaughtered simply because of his birth, a terrifying fate. Whispers warn others to stay away and avoid angering him, a cursed child completely isolated from the rest of the world. Once again, Midori sinks deep into his own dark subconscious, staring at his helpless self in utter despair. He laments that he is only capable of destroying things, completely unable to protect anyone he cares about. Just as he is about to completely drown in his cursed darkness, a sudden ray of light pierces through. The light revives his spirit as Midori remembers his childhood and how old Lady Io had saved him. She had covered herself in wounds just to protect him, and Makoto did the exact same alongside someone else. Even Minato risked everything, yet Midori hesitated because his enemy looked human, rendering him unable to fight back. Watching Elenafon charge, Midori steals his resolve, gritting his teeth to summon a magic circle despite not being the strongest. Unleashing the shifting torrent, a massive stream of water violently blasts straight into her, but he is not done yet. Pushing his power to the absolute limit, he channels all his remaining energy to prepare another devastating strike. He summons 6 storms in a row, leaving Elenafon wide-eyed in shock as 3 massive spells collide. The tempest crashes directly into her, prompting Kazushiro J to shout from behind that he actually succeeded. Casamana anxiously calls his name as thick smoke blankets the battlefield, leaving a massive trench carved into the earth. At this point, Midori is completely drained of energy, gasping heavily for air in sheer exhaustion. He struggles to keep his eyes open, watching the rising dust clear, only to reveal Elenafon standing tall. She stands completely unscathed, indifferently, brushing dust off her shoulder while mocking his desperate final attack, leaving Midori frozen in sheer, petrified disbelief. With a cold glare, she orders him to die, releasing a wave of dark energy that plunges everything into absolute blackness. Midori stands frozen, desperately thinking of the companions Makoto left behind and the fate of the entire world. His companions watch in horror as Midori sinks into utter despair, gritting his teeth at his failure to protect anyone. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoes through the darkness, casting a powerful seal of truth that instantly blows away her dark magic. Elenafon flinches in shock, her eyes widening, while Midori quickly recognizes the newcomer and breathes a sigh of relief. Standing majestically atop a vehicle, Minato arrives just in time alongside Malicious, who has also joined the fray. Malicious Seleptios waves his hand, sighing in relief that they made it, while Minato glares coldly at the enemy. Staring blankly at the vehicles, she demands to know why Minato arrived early when he was meant to be the main course. She summons a dark orb of energy above his head, preparing to engulf him in the abyss. The vehicles instantly vanish, forcing Minato to leap back in annoyance, surprised that she can wield such a powerful technique. A raspy voice suddenly gasps out as Ichihara Midori weakly warns Minato and the others to watch out for her. She is class 2 before he can finish. He collapses in exhaustion. Casamana and Dai rush over, calling his name in panic. Minato freezes mid-air and asks if he just fainted, noting how incredibly convenient that timing actually is. Casamana screams in disbelief at his words, while Nafta notices Kanagi Minato letting his guard down and instantly strikes. Telling him not to look away, she summons an ice meteor skill that instantly manifests high up in the sky. A deafening boom echoes as the group stares up in shock. What on earth is that? Before they can even react, the mass plunges down. Iryu Kanon screams as it gains terrifying speed. Wait. His voice crackles with dread as he realizes it is a meteor, sobbing while clutching his head in panic. Minato barks at them to stay calm, remembering the intense training they went through during those 2 days at Alias. Minato unleashes his Starlight Seal, making Iryu Kanon gasp in disbelief as a massive fire meteor suddenly ignites the sky. Blazing meteors rain down and collide violently in mid-air, unleashing a blinding flash that lights up the entire sky. A split second later, the massive shockwave detonates, threatening to tear the surrounding environment completely to shreds. Violent gales whip through the area, forcing everyone to shield their eyes while Nafton watches, genuinely impressed by his power. She sneers that this is truly the power of a progenitor, though Minato remains highly on guard. Yet he knows this is not enough to defeat the class, two malicious corps waiting right behind her. A quick glance shows Ichihara Midori lying motionless on the ground, but suddenly his seal begins to glow brightly. Deep within his own subconscious, Ichihara Midori slowly opens his eyes, looking around in complete confusion at his surroundings. Growing doubts consume him as he wonders if he has died, but a sudden voice cuts through the silence. Ron. He flinches in surprise as the entity remarks how spacious this place is compared to being cramped inside Minato. Ichihara Midori demands to know who he is, just as Scornia begins pulling off his hood to reveal himself. Back on the battlefield, Nafton raises her hand to manipulate gravity, flipping her wrist with a sinister little smirk. Still terrified, Iryu Kanon clutches his head and mutters that they need to fall back immediately, but Isuke intervenes. Isuke calmly warns him that hiding in the car is useless, but suddenly their vehicle is violently jerked forward. He is thrown sideways as an intense gravitational force drags the entire group straight down, sparking instant panic. Realizing gravity has shifted sideways, Casamana drives her sword deep into the ground, desperately trying to hold the rope. She screams out for Ichihara as his helpless body begins to slide away under the heavy gravitational pull. Minato tries to move, but a frustrated Nafton quickly intercepts him, snapping that she told him not to look away. Capitalizing on his split-second distraction, she unleashes her crystal sword, but Minato just smirks and effortlessly parries her strikes. Nafton suddenly launches another devastating attack, but fortunately Shinji manages to catch the falling Ichihara Midori in time. Shinji screams for Minato to keep fighting while Hazama Yoshikatsu rushes over to help secure the injured fighter. Yoshikatsu raises his shield to block, gritting his teeth as he tells Shinji her raw power almost broke through. Cackling with pure excitement, she boasts that they were merely the appetizer and now the main course has finally arrived. Sensing their despair, Nafton licks her lips in amusement and vows to devour absolutely everything. She begins summoning an absolutely colossal meteor, sending Iryu Kanon into a frenzy while a tearful Yoshikatsu screams in sheer terror. Yelling to swap, Malicious closely monitors the clash while throwing out a quick thanks to Yoshikatsu. From above, Minato desperately asks Isuke and Iryu if they can teleport everyone away, but they quickly reply together. It is impossible since tracking everyone's exact coordinates in this chaos is completely out of the question. Minato closes his eyes and accepts the reality immediately, preparing to summon Ellen's scorching blue lightning field. As they scream from the intense heat, Minato silently marvels at how well Ichihara managed to hold his own. Surviving against this monster for nearly 5 minutes is insane, especially compared to Hinoki, who had the highest synchronization rate. Even Hinoki only lasted 1 minute, making Minato's 2-minute limit highly critical before Malicious snaps him back to focus. Told to focus, the scene shifts back to Midori's subconscious as he suddenly makes a startling realization. Scornia warmly greets him as his junior, explaining that they actually share the exact same crest 300 years ago. As the progenitor of wind speaks, the ancient crest on Midori's hand begins to glow brilliantly. Apologizing for disturbing his soul once again, Scornia leaves a still, utterly bewildered Ichihara Midori staring in silence. He asks the progenitor visiting his soul why they are inside him, and Scootnia patiently prepares to answer. He explains they are connected through the crest, telling Midori to just treat him as a special master before going deeper into the matter. An awakener is someone who goes far beyond human understanding. Scootnia warns in a serious tone about his current status. Your current level is just at the entrance of that domain, so keep this in mind. Addressing Ichihara Midori, he reveals a hidden truth that Midori has a dormant potential to defeat those. Glastus. On this side, Shinji is busy trying to dodge falling rocks while asking her if they can defeat her right here. Minato's face darkens as he says it is absolutely impossible, leaving the others shocked and frowning, asking if they cannot stop her. Minato quickly reassures him not to give up just as Rien appears, holding a map, a strategist planning their next move. Whether they are losing or not, Malicious chimes in saying that as long as they are alive they can find a way. Natfon chuckles, repeating the words about staying alive as an impossibility, laughing out loud before starting to summon another giant shadow orb, prompting Minato to quickly unleash his Seal of Truth, Mago Hatemesh, to stand against her. He says that is exactly what he was waiting for, glancing back to find a way out of this desperate situation. Looking at Ichihara, Midori collapsed on Shinji. He thinks they need him to awaken, and Midori seems to hear the call. He slowly opens his eyes as the air freezes while Natfon laughs with delight, questioning his waiting. She scoffs at the idea of waiting for Ichihara Midori to awaken, asking what on earth could possibly happen as she summons multiple black holes. Malicious warns they will defeat her as he chants a glass dispel while Ichihara slowly opens his eyes. Back in Ichihara's mind, he stares in shock at the figure before him whose power completely dwarfs that level 2 core. Scupia realizes that Midori is capable of doing it, noting that even with him inside his soul, Midori will not let himself be controlled like Minato. He seriously explains that Midori will have to fight entirely alone, prompting the young man to fall silent before replying with regret. If only he had been stronger, he would not have suffered so much, his voice trembling as he recalls his childhood. He endured hellish training from a young age just to protect everyone from the constant threat of the cores. He clenches his fists in frustration, but Scupnia deeply empathizes with his struggle, putting himself in the young man's shoes. Having walked the same path and seeing everyone suffer from the Glastas, they only wanted to save the few survivors left. But Scupnia looks at his hands, realizing that whenever he needed strength, these hands held nothing, understanding that all of them are still suffering from the same root of evil that they themselves allowed to exist, and thinking of all those who sacrificed their lives, Scupnia cannot help but wonder what that battle was truly for, as the graves only multiplied over the years. Seeing those who died and families torn apart, he notes with deep regret that it was not worth it. Ichihara hesitates to speak, but Scupnia just smiles gently in contemplation and steps closer to him. He tells Midori to give him his hand and not worry, promising that power as his own hands begin to glow. Ichihara quickly catches on and asks in shock if he is sacrificing himself, which Scupnia does not deny, saying he is glad he can fulfill his mission sooner than his comrades, leaving Ichihara to cast his eyes down in deep thought. Then with determination he clasps Scupnia's hand, their crests touching to create a flawless and powerful bond. Ichihara wonders in shock if he is seeing Scupnia's memories from after his original mission was completed. Walking on a beach, the progenitor of fire Astra asks if he plans to enter the tomb, and Scupnia nods with a smile. He explains that Valentine checked on him, placing a hand over his chest as he feels his hope fading away. Having overused his powers beyond their limits, his soul is tearing apart, forcing Scupnia to plan for the future. He must wait for the next awakener with avoidability, as only that power can prevent his soul from being destroyed entirely, smiling as he notes that having even a single choice is better than none. He is content to entrust his hopes to the future, prompting Astra to understand and decide to join him. Scupnia stops him, urging him not to rush as they begin to talk about how brutal their battles have been. Remembering that fateful night, Scupnia feels deep regret, still wondering why he was unable to hold that girl's hand, his expression turning pale with wide, shocked eyes. Astra quietly comforts him, telling him to stop thinking about it since they all failed, yet he refuses to lose hope. Instead, he believes that one day they can entrust someone else to hold her hand in their place with tears. Scupnia's tears stream down her cheeks as she smiles happily. She wonders if anyone like him will ever exist again and how beautiful it would be if they did. Back in Ichihara's mindscape, having completed her mission, she slowly fades away as he painfully squeezes Scupnia's hand. Meanwhile, on the outside, his sigil flares to life as Shinji anxiously calls out to Ichihara. Instantly, the world shifts and the entire group, floating in midair, they suddenly plummet to the ground together. Kanam screams in pain, realizing gravity has returned to normal. Nathan slowly loses her mind, scoffing at the thought of a mere Grasta like Ichihara actually defeating her. She summons her attack with utter disdain, sneering that a guy like him is not even worthy of fighting her. He is just a modern awakened from that weak crowd. She sneers, her laughter growing louder by the second. She claims she can easily freeze and shatter him like the trash he is, unleashing her massive dark energy. A massive crater forms and the overwhelming magic injures Casamana and Rei. Minato raises his hand to feel the gravity seal. She grows increasingly ecstatic, mocking his slowness as an icy seal suddenly freezes, Minato's lower body creeping upward to consume him. Minato grits his teeth, cursing under his breath as he gets overwhelmed, wondering if Ichihara will make it in time. Nathan screams in sheer delight, commanding the ice to shatter him as she prepares to summon another frozen cage. But before she can celebrate her icy nebula, a dark mist sweeps through and a beam of energy pierces her body. A familiar voice echoes the words, "Void Wind." Nathan glances down in absolute shock, unable to comprehend what just happened. A tiny blue sphere condenses right beside her, as that same voice commands a spiral, triggering a massive explosion of power. Her arm is completely obliterated, leaving Nathan in absolute panic, while the ice-trapping Minato suddenly melts away. Her face is instantly warped by a devastating punch from Ichihara, who summons dozens of spectral clone arms around him. He delivers a relentless barrage, then leaps high, kicking down to unleash a colossal storm. Battered and completely broken, she cannot even utter a word as Minato looks up in awe at the fully awakened Ichihara. He stands tall under everyone's gaze, tears streaming down his face as he sternly tells the Grasta to bring it on. Minato stares in shock quietly, looking up at the sky where Scupnia has vanished, while Warren also gazes upward. The other progenitors look up in deep sorrow while Valentine keeps his head bowed in silence as Molestius gently comforts Minato. Her expression darkens, noting that he completed his mission before she focuses back on the battle against their foes. Ichihara condenses a sphere of energy, causing her to grit her teeth in rage while the crest on his hand blazes. With determined eyes, he dares the Grasta to come at him. Years ago, during the Zero disaster, he used his body to completely wipe out Manhattan and even intended to unleash the full extent of Midori Ichihara's power, but he immediately backed down. Hajime Kamiragi calls out to him while Warren Hastings stares in shock, questioning this insane force. Ichihara's glowing crest is enveloped in a dark, ominous energy. No matter what it seems, Midori Ichihara cannot use his full power without his hand trembling in doubt, knowing that doing so would completely destroy the earth along with them. In theory, wind can never exceed Mach 1. The moment it breaks the sound barrier, massive shockwaves are generated. This causes the wind to tear itself apart, but Midori Ichihara can easily push past this limit. By combining his own aura with the wind, he can create a massive current, reaching Mach 3, a truly terrifying level of destructive power. A wind like that should never have existed in the first place, and unleashing it on the world would wipe out the planet like a bullet, with a colossal tornado piercing straight from the stratosphere deep into the earth. The debris blasted out from deep underground would heavily pollute the air and disrupt the normal circulation of the Earth's atmosphere, triggering global disasters like massive earthquakes, devastating tsunamis, and extreme weather anomalies. The terrifying details of this prophecy foretelling the world's destruction by Midori Ichihara are recorded in the Bhagavad Gita. Also known as the Song of God, it is absolutely no exaggeration that if Midori Ichihara unleashed his full power, humanity would perish. The chaos caused by Zero would look like a gentle breeze by comparison, a mere turbulence really. But in the end, Midori Ichihara finally learned to control this power thanks to Tsukmiya's training, feeling a deep, silent gratitude in his heart. He is grateful for his power, all because he met the progenitor of wind. Closing his eyes, Ichihara senses a vacuum. Immersed in his summoning, he notes that he first needs a perfect vacuum with no air, a true void of wind. He just needs to place his colossal storm inside it. A tiny breeze gathers in his hand as he prepares to concentrate the tornado's full energy. Concentrating max power into a single node of the void wind, Natfon is still incredibly strong. Despite losing part of her body, she is completely unstoppable. He calmly analyzes the situation. If he stacks other skills on top, he can turn it into a literal wind-based time bomb. Opening his eyes, he reveals the perfect form of a wind awakener. Ichihara clenches his fist tight. His burning determination is clear as day. Suddenly, Natfon rushes him from afar, screaming at him to stop just standing there. She unleashes her power, her arm transforming into a massive block of ice, while Ichihara coldly summons a swirling circle of wind. Acting like an invisible shield, it stops her attack cold as the giant flying ice block suddenly crashes into the ground. Natfon widens her eyes in pure shock, wondering how her own skill could possibly miss like that. It was supposed to hit him directly. Glancing to the side, she spots Ichihara's glowing seal. A split second later, he summons a massive tornado that blasts her far away. Ichihara locks in, realizing that if he can predict her path and place his void wind in the perfect spot, he can force her to move exactly how he wants. Natfon crashes through a wall of ice, coughing up blood. Using the void wind nodes as transition points, Ichihara seizes the opening and charges ahead to strike her. He boosts his speed, creating wind shields that serve as both defense and physical footholds to take her down. She ramps up her power for a devastating clash, triggering a massive explosion that lights up the entire sky. Watching from below, Minato stands jaw-dropped at the insane power. Meanwhile, Natfon's body begins to fracture and crack. She panics in disbelief. What on earth is he, and how is he not decaying even after touching her? Could it be his wind pressure keeping her at bay? Enraged, she curses and swings a desperate punch at him. Ichihara blocks the strike effortlessly, telling her coldly that this is completely useless. Using his wind blade, he slices her arm clean off. In absolute agony, she decides to retreat, but a bright flash of light cuts her off. Her body starts to blur as she tries to vanish, but he notices, instantly unleashing a massive stream of wind to strike her down. What kind of monster is this guy? Realizing she has no choice, she resolves to kill him no matter the cost. Pouring her very soul and body into the ultimate attack, she summons her darkest spell, Nebula Froskus. But as she channels her spell, Ichihara simply waves his hand from below, and her magic instantly vanishes into thin air. Left completely dumbfounded, she hears him coldly demand her surrender, warning that this entire sky is now fully under his absolute control as countless spheres of wind materialize all around her. His wind spells detonate in a blinding flash, leaving Natfon battered and crawling helplessly on the ground. She grinds her teeth in denial, but looking at his dark gaze, she realizes she stands absolutely no chance. Gnashing her teeth, she resolves to at least make sure the prophecy comes true. Fueled by pure rage, she unleashes one last surge of massive power, screaming with everything she has left. She summons a catastrophic blizzard of energy, sending this massive blast hurtling straight toward Ichihara's position. Unbothered, Ichihara calmly utters his technique, Void Wind. Instantly, a dark vortex opens, swallowing the entire blast whole. In an instant, the sky clears up completely. Her face turns pale as her pupils shrink in utter terror. Ichihara slowly walks over, reminding her that it's useless against his Void Wind. Ready to swallow all of her power, he raises his hand and summons a breeze, leaving her completely powerless. Furious, she slams her hands against the ground, screaming that she can still fight, but a sudden whirlwind traps her completely. Unable to move a single muscle or even make a sound, the harsh reality of her defeat finally sinks in. As the crushing pressure of the wind sphere builds, she realizes this is the exact same fate her comrades suffered 3 centuries ago. Ichihara gently clenches his fist, unleashing the wind of absolute destruction to end the battle. A violent tempest erupts, tearing her body to shreds in a split second until nothing of Natfon remains. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoes behind him, praising his victory. He turns around to see a beloved face. It's none other than Scorner, his soul slowly fading away with a warm smile as he leaves the rest to him. Ichihara smiles with deep gratitude, thanking his master as the sky clears. Meanwhile, on a distant planet, Ken walks over to call Itaru. He looks like a busy babysitter with one kid perched on his shoulder and 2 others clinging to his sides. Itaru, sitting on a massive boulder, stares up at the sky. Glasta has already made his move, keeping a close eye on the Rank 2 vessel hovering near Earth. It looks like the target is down. Down below, a young boy feeds Ken popcorn while he indifferently asks what of it. Itaru takes on a serious tone, warning that Glasta's main forces are mobilizing. High up in outer space, dangerous red lightning crackles, constantly heading straight for Earth. He remains silent for a moment, noting they've arrived sooner than expected. They are finally making their move. Standing up and looking down, he tells Ken it is time to go. Sig seems to agree as the sigil on his hand glows in the dark. Still, he gently pats the kids' heads, looking reluctant to leave. Ken wishes he could linger a bit longer, but ultimately accepts his duty and agrees to head back. Tossing a piece of popcorn into his mouth, Ken, the ancient ancestor of the Wanderers, looks back at Earth with quiet nostalgia. Meanwhile, Shigeru Namono, the Okachimini ancestor, waits. Itaru Kanagi Minato, the previous wielder of the Void Seal and Minato's predecessor, coldly acknowledges him. His eyes burn with fierce determination. This will be the ultimate battle as they prepare to head back to Earth. Shinji stands jaw-dropped, staring at Ichihara's back in awe, utterly amazed that he took down a second-rank enemy all on his own. Minato suddenly freezes, holding himself back. Ichihara looks down at the hand that dealt the final blow, feeling completely dazed. He wonders if this is just a fraction of the ancestor's strength. Hearing this, Shinji gasps, asking if it is really just a fraction. Ichihara explains that an ancestor taught him while he was knocked out. Looking up at the blue sky, he explains the awakened. They are beings far beyond human comprehension. Where he stands now is merely the entrance, his eyes darkening as he remembers Sukuna. Even the concept of an awakened runs much deeper than they realize. Suddenly, Ichihara waves his hand through the air. He softly says yes, extending his hand out as if receiving an invisible message, nodding along to some unseen voice. Understanding the message, he smiles. While Kashimana and Rei watch in disbelief, Ichihara declares he wants to dive even deeper. Minato calls out to him in shock. Ichihara turns around with a playful grin, calling back to his friend. Announcing that he is starving, his body suddenly gives out and he collapses to the ground, shocking everyone. Their worried cries echo through the forest as they call his name. Eventually, Ichihara slowly opens his eyes and sits up. He looks around in confusion, asking where they are. By the time he recovers, night has fallen and crispy chicken is sizzling in hot oil. Iryu happily stuffs his face, chewing loudly and constantly praising the food, especially the delicious seafood dish. The tonkatsu is amazing and he begs for more. Meanwhile, Sakazaki Yasuke also has his mouth completely stuffed. Asuke tells Iryu to show some manners, though he admits he understands the feeling. Juihana Aigi stands nearby, smiling warmly. He says it has been far too long since he tasted her cooking. Even Shinji cannot resist praising the crispy golden skin. Hikaru Hanada laughs, promising to ask for the recipe later, deeply grateful that she treated their entire group to dinner. Minato's mother keeps busy in the kitchen, playfully complaining that he should have warned her before bringing so many guests over. Otherwise, she might not have prepared enough. Seeing her work so hard, the friends quickly volunteer to lend a hand. Minato offers to help and run to the store if they need more ingredients, but his mother brightly declines. She thanks them but insists she is fine, warmly carrying out platters of freshly made food for everyone to enjoy. She tells them to eat until they are full, and they enthusiastically cheer. Suddenly, aka Shinomiya looks around asking about Kanagi Minato. Shinji says he is upstairs on the 2nd floor. There, Ichihara calls out to Minato in surprise. He marvels at how incredible the tonkatsu tastes. Minato chuckles, explaining that this happens to be his mother's specialty. Ichihara devours his portion, saying this is more than enough. He quietly thanks him, feeling warm and content inside. Minato is glad to see Ichihara eating normally, remembering how he once witnessed the day Ichihara recruited him. Back then, they also had tonkatsu, but the enemy stole it. Ichihara looks confused, asking what he means. Suddenly, Iryu lunges for the last piece of meat, claiming it for himself. Sitting across from him, Asuke calls him too slow. Before they know it, Ichihara has polished it off. Back in the room, he explains how Sukuna entrusted him with everything. He passed down all his knowledge before vanishing. Ichihara remembers that moment with deep sadness while Minato listens quietly. His expression turns dead serious as he explains his desire to deepen his understanding of this overwhelming new power. He wants to honor his teacher but hesitates, admitting there is a major problem on Earth. There is no safe place on Earth to train at full power, which Minato silently acknowledges. Suddenly, the door swings open as Jui Hanayagi brings in some snacks, teasing that she overheard their entire conversation. Minato gasps in surprise at her sudden entrance. With a playful wink, she whispers that she knows the perfect training ground. Hearing this, both Minato and Ichihara stare in disbelief. Later that night, everyone falls fast asleep after their exhausting ordeal. After a long and grueling battle, Minato lies in his room with his hands behind his head, deeply lost in thought. Maybe the concept of an awakened being runs much deeper than this. Minato stares blankly ahead, muttering to himself about going even deeper. Soon his eyelids grow heavy and he drifts off into sleep, entering another realm where he calls out happily. Meltias, Silentias, malicious, he murmurs. She gets serious, a deeper power, she asks, telling him it is finally time for his second stage. Minato asks in disbelief about this second stage. Malicious turns away, looking up toward the distant sky. Even Hinoki has already gone down there. In another space, they are locked in a fierce, brutal battle. Now it is your turn, she says coldly. It is time for you to lend us a hand. The two of them look up at the sky together. A massive, heavily forested island floats right above them, looking absolutely huge. A voice echoes from the island. It is Bayako, the progenitor beast, sighing that Meltias Silentias has finally lost her temper. Bayako turns to look at the man on the throne. The ruler smirks slyly, murmuring to himself, that would be Minato. The ruling progenitor Valerian smiles down, noting that the kid seems ready to come up. Rick stares straight down at Minato, warning that he won't be holding back at all. Even during your training, Malicious says softly. She looks up at the sky, her voice carrying a calm tone. Minato gasps in surprise. Suddenly, a strange object screams down from above at terrifying speed, tearing through the clouds. It leaves a long trail across the sky. Standing beside him, she whispers that Hinoki has already gone down. As the object gets closer, he can finally see what it is, a giant island floating in the sky. Malicious looks at the island and turns to Minato. Now it is your turn to help us out. A massive shadow looms over them, completely blocking the horizon. High up on that floating island, someone sits on a throne. Resting his chin on his hand, he laughs lazily on his ornate throne. He hopes the kid is properly trained. Minato and Malicious both look up, keeping their eyes on the man. Watching their every move, his reckless voice echoes down, you humans are something else. Allison places a hand on Malicious's shoulder and sighs. That is right, they were the ones who handled the basics. They left Minato's training to them because even if he is a king, he is completely different from Malicious. Now that it is stage 2, it is all up to Minato. Hearing this, he looks quite confused. What does she mean by stage 2? Suddenly, Minato gasps as his body begins to float into the air. A brilliant golden energy suddenly wraps around him, dragging him upward. Everything happens in the blink of an eye. Allison watches in absolute shock while Malicious calmly looks on. Minato gets pulled away, desperately struggling to break free from the hold. Gritting his teeth, he looks down at the magic. What is this, some kind of invisible hand? Seeing him drift further away, Malicious shouts that starting tonight he will be training on that island. Everything they have taught him up until now was just the absolute basics to enhance his human capabilities. Those simple drills are nothing compared to the brutal training waiting for him on this floating island. She quickly warns him that the people living on that island are on a completely different level. Since they are going to need their strength from this moment on, Minato is stepping directly into the realm of the progenitors. Her eyes are filled with determination and anticipation, eager to see how much he will change. Minato gasps in shock at her words, questioning if he is really entering the realm of progenitors. What about her? Malicious simply smiles warmly back at him, sharp and focused, like a spear. They turn to walk a path opposite to his. Malicious looks back one last time to speak. All of them must sharpen their souls, her posture full of resolve. Minato stammers, repeating the word soul in confusion. Suddenly, the magical hand yanks him high into the sky. Feeling the rapid rise, he screams in panic. The hand stops abruptly, giving Minato a chance to look down at the massive green forest, wondering what lies ahead. Must he train his soul here? Suspended high in the air, the true majestic scale of the forest unfolds before his eyes. Out of nowhere, a cold voice echoes in his mind, saying that no matter how long they stay together, humans will never truly understand their own hearts. Recognizing the familiar voice in his head, he looks up. "Is that you, Valerian?" Seeing that he was recognized, Valerian chuckles proudly, asking how the kid knows him. Minato bashfully explains that as a kid he loved reading books, especially the ones about the progenitors. Minato points out seriously that he has studied the legendary progenitors so much his books are completely worn out, and the only one capable of wielding this incredible skill is the progenitor of Dominion Emperor Valerian Rex himself. Pleased by the boy's flattery, the Emperor can't help but smirk as he leans casually back against his massive golden throne. Resting his arm lazily on the armrest, he tilts his chin up, looking down on everyone with pure, unfiltered arrogance. His icy voice rings out in agreement as Valerian happily waves a hand, beckoning the boy closer to voice his thoughts. Suddenly, a hand of pure magic drags the boy down toward the forest, making Minato scream in terror right before a massive collision shakes the entire island. Looking around, he is left utterly bewildered by the mysterious forest surrounding him. Wondering where on earth he is, Valerian's booming, irritated voice suddenly cuts right through his chaotic train of thought, telling the boy that his head is held far too high. The Emperor unleashes a heavy gravitational pressure that completely crushes Minato down. He cannot even lift his head to see his surroundings, while Valerian watches his miserable struggle from the comfort of his throne. Minato grits his teeth in pure frustration, completely paralyzed and unable to budge a single muscle under this insane weight. Seeing the boy desperately struggle to stand, Valerian coldly demands to know who gave him permission to look up, ordering him to stay pinned to the ground until allowed. Hearing this, Minato grits his teeth in rage. Gritting his teeth, Minato screams at Valerian, demanding to know what his deal is with a voice full of deep resentment. Asking why the Emperor only chose to show up now after being inside him all this time, Valerian merely scoffs at his pathetic state. Explaining that the boy is just a vessel, the Emperor figured it was best to let him learn from other ordinary humans first. Those cold words leave Minato highly skeptical, while Valerian gazes down at the blue mark glowing on the boy's hand. He points out that this unique mark is directly tied to both the ancient past and the ultimate future of the Earth. Casually explaining its immense potential, he reveals that to fight the malice of the universe, Earth is gathering its strongest champions. Pulling them from every timeline into one single era, Valerian locks his gaze onto the boy as he continues speaking. Mentioning the legend known as Meltias Silentias, he explains that her stone statue has stood for ages as an eternal witness. It was made to immortalize history's greatest moments, but as Valerian boasts, his kind has already existed for far longer than that statue. Suddenly, the golden magical pressure binding the boy completely vanishes, lifting the agonizing weight that was holding him down. With the force gone instantly, Minato loses his balance, unable to keep himself steady as his body falls forward, straight onto the cold floor. The Emperor coldly commands him to look up, and Minato has no choice but to obey. Reflexively raising his gaze, a blinding multicolored light immediately hits his eyes as spectacular glows erupt across the entire island. As if putting on a display of absolute majesty, vibrant beams of light begin to radiate directly from their powerful bodies. Unleashing waves of multicolored magical energy all at once, they completely dominate the space around the stunned Minato. Feeling this overwhelming torrent of pure power, the boy breaks into a cold sweat as the crushing pressure suffocates him. Locking his cold eyes onto the boy, Valerian explains that they are humans from the age of gods, basically deities or demigods. Completely stunned, Minato mutters the word gods in disbelief, but Valerian pays absolutely no attention to his shock. Ignoring his bewildered expression, the Emperor continues, stating they cannot fully grasp the true limits of an ordinary human. Because of that, they have been waiting for him to grow, leaving Minato to wonder why his progress is so crucial. Noticing his hesitation, Valerian points out that his body would literally be torn to shreds if he tried to channel a god. Standing nearby, Byakko and the other warriors listen quietly to the Emperor's explanation. Highlighting these extreme limitations, Valerian steps down from his throne, admitting that even they do not know a human's potential. Floating effortlessly in mid-air with a glowing golden magic circle behind his back, he poses a direct challenge. He challenges the child of humanity bearing the void mark to prove his worth. Sensing that colossal power, Minato feels a crushing pressure as Valerian locks his glowing purple eyes onto him. The Emperor questions if the boy is truly worthy of their godlike power to subjugate the hostile cluster threat. Overcoming that single trial will serve as his second phase, leaving Minato completely jaw-dropped in absolute shock. Meanwhile, far below the horizon, Malicious gazes up at the sky where Minato vanished and lets out a relieved sigh. Happy that the boy has finally departed, she suddenly freezes as the sound of footsteps approaches from right behind her. Turning around coldly, she calls out to Astra, Jisui, and Riv, who now stand before her with deep respect. Acknowledging her, Astra assures her that they will faithfully carry out their ultimate duty, just like Skotnia did. So you really are the fire progenitor, Astra, the teal-haired girl says coldly, though regardless of that fact, this wild variable is truly something else, and so this is the power of destiny. You are Jisui, the progenitor of water. Meanwhile, the man in designer clothes and solid black eyes seriously responds that it seems this event was destined to happen all along. Just like him, I am also willing to sacrifice myself for victory. "You are rife malicious, the progenitor of Earth." Hearing their absolute confidence makes her smile in satisfaction, telling them that she is counting on their help. Under the quiet night sky, they are all fast asleep when suddenly a mysterious voice echoes through the darkness, calling out. The silhouette of a man stands over the sleeping boy, gently trying to wake him up, calling out his name, Shinji. Recognizing that familiar voice, the boy frowns, whispering for his brother Makoto, who immediately speaks up in response. He tells Shinji to take this, pulling off his glove to reveal a glowing crimson crest, his determined gaze locked on him. Makoto says it is time for him to receive this final keepsake, leaving Shinji confused as he asks what kind of memento. Panicking, he begs his brother to wait, asking if this is a dream, to which Makoto calmly gives a simple answer. He tells him he can interpret it however he wants, looking down at his hand glowing with the power of the crest. But to pass this on to you, Makoto is cut off as Shinji desperately interrupts his brother, calling out for him to wait. He anxiously asks if his brother is going to leave again, vanishing once this moment ends, but Makoto remains silent. Confronted by his younger brother's frantic questions, he says nothing as Shinji recalls the crushing grief of the funeral. He tearfully whispers that he has so much to tell him and apologizes for biting his lip as he breaks down crying. Seeing his brother's deep remorse, Makoto sighs, and when Shinji opens his eyes again, he is caught completely off guard. His brother's gentle voice echoes, and as Shinji looks around the room, suspicion starts to creep in. This is his brother's room, and Makoto is sitting right in front of him, leaving Shinji completely frozen in disbelief. With a warm smile, he asks Shinji if he is doing well, seeing his deceased brother sitting right there. The sight of his brother standing before him moves him to tears, his voice trembling with overwhelming emotion. He choked out that both he and Oribe are doing great, and so are their parents, as he tearfully calls out to him. Makoto smiles warmly, listening as his younger brother excitedly shares his journey, mentioning how Master Ichika has been training him, and how he even became the vice-captain of the newly established Kanagi Minato squad. He explains how Ichihara's body was taken over by someone, but somehow they managed to pull through. With a cracking voice, he pours his heart out while Makoto listens happily, even talking about what went down yesterday. At OLED, he continues to passionately recount the epic tale of his growth to his brother. Looking down to wipe away his tears, he chokes up, clutching his chest as he struggles to find the words. His chest feels completely overwhelmed while Makoto gently pets a cat, forcing Shinji to try and compose himself. He tells his brother that even if this is just a dream, he is incredibly happy to see him again. He promises to become a strong man so he will never lose to him again, and hearing this, Makoto smiles. Shinji clenches his fist tightly, tears still glistening on his face as he delivers a confident declaration. He tells his brother not to worry about him, and Makoto calmly nods, reaching out and extending his branded hand towards Shinji as he agrees. Their hands touch, and a brilliant light radiates from the crest as he feels a sudden shift inside himself. He senses his brother's warm, comforting flame flowing into him, leaving him completely stunned. He whispers how warm it feels, but suddenly the bedroom space around them begins to fade into pitch black. Makoto calmly calls his name, but his next words are abruptly blocked out by a strange, overwhelming force. Panicking, he asks what he means, but Makoto does not answer, choosing only to gently pat his head. A bright flash illuminates the dark room as he gives a final smile, his body slowly dissolving into the blinding light. He scrambles to his feet, crying out for his brother not to leave as the figure fades out of reach. Shinji screams in pure agony, tears streaming down his face as he suddenly snaps awake from the dream. As reality settles in, he sits up and stares at his hand in absolute shock while sunlight pours through the window. With tears still wet on his cheeks, he notices the crest on his hand is now wrapped in strange black patterns. He quietly whispers for his brother, and on a beautiful morning over at Minato's place, Akane hesitantly speaks up. She asks if they notice how tense the atmosphere is, with one person crying their eyes out and the other sitting silently. Exhausted and shaking, Minato barely manages to pick up his food. He tiredly apologizes, his new training is way tougher than he expected. Beside him, Shinji just lets out a yawn. Shinji insists he is fine, then suddenly shouts toward the kitchen, praising Minato's mom for the incredibly delicious egg rolls. Aiken and Hanada Hikotaru exchange suspicious glances. A bit later, the whole group lines up right outside Minato's front gate. They bow and thank her for the warm hospitality. Minato's mother smiles warmly, saying she had a wonderful time with everyone. Minato chimes in to thank her for the delicious meal, making his mother beam with pride. She says all her hard work was worth it. Turning to her son, she asks if these lovely kids are his friends. She tells Minato she is glad he has such good friends, reminding him to invite them back again. Outside, the group waves goodbye. Minato grins and promises he will. His mother gazes at him with deep affection, offering one last gentle reminder. She asks him to visit by New Year. He smiles, promising to return as long as she still cooks his favorite meals. He quickly runs to join his waiting friends, waving back and shouting that he is off. She watches her grown son walk away. She whispers for him to take care. Suddenly, Minato's communicator rings and he quickly answers it. Hearing Dewey say that Ichihara has arrived, Minato promises to be right there. Meanwhile, a sleek black car glides down the street. Wait, look at his hand. Aiken notices a strange new mark on Shinji's palm and asks about it. Shinji looks down at his palm, remembering his conversation from the previous night, and smiles with pride. His brother gave it to him. Now he urgently needs to meet Master Ichika. Over at the teleportation gate, Minato steps through. Immediately, an excited voice calls out to welcome him. Staring at the vast horizon, Minato gasps at how huge it is. He spots a figure and heads toward Ichihara. Ichihara stands beside a massive swirling vortex. He looks up in surprise as an excited Minato walks right toward him. Minato marvels at the massive world. Ichihara just gives a very sly, knowing grin. He whispers that he knows the perfect spot, explaining that this gate leads to a habitable planet with conditions almost identical to Earth. Here, Ichihara can unleash his full power without holding back. Minato listens intently. Rumor has it this world was once a training ground for legendary ancestors, where Hinoki Reichiro himself mastered some of his signature techniques. Ichihara looks around and declares that once his training here is complete, he will head back. Returning to the anti-prophecy faction, he suddenly asks Minato to be his sparring partner. Minato is completely caught off guard by the request. Minato stammers in complete disbelief. Ichihara just sighs, playfully asking if he needs to repeat the name. His hair suddenly flashes into a vibrant emerald green. Smiling proudly, he reminds Minato that he is currently the second strongest fighter around. Swirling energy rings materialize around his hands, generating a powerful wind that kicks up massive clouds of dust. Ichihara flashes a sly grin, promising he will try his best not to break him. Minato sweats nervously, silently thinking that a real friend would promise not to hurt him at all. But shaking off his fear, he quickly steals his resolve and shouts out a confident Roger. Introducing himself as the captain of the anti-prophecy squad, Minato proudly accepts the training challenge. He is ready to face Ichihara Midori. Seeing his fiery enthusiasm, Ichihara smirks. And just like that, the scene shifts deep into space, where 5 massive starships cruise silently. Suddenly, a static transmission from the blue vessel crackles across their shared communication channel. An excited voice breaks the silence. He laughs and says Ella is dead. Mocking laughter immediately echoes from the orange ship, teasing that she was always too foolishly eager to rush in without thinking. The pilot of the red ship sighs in disappointment, admitting they expected a warmer welcome from Earth. A cold voice over the comms shrugs, saying that it is no big deal. Losing one member changes nothing, so they ask their leader for orders as the lead purple ship slows down. The captain's deep, commanding voice crackles through the speakers, confirming that their mission remains exactly the same. He smugly tells them to relax while they travel. Before their main vanguard arrives, they have work to do. Each of them must individually activate 5 different high-level ancient prophecies across the planet. Instantly, the 5 colorful starships accelerate, turning into brilliant streaks of light across the void. They tear through the dark vacuum of space, flying directly toward Earth to claim humanity's consciousness. Surface consciousness, the ego unconscious, the collective unconscious, and the shadow, the same exact rules apply to a Kanagi Minato. Minato is the one who holds the consciousness of the void. The 106 progenitors inside his mind, all live where they feel most comfortable. First is the surface consciousness, the area that shapes a person's everyday personality. It is a place where people happily chat and gather alongside the ego unconscious, containing our basic personal instincts. Then there is the collective unconscious, holding all of humanity's actions, a dark zone that Minato is actively avoiding. This deeply corrupted region, also known as the shadow, holds Minato's evil ego. On the island, Valerian calmly sighs and says, well, that is basically what your consciousness looks like. He leans back in his chair with a bored, cold stare. Get it? Valerian watches him hover helplessly in midair, his body brutally contorted as every single muscle and joint is stretched to the absolute limit. Feeling like he is about to shatter, a painful groan escapes Minato's throat with absolutely zero mercy shown. Valerian shifts his hand grip, forcing Minato's body into an even tighter, more brutal contortion that makes him scream in pure agony. I cannot just loosen my body on command, he angrily shouts, venting his frustration. Complaints pour from his flushed red face, but Valerian remains completely unfazed as his freezing voice cuts through. Stupid. You must constantly use all 5 of your senses to grasp everything around you, and you must master them. He smiles. That is the very first step to reaching divinity. Nearby, Byakko shifts slightly. The creature looks up with large, round, cat-like eyes shining like 2 emeralds, asking in an innocent voice, Your Majesty. Minato is foaming at the mouth, bent and stretched to his limits. Minato has passed out, leaving Valerian startled. Wait, what? Seeing Minato foaming at the mouth, his expression immediately shifts as he quickly loosens his grip. Dropping the limp body onto the cold ground, he scoffs at how pathetic it is, while Minato gasps for air and weakly looks up. By the way, what about that last part you mentioned regarding the shadow? Valerian calmly replies, just consider it another version of yourself, right inside you. Minato trembles, forcing his exhausted hands against the cold, hard floor. Struggling to lift his heavy body, Valerian casually explains that it is the shadow, something you already cast out from within yourself. Sitting proudly on his throne, Valerian calmly speaks. We progenitors call the place where they reside the rift. Right now, deep inside that very rift, Rei Ishiro, Melville are locked in a brutal battle. Deep within the dark rift, their life-or-death confrontation has reached its absolute peak. Rei Ishiro stands tall, his bloody hands tightly gripping the hilt of his sword as his chest heavily heaves. Covered in severe wounds himself, Melville calls out to Rei Ishiro, who suddenly senses some familiar magical energy. Turning around, he says, "Oh, you guys are here too." Malicious, leading the group quickly, replies, "Of course. We also need to restore our power to prepare for the final showdown." Behind her, her cautious comrades watch closely. Hazama and Luciana fearfully look around. Malicious steps toward the figure sitting proudly in the center, saying they should say hello to his other half as well. Malicious smiles gently and says, "Hello there, it is nice to meet you, Minato." Over here, his shadow self sits casually on the ground. Hearing her call his name, he slowly raises his eyes to look. A dark mark appears on his hand. As Minato calmly stands up, the others look up in sheer anticipation. Instantly, they all drop to their knees in deep respect before him, and Melville quickly kneels as well. Minato stands proudly as lightning cracks behind him, and you know this is about to get wild. Hazama, standing right in front of her, is equally shocked as they watch Minato approach, flanked on both sides by loyal subordinates. Lined up in two long rows, Hazama cannot help but ponder. Only the most brutal and monstrous entities who once lived usually appear here, you know. Yet he actually tamed them. Hazama excitedly stammers, calling him Dark Minato, but Keiji, standing nearby, coldly shuts that down. Stop giving him such weird nicknames. Minato stands before Malicious and calmly speaks. "It seems like my surface self is working pretty hard." Hearing this, she gently smiles and replies, "Yes, but sometimes he cries too." His face darkens as he proudly declares, "I look forward to it. The stronger he gets, the more the void he needs for his escape will expand." Looking up at the highest ceiling with lifeless eyes, he mutters, "Soon we will meet Minato." Back on the other side, Minato is enduring excruciatingly brutal training, screaming in absolute agony until he suddenly snaps his eyes open. Looking around in confusion, he rubs his painful head, remembering he blacked out during training with Ichihara. Valerian restrained him, allowing him to wake up in this seemingly endless loop of hellish training. He has to endure grueling spar sessions with both Ichihara and Valerian. Gripping his head, he knows he needs to get stronger as fast as possible, but suddenly a bright turquoise light shines. Turning around, Minato spots multiple glowing energy spheres aiming directly at his body. Ichihara speaks up, asking if Minato is finally awake and how his training is going, which makes Minato break out in a cold sweat. Translucent turquoise orbs form around Ichihara, multiplying on their own as he snaps his fingers with a smirk. He announces they will train his physical body right here, and suddenly a massive storm erupts, sweeping away everything and charging straight at Minato, who can only manage a hesitant yes. Seeing how exhausted Minato looks, Ichihara offers to stop the training, but Minato shivers and claims he does not need a break. Dragging himself back up, Minato loudly shouts to bring it on, earning a proud smile from Ichihara. Over at the Counter Prophecy headquarters, Lady Io is inside the cabin of Eternal Foresight, talking gently with Sakazaki. She mentions they might still be alive, and Sakazaki respectfully agrees, noting that Natasha was right. Recalling his fierce battle with Dios, Sakazaki warns that their enemy is targeting the entire universe, not just Alad. They even plan to trigger a snowball Earth in the future, likely ramping up their forces to completely destroy Earth. Lady Io ponders the fact that 300 years have passed before her gentle voice warmly addresses Officer Sakazaki. She thanks him for reporting on behalf of the leaders before turning to her assistant and calling for Shinji. She orders the assistant to deliver this crucial information to all other captains and the special forces. Hearing his name, Shinji respectfully acknowledges the command, while Chief Kitamori's female assistant quickly delivers the files and vanishes on the spot. Looking at Sakazaki, her gentle voice asks, "I understand the situation of Captain Kanagi Minato and Midori, but where is Vice Captain Suo?" Sakazaki quickly explains that Shinji is currently at the holy training ground of the Hinoki One-Sword style. Located at Mount Ontake in Nagano, Shinji looks up at his master, saying he came to see her, while she greets him happily. She asks what is going on, while underneath a giant rock, Hazim is struggling to support the weight, shocking Shinji. Shinji curiously asks Master Ichika why she is using a former member of the 12 Apostles as a chair. Amused by his confused face, she smiles and explains it is for training, adding that Hazim actually enjoys it. Hearing his master call his name, Hazim respectfully agrees and calls her master. Cold sweat drips down as Shinji realizes this is the former number 1 of the 12 Apostles, Hazim Kamaraji. He is currently on his 78th hour of acting as a chair, which leaves Shinji completely speechless. Shinji quietly marvels at how his master successfully tamed him before looking at her with a serious expression. He explains he came to ask a question, and Ichika asks what it is, prompting Shinji to recount the strange dream he had. He tells her that his brother appeared in his dream last night, passing on a mysterious brand to him. Shinji shows his hand, displaying the special mark his brother left, explaining that Makoto handed this brand down to him. Seeing the distinct shape of the mark, Ichika is stunned, realizing it is the legendary crest of the Raging Flames. The red flames and deep black details intertwine, and seeing her intense reaction, Shinji surprisingly asks if it is real. Calming down, Shinji explains his brother mentioned that a hidden immense power resides within this very brand. Before departing, Makoto told Shinji that Ichika is the only person who knows how to unlock this power, leaving her deep in thought. Finally, she speaks up, jumping down from the rock and walking away, saying she might have a small clue. Telling Shinji to follow her, they walk away, leaving Hazem behind in his painful squat as they head toward Mount Ontake. Boiling lava bubbles inside the crater, emitting extreme heat as Ichika guides Shinji straight toward the volcano's basin. Right in the center of the crater sits a large stone platform suspended and secured by thick ropes. Shinji feels the scorching heat radiating from the lava, remaining cautious as Ichika looks down at the stone. She turns to tell him he should meet the figure on the rock, who slowly reveals himself as the progenitor of fire. Cloaked in raging flames, the figure hears their voices and looks up, flashing back to 5 years ago. Makoto walks up to Ichika, his gentle voice saying, "It has been quite a long time, master." Without even looking up at him, she keeps her eyes glued to her book. Ichika asks what he wants, and Makoto tells her he has something to show her, taking off his glove. Hearing this, she looks closely, gasping in shock as she recognizes the brand on his hand. Makoto explained to her that it was mentioned in the journal of their ancestor Hinoki Reichiro Hinoki. He seriously told Ichika that it was the fire god's mark, while Ichika gave Shinji a brief rundown of their current situation. This mountain is the place of enlightenment for the Hinoki single-blade style, with hot air constantly blowing toward him and Ichika. As they stood there, she explained the mountain's unique nature, which was detailed in the old journals of Hinoki Reichiro Hinoki. Hinoki Reichiro wrote about the ancient flame progenitor, stating that Mount Omite possessed a divine holy aura and a pure miraculous power called Izakiko. On his 8th day of meditation, he still could not master even the absolute basics of the sword. But on the 9th day of quiet meditation, the fire god finally appeared before him at the sealing stone. Hinoki Reichiro was astonished to see Astra, while Ichika pointed down toward the rock where Astra stood and mentioned the ancestor. At that time, the ancestor had already reached the absolute peak of humanity and entered this mountain to aim even higher. Hinoki Reichiro was entirely focused on his training back then, searching for a legendary blade capable of cutting down even the gods themselves. To acquire that profound knowledge, he began deep meditation, hoping for a rare chance to meet the ancient ancestor. His determination paid off, and on the 9th day of his meditation, the fire god finally appeared before him. Legend says Hinoki Reichiro mastered a legendary skill, and his incredible patience was rewarded in full. Smirking as the ancestor appeared, he drew his sword, and the two immediately clashed in a wild battle. During that fierce battle, the ancestor created a sword stance that would eventually birth the entire single-blade style. Throughout that brutal clash, Hinoki Reichiro suffered severe injuries, leaving his entire body covered in agonizing burns. His sword also began to warp under the intense heat, yet he unleashed a secret technique to slice through the void. Astra clenched his fist and poured every ounce of his strength into a punch, but in stark contrast to that rush, Hinoki Reichiro stood as still as a stone statue, calmly letting out a long breath while tightening his grip on the hilt. With his sharp blade now melted by the extreme heat, Hinoki Reichiro raised the hilt high and calmly steadied his breathing. Glaring coldly at Astra, he unleashed an unyielding soul strike that slashed right through the progenitor, cutting Astra clean in half. Afterward, Hinoki Reichiro collapsed unconscious near the crater, waking up later to find his body covered in severe burns. A major wound to his right eye had blinded him, but on the arm of the legendary ancestor, who had unleashed the unyielding strike for the very first time, the mark of a transcendent being had supposedly appeared on his right hand. It was a circular black crest, and from that day on, the fire god became the guardian of their unique sword style. The fire god would brand chosen Hinoki disciples, and Ichika seriously added that while Makoto received this burning flame mark in the past now, it was engraved on Shinji's right hand, prompting him to stare down at it as Ichika cheerfully said maybe. Shocked by her uncertainty, he questioned her tone, but she casually replied that there was simply no other explanation. Makoto was the first one she had seen, while Astra stood below quietly watching them talk unnoticed by Ichika. She firmly told Shinji that during that time the furious fire god had been standing right by the pivotal stone. He remained silent, merely listening to them until Shinji looked up and asked what his brother had done back then. The question made her fall silent as she frowned, remembering how Makoto had locked in combat with the fire god for 3 days and 3 nights, only to return on the very brink of death. She recalled his sword enveloped in roaring flames and his battered, heavily wounded body struggling to take even a single step. Staring down at where the ancestor once stood, Shinji hesitantly asked if challenging the fire god would grant him similar strength. Her uncertain voice drifted back, saying it was possible, but she could not be entirely sure. He was left utterly bewildered, but Makoto's resolved words suddenly echoed clear in her mind. He had vowed to go, believing that defeating the fire god would make him far stronger than before. Back then, he was certain, but casting a sharp look at Shinji, she admitted she did not think. He was on Makoto's level, yet leaving Shinji shocked as she clarified she was not referring to sheer strength. Ichika explained that the core motivations driving each of them to seek greater power were entirely different. It was just her observation, leaving him deep in thought before he finally spoke up. Explaining his desire to grow stronger, he remembered standing before his late brother's memorial portrait. He envisioned Makoto sitting in his room with a cat, followed by the painful sight of that empty space. It made him break down in tears, wishing only to reassure his brother, watching over him from heaven. Seeing him hugging her photo and crying, Shinji spoke up to break the heavy silence, thanking his master. "True, I still have some flaws, but I will still do it," he said, his determined gaze locked on her. With eyes full of drive, his crested hand tightly gripped the sword hilt. Seeing his resolute look, she sighed. She smiled, agreeing that she felt the same way. Turning to leave, she left her parting words of trust behind his back. "I will wait for you by the river." Seeing her agree, Shinji looked toward the progenitor, his eyes burning with determination. "Yes." Astra, seeing the boy's clear intent to fight him, suddenly let his eyes flare with a brilliant light. A massive barrier rose up, sealing off the entire volcano. Watching the energy wall expand, Ichika fell into deep thought. It is exactly like when Makoto was here. Is it true that only those with the crest can enter? She stared anxiously at the flaming wall, praying that Shinji wouldn't die. If there was still something he lacked, he had to discover it immediately. Inside the barrier, Astra was already charging straight at the boy. Shinji focused entirely on his movements. First, sword-style Hinoki wild slash combined with matter erasure. A deluge of razor-sharp energy slashes flew toward Astra. Yet, despite the tricky angles of his attack, the progenitor easily slipped past them all. He closed the distance in a flash, leaving Shinji completely stunned. As a massive fist materialized right in front of his face, he watched in horror as it neared. He slipped right past me. Then a deafening impact shook the cavern. Lava erupted, stone debris rained down, and a scorching wave of heat blasted outward as Shinji quickly scrambled away. Grimacing from the searing pain throughout his body, he let out a low groan and stared down at his blackened, smoking arm. He gritted his teeth in agony. "I am certain my blade connected. Did my slashes really fail to touch him?" Astra gave him no time to breathe, instantly launching another charge. Every single spot the progenitor touched burst into violent explosions. Shinji desperately tried to rethink his strategy. Everything that monster touches detonates instantly due to that extreme temperature. Even if my sword lands, the blade will just melt away. "How about we try this then?" Suddenly, Shinji came up with a brand new idea. Celestial sphere dance combined with camellia, he tightly gripped his sword and unleashed a massive strike. The deep crimson blade danced like phantom illusions. Ice flower, frozen sword. The sharp freezing energy slashes coalesced into mini blizzards, swirling directly toward Astra. His body gets completely shredded into tiny fragments, but here's the crazy part: he regenerates instantly without a single scratch. Realizing his attack was completely useless, the boy gritted his teeth in pure frustration. "I knew it, this is not working. That was the ultimate combo my brother and I used before. I wonder what I am missing." Meanwhile, Astra charged again. The radiating heat from his opponent kept him on high alert, and panic began to set in. How did my brother survive this trial? There must be something he possessed that I still do not. Suddenly, an incredibly important detail flashed in his mind. No, I should actually have it by now. In fact, even my brother did not have it back then. During his earlier talk with Ichika, she had shared a crucial secret: he needed deep meditation to grasp the absolute core fundamentals of his sword's style. On the 9th day, the fire god appeared, imparting the knowledge of a singular ultimate technique. It was the crowning achievement of the single-handed style, a secret sword that cuts through the void, the unyielding soul slash. Shinji focused his mind. Unyielding, that was the power I used with Minato to purge Zero from Ichiharu's body. Even though I have only done it once with Shinomiya's boost, the feeling is already etched into my memory. He watched Astra speed toward him, visualizing a blade that could cleave a soul. Having finally solved the puzzle of this duel, he concentrated on regulating his breathing. "This is my only shot at mastering it," he thought, locking his resolute gaze onto his foe. He spoke with absolute conviction. First, sword-style Hinoki unyielding soul slash. He sliced Astra cleanly in half. His razor-sharp strike swept through Astra's physical form, cutting him into two halves that slowly separated and collapsed. Shinji stood in sheer disbelief, and then felt a sudden rush of joy. Actually did it. But before he can even celebrate, get ready for a total nightmare. The progenitor's body begins to knit itself back together. The clean slash was completely mended, returning him to normal. In a flash, Astra clenched his fist as Shinji struggled to defend, taking a massive punch. Raging flames engulfed his body, and as the black smoke cleared, Shinji collapsed from the devastating blow. With half of his body scorched black, he began to doubt his technique. Did my unyielding slash fail? His trusty sword had completely melted away, and his left arm, which he used to block the attack, was severely burned. Gasping heavily through the excruciating pain, he wondered what truly separated him from the progenitor and his brother. What on earth makes the three of them different? His mind spirals, completely consumed by panicked thoughts. He does not even notice Astra's sudden movement before a colossal volcanic fist of pure fire erupts right in front of him. Buckling under that devastating impact, the ground ruptures and spews molten lava. Spotting the sudden volcanic eruption, Ichika quickly spins around to look. She stares at the blazing mountain in utter disbelief, her voice trembling as she stammers out Shinji's name. Through the thick, billowing smoke, his charred right hand desperately grips his sword, but right in front of him, Shinji is left as nothing but a blackened, shriveled heap of carbon, utterly scorched after taking the brunt of that devastating blast. Suddenly, Shinji snaps awake. He finds himself sitting atop a shifting, multicolored flame, completely frozen in shock. Wondering where on earth he is, a calm voice suddenly echoes out, explaining that this is the realm of his soul. Instantly on high alert after hearing the unfamiliar voice, Shinji warily scans his surroundings until a shadow appears. Seeing someone sitting right across from him, a panicked Shinji recognizes the flame god and swiftly draws his blade. Astra calmly watches his reaction, explaining that this is the true primordial flame god and the entity Shinji previously fought was merely a tiny fragment of his soul. He stares back, repeating that he is indeed the flame god. He is one of the 106 souls residing within Kanagi Minato. Hearing Astra, the progenitor of fire, introduce himself, Shinji is left utterly stunned. The progenitor of fire, Ichihara, had mentioned this before, making him wonder if this being is just like the progenitor of wind. Astra suddenly speaks up, cutting right through his racing thoughts. Originally, Makoto Suo was the one destined to inherit my blazing power, but Astra's voice gradually grows heavy. Before he could serve as my vessel, he clashed with an awakened named Number 12, a battle far too overwhelming for a modern awakened. Astra reflects that he thought his flame would be extinguished forever, but before Makoto's soul could vanish completely. Makoto pleaded with Astra, begging the deity to let him pass on the fire seal to his younger brother. Hearing this story recounted, Shinji's eyes widen as he stares blankly into space, thinking of his brother. Let's take a trip down memory lane. Beneath the blooming cherry blossoms, a young Makoto pushed himself tirelessly. Day in and day out, he dedicated every waking hour to his relentless training. Whenever neighbors passed by the house, they always saw his familiar figure tirelessly working away, honing his skills, rain or shine. His pure discipline left them in awe, often gathering to whisper in admiration. They praised the eldest Suo's son as an absolute genius. Eventually, his ecstatic commanding officer visited the home, chatting happily with Makoto's parents. He praised Makoto's brilliance, highlighting how he became the youngest squad leader in history, earning his teammates endless respect. He rubs the back of his neck with an embarrassed laugh, continuing to speak highly of the boy. Shortly after forming, Makoto's squad successfully prevented a disaster foretold in a supreme-level prophecy. He boasts that since he recruited Makoto, he is incredibly proud of himself, revealing he is a recruiter for the counter-prophecy. Hearing the name Kunite Kinjiro, Makoto's father asks if his voice is not a bit too loud, especially for someone in a secret organization. Kinjiro merely smiles gently and quickly apologizes for his excitement. He reminds Mr. Suo that they used to be comrades, laughing warmly before shifting the focus of today's visit. Continuing from his earlier point, the recruiter wonders out loud if he could also recruit Shinji into the organization. Hearing this, his mother gasps in panic, worried for her younger son, while Mr. Suo silently grinds his teeth. Veins bulge on his father's forehead. Outside, Shinji stops his practice, completely shocked to hear them debating his future. Mr. Suo frowns, declaring that just like with Makoto, he will respect each of his children's personal choices. However, with an icy look and a tense tone, he turns and directly asks Makoto for his opinion. Addressed by his father, Makoto thinks it over before calmly stating that he does not believe Shinji. At that exact moment, Shinji is hiding right outside the door, straining his ears to catch every word. Possesses the same natural talent as himself. Hearing his brother's brutal assessment, Shinji stands completely frozen as Makoto's voice continues, explaining that his brother is too gentle for such a dangerous, high-risk mission. He should choose a different path in life. Listening to those cold, calm words, Shinji can't help but grind his teeth in sheer frustration. Without hesitation, he bursts into the room, shouting for them to wait. His parents are utterly shocked as Shinji's voice begins to tremble, desperately pleading that he wants to be just like his brother. Makoto looks back with an icy, indifferent gaze, sharply telling Shinji to never interrupt when adults are speaking. I can never be like my brother, Shinji Suo says, his heart aching as he recalls Makoto Suo's brutal battles. Facing terrifying enemies, his only desire was his brother's recognition, the sole drive behind every single swing of his sword. Even though being abandoned by him was a shock, Shinji Suo now understands the true meaning behind every past action. The final diary Makoto Suo left behind for his younger brother finally provides the answers he so desperately needed. Knowing his brother cared for him from the bottom of his heart deeply moves Shinji Suo as Astra looks on. His brother's cold actions are finally explained, putting all of Shinji Suo's lingering doubts to rest at last. I see why he gave you the flame crest, Astra says calmly, noting Shinji Suo is far less talented than Makoto Suo. Still, if battle is inevitable, perhaps your brother wanted to grant you the greatest power he ever possessed. Sensing the latent power sleeping within his body, Astra looks at Shinji Suo and asks what he intends to do. Do you want to be a little brother who only causes others to worry? Shinji Suo sinks into deep thought. Shaking off his worries, he firmly declares he will not vow to repay his brother's trust. Clenching his fists in determination, Shinji Suo looks at Astra with hope, asking what he must do to stand as Makoto Suo's equal. I do not know how to guide others with mere words, Astra replies, coldly staring him down. If you want answers, look behind you, where the flames erupt to reveal the glowing spirits of past warriors. Try fighting these men, Astra commands. Shinji Suo stands completely shell-shocked by the sudden challenge, unable to believe his eyes. These are the previous wielders of the Flame Crest, the absolute peak masters of the legendary Hinoki sword style. Suddenly, a familiar figure catches his eye. Astra orders him to inherit their power. You must inherit their techniques, strength, and souls, the divine gift bestowed upon humanity, Astra tells Shinji Suo. Turning back, Shinji Suo watches as the spectral phantom of Makoto Suo slowly walks toward him in the flames. Astra commands him to surpass his brother. Instantly, the ancient spirits charge straight at Shinji Suo. Drawing his sword to block their onslaught, Shinji Suo fights on, while outside the volcano, Astra's physical body watches. Suddenly, Shinji Suo's charred body makes a faint noise, rising into the air as Astra turns away, temporarily distracted. Enveloped in wild roaring flames, glowing threads wrap around Shinji Suo, forcing the fire god to turn back in surprise. A mysterious light glows above the crater, while in the other realm, Astra monitors the boy with growing intrigue. Having defeated all the previous Flame Crest wielders, Shinji Suo earns a rare excited nod of approval from the god. Now a brilliant blue light wraps around him, his long coat extending like a peacock's majestic tail. Looking like a fire phoenix, Shinji Suo grits his teeth, letting the intense blue light flood the entire dimension. His red hair shifts to a deep blue while his burned outer skin crumbles away into tiny fragments. Astra walks off, knowing every transcendent who inherits the fire god's mark receives a unique power-up. This bonus reflects their natural talents, like how Makoto Suo gained the ability to channel raging fire through his sword. The Crimson Dragon Emperor. But what about Shinji Suo? Watch closely, because his dead body is about to twitch. Oblivious to the subtle movement behind him, Astra turns to walk away, missing the boy's sudden transformation. Suddenly, Shinji Suo's charred form floats engulfed in a massive pillar of fire that makes Astra whip around in shock. He has gained the ability to turn both body and mind into fire, granting infinite resurrection as long as mana remains. Fully healed and restored, Shinji Suo has officially ascended, transforming into his legendary phoenix form. And that is not even his limit. By pushing his mana to the absolute brink, he can coat his entire body in blue flames. The mythical Luen bird form. The familiar crimson fire has completely shifted into an intense glowing azure hue. The blue fire illuminates the entire sky, leaving even Astra stunned at the sight of this legendary entity. His power explodes, condensing ages of spiritual energy into the ultimate evolved state of the phoenix. Gritting his teeth, he grips his sword, remembering Astra's crucial advice to make the technique entirely his own. To ignite his inner flame and surpass his brother Astra, the progenitor of fire had set an impossible trial. Shinji Suo is shocked by the sheer scale of the challenge, a life-or-death battle against every previous Flame Crest wielder. The greatest grandmasters of the Hinoki sword style across history now charge at him, unleashing relentless, merciless attacks. The ancient predecessors show zero mercy, pressing their advantage as Shinji Suo desperately struggles to parry every blow. Though heavily struggled, repeatedly slashed and knocked down, he keeps fighting to survive this relentless gauntlet. He struggled to even stand straight, always dreaming of matching his older brother's legendary swordsmanship. His brother was a god on the battlefield, but reality hit hard as Shinji barely dodged their relentless strikes. That dream was slipping away at the moment Shinji finally let go of his brother's rigid sword style. He realized he could flow like water. But a massive rumble shook the ground. Sharp blades aimed straight for his throat, but after 1,000 attempts, everything clicked. He finally understood the truth as his opponents rushed him. It was a simple fact. He would never be Makoto, and he did not need to be. Shinji leaped, swinging his heavy blade to push them back. Gritting his teeth, he pushed back, unleashing heavy slashes until every single senior lay defeated before him. Only one final opponent remained: Makoto. Shinji had to prove his own strength. Shinji Suo was his own man, swinging his sword with conviction toward Makoto. He struck with wild excitement, but Makoto blocked it easily as a nearby volcano erupted. The earth trembled as molten lava spilled everywhere. Up above, Astra hovered calmly over the scorching heat. Suddenly, a streak of brilliant blue light shot directly toward where Astra was standing. Astra was shocked watching Shinji's blinding after-images leap gracefully across the floating rocks. Shinji landed a short distance away, his cold fingers tightly gripping his sword hilt. Refusing to let the kid strike first, Astra quickly gathered his fiery magical energy to attack. Searing fireballs materialized in the air, launching themselves straight at where Shinji stood in rapid succession. Shinji casually spun into a gale, cutting through the fireballs before gripping Astra's neck with absolute fury. Choked and caught off guard, Astra plummeted straight into the deep abyss from Shinji's devastating blow. He crashed hard into the ceiling monument, snapping the chains as the stone plunged toward the magma. Astra lay trapped, watching helplessly as his body began to freeze over. Right before his eyes, Shinji pointed his razor-sharp blade close to his face, keeping Astra's hands tightly bound. Shinji's icy gaze locked on him, slowly inching the blade closer until Astra leaped back in absolute terror. Avoiding that deadly aura, Astra launched himself into the sky as the volcano erupted violently right behind him. Ichika gasped in horror as the volcano erupted again, crying out in absolute shock. She panicked, staring at the peak, while Astra's glowing figure plunged back down into the heart of that volcano. And get this, a giant blazing meteor was now hurtling directly toward the mountain right behind her. The heat was unbearable, and if that rock hit, they were all finished. The entire region would be flattened by the impact, and the air grew incredibly heavy under the pressure. Astra ended up using every ounce of his strength to summon that colossal burning stone. Seeing the burning meteor, Shinji gasped in surprise, asking if Astra had been hiding this insane level of power all along. Compared to that massive fireball, he was just a spark, but he gripped his sword even tighter. His blade shifted from red to blue, radiating a heavy energy aura around him. He mocked that running away was Astra's best choice because Shinji's ultimate blade was now fully ready. A majestic blue phoenix appeared before them, its mystical beak capable of easily swallowing absolute heat energy. Shinji pointed his sword straight at Astra, channeling the fiery cyan phoenix seal toward the incoming meteor. His massive energy source forced the flames around the meteor to vortex, spinning into a wild whirlpool instantly. In a single flash, that giant meteor was swallowed whole by his blade, leaving Astra completely speechless. Dumbfounded by his defeat, Astra hesitated while Ichika witnessed the impossible scene from below. Standing at the base, she wondered how that massive fireball had vanished. Where did all that energy go? The ground under her feet froze as she stared in disbelief at the volcano. The raging lava was completely iced over, leaving her questioning her own eyes. Smiling softly, she realized Shinji had absorbed all the heat as the young warrior stood there calmly. As Astra rushed him from another dimension, a voice echoed. The voice mused that Shinji Suo completely lacked his brother's talent, but reality was proving otherwise. Makoto has a massive hole blasted right through his stomach. Astra notes that Shinji's raw talent belongs to an entirely different league altogether. Makoto is like a dragon breathing a straight, sharp beam of fire like a blade, but Shinji is something else entirely. He is a phoenix greedily swallowing flames, sweeping up every speck of fire in his path, no matter how weak or fading it is. No matter how many times he is brought down, he will always rise from the ashes. Suddenly, both of them charge at each other. Red and blue lights crash together, kicking up a thick cloud of dust that completely blocks the view until the air finally starts to clear. And right here, as the heavy dust finally clears, we can finally see who won this insane clash. Astra's heavy punch shattered the armor right off the boy's chest, but Shinji's sword pierced deep instantly, freezing the god's entire body solid. Thank the fire, God, Astra whispers, his soul slowly starting to fade away now. Your flame made me stronger than ever. Meanwhile, the entire volcano has been frozen solid as Shinji catches his breath. Landing on the icy crater, he looks different. These brutal battles have clearly forced him to grow up fast. Inside a quiet mental space, they face each other. Astra breaks the heavy silence with a gentle smile. Well done, Shinji. Sheathing his sword, the boy looks up. Lord Astra, he whispers as the god slowly pushes himself up. I am a progenitor from the mythical era, Astra explains, and what you humans would normally call a god. Shinji is stunned. 300 years ago, when the holy race invaded Earth, the other progenitors and I fought back. We joined forces to drive them out. Honestly, what you are facing now is no different from back then. Parents pass knowledge down to their children, teachers guide students, and in our case, it is an older brother, passing his legacy to his younger brother. Nothing is more powerful than the deep bond between two souls. That bond is the very flame that brings light to our world, Astra says with a warm, gentle smile. As a god, I have always envied you humans, he admits. He clasps his hands together and immediately, a brilliant, blinding light flares from his palms, completely driving away the cold, dark night. Finally, he whispers, I can pass on everything I have left to give. He opens his palms, revealing a tiny flickering flame burning steadily. This flame has burned since the mythical era, he says, transferring the spark onto the boy's hand. Now I give it to you. Pass it on to the next generation, he whispers like a final wish. Suddenly, Astra's body begins to crack. Shinji panics as he watches the cracks spread across the god's form. Lord Astra, are you leaving? Before fading, the god offers his last advice. Fire. It is just one of the basic forces of power in our world. I am simply returning to my elemental state now. It is that simple. His body shatters into light, leaving only his final words. Goodbye, Shinji, we will meet again in the distant future. Clenching his fist, feeling the god's power surging inside him, Shinji bows his head deeply and calls out to his departed mentor. Thank you for everything, he says with deep respect. Suddenly, Ichika's sharp voice echoes through the cold air. He turns to see her running toward him in a panic. Master Ichika, I thought you were waiting down below. She stomps over, completely furious. You little brat, I almost froze to death down there. Why is the whole volcano covered in ice? Change it back right now, she demands. Shinji frantically apologizes and quickly hands her a freshly grilled fish to calm her down. Food is ready, master, he says. Taking the fish from his hands, she immediately brightens up with a big smile. This is delicious. This power is so handy. Keep them coming. Shinji groans quickly, putting another fish on the fire. This really is not how I pictured using the legendary power of Astra. Meanwhile, trapped under a massive boulder, Hajime struggles to breathe. Shinji looks thoughtful. You know, I just realized something. Even though I have finally inherited this power, I am not sure if I should say it out loud. Under the rock, Hajime grinds his teeth in pure rage, starving to death. She asks what is on his mind. I know Astra did this out of respect for my brother, he says calmly, but why me? Why was I chosen instead of you? Your swordsmanship is far superior. Ichika just keeps happily chewing on her fish. Well, that is because the Hinoki clan never inherits the fire god crest, she says. Shinji looks puzzled. Why not, he asks. The founder of our family flat out rejected it, she explains. You want to give me fire. From the black mark on his arm, the fiery energy is quickly absorbed. It gradually glows a bright red. I do not need anything from you, Hinoki Reichiro growls through gritted teeth. Get out of my body, fire god, he snaps. This is not the path of swordsmanship I seek. Seeing his intense fury, Astra panicked and fled the mark. Ichika chuckles softly as she recalls the tale. As a result, she now sits calmly on a giant boulder, explaining that this is why her clan has focused solely on high-intensity physical training for generations, adding that, of course, she does not care about any of that. Shinji. Hearing her words, he is completely shocked, unable to believe they actually rejected a god. But if that is the truth, it only makes him more curious. She pays close attention as Shinji thinks and says that the founder of his master's clan, Hinoki Reichiro Hinoki, created his own unique sword style, and Shinji cannot even begin to imagine just how incredibly powerful he was during his absolute prime. Meanwhile, inside the mental world of Kanagi Minato on the other side, Hinoki, Reichiro, and Melville are locked in combat, with Melville angrily gritting his teeth and growling that it looks like his opponent has regained quite a bit of power. Hearing Melville, he calmly agrees as his deep crimson eyes look at the thin threads, confidently declaring that he can see through every thin thread surrounding them, including all the threads of causality woven across the entire world. Behind Melville, Minato sits in the distance observing the clash as a massive lightning strike crashes down right next to him. His lifeless eyes stare forward and a faint smirk plays on his lips. Kanagi Minato's mental world is actually divided into several distinct realms, from the ego to the collective unconscious and finally to the darkest depths of the mind where the divine island rests. That is when Valerian's voice echoes, declaring that time has been frozen for ages but has finally started moving once more, with his calm, proud demeanor as he sits on his throne, looking down to mention that Astra, their fellow progenitor from the legendary era, has already vanished, while the progenitors of the human era are busy regaining their strength on the other side. Valerian looks down with amusement, staring at the boy standing before him as he calmly adds that it seems at last Kanagi Minato has finally broken the chains holding him back, prompting the boy to bow his head in silence. Now, thanks to Valerian's brutal and high-pressure training, he is starting to forge a brand new path. He confirms this, feeling a massive shift inside his body and realizing that he is finally starting to see through everything. So this is what stage 2 of the divine realm feels like, he muses, standing among the threads of karma, making Valerian chuckle. He reveals he was just about to grant him his power, locking his sharp gaze onto the boy to ask if he can feel it, and Minato quickly nods, turning his gaze toward a specific spot in the sky. He calmly warns that enemies are approaching, while Valerian lazily leans back in his seat, speaking with total confidence, telling him to go fight. Suddenly, Minato snaps awake, his eyes flying open as Ichihara cheerfully welcomes him back. With 3 spinning orbs floating around his hands, he gazes at Minato's thoroughly battered body. He asks if Minato slept well, just as a fierce wind begins to howl, piercing through his eardrums. Minato seriously stands up to face Midori, who remains completely silent. Meanwhile, far out in the depths of space, a fleet of colorful spaceships suddenly appears. Minato calmly warns that 5 enemies are on their way, and they are at least Tier 2 armored creatures. Their three-eyed leader glares down at Earth, and hearing this, Ichihara immediately gets the message, conjuring a massive sphere of wind in his hands. It spins rapidly like a miniature black hole, unleashing a massive vortex before suddenly vanishing. Ichihara seriously turns to ask if he is ready, and standing right beside him, Minato firmly replies that he is absolutely ready. His icy blue eyes lock onto the sky as he confidently declares that they should give these intruders a proper welcome. 1 week after Shinji Suo receives the Fire God's mark high up in Earth's orbit at the International Space Station, an urgent voice over the comms reports that they have detected an unidentified object at a 35-degree angle. It is only a matter of moments before these strange, unknown objects make landfall on Earth. Alarms blare throughout the station as the panicked crew scrambles to report the situation to the authorities below. The commander frantically reports that the threat literally appeared out of thin air and is heading straight for them. With impact imminent, the entire crew is ordered to evacuate immediately as the threat looms right outside the glass. 5 massive foreign objects close in rapidly, while Houston repeatedly calls through the static ordering them to stay put. Hearing this completely absurd order, the commander screams back, asking how on earth they are supposed to hold their position. He yells that multiple objects are barreling straight toward them, only for an unfamiliar voice to announce that CPU agents are on the way. The stunned crew looks up to find Kanem and Sakazaki suddenly materialize right inside the cabin. Sakazaki calmly tells them to follow him as his strange ability suddenly begins to manifest. It wraps entirely around their bodies, leaving the dazed commander with unanswered questions as they vanish. He immediately teleports the entire crew away, saving them from the oncoming attack of 5 strange objects. They fire on the station and blow it to pieces in outer space, then speed straight through the explosion toward Earth. Debris from the space station streaks down to Earth like a meteor shower, and Sakazaki watches with a heavy sigh. "That was close," he says. Standing on the beach, the crew members watch as he calmly nudges his friend and speaks. "Well, maybe not quite." Seeing Sakazaki so calm, Kanem begins to tremble in a cold sweat and speaks up. "Are you kidding? I was scared to death." Suddenly, a voice calls out Asuke, startling him as he hears his name. The commander rushes over, grabs him by the shoulders, and asks loudly if he is indeed Asuke. Sakazaki smiles and greets him, noting they met during the space station tour last year, while the dazed commander looks around in total confusion. "Am I in heaven?" the man asks. Sakazaki calmly explains that they are actually on a deserted island off the coast. 31 miles from Florida, they are safe. Sakazaki mentions he had a strong premonition that this disaster would happen. Luckily, he says, he left his gear back there. Kanem teases him, saying he always leaves his things scattered everywhere. He casually explains that it is just a backup plan. He hides gear at almost every mission site, covering nearly the entire planet by now. Looking at Kanem, he adds that Minato was absolutely spot on just as the sound of helicopters draws closer. The rescued astronauts cheer excitedly. Sakazaki glances toward the bright glow where those 5 holy ones just destroyed the space station. Just as predicted, burning pieces of the station crash down along the Florida coast, lighting up the entire night sky. Meanwhile, at the Japanese branch of the CPU, a phone call is wrapping up with a quick goodbye and thanks. Minato, holding the phone seriously, reports that both Asuke and Kanem made it there just in time. They promise to return after wrapping up a few details. Right now, the core members are assembling in the meeting room. Right in the middle, a laptop displays a video call where a worried Vice notes that they at least avoided the worst-case scenario. "Thank you, Captain Minato." Hearing his sigh of relief, the U.S. CPU Commissioner, Madam Io, speaks with a serious tone. "We have only prevented one disaster," she warns. "This is far from over." The Japanese commissioner turns her gaze toward Minato. "Could you explain this in more detail, Captain Kanagi Minato?" Hearing her request, Minato responds with a grave expression. "Yes, Commissioner. I am more than willing to share everything that we have managed to uncover so far. There are 5 holy ones involved in this latest assault on Earth, exactly as I previously pointed out. At the very least, every single one of them is a Class 2 armored beast, if not significantly stronger. Even for Minato, no matter how strong he is, facing them will present serious difficulties." Vice rubs his head, feeling the tension rise. "I know that was before the progenitor granted him power, but aren't these the same foes who defeated Midori? Ichihara. And you say there are 5 of them coming here." Hearing this, Ichihara frowns slightly at the reminder of his past defeat. Madam Io speaks up, asking what they are aiming at. Minato immediately responds that he is still unsure. Beside him, Midori's expression begins to darken with concern. He speaks up to break the heavy silence, confirming that the Class 2 armored beast he defeated had a specific goal. It was trying to trigger the dormant prophecies. "I believe these 5 holy ones are here to do the exact same thing." Vice frowns deeply as he processes this, realizing they might be planning to activate 5 separate prophecies simultaneously. Over on her screen, Madam Io speaks up to summarize the critical situation, warning that given recent events, these prophecies are highly dangerous. They are likely Class 1 or worse, and I wouldn't be surprised if they are emergency-level events. Shiki quickly opens her laptop to track the enemies, announcing that they have already split up into different flight paths. The assistant to the Japanese commissioner reports that if they maintain their current trajectory, they will land in 5 specific locations. Irkutsk, Russia. High above the freezing Siberian landscape, a blinding streak of light plunges straight toward the ground. Meanwhile, over Paris, France, a blazing trail of red fire cuts through the clouds. Standing beneath the Arc de Triomphe, Seiki, Mikado, and Q watch the sky ready to face the imminent battle ahead. Over in South Asia, specifically Mumbai, India, another strange object hurtles down as terrified citizens stand and watch in absolute horror. Above the Sydney Opera House in Australia, the streak of light glides swiftly across the blue sky, leaving a brilliant red trail. A family watching from below cheers in excitement, completely unaware of the danger as Shiki breaks out in sweat. She pulls up the map of Japan, her voice trembling as she points to Tokyo. At that moment, Minato's mother is riding her bicycle down the street, staring in utter disbelief at the blazing meteor plunging directly toward her. Minato watches as his blue eyes flicker slightly. Nearby Vice breaks into a sweat, gritting his teeth in sheer relief. Thank goodness. America is not on the hit list. Madame Io gets irritated seeing his relief, but Richard Siki immediately cuts in to speak. We have already contacted the nearest CPU branches. They are standing by, fully prepared for this looming invasion. The war has officially begun. Everyone must stay completely focused on analyzing the incoming data. Plus, we have already compiled a list of the Tier 1 prophecies, along with the emergency threat levels. Right now, every single nation targeted by these creatures is on absolute high alert. Shinonome Tengon pulls out his phone to check. He looks up grimly with an operation of this global scale. We must summon elite agents from all over the world. The real problem is deciding where we should actually deploy them. Seki, Mikado, and Q have already left London for Paris. But frankly, they cannot hold off enemies that even Midori struggled against. Vice steps forward with a serious proposal. In his opinion, they should send Midori Ichihara to handle the strongest enemy. Minato turns toward the screen and agrees, noting they have already located them. The strongest Saint Clan entity is landing in Mumbai, India. Minato quietly watches Midori Ichihara, who sits in absolute silence, tightly clenching his fists. He frowns as painful memories of Eridip flash by, seeing his friend charred black, standing there completely helpless in the face of that agony. Ichihara breaks his silence to address the commissioner. Madame Io turns to look as he bows his head, ready to speak. He announces that, as a member of the elite force under Japan's anti-prophecy division, he, Midori Ichihara, is fully prepared to fight for Earth, requesting permission to intercept the Saint Clan entity heading straight for Mumbai. His eyes burn with absolute determination. Seeing his resolve, Madame Io wastes no time and immediately barks out her command. Request approved, go immediately. Hearing this, he quickly stands up with a firm nod, while Shinonome Tengon watches him closely. Shinonome Tengon figures Kanagi Minato will stay to protect Tokyo, but Minato speaks up to reveal he has already split their forces in two, shocking everyone. What did you say, Shinonome? Tengon gasps. Minato calmly replies that he already dispatched Vice Captain Shinji Suo to France. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, Shinji stands in silence against the wall as two faint streams of light, one gold, one purple, cast long shadows. Nearby, two figures lie on their beds, enduring an incredibly brutal training process. Deep within her own mind, Aiken is pushing herself to the limit alongside the Earth Progenitor Riff, and Hikotaro is doing the exact same. He is training fiercely with the Water Progenitor Jisui. Both of them are giving it their all while back at CPU headquarters. Minato firmly declares that he will stay behind to defend Tokyo. His absolute confidence leaves the rest of the room completely stunned. But instead, Kanagi Minato immediately heads straight for Australia. Kanem slams his fist on the table in frustration, demanding answers. How could he just take off like that? Kanem yells. Sakazaki from the Japan Prophecy branch steps in to explain. Minato said the prophecy in Sydney would be the first to manifest. Sakazaki nods calmly, holding a cup of steaming coffee, while the threats in Russia and Japan will trigger last. Hearing this, Kanem nods along as it finally clicked for him. But then a sudden realization hits Kanem. Wait, how could Minato possibly know the exact order of events? Sakazaki explains that it is due to his intense training. Apparently, Minato can now actually see the hidden threads of causality weaving through everything around him. Kanem raises an eyebrow, completely confused about what that even means. Amused by his clueless look, Sakazaki explains that it basically grants Minato direct clues about what is about to unfold. Kanem spits out his drink in pure shock. Wait, you mean that guy can literally see the future now? Seriously, is there anything Minato cannot do? Meanwhile, right outside the famous Sydney Opera House in Australia, Minato has arrived. High above, a massive pale blue cube hovers in the air. 5 gigantic alien vessels have now descended over major global cities. Floating silently in mid-air, they suddenly generate a colossal barrier, completely sealing themselves off from the outside world. This strange phenomenon leaves onlookers utterly baffled. Meanwhile, in Paris, France, high atop the famous Arc de Triomphe, Shinji meets up with Seiki Mikado and Q. Staring up at the massive structure, he notes it looks exactly like the barrier they encountered back in Orit. Seiki Mikado crosses his arms, deeply annoyed by how ridiculously massive it is, making everything else look completely tiny. The only real question is what that barrier is actually meant to do. Aren't they here to launch a full invasion? Shinji, representing the Japanese Special Task Force, suggests the barrier is likely for defense. Q raises an eyebrow, questioning if they are trying to protect the prophecy itself. The young agent pauses in deep thought. They must already know that Midori completely destroyed their high-level Tier 2 armored beast by now, he points out. If their only goal was setting off the prophecy, there would be no need to engage us directly. Seiki Mikado nods in agreement. That makes perfect sense. They might be rushing to trigger it first. Q chimes in, guessing they probably withdrew. Learning from his comrade's mistakes, he turns to him and asks what Minato thinks about this. Shinji then recounts Minato's careful instructions. He said, "We need to evacuate." The police quickly jump into action. They must get citizens to safety because dealing with the threat is only possible once the area is completely cleared of civilians. To handle the prophecy, Shinji proposes a bold plan. They should stay right here. Hearing this, Seiki Mikado looks over and notices how much the boy has grown, now completely capable of guiding others and forging his own path. Shinji ignores Seiki Mikado's strange look. "We stay sharp until everyone is evacuated," he says. There is no telling what might happen. Stunned by how much the boy now resembles his older brother, Seiki Mikado speaks with utter amazement. He notes that Shinji is far calmer than before. Startled by the compliment, Shinji quickly apologizes, admitting he used to talk way too much. With a faint smirk, Seiki Mikado tells him there is no need to apologize, reaching his hand out toward the boy. "I trust you, Shinji," Seiki Mikado says. Shinji stands there absolutely stunned. Q smiles beside them. Q is glad they are getting along. With Seiki Mikado's trust, Shinji's face lights up immediately. He quickly thanks him, but Seiki Mikado turns serious again, steering the conversation back to the major issue of the prophecy. It is happening worldwide all at once, throwing the general public into absolute chaos while police desperately hold back the massive crowds outside. Chaos erupts as crowds push and shove. Worldwide videos and images of the strange cube go viral. The images and footage of this giant cube are spreading rapidly everywhere. No stopping it now. Seiki Mikado anxiously warns that they cannot let the public find out about CPU. Suddenly, the scene shifts to Mumbai, India. Two figures materialize right on the dry, barren earth. Ichihara looks at a heavily panting Mana and thanks him for the quick ride. Mana immediately waves it off, saying it is nothing and wishing he could have been of even more help. Turning to Ichihara, he mentions that while Ichihara might have defeated that level 2 armored creature, there is still another concern. He asks if Minato is going to be fine managing all alone, watching Ichihara anxiously as the latter stretches his muscles. Hearing this, Ichihara looks over and agrees that Minato will be fine, adding that he realized something important. During their 10 days of training together, Minato progressed at a speed far beyond any normal human. Ichihara grins, noting that Minato grew visibly stronger overnight. Hearing this, Mana secretly feels a bit of bitter jealousy. Mana gets incredibly jealous. Ichihara's face darkens, explaining what happens during Minato's sleep. The progenitors force him to train without a single break. Speechless, Mana quickly takes back his envious words now. Ichihara points out seriously that Minato's most brutal training of all was likely during his time under Master Ichika. He studied under her for about a month and a half, leading right up to their recent joint session. Ichihara's eyes waver slightly. Minato seems like a completely different person now. Mana stays quiet. Suddenly, a strange voice rings out. Ichihara turns to see a figure slowly walking toward them. The stranger asks if Minato is likely not coming to India. The figure expresses disappointment, having looked forward to meeting him, while a thoroughly confused Ichihara can only manage a blank stare and ask what. An Indian girl approaches and hands him a cup of hot tea. In a gentle voice, she greets Midori and offers him some hot chai. It is Surya, a member of India's CPU task force. Seeing her, Ichihara is quite surprised. Meanwhile, back in Japan, Sakazaki sits, sipping his drink, wondering if there is actually anything Minato cannot do, his mind filled with 100 different worries. That is exactly the problem. The stronger Minato gets, the heavier his burden becomes. We cannot let him carry this alone. As his teammates, we must do everything we can. Supporting him is our absolute priority. His sudden burst of determination shocks the teammates standing beside him. At the very least, they have finally made some decent progress by now starting with their new powers. And they have new powers. Suddenly, an intense pressure erupts, catching him completely off guard. Just like Midori and Shinji, they have each received incredible new abilities from the wind and fire progenitors, glowing with purple and gold auras. A massive growing power radiates from them as the progenitors do everything to support Aken and Hikataro. And that is not all. Over at the shrine of the progenitors, a man is diligently sweeping the grounds when a sudden voice calls out, A hurried visitor politely asks if this is indeed the shrine of the progenitors, prompting Haruhi to look up. Happy to have a visitor, Haruhi smiles and confirms it is, but then politely asks a rather unexpected question. Explaining that this is his duty, his eyes suddenly turn incredibly cold, completely stripping away his cheerful demeanor. He asks if the stranger is from the Saint clan. Exposed, Dior simply smiles and asks how Haruhi recognized him. Opening the book to read, he cannot help but marvel at the prophecies, saying they are incredibly accurate about him. Hearing this, the man smiles and asks what his little book actually says, but the boy calmly replies it is just a decoy strategy. The book in his hands clearly displays the man's information, and Haruhi cheerfully chimes in. While 5 level 2 armored creatures distract everyone, a level 1 creature will destroy the temple portal. It is exactly as the book says, Dior. Stunned that he figured it out, the man asks if humans have prophecies too, but the boy simply keeps his voice low. He tells them that the rest is up to those two, and though his eyes carry a bright smile, his chilly tone sends shivers down their spines. A sudden pillar of blue light shoots down on the temple of the progenitors, making him widen his eyes in shock, wondering if it is Itaru. Spotting a familiar figure, his voice rings out with pure excitement. Ah, there you are. Ken stands proudly beside him, saying it has been a long time since they last met, while Joseph smiles at the familiar faces. Calling them pathetic transcendents of Earth, Joseph watches as Itaru and Ken stand tall, staring right back at him. Suddenly, a loud cracking sound echoes as the cube begins to fracture. Shards of debris rain down on Minato, who stands completely calm and waits when suddenly colorful snake scales appear overhead. High above him, the massive multicolored body of a giant serpent slithers across the sky. It coils and glides around the opera house, marking the very first mission for Kanagi Minato. His goal is to stop an emergency prophecy from the Book of Doom, Chapter 182. Facing the dream serpent, Minato calmly draws the rainbow serpent sword, representing the creation deity of Australian Aboriginal myth. Tied deeply to water sources, these immortal beings are said to dwell within the Dreamtime itself. This emergency prophecy of the dream serpent aims to drive humanity toward its own extinction. It is a disaster of truly mythical proportions, but Minato stands tall, watching the colossal beast slither through the air. Atop its head, a vibrant gem glows brilliantly under the sun, signaling the start of a legendary battle. The emergency prophecy pits the dream god against the captain of the CPU's Kanagi Minato unit, Kanagi Minato. Pointing his blade at the serpent, he readies the Hinoki-style 10th/Cloudlight as a fiery orange aura suddenly erupts around him. With flames wrapping around his body, he swings his sharp sword, unleashing a violent pillar of magic power straight into the sky. The sky strike ascends instantly, a massive column of magical energy tearing directly toward the coiling giant serpent. Fueled by the immense power of Heart's swing, the colossal body of the beast is sliced into multiple segments mid-air. As the pieces scatter, a teacher back in class asks his students why only transcendents are capable of slaying these monsters. Rolling up his sleeves to reveal his mark, he calmly explains that only transcendents possess a special aura. This is commonly called mana, and having mana is essential to harm opponents. Shinji listens intently to the lecture, keeping his eyes locked on the board while taking diligent notes in his book. Meanwhile, his classmates yawn from sheer exhaustion, ignoring the lesson entirely as the teacher clenches his fist. His hand begins to glow, demonstrating how hunters must gather enough aura to break through enemy defenses. As raw magic bursts from his hand and fills the classroom, the teacher casually explains that this is the only way to kill them. The previously sleeping students immediately bolt upright, trembling in fear as they feel the room shake. They panic, begging him to hold back because the entire classroom is shaking, but he simply smiles and suppresses his energy. Brushing it off as nothing, the terrified students realize he was definitely not joking about being an S-class hunter. Watching this power, Minato is filled with deep respect as the serpent is sliced. Severed into pieces by Minato's strike, crackling lightning surges around the wounds as a massive chunk of flesh plunges downward. The heavy impact generates a thunderous roar, sending massive shockwaves through the waters surrounding the opera house. Giant waves splash high into the air before raining back down in a heavy, rhythmic patter on the surface. The splashing water reflects the bright sunlight, creating a small and radiant rainbow that shows his attack worked as the giant snake slowly fades away. Yet it remains solid, not just some illusion, as a physical piece of its body is clearly missing, reminding him of Midori's words. Back then, Midori had explained that emergency prophecies come in all shapes and sizes, but they all share one dangerous trait, which is that they steadily grow stronger over time. The longer they are left alone, the more terrifying they become, so it is always best to completely stop them right from the start. With a dead serious look, he warned that letting an emergency prophecy play out fully would spell absolute doom. Earth, as they know it, is done for. He immediately tightens his grip on his sword, hilt aiming it right at the massive snake. He braces himself, knowing he has to finish this beast as fast as possible. Lightning crackles gathering around him as they lock eyes. The energy surges toward the monster. The serpent opens its massive maw, spitting out a blinding beam of light. An incredibly violent shockwave hits him dead on, blasting him backward as the blinding light consumes the entire area. It lights up the sky over the opera house. Minato groans in pain. He didn't expect its sheer roar to be this devastating. The serpent glares down at him. Minato covers his ringing ears in agony just as dark shadows ripple through the water below. He stares in utter disbelief at the scene. What on earth is that? Suddenly, creepy whispers begin echoing all around him. Look at him, they whisper. He actually sliced that giant snake in half. The shadows murmur, worried that his opponent is just too powerful. Can he actually win? More and more shadows gather, their anxious voices swelling into a frantic hum. Fear, excitement, and panic mix in the air, creating a chaotic hum. Why on earth is he fighting out there all by himself? He looks way too young to be an awakened. Maybe this is the end. I'm too terrified. I need to get out of here right now. We are all going to die. Hearing these bizarre voices, Minato freezes in shock. Where is this sound coming from? Wait a minute. Could these be the inner thoughts of the people? Looking down, he sees the panicking crowd, radiating a dark, misty aura. They are broadcasting this battle live, and the online viewer counts are absolutely skyrocketing by the second. Suddenly, the dark mist gets pulled away. Minato whips around to see the serpent opening its massive jaws. It is swallowing the negative energy of the panicking crowd. Minato gapes in horror, and get this, the beast is growing even larger than before. Is it really feeding on human thoughts? The freshly powered-up serpent lunges forward, its colossal body charging straight at him. Before he can react, a heavy, gloomy aura surges toward him, catching him completely off guard. The crowd's sheer terror and anxiety feed the air, their panicked whispers echoing loudly through the atmosphere. Look at that, it's getting bigger. Save us, how can anyone possibly kill a monster like that? I don't want to die, we are totally doomed. All of those dark, hopeless thoughts. Those negative feelings are wrapping around the battlefield. Suddenly, a realization hits Minato. Of course, the snake feeds on human negativity, using their raw terror to fuel its endless growth. And it won't stop until humanity is completely wiped out. He grits his teeth in anger. His blade hums with power as arcs of electricity begin to crackle around him. Gripping his sword, he resolves to end this nightmare right now. Minato fires a massive bolt of lightning straight at the giant serpent. But then a figure suddenly leaps into view, screaming. Now check this out. Startled, Minato halts his attack and narrows his eyes. Minato's eyes widen. That silhouette looks incredibly familiar. It is a cultist. He looks like a rank 2 armored apostle. Grinning excitedly at Minato, he yells, "Let us just skip the greetings." Lodo, the divine armored apostle of the gods, charges straight ahead. Minato doesn't back down, diving right into the clash. He tightens his grip, aiming his sword right at the incoming enemy. "Get out of my way, Lodo." Showing zero fear, the cultist just laughs hysterically. Not a chance, Minato. Minato closes his eyes. When he snaps them open, his bright blue pupils glow with a sharp, piercing light. Suddenly, glowing threads of causality wrap around his foe, allowing Minato to read every single incoming strike. With lightning speed, Minato begins cutting through the threads around him, one by one. Back in reality, his body moves on pure instinct, effortlessly, dodging every single one of his strikes. Out of nowhere, Purgatory Sword slashes tear through the ground beneath Lodo's feet. Before the cultist can even see the attack, his legs are clean, severed. Lodo stares down in utter shock what Minato drops in from above. His voice is cold as ice. "I don't have time to play games with you." Lodo looks up terrified. Minato grits his teeth, delivering a brutal tempest kick right to his face, sending him hurtling down. The impact generates a massive beam of blue light as Lodo screams, crashing heavily toward the sea. He slams face first into the water, sending a massive splash into the air. Minato stays on high alert. His hand rests on his hilt, ready to draw and finish the job in a heartbeat. He will show no mercy if that pest dares to surface again. Just then, he recalls what Akin once told him. "There is one rule I never break whenever I go up against a powerful opponent." He decides to unleash his strongest strike right from the start with no reason to hold back as he begins putting the pieces of this puzzle together. That first strike confirmed the massive serpent is definitely no illusion, and now it is time to take it down. He aims to land the most devastating blow in his arsenal, pressing his hand against its scaled flesh. Feeling his touch, the beast opens its massive jaws and lunges, forcing Minato to channel all his strength into both hands. His eyes blaze with pure determination to crush them as he unleashes the LN-10 chaotic slashes. In an instant, a massive patch of its skin burns away under his Spellhem fire domain. Its colorful scales scorch and burn as it shrieks in agony, thrashing wildly to escape his grasp while roaring at the sky. Down below the water, Lodo calmly observes the chaos, muttering that Ella was wrong because this kid is clearly no amateur. The creature's sliced flesh and wounds are already knitting back together, and Lodo watches the burning serpent with an amused grin. He whispers that the boy is far stronger than reported, while the giant snake glares with its massive eyes, skin peeling off in charred chunks. Minato yells out that even if it costs his life, he will stop them and destroy that damn prophecy once and for all. As the colossal serpent burns and shrieks in agony, the watching citizens can hardly believe their eyes. Spectators from afar cheer him on, praising the incredible hunter, while holding their breath as they watch the intense battle unfold. They whisper about how he basically roasted that monster, and even if it is still breathing, it is an incredible feat. They can only watch and gossip from a safe distance, hoping that if his attacks keep landing, he might actually win. Perhaps he can actually pull off a victory as their dread and anxiety slowly begin to fade. Minato smiles with relief, noticing the negative energy in the air is finally dropping. The dream universe feeds on humanity's fear, so proving he is stronger is the key to stopping it. By doing this, he can halt the rainbow universe's growth, driving him to swing his massive blade with renewed fury. Let's see how this plays out. A cold and chilling voice suddenly whispers right behind him. Lodo stands right behind him, his icy words creeping into Minato's ear and freezing the boy in his tracks. He asks what makes them so sure that all heavenly mandates are evil, prompting a shocked Minato to spin around. Without hesitation, Minato swings his sword in a desperate arc, but the target easily dodges the lethal blade. He isn't surprised by the dodge, but Lodo is already floating relaxed with his hands behind his head, acting completely unbothered. He casually explains that all these divine mandates are hidden on Earth like ticking time bombs. And not all of them were made by the creator, some were forged by rival factions or other godlike beings. But guess what? He smirks. It was actually Earth itself that made some of them. The planet created these mandates just to teach humanity a lesson, leaving Minato completely stunned by the revelation. Lodo continues explaining that this specific mandate is not his, it was already buried deep within this very spot. He only gave it a little nudge, adding that the dream universe is merely the Earth, expressing its raw anger. It is reacting to the wicked nature of humanity, causing Minato's face to darken with pure rage. He demands to know if they are just supposed to stand by and let themselves be completely wiped out. He screams the question, but Lodo remains completely unbothered by his explosive anger. The villain chuckles, claiming he has no deep motive, he is simply trying to buy some time. Realizing he is being stalled, Minato gasps, but it is already too late as the glowing orb above shines. The colorful sphere in the sky pulses with brilliant light, and the burning snake suddenly begins to expand at a terrifying speed. It roars and lunges directly toward the orb, sending the distant onlookers into a state of absolute screaming panic as they watch it swell. They yell out in terror, wondering what is crawling out of the beast, which has now grown several times its original size. Blinding beams of light rain down across the city, and Minato can only watch as his home is torn apart. He grits his teeth in rage, helpless, as the beast strikes everywhere at once, engulfing the entire city in a sea of fire. Suddenly, he feels a tidal wave of negative thoughts erupting from the citizens, crying out that Sydney has fallen. They despair over their lost homes as the monster grows stronger, believing they are all doomed and destined to die here. Sensing their overwhelming terror, the beast opens its massive maw, preparing to swallow them whole. Minato panics, screaming that this cannot be happening, especially now that his flames have been completely extinguished. To make matters worse, the massive serpent is even larger than before, when suddenly Lodo's mocking laughter cuts through his panic. His arm suddenly stretches out, sharp fingernails turning into deadly blades that close right in on Minato as Lodo speaks with pure excitement. He asks if he is surprised before his razor-sharp hand squeezes the boy tightly, completely crushing him into blood-splattered pieces in an instant. Suddenly, Lodo freezes. He looks around in pure disbelief as his own arm is clean cut to pieces, staring at the bloody stump in absolute shock. He glances back and sees the boy standing completely unharmed, biting his lip in shock, wondering how this same move is happening again. That brutal, crushing moment never actually happened. Minato still stands there, tall, majestic, and completely untouched by his opponent's desperate attack. The villain grits his teeth in pure frustration. He did not even see the sword move, yet it had already sliced right through him. His arm was gone before he could even register the pain. Meanwhile, Ella's secret combat logs had captured everything about this fight. She wrote that Midori Ichihara was the only genuine threat remaining to the creators, a force capable of turning the tide entirely. His face grows incredibly dark as sharp, menacing blades begin to violently sprout directly from his severed arm. How could a mere brat grow this ridiculously powerful? His face twists into a hideous grimace of pure rage as he screams. Shouting at the anomaly Kanagi Minato, he unleashes his transformed arms to rocket forward in a desperate, lethal assault. The boy's eyes do not even flicker. Calmly facing the attack, he wonders if he has finally surpassed a second-level armored beast. He looks intently at the massive changes flowing through his own body, seriously asking Valerian for his honest opinion on his current power. Hearing this, the man calmly crosses his legs and bluntly tells him he is not even close, making the boy sigh in agreement. I figured as much, the boy admits. Valerian calmly notes that while the boy is strong, he still lacks true refinement. He cannot match their terrifying speed and raw power yet. But that is only true if he stays trapped within normal human limits. There are many ways to overcome a challenge, he explains, asking him why modern ascenders can never reach the level of the ancient progenitors. It is because they keep all their true potential tightly locked deep inside. They possess physical traits and senses that far surpass ordinary humans. yet they simply have no idea how to unlock them. Hearing this profound explanation, Minato stands there, looking completely blank, trying his best to process the legendary advice. Valerian looks straight into his eyes, telling him to accept his tiny place in the grand scheme. Once you open your physical body and mind to the vast world around you, absolutely nothing will be able to stand in your way. The past, present, and future will finally belong to you. Those were the crucial words of wisdom. Valerian left him with a vital lesson that would shape his entire destiny in this looming war. Hold on, here is where things get absolutely insane as his eyes snap open, transcending into the seventh sense as he stares at the giant snake. The massive beast and the villain appear before his eyes like a detailed map, allowing him to perceive the threads of causality and see the future. He sees his own defeat and the tragedies that follow, causing him to grit his teeth in pure rage. His black hair slowly bleaches to pure white. Lodo gasps in shock at this transformation, completely unprepared for the legendary Hinoki sword style. The villain stands frozen, completely unable to make a move. He is diced to pieces as his arms are clean cut, one after another. Even the giant colorful snake is heavily sliced up in a single flash. Below, the crowd gathers to live stream the spectacular battle. They gasp in utter disbelief, and Kanem almost drops his phone as he watches the live stream with his eyes wide open. Right now, the entire world is watching him as he effortlessly slices off both of the villain's arms and legs. The dismembered boss is left in total confusion, wondering how on earth this impossible defeat could even be happening to him. He stares at the boy in complete shock. Both physically and mentally, I far surpass him, so how is he overwhelming me this easily? He looks suspiciously at the weapon, noting that it is just a completely ordinary sword without any special magic or enchantments whatsoever. His eyes suddenly turn pitch black and begin to bleed heavily as his mind struggles to comprehend the impossible reality before him. Yet somehow it's sliced right through him. Suddenly, his body begins to fall apart. He is cleanly diced into perfect cubes. The force that ultimately destroyed Lodo was the peak of a true swordsman's power. Standing at the absolute edge of causality, his deadly wrath was perfectly sharpened with each and every swing of his blade. Having awakened the seventh sense, Kanagi Minato can now channel absolute flawless perfection into every single strike he unleashes. He slices his foe apart effortlessly. Right before completely vanishing into dust, the dying villain manages to send one final warning to his captain. He warns his master that this kid is no ordinary opponent. Having finished Lodo, he turns to face the giant snake, which roars in anger as Minato calmly looks it down. He declares that they are the anti-Destiny Squad, and no matter who created these threats, their mission is to eradicate them all. They will protect humanity from any dangerous fate. Watching this unfold live, Kanem and the entire global audience explode with pure excitement. Hearing their desperate cries to finish it, Minato feels a sudden surge of strength and speaks. It is time to begin. His decisive strike slashed deep into the monster's flesh, making it roar in agony. 30 minutes before Kanagi Minato arrived in Sydney, the snake lay fast asleep inside its metallic container. Lodo gently reaches his hand out and whispers the name of the rainbow cosmos. He calls upon the Supreme Judge, the one who witnessed the rise and fall of humanity. Declaring its slumber is over, he smirks at the colorful serpent and drives his sharp fingernail directly into its head. Wake up, his cold voice commands as his thrilled eyes stare intensely at the small snake. From that moment on, you will obey only the creators. Its eyes suddenly pitch black, and just like that, the armored beast, Lodo, falls. This second-rank creature of the creators is finally defeated, but their trouble is far from over as his body sinks. Above them, despite having a chunk of its flesh sliced off, the serpent shows no fear and lunges at him. Lodo's sudden demise accidentally releases the dream cosmos, an urgent destiny freed from the tight grip of the creators. All of a sudden, the snake's eyes lose their icy, menacing glare from before, completely softening up. Its eyes grow wide, round, and watery, leaving Minato absolutely stunned by this sudden shift, wondering what is happening. An unexpected blow crashes down right where he stands, but his constant vigilance allows him to narrowly dodge it. The serpent opens its massive jaws, lunging to swallow him with its razor-sharp fangs. It aims to crush him in a single bite, but Minato does everything he can to hold it back. Gritting his teeth in pure anxiety, he suddenly sees a bright light erupting from the creature's fangs. The beam of light pours down onto his blade, and the surrounding scenery suddenly morphs into a colorful, vibrant dreamscape. Completely taken aback, Minato freezes in deep thought, sensing that something is trying to escape from within the snake. What on earth could it be? In the rainbow cosmos' dream, the little snake gazes at him with glassy eyes. Tears stream down its face in clear, heavy streaks, carrying a sacred duty born from the very depths of the earth. In the world that made it a dream of wiping out humanity for their sins has drowned the rainbow cosmos in deep sorrow. It simply cannot stop crying. It has accidentally fallen in love with humanity, their bustling streets and lively towns. It loves the warm, everyday scenes of regular people living their simple lives, holding on to each other. Their faces shine with pure joy and bright smiles, their happy laughter filling up the entire neighborhood. It echoes down the street corner, crafting a deeply warm and incredibly peaceful picture of pure happiness. This beautiful sight touches its small, gentle heart, strengthening its love for these fragile human souls. Having watched over humanity across countless generations, it kept hoping with all its heart that this dark day would never come. As these warm yet regretful memories flood through his mind, Minato finds himself deeply moved. He hesitates, asking the Rainbow Cosmos if his theory is correct, just as a sudden realization hits him. He finally understands what just entered his body. They are the snake's most cherished memories. This ancient creature accumulated these moments since the Stone Age, watching humans in its dreams for 400,000 years. The Rainbow Cosmos wanted nothing more than to stay in that dream world, a place filled with warmth and absolute comfort, at least until the day humanity eventually leaves this world behind. He pauses and the surrounding colors suddenly vanish. Sensing that his heart has softened, the massive snake gently pulls its razor-sharp fangs away from his sword. Minato stands there in complete disbelief, realizing the creature has officially stopped its relentless assault. The giant beast slowly backs away completely, letting down its guard and abandoning all of its hostility toward him. Watching the live stream on her screen, Kanam stares in pure shock, nervously asking what on earth is happening to that snake. Why has it suddenly gone completely silent? Just as she says that the viewers online are equally baffled. They share her confusion. Minato stares at the quiet snake, asking softly if this is truly what it desires. He asks if it is sure about this, knowing the Rainbow Cosmos feeds primarily on human fear. Feeding on terror is what made it grow so incredibly massive, transforming it into the giant standing before them. In doing so, it radiates a deadly aura, making it completely impossible for it to peacefully coexist with humanity. The crowd watching the showdown between Minato and the Rainbow Cosmos now looks up at the sky, utterly speechless. Their minds are fully captivated by the sacred mystical sight unfolding right before their eyes, ignoring all danger. With the sheer terror the serpent had sown in their hearts, humanity finally realized one simple thing. A vibrant light bathes the giant serpent. Watching anxiously, people pray for the mighty beast that once truly loved mankind. No matter how foolish humanity had been, the great beast showed them mercy and forgave their sins. Minato stands silent. He gazes at the beast with a heavy heart, whispering a quiet thank you as the giant serpent halts the war. Suddenly, the heavy tension suffocating the city snaps. The relieved citizens of Sydney feel a massive crushing weight lift. They embrace each other in tears. Before the giant beast, Minato stands with hot tears streaming down his face. With a trembling voice, he whispers that he is so incredibly sorry before striking hard, carving sharp wounds deep into its body. He slices the colossal serpent into shattered remnants. Having accepted its tragic fate, the great beast quietly reflects in silence. The true form hidden inside the cube finally stands revealed. Tears stream down its face, shimmering in the fading light. Yet it still smiles happily. It is truly glad to have finally completed its final duty. It is relieved not to be the hand that destroys humanity. As the massive body dissolves in the wind, Sakazaki suddenly calls out to Kanam. He hesitantly asks if he is crying. Kanam's voice shakes as he tells him to stop asking, admitting he has no idea what is wrong. With tears rolling down his cheeks, he admits that he just feels as though they have permanently lost something incredibly precious to them. At the exact same time, onlookers who witness this find their chests tightening with deep, painful emotion. Tears stream down countless faces for a tragic loss. It is a precious existence that humanity will never be able to get back. Now its faint silhouette stands there, wagging its tail to bid a final farewell to Kanagi Minato. The elite captain of the Kanagi Minato unit within the Anti-Destiny Force has successfully neutralized the Dream Universe. Despite defeating this emergency threat, tears pour down his face as he grits his teeth in pure burning fury. He curses those wretched creators. Meanwhile, at the Japanese headquarters, 3 officials watch his battle unfold. Shiki watches with deep worry, murmuring Minato's name. Beside her, Madame Io offers a gentle, reassuring smile. She whispers that he succeeded. Shinonome Tengun quickly turns to her, asking if she is absolutely sure about this. Io nods calmly. Nearby Vice folds his arms in serious thought, noting that this decision was just approved during the General Assembly. After this massive battle, it is clear they can no longer keep the truth hidden from the public. She commands them to start the live broadcast. Back on the field, Sakazaki tells a sobbing Kanam they need to go pick up Minato. Suddenly, a loud ringtone startles him. Both of their phones begin buzzing and ringing at the exact same time. They look at their screens in utter shock. Kanam cries out, demanding to know what on earth is going on. A massive red alert flashes across their screens. Every transcendent across the globe is receiving the exact same urgent emergency notification. The broadcast demands the attention of citizens worldwide, announcing itself as the most secure defense organization on Earth. The Anti-Destiny Force takes center stage. Right now, across all of their massive headquarters, warning signs flash continuously. The automated broadcast rings out, declaring that our planet is currently under siege by an invading extraterrestrial threat. 5 catastrophic disasters have struck different points across the globe, with the main screen shifting to display a world map. Bright red markers pinpoint the devastation areas as the emergency speakers continue to blare instructions. The voice urges everyone to remain calm and follow all official government orders as terrified citizens begin to evacuate. Amidst the chaos of the 5 catastrophic threats, a key member of their elite organization has successfully neutralized the threat in Sydney, Australia. However, 4 more planetary threats still loom out there. They promise these remaining targets will be dealt with swiftly. Over in France, Shinji and his crew wait for the enemy. She assures the public that they will halt this invasion. Meanwhile, in India, Ichihara and his ally watch the floating cubes. Shattered cubic fragments slowly rain down onto the earth. The announcer stresses that keeping absolute composure is vital right now. She urges people to support one another, to stand united, and guarantees that they will survive this dark trial together. Io's gentle voice echoes, promising that once the immediate danger is contained, a full explanation will follow. They will release all the details and finally explain why it was so critical to keep this secret until now. Her eyes burn with absolute resolve as she asks the citizens of Earth to place their absolute faith in them. She promises to calm the rising panic and swears they will protect the safety of every single soul. No matter the cost, they will survive. Yet 4 catastrophic threats still loom, capable of wiping out the entire planet. On their screens, glowing red markers highlight the active battlefields where heroes fight to protect the innocent. In Paris, France, special forces are gathering, including Seiki, Mikado, Shinji Suo, and Q Nishina's squad. Kinjiro, a weary man with dark hollow eyes, looks up toward the sound of the voice. He speaks flatly to Shinji. This is Kinjiro Kunitake, a CPU recruiter who brought in the Suo brothers. Bowing respectfully, Shinji Suo says it has been a very long time since they last saw each other. Their last meeting was at his brother's funeral. Kinjiro calmly agrees, adding that he heard Shinji just faced an emergency threat. An emergency-level mandate. Shinji respectfully replies that his team just finished dealing with it. Looking at him with absolute determination, Shinji says they are now preparing to head out to France. He informs Kinjiro that a giant cube appeared atop the Arc de Triomphe, and Q and Seiki Mikado are already waiting there. Kinjiro asks with deep concern if Shinji ever feels afraid, catching the young man completely off guard. Confused, Shinji asks what he means. Kinjiro lets out a heavy sigh to explain. Clenching his fist, he thinks back to what happened to Shinji's brother on that fateful mission. He wonders aloud if Shinji has ever regretted joining the CPU after everything that happened. Staring back seriously, Shinji turns the question around, asking if Kinjiro regrets recruiting him and Makoto. The question makes Kinjiro flinch, leaving him lost in silent contemplation. He bows his head, unable to face the boy. He admits he personally recruited his brother and most of the Suo squad. They were all exceptionally talented kids with bright futures ahead, and his voice begins to tremble. None of them should have gone so early, and the sheer unfairness of it hits him as he remembers them. He grits his teeth, picturing the young recruits he personally brought in falling one by one. Kinjiro confesses he only wanted them to live long, happy lives. Hearing this, Shinji speaks up. He tells Kinjiro that he found his brother's old diary, and inside he specifically wrote down a heartfelt thank you to him. Kinjiro looks up in absolute shock. Shinji explains that his brother was truly happy to have been recruited. Flashbacks show him defeating monsters and a warmer memory of Kinjiro sharing an ice cream. He tells Kinjiro that he was the reason his brother ever met Midori and the rest of the Suo team. His brother deeply cherished his time serving the CPU and fighting alongside his comrades. They stood united, dedicating themselves fully to the agency. He was incredibly proud of his assigned mission. That mission was to protect the world from the mandates, and Shinji smiles, saying he feels the exact same way. Kinjiro stands frozen in disbelief. Just then, Sakazaki calls out, cutting the conversation short to tell him it is time. Shinji turns away, calling out that he is on his way, leaving Kinjiro hesitating behind him. Walking away without looking back, his determined voice rings out, promising to prove himself to Kinjiro. Kinjiro wants to stop him but freezes. Shinji looks back one last time, calling out to him. He made the absolute right choice in recruiting him, and those damn mandates do not stand a chance. Talk about a heavy moment. Hearing those words, Kinjiro fights back tears as the scene shifts to the silent CPU monitoring room. Heavy silence fills the monitoring room. Kinjiro stares anxiously at the screen showing the battlefield in France. Jin stands beside him in silence as Kinjiro silently wishes him luck, gritting his teeth in worry. He silently roots for Shinji to blow them away as the monitor shows the giant cube cracking apart. Massive fragments of the box shatter and fall, and a giant shadow suddenly crashes down. Shinji glares coldly at the emerging beast. The screen flashes back to 1764 in France. Back then, a mysterious creature was discovered after witnesses found the mangled body of a young girl. She was torn apart by a savage beast, and it was only the first of a long, gruesome series. Over 3 years, this beast killed more than 180 people, ignoring livestock to hunt humans. Seriously, the level of violence was pure nightmare fuel, tearing its victims apart in the most brutal ways imaginable. All of France trembled as bodies were ripped to shreds, sparking rumors of a long-dead warrior's spirit. Some called it the wrath of God. Countless wild theories arose about the identity of the monster, yet it vanished just as suddenly and mysteriously as it had first arrived on the scene. Now this legendary beast stands before Shinji's squad, a living embodiment of the Book of Doom. Chapter 186. The G-Varden beast emerges a monster with a fiery mane fluttering in the wind, boasting a razor-sharp head and 4 lethal claws. The giant beast glares down at the 3 of them. Staring up at the massive creature, Shinji wonders if this is truly one of the heavenly mandates. An emergency order activated by the creators themselves, Psyche Mikado calmly remarks that it is absolutely nothing compared to the serpent Minato faced. They watch the beast closely, keeping their guard up. Psyche Mikado cracks his knuckles in pure excitement, asking what the plan of attack is. We never show mercy to anyone, Q says, though she seems to hesitate for a moment. Do not judge it too quickly. It might be stronger than it looks. I will hold it back, she says, her pink hair suddenly growing longer. Go ahead and attack. With that, she unleashes her inescapable hairnet ability. Hearing her call, the boys prepare their next move. They channel their energy and charge straight toward the beast. Got it, the 2 shout in unison as Shinji's body is suddenly enveloped in blazing, roaring flames. Sensing a sudden overwhelming surge of magical power, he looks up to spot a dark figure standing atop the Arc de Triomphe. Shinji leaps up instantly to block a sudden deadly ambush shielding both Q and Psyche Mikado. Shocked by his quick reflexes, they freeze. Staring back at the enemy with a cold, piercing glare, the young hero speaks in an icy tone. I wondered where you were hiding, creator. The mysterious figure looks at him, surprised. Oh, still alive, are we? How interesting. My name is Jerpi Long. Greetings, humans, from a second-class armored creature of the creators. Jerpi Long extends her hand, but her strike is completely blocked by the boy. Staring directly into her eyes, he speaks clearly and firmly. I am the vice captain of the Kanagi Minato squad, Shinji Suo. Instantly, he transforms his body into a majestic phoenix form. The 2 collide with a massive explosion of force. Shinji struggles to push Jerpi Long away, keeping the fight far from Psyche, Mikado, and Ku. Psyche Mikado watches him drag Jerpi Long high into the sky, but stray embers rain down on him. Ouch, that is actually really hot. The kid has definitely leveled up, he grunts. Q, standing right beside him, comments on the boy's flashy combat style. It almost reminds me of Makoto. After seeing him clash with Jerpi Long, the 2 quickly turn back to face the G-Varden beast. Psyche Mikado mutters under his breath, saying they should just leave the creator to Shinji while they handle their own business. The colossal monster is already right in front of them. Let's see what we can do against this heavenly mandate, Psyche Mikado says, practically vibrating with excitement. Meanwhile, high in the sky, Jerpi Long looks on with mild interest. So you can shape and control your flames at will, can you? Shinji stands there in complete silence, watching her closely as blue flames suddenly burst from his body, shocking her with his massive power. Seeing her terrified expression, Shinji grins, warning the alien trash to prepare themselves for what's coming next. He calmly taunts her, stating that once he is done, nothing will remain of her but a heap of ashes. So has Shinji truly inherited Astra's firepower? An image of Minato appears confidently, thinking that if that's the case, I bet he can pull off that move. Hinoki-style swordplay, the cross-slash of the immortal blazing phoenix. With a blinding flash, his razor-sharp blade slices through the air, hurtling directly toward Jerpi Long. Hovering high in the sky, she stands behind a powerful protective barrier and murmurs that she finally understands. You wrapped your sword in fire. Seeing her block the strike, Shinji is stunned. Did she really just stop his attack? Wait, no. She actually just extinguished the flames around her. Walking straight through his fire, she speaks coolly. When you threatened to turn me into ashes, I honestly hoped you would show me something truly extraordinary. She looks down at him with a smug, mocking sneer, adding that it is actually quite disappointing, because this is exactly what she had predicted. Having no desire to hear more, Shinji strikes while she is distracted. He summons massive razor-sharp blades for an explosive cross-strike, glaring coldly at his target. Sword after sword rains down on Jerpi Long, caught completely off guard by the explosive fire dance. A fierce burning vortex rushes toward her, his relentless onslaught lighting up the entire livestream screen. The whole sky glows brightly. Terrified by his overwhelming strength, she can hardly believe her eyes, wondering if it is a rapid-fire combo. Or did he just multiply the number of slashes? Shinji points his sword right at her. He tells her to keep guessing what his next move will be. Watching this cool display through the broadcast, Kinjiro is left speechless. His jaw drops in utter disbelief, and honestly, can we even blame him? Whatever she is expecting, he adds, is going to be 100 times stronger than that. He then charges right at her. Hearing his boast, Jerpi Long scoffs 100 times stronger. Her eyes slowly grow incredibly cold. Shinji Suo, she mutters. Heavy pressure radiates from her body as she takes slow, calm steps toward him, her voice dropping low. "Tell me," she says coldly, "have you ever actually seen what truly lies beyond the sky?" Suddenly, he lunges forward. Red and blue beams of light clash violently, sending a heavy dull boom echoing through the area. Shinji looks on in utter disbelief. It is happening again. His attacks keep vanishing into thin air right before making contact. His attack is utterly crushed. The man coldly remarks that transcendent beings are supposed to be completely devoid of emotion, and yet right now, he claims he is enjoying this vast void with his entire heart. A hollow place with absolutely zero traces of life, completely stripped of everything. Devoid of air and heat, an endless abyss ruled purely by cold, unfeeling laws of physics. To him, nothing is better than this emptiness to bring a warm comfort deep inside, but then a brutal reality crashes down on them. All of Shinji's desperate strikes are blocked effortlessly. Suddenly, the man grips the glowing blade with his bare hand and slowly pulls close. He whispers that in this cruel universe of theirs, only the smell of burning metal remains. Searing smoke rises from his hand, gripping the blade as his somber voice echoes, speaking of their lives and their souls and their hearts. His lifeless eyes stare down at Shinji, declaring that in the end, none of it matters. That is why ultimately he feels nothing but absolute pure hatred for everyone, especially for desperate fools who try too hard. Suddenly, a massive orb of magic conjures directly above Shinji. Shinji gasps in sheer terror. Instantly, the devastating sphere crashes straight down on the very spot he stands. This is the dual power of the armored beast Jeppalong, manipulating time and controlling the atmosphere just like Ella. While Ella commands gravity and frost, Jeppalong holds absolute dominion over the flow of time and lightning. By physically freezing time, he easily forced Shinji's flames and magic attacks to completely fade away. And by bending the natural electrical charges in the air, he can summon a deadly bolt. Lightning strikes exactly where he wants. Shinji takes the full devastating hit, leaving a massive smoking wound in his chest. The villain smugly speaks up, asking Shinji-su if he still wants him to guess what his next move will be. Now it is his turn to challenge Shinji's imagination to picture the sheer boundless infinity of this space. Compared to the eternal flow of time in this universe, their tiny lives are nothing more than a brief blink. He asks if Shinji can even comprehend that futility as the boy's limp body begins to drift downward. Falling back to Earth, the monster glares down, mocking the dark abyss. That dark, endless abyss is slowly swallowing everything in its path. Seeing Shinji in absolute danger, Kenjiro panics. He shoves the others aside, his face pale as he screams Shinji's name at the monitor while the boy falls. Sometimes, Shinji cannot help but wonder why it has always been so hard for him to fight solely for his own sake. Deep down, he questions who he truly is. What purpose was he born to fulfill? No matter how hard he tried, the answer always eluded him. Even when he first joined the Great Prophets, it was mostly to gain some validation from his older brother, and to give his parents some peace of mind. But now, he has a new life and real comrades by his side in the Kanagi Minato team. They truly believe in him, and he fights now to keep Oribe safe. Grand, vague, heroic mottos mean absolutely nothing. Like saving the world together, they never stirred any real emotion in his heart. Instead, he focuses on those close to him. He wants to protect the people right in front of him. Once he opens his mind and looks around, he realizes that every single person in this vast world has a unique life of their own. They all experience warm, sunny days and cold nights, shivering in the dark, struggling hard against a brutal, relentless reality. Some share their burdens with friends and family, while others must suffer alone in absolute silence, tormented by small things with no one to help them even under the crushing weight of daily survival. Yet they still find brief moments of peace where it feels like nothing can hold them down. It all begins by simply trying to imagine the hidden, quiet lives of total strangers. But eventually, it always leads him to the same exact thought: whoever you are, he still hopes you will have a peaceful tomorrow. Beyond that, as his mind fills with deep thoughts, he makes a vow. He will do absolutely everything in his power to make sure that future happens. With resolute eyes, he looks around. No matter how many times he falls, his broken body suddenly begins to glow. A blinding blue light erupts, catching the villain completely off guard in utter shock. No matter what happens to him, he just wants his people to have another peaceful day tomorrow. His shattered body is fully restored. Jeppalong stares in utter shock, muttering that even death cannot stop him. You can still revive yourself using raw magic, the beast sneers as deadly orbs materialize above his head. Jeppalong looks down at him, arrogantly warning that this resurrection trick must have drained his physical stamina. Without warning, he rains the magic orbs straight down at Shinji Suo, speaking in a cold voice. Why not just accept reality? Jeppalong demands, and calmly embrace your own inevitable destruction instead. Not only will you finally obtain the complete rest you need, but you will never be forced to face this painful reality ever again. His mocking gaze locks on the boy, mentioning the endless void. Let the void swallow you whole, bringing sweet comfort inside the dark embrace of death itself. Here's where the clash of the century begins. The two charge with absolute fury, unleashing a devastating shockwave. Shinji Suo's cold voice echoes, reminding him that our lives can end in a single blink of an eye, especially when measured against the massive scale of the universe. Did you not say that yourself? His razor-sharp gaze fixes on the beast, openly challenging Jerpilong to survive past that very blink of an eye. A massive attack. Shinji Suo strikes Jerpilong's body directly, leaving him completely stunned. He is covered in deep burning wounds. The creature realizes in panic that this fire possesses terrifying power. Suddenly, a strange magical circle forms behind the boy's back and Jerpilong instantly senses something wrong. Something is way off. He watches the battlefield closely, unable to understand the bizarre nature of the flames. Why are these flames refusing to die out? He panics when he already compressed the flow of time tenfold. Blocking the incoming slash with one hand, Jerpilong desperately calculates how much longer these persistent flames can last. How much longer until they finally burn out, he rages, glaring in utter disbelief at the young warrior. How long do you plan to release that full-power flame before your magic is completely drained? Shinji Suo replies with total composure, telling him that this is the price for trying to toy with time. Letting out a slow, cold sigh, he openly admits he was never some brilliant tactical genius, which simply means his only viable strategy is to keep using raw, unadulterated violence until it finally breaks through his enemy. Jerpilong grinds his teeth in sheer panic, wondering how this absolute fool can throw his life away so easily. He screams out in absolute fury, demanding to know if Shinji Suo actually plans on dying in this godforsaken place. Ignoring his opponent's frantic screaming, the young warrior stays quiet, his eyes filled with a fierce determination as he declines. He promises to walk out of here alive at any cost because there are still people waiting for him. Hearing this through the security monitor, Kinjiro's entire body completely freezes as Shinji Suo's calm, steady voice continues to echo, saying they will have zero hope for a bright tomorrow unless he survives this. Kinjiro can only scream his name. Oh, now he's in real trouble. Jerpilong's face darkens with pure terror as intense blue flames erupt from Shinji Suo. Agonizing screams fill the air as the legendary Phoenix flames incinerate his physical form. Even as a high-ranking second-tier armored entity, Jerpilong stands completely helpless, watching the violent blue inferno slowly consume his entire body as absolute terror takes over. It makes zero sense. Feeling like he is falling directly into a burning sun, he witnesses the boy's monstrous magical power, an immeasurable vortex of energy hidden deep within Shinji Suo, threatening to reduce everything in its path to ash. His physical body has transformed. He is now a living vessel for this burning energy. A blazing strength seized directly from the fire god and stored as pure magic, now leaving Jerpilong's body charred and utterly shattered. You and the progenitors are exactly the same, Jerpilong spits. In the end, you are all just mindless monsters. With those final words, the creature's body slowly disintegrates into nothingness. Shinji Suo stares quietly at the empty space. Farewell, celestial entity. You are the one who truly needs to face this harsh reality, not him. And rot in the endless abyss you love. Meanwhile, Shinji Suo, vice captain of the Kanagi Minato squad, has just finalized his devastating final strike. Jerpilong, the incredibly powerful second-tier armed celestial entity, is completely annihilated. Saiki Mikado reports over the phone asking if they were monitoring this crazy situation from Japan. Shinji Suo easily wiped out a Tier 2 threat like it was nothing, but what about us? Saiki Mikado looks genuinely surprised. They have not even started their own battle yet, and now a massive monster stands directly in front of him. Have you found any information on this thing yet? Jin tapping rapidly on her iPad. Jin pauses. Wait, it is exactly as she suspected. This exact nightmare has happened before. The old prophecy was warning them about Jevodan, a legendary beast Saiki Mikado is now facing. Does history record any way to actually destroy it? Jin answers not exactly, but some clues might help us out. The beast is completely devoid of any emotion or feeling, operating as a mindless creature. It runs on a rigid pre-programmed mechanism. The trigger itself is surprisingly simple. The moment anyone looks at the beast and feels a single shred of hostility, the trigger activates. Its physical form instantly turns into mist and vanishes. Right after, it will materialize directly behind the person who showed that hostility, unleashing a fatal killing blow. They instantly visualize Jevodan appearing right behind anyone aiming a weapon at it. Of course, this entire setup is a trap. Jevodan swiftly executes whoever dares to point a gun in its direction. The heavens created Jevodan as a divine punishment to strike down humanity for their arrogance in trying to dominate nature. It is an automated killing machine. Saiki Mikado frowns. So you mean this monster only acts through counterattacks? Why do we not just lock it inside a heavy glass cage and turn it into a massive new tourist attraction for France? Jin objects that will not work. Because of the way the trigger reacts to any kind of hostility, someone will inevitably try to summon it. That is exactly what the creator of this beast anticipated from the very start. Unfortunately, we humans are never as smart as we like to think. Saiki Mikado sighs. You are absolutely right. So the only option left is to destroy it. Got any bright ideas, Jin? She consults the records. According to the last group of warriors who successfully pushed this beast back, they managed to defeat it by striking without a single drop of killing intent. Saiki Mikado reaches out to touch the beast. How hard can that be? Let's give this a test run. Suddenly, a magical circle flares on the monster's weapon and Saiki Mikado's hand is demon decimating seal. Saiki Mikado wields a special skill that leaves a brand whenever he touches someone, causing a glowing seal to appear. Whenever he makes physical contact with something, his ability leaves behind a glowing sacred seal that acts as a beacon for his light bullets. Multiple seals can activate at once, and the more marks he places, the faster his projectiles fly. Saiki Mikado raises a determined fist ready to strike, but in an instant, he realizes the beast has already materialized right behind him. Saiki Mikado gasps as danger closes in. It is too fast. He spins on his heel to dodge the incoming attacks and leaps backward to safety. Now he understands. A normal person would never stand a chance at dodging an ambush like that. He narrows his eyes. The beast vanishes and reappears almost instantaneously, meaning his sacred seals disappear the moment it turns into mist. Indeed, the brand he just placed on the creature has completely vanished. Saiki Mikado quietly thinks to himself. He has a feeling his technique is actually a perfect counter against this monster. The only problem is how to attack without showing any killing intent. Then Q steps up. "Leave it to me," she says. Suddenly, her vibrant peach hair glows with intense light. Saiki Mikado plans to attack alongside Q. Let's see what happens when both of them strike together. If both of us strike at the same time, their twin attacks surge toward the monster. But immediately, two duplicate beasts materialize and strike from behind. Saiki Mikado quickly leaps to dodge, realizing in shock that it just duplicated itself. Q is also startled as a clone lunges at her. Before she can react, a sharp blade cuts deep into her back. Saiki Mikado spins around in sheer panic, calling out her name. Q, so if they strike simultaneously, it counters both of them. "How is your back?" Q gasps. "I am fine, it is just a flesh wound. But did you notice how sharp those claws are? There is something completely abnormal about them. That blade-like leg can easily slice through almost anything in its path." She fears no shield or barrier could possibly stop it. Suddenly, Saiki Mikado gasps as he examines the strange wound on her body. Q's injury looks bizarre. He mutters in pure shock, "What on earth is this? Is it some kind of venom?" Q weakly responds, "Whatever it is causing mild paralysis and slowing down all my bodily movements. I will not be able to dodge its next attack. My heart might actually stop if this venom spreads all the way through my system." Saiki Mikado grits his teeth. The monster can turn to mist, duplicate itself, bypass all defenses, and now it uses deadly toxin too. How do we beat this? It is way stronger than I thought, Q says, her face turning pale. Our little experiment has finally confirmed just how dangerous this creature really is. Think about it. What if the livestream audience starts harboring ill will toward it? The beast would teleport right behind them and massacre everyone. Game over. Saiki Mikado concludes it is a mindless killing machine. He cannot help but wonder what Midori would do if he were standing here right now. Suddenly, Shinji steps forward. "Hey, Saiki Mikado, Q, do you guys mind if I take a shot at fighting this beast?" Saiki Mikado mutters Shinji's name in surprise, but the young man confidently states his case. He has been watching from above and thinks he has figured out the exact trick Midori used to beat it, so he wants a turn. Saiki Mikado is secretly relieved. With Shinji here, he feels safe. With a green light to proceed, Shinji closes his eyes to focus, then suddenly snaps them open. A vibrant blue aura erupts around his body. He feels a surge of relief seeing the beast still standing in the exact same spot. But a split second later, the creature teleports right behind him. Shinji smiles mentally. This is his chance. The monster swings its weaponized arm right through the blue aura, sparking a blinding flash of light across the area. Saiki Mikado cheers in excitement, calling out that it is exactly what Midori would have done. Shinji is definitely not messing around. He thinks it is over. But then the monster appears right in front of him. Shinji's eyes widen in horror. Realizing the creature's claw is about to touch him, he prepares for the impact as it unleashes a brutal slash. Knocked backward by the force, Shinji recovers quickly, claiming he can keep going as long as his mana holds out. But then Shinji abruptly freezes. Something is wrong. A cold dread washes over him. He touches the ground only to find fresh blood dripping onto the dirt. Poison. No way, that is impossible. His entire body is made of pure elemental fire, meaning absolutely no poison should be able to affect him. Yet the wound keeps festering and spreading just like Q's did. Shinji screams out in sheer agony. "That is no poison on its blade," he yells. Saiki Mikado looks on in complete disbelief, demanding to know what it is. "It is a curse," Shinji screams, "and there is absolutely no cure." Desperate, he tries to figure out his next move. Remembering how Saiki Mikado barely dodged the beast's attacks, Shinji pieces together how this monster operates. It turns into mist the second it senses any hostility, making both offense and defense impossible, which is exactly how Q got hit. Even if they find a way to restrain it, they would never make it in time because of that deadly curse. Thinking back to Q's terrible injury, Shinji stares at the silent beast, realizing its lack of flashy moves makes it infinitely scarier. He apologizes to his team. He let his guard down. Seiki Mikado cuts him off, telling him there is no need to apologize since he has already helped them so much. He asks Q for her thoughts, and she weakly agrees that Seiki Mikado is completely right. Q adds that they will still win, leaving Shinji thoroughly confused by her absolute confidence. Seiki Mikado interrupts, flexing his massive arms. He admits Shinji has gotten strong but says the kid still has a long way to go. He tells Shinji to sit back and watch why their special force is called the Great Prophet Group's secret weapon. Shinji can only stare in utter shock as Seiki Mikado prepares to unleash their true power. Q glares at Shinji with pure bloodlust while Seiki Mikado cracks his knuckles, telling him to get ready. Shinji panics. Did he mishear? Why is he the target here? He screams out in frustration, asking why they are coming after him instead of the actual monster standing right over there. Seiki Mikado explains is all part of the strategy, warning him that he and Q are running out of time. He promises to keep it brief, while Shinji stares at him in stunned silent disbelief. Seiki Mikado boasts that his demonic annihilation brand is an incredibly broken skill, prompting a flashback of his past battles. No matter where his targets run, they will constantly get blasted by automatic heat-seeking bullets of light. These holy bullets track down anyone marked by the brand, striking with the exact same power as his direct punches. Shinji nods. He knows exactly how deadly that is. He can easily visualize the terrifying sight of an enemy getting pulverized by dozens of glowing projectiles. Seiki Mikado frowns and stops him, pointing out that the skill's biggest flaw is he actually has to hit the target first. A golden-haired boy comes into view. The beast's strange ability to continuously dodge his attacks flashes through Seiki Mikado's mind. He remembers attacking. The creature dissolved into pure mist the instant it sensed any killing intent. That made grabbing it almost impossible. Even if he managed to place a holy seal, it vanished as the beast vaporized. Do you understand now? Seiki Mikado asks. Shinji is panting heavily as his wounds visibly spread. Seiki Mikado frowns with doubt at Shinji's response. Suddenly, Q calls out to him in a weary voice. The curse is spreading so fast. At this rate, she warns, she will die in just 2 or 3 minutes. How can she say something so terrifying so calmly? Shinji wonders as Seiki Mikado raises his fist to strike. Seiki Mikado promises to explain the rest while beating him to a pulp, making Shinji scream in absolute shock. Moments later, Seiki Mikado stops to look at his work. Is that enough? He asks, while a battered Shinji hopes so. Shinji is now completely covered in glowing holy seals. Seiki Mikado glares at their giant target. It is finally time to move. He tells Shinji to give that beast a nice surprise, and the young fighter dashes forward with a loud nod. Shouting with fierce determination that he is completely ready, Shinji quickly positions himself right behind the towering beast. Seiki Mikado raises his sealed fist, praising Shinji as glowing bullets of pure light manifest right above his head. These brilliant bullets shoot straight towards Shinji, who instantly draws his sword. He creates a defensive barrier to redirect the incoming light projectiles toward the beast, while Seiki Mikado narrows his eyes to watch. The beast's physical body is partially destroyed, making Shinji realize with excitement that their desperate plan is actually working. He feels incredibly relieved that Seiki Mikado's strategy worked, remembering a crucial detail he had noticed about the monster earlier. He remembers Seiki Mikado's strict words. The moment he smacks Shinji's head to apply those holy seals, the second the beast senses even a tiny shred of killing intent, it will instantly dissolve into mist, just like it did during Shinji's previous strike before reappearing behind its opponent to deliver a brutal blow. It unleashes an unavoidable counterattack, yet it never initiates a fight. Shinji groans as he takes a punch to the cheek. Seiki Mikado agrees and asks if he understands the implications, explaining that they can absolutely land a clean hit on it. Talk about a brilliant strategy. This only works if they do not aim directly at the target, sparking a sudden realization. Seiki Mikado explains that they simply need to position the beast directly between the two of them, with Shinji on the left and Seiki Mikado on the right, sandwiching the monster right in the center. Then he fires homing light bullets directly at Shinji, who quickly sets up a solid defensive shield. This deflects the homing bullets right back into the monster, a trick Seiki Mikado boasts is easy as pie. The projectiles tear right through the beast solely because they are still trying to reach Shinji's position. Shinji silently observes Seiki Mikado, who looks incredibly pleased with himself as their targets get repeatedly hammered, but they suddenly notice the beast's body is already regenerating and Shinji is shocked to see its position shift. Seiki Mikado mutters knowingly that the creature seems programmed to retreat backward whenever it takes a direct hit. He casually shrugs it off as unimportant and swings his fists again, unleashing another heavy barrage that forces the monster back. Watching from inside his barrier, Shinji realizes the enemy cannot endure this forever and notes how it moves with every strike. It shifts. Each time a blow lands, it struggles to recover. As the beast moves closer to Q, Shinji notices it shrinking suddenly, recalling Jin's report regarding the ancient records. The last heroes who successfully drove the monster away apparently defeated it. They attacked with zero bloodlust, devoid of any real killing intent. Saiki Mikado speaks up, noting that whoever managed to defeat this thing in the past must have used this exact method. All you have to do is place a target behind the beast and aim straight for that instead. Saiki Mikado remembers doing this, targeting objects from a great distance away. He used a similar trick, focusing on a target positioned entirely on the other side of a massive building. Shinji suddenly calls out his name, but Saiki Mikado just raises his hand, apologizing for making this such a one-sided beatdown. He mocks the beast. Just another mindless gear in the machine, lost in this planet's system, but warns it to return and teach humanity a lesson if they ever become too arrogant again. Wishing the creature well, Saiki Mikado unleashes hundreds of glowing bullets directly towards Shinji to strike down the beast in between. A burst of blue light ripples outward, completely warping the space around them. The massive beast is gone, leaving only Shinji. Standing right in the center of the defensive barrier, Shinji stares down at his wounds and quickly calls out to Saiki Mikado. Saiki Mikado calls back, "The curse has been lifted," which means they actually managed to defeat the beast. Great job. He suggests grabbing a bite to eat before heading back, addressing Shinji, the vice-captain of the Kanagi Minato squad. The red-haired Saiki Mikado and Nishina Kyu quickly revert to their original forms. They are elite members of the Javardan Beast Special Task Force dealing with emergency-class prophecies. The threat is officially eliminated, and Shinji thanks them, saying he learned so much from both of them. Saiki Mikado shakes his head, saying they should thank him instead, because if they had fought that divine entity directly, they would not have stood a single chance. In his mind, he pictures himself and Shinji desperately struggling to survive. While the Lina Tikari entity kept attacking without showing any fatigue, Shinji quickly steps in to clarify his meaning. It is not just about battle skills, he explains, but they reminded him how critical it is to actually use your brain. Kyo replies that he really appreciates his honesty, while Saiki Mikado flashes a warm smile. Saiki Mikado offers to personally recommend him if he ever wants to join the task force. Shinji speaks up, thanking him. Shinji politely declines, stating that for now, his path lies elsewhere. He wants to give his all to the Kanagi Minato squad so they can grow stronger together. Saiki Mikado quietly reflects on those words. His mind drifts back to a warm dinner from years ago, remembering his old friend Makoto, who had also flatly refused Saiki Mikado's invitation to join. On the day Saiki Mikado visited to invite him into the task force, Makoto had a different path in mind. He preferred staying right by his teammates' sides, and as he said it, Makoto looked at a photo hanging on the wall. Smiling, he explained that he wanted everyone to grow stronger together. Back in the present, Saiki Mikado smiles softly at Shinji's identical response. Saiki Mikado remarks that he sounds exactly like his older brother. Surprised, Shinji asks what he means, but Saiki Mikado just brushes it off. He tells Shinji the meal is on him and urges him to hurry up, to which Shinji quickly agrees. With France and Australia completely cleared, the number of apocalyptic prophecies threatening the Earth has dropped. Only 3 remain. Meanwhile, at a church in Russia, a devastating slash splits the face of a Lina Tekari beast in 2. This level 2 armored creature served the divine entities. Suddenly, a massive deep crack tears through the Russian sky, splitting it completely wide open. The sky suddenly turns a brilliant crystal blue. Those cracks race directly toward the distant horizon, surging onward across the vast open ocean. Before long, they halt in front of a building and the scene shifts over to Tokyo. Ken stands there watching the trails of light, asking if his partner is finally done yet. In front of the primordial temple, the wandering swordsman Itaru finishes a clean slash, confirming he has made his move. He tore open the weakest barrier he could find. Nearby, a young man in black looks deeply annoyed, and that man is none other than Joseph, a cloned level 1 armored entity serving the gods. Meanwhile, a brilliant light begins to gather in Ken's hand. He calmly asks what the creature just said about divine entities as the number of apocalyptic prophecies drops to just 2.